Number one.
Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown.
Hello and welcome to Ascent Las Vegas Day 2. I'm Trading Post Terry, and with me, Valkyrie. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing all right. This is weird. We just finished Nationals Day 1 and Day 2. During that time, Day 1 of Ascent already occurred, so now we're jumping into Day 2 of our Ascent. That means we've already chopped down our room of players, all of the hopefuls, into just the top Day 2 18-point getters.
Yes, and this is kind of a unique Ascent because we had Nationals, right, on Friday. So Day 1 happens. We knew all the deck lists that did well. Everybody did. So everyone's rushing, getting ready, buying cards from the vendors, going, hey, I saw some really cool decks at Nats. Let's try this at Ascent, right? And there's a lot of players here that came from the Nationals. We actually had almost a third of the players that made Day 2 of Nats because maybe the records weren't going to help them push towards that top.
Yeah.
Drop and go play Ascent, right? Because this is a very, very, obviously here in Las Vegas, you want to play as much cards as you can. Mm-hmm. And I mean, Lady Luck's on your side, right? So we're here. A lot of really cool decks. The most played champion, in fact, in Day 2 today. If you had to take a guess, who would you think it would be, Val?
Oh, I don't know. After watching Nats yesterday, I think a lot of people are going to have their money on Arisana or Diana because those two showed up quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the new Gazer Gale, if you will, Bandit Razor Gale, a terrifying deck that TM32 brought to the table. I know people are building it and trying it. That Raccoon package, oh my goodness, I can't tell you how cool. If you did not get a chance to see that live in action, you have to go back and watch Jet take down the national championships with that deck. Phenomenal. The way that those raccoons work, I know people are excited. I know those bandits got sold out just about everywhere last night.
It was a live time. Everyone's like, wait, Bandit is a good card. Quickly, we need to get it.
Yeah, but with that, neither one of those were the most played deck today in Day 2. The actual most played champion, Guoja.
Guoja. And this, I think, is a little misleading statistic.
Sure.
Because there's 3 flavors of Guoja. You have Genbu, Suzaku, and Seryu. So it's just like, I feel like it's the same champion, but all the decks play so differently.
It is. I mean, we always make a joke when they tell us, hey, who do you think's going to win? Me and Dan always go, oh, well, it's Guoja, right? Because it gives you the best chance and the odds, right? Because you've got 3 different decks. You've got Genbu. Mm-hmm. We have Suzaku, which has made a huge comeback this weekend. Fire aggro tends to always do well at Ascent. At least a lot of people think it will do well, right? So you get to see a lot of it. But we have seen Suzaku on stream at Nats, and I believe here in Day 2 as well, we still have Suzaku shredding. And then, of course, you can't forget about Siryu.
Yep. Siryu, the big dragon in town. Everyone's still playing him, even after the baby green has been locked away. They've just adapted and changed. We're looking at more turbo builds. We're looking at how fast can I get this dragon to flip. We've also seen the return of the ally builds as well. I know a lot of pilots, like the main deck team, have that sort of like ally variant, and we saw a lot of it actually in Ascent Los Angeles as well.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of really cool new tools in RDO, and we get to see them today, which is great. So Guoja, the most played, 14 players today. Arasana, the second most played, and I think that's a little misleading too. People are going to think that that's Astra Arasana, but that's going to be that Gazer Gale variant probably mostly. Maybe a couple other Razor Gale variants, but I think that the Bandit Razor Gale Arasana with Crucible, I think that's here to show. It's here to stay, too. That deck is powerful.
It is not undefeatable, but powerful. Because one of those things you take in mind is like everyone looks at Razor Gale like, oh, this is so hard to play against. They have so much interaction. But keep in mind, Ollie, who won Nationals, had 3 losses going into that position. So the deck is defeatable. It's just a matter of what can you put in your deck, what tools, and how do you adjust against it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just one of those decks that has decent matchups across the board. It does not, like you said, it's not unbeatable. By any means. We saw so many close games, right? But it does do powerful things, and it does it consistently. Right? That's what these wind decks are built to do. These level 1 wind decks with the entire deck is built around an advantage, right? It's all about building influence, getting to a certain point, and just sheer taking over everything by choking your opponent out with those raccoons and growing your own influence. So, Guoja most played.
Yep.
Arasana second most played.
Yep.
Third most played, you were right, it's Diana. And that has also been the talk of the weekend. Everybody thought Diana was gone. Carpsong Coda hit the ban list. Everybody said, well, now Diana can't attack from so many different angles. Well, turns out Apex Player Guild brings it here, as well as a lot of other players, and just dominate. 3 of the Apex Player Guild players got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place at the National Championships.
That is a straight if I have ever seen one right there. And you're right. Diana used to have to attack from multiple angles until the Apex Guild players realized you just have to attack at an angle.
Yeah.
You know, feasibly, to win the game of Grand Archive, you just have to deal enough damage on your opponent's champion. And that's exactly what Apex players thought of when they were playing that Diana list.
Yeah, and turns out if you play an aggressive deck in water, you get access to such good interaction. Unlike fire aggro decks that are all in on pushing that damage, maybe they have a couple of ways to interact defensively, but for the most part, you are fully on the aggressor and you're going all in. And if you get stopped, you lose. This Diana deck has a lot more reach. We saw these Diana players play methodically, slowly, waiting for their moment. I mean, I think I saw 2 different OTK turns where they did no damage until they did, right? They got to a point where they did 20 damage with the Diana swing after and holding up interaction. So really cool to see water decks that are so flexible.
Yeah, that's sort of, if people out there remember the back in the day sort of thing when you had your water allies, the typical you play an ally and then you just keep a defensive reaction for the board state, and that's exactly what this Diana deck was doing. It was running so many negates, frozen dismissals, frostbinds, and just ways to interact with your opponent, saying, I'm going to just wait for the opportunity to then be able to kill you instead of trying to force myself like fire aggro.
Yeah, and one of the coolest things about this particular deck, Water Diana, right? You hold up that interaction. Your opponent goes, okay, well, I can't play into it. I'm just going to pass. And then you get to go to your turn. And because we are Diana and we use these Aether Wing weapons, a lot of the cards in our hand are fast activation Aether charges. So they do something and then they get loaded into our Aether Wing and we're able to turn that into aggression and end up winning the game. And it is a very viable strategy. We saw it do incredibly well. So, Guoja, Arsana, Diana.
I'm following.
The next deck, a very exciting one, Jhin. Jhin is back. 7 players today on Jhin. We saw Water Jhin slowly starting to get into the meta over the last few weeks, right? At some of the regionals, but we weren't sure if it was real. We weren't sure if it was actually going to stick around. Well, let me tell you what. Mill Jhin is a real deck, and it mills incredibly fast.
It does, and it's not that slow either. A lot of people think like, oh, if I'm being milled out and it's Jhin where he can't die, it's going to time every single thing. No, this deck is actually pretty fast when it comes like comparison to a traditional mill out strategy.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much support for Jhin in RDO.
Yeah.
It really did help push him to that next level, and this Water Jhin is a very cool variant. In the past, we've only seen these Shuangji Fire Jhin going all in on these crazy combo turns where you go for a kill, you stay alive. There's always that one turn, right, where your opponent puts you to the point where, hey, you're going to die. And you're like, okay, cool, well, I have to kill my opponent this turn.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's kind of what the Jhin game plan was. But this deck has so much healing, a ridiculous amount of healing, and then it's able to push through all that aggression, get to a point where you just keep surviving, and then mill your opponent out with some new Dynastic Whirlpool, crazy card, mill 15. And you get to play 4 of those. And then on top of that, we also get to play Regals, right?
Yeah.
So we have a lot of ways to just rip cards out of our opponent's hand and deck and say, I know that you have a game plan.
Yeah.
I know you think you know how you can beat Jhin, but what if it's in your graveyard?
And I think there's really no solution to get that back. Maybe like 2 cards and all the unless you're in Wind, of course.
Yeah. Or CL, I guess. CL.
Oh yeah. I feel like CL breaks the rules of the game though a little bit. He does that. So you have me. I'm following along. We're Arisana. Oh, I'm sorry. We're Guojia, Arisana, Diana, Jhin. Who's following that up?
So the top 5 deck, the number 5 deck played, perfect transition. We just started to talk about him. It's CL.
CL of all champions.
I was not expecting that. We have not seen a lot of CL over the weekend. Surprisingly, I know Grim Prestige is gone.
Yeah.
I know we're not going to see these value-oriented toolbox CL decks that play one-ofs and tons of things that we can utilize a million times, right, with Grim Prestige and also the level 2 lineage release and just omen them, right? A really powerful thing. The amount of recursion that CL has, I mean, I've talked about it in the past with other competitive players that if a champion ever got banned in this game, it might have to be CL just because of how powerful his effect is, right? He has so much inevitability and recursion, and let alone he's going to break something with the way that works. And Grim Prestige kind of was making that happen, which is why we saw it get banned.
It got banned indeed because you could do some crazy stuff. The mechanic of CL is insane. The omens, it's really cool, and the fact he deals unpreventable damage as well is, it's a combination. And I think what makes it even crazier is he's a guardian, so he gets the largest life pool accessible to him compared to like other champs. I feel like if he was at 25, it'd be less, oppressive because you can easily catch up to him, get that damage stuck. But 30, it is hard to get to a lot of the time.
It's so high. And then a lot of these CLs play Serene Fire Spirit or Serene, insert a element here. And speaking of elements, honestly, over the weekend, Dan and I talked about this. I'm curious, I kind of want to know what your feeling is. What do you think currently, right now, after US Nats, what is the tier of basic elements, not including Norm? Let's talk just fire, wind, water. I want to know what you think is the best and which one you think is the worst.
Alrighty, well, just off the top of my head, if I'm not looking at any numbers here, I would have gone in with water being the number one. I just feel like there was so much hype behind the engulf, behind all these decks, and then followed up by wind because of Arizona, that Razor Gale. A lot of players really just vouching for that specific deck, and I think fire would have been the lowest played element. And like in my opinion, it would have probably been around like 10 to 15 seconds, percentage below all of that right there. And it is just like everyone thought fire was the best. Things happened to fire, and then all the other elements come on top. But Terry, I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, I'm curious.
That's not the story that's occurred here.
Really? Okay.
The story that's occurred here is fire is the most represented element in day 2. It is at a 22.25% of the population, followed closely by wind at 22%, and then water bringing us at the rear, the least played at 18.75% of representation.
That's crazy because I know that's exact opposite of how Nats look, right? Ascent seems to be on the reverse. I will say fire decks love to get played at Ascent. I know I already said it, but people love to bring aggro to Ascent because people like to not prepare for it. And then you get to play these aggro decks, push through, and have just a ton of fun on your way playing short games, right?
You do. It is a lot of fun here. You know what else is really a lot of fun as well, Terry?
What's that?
And it's something that some people may not know actually occurs here at Ascent, but we're actually going to give you a sneak peek of what happens on the first night of Ascent. It is our trade night.
Oh.
It is a room full of people talking about GA, trading GA, and just having a good time. So, let's take a look together.
Yeah.
Some of her crochet dolls. That's really exciting. I'm always on the lookout for slime foils for Clem, and then obviously the cell converters for one of our community artists, Connie Kammerfry. So there's lots of cool things. I know I'm missing a couple things for my Windluxem decks, and obviously Suited because I love Suited. So let's check it out. Dude, it's popping in here. Holy man, I see binders. I even see people playing the Booners. I see some Pantheon games over there. I'm excited. Whoa. It's good to see you. How you been? Good. It's been really busy. I love all your work. It's so cool. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do? Because I think your work is really cool. It's so great to see you. It's been a while. You want to tell us a little bit about what you do here with Grand Archive?
Yeah. So I'm Kelsey, also Crafted Archive. I like to make dolls based on the GA art using crochet. I started making them because my husband likes to play the game, and good way to kind of have the same hobby. I write the patterns myself. They take about 30 hours to write one pattern, but once I have the pattern, each doll takes like 8 to 10 hours.
Oh my God, that's a long time. That's a really long time. Also, I noticed there's an Alice here, which means that Cam's cooked. Cam is always cooked. There's an Arsana and an Alice.
I had three Cheshire Cats, but they sold out first.
Cheshire Cat is definitely one of the most popular ones.
Yeah.
Which one's your favorite?
Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide?
Dungeon Guide's my favorite card. I want the promo someday, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could trade up to them, especially with these. These are really cool.
Thank you.
How did you come up with the idea to make these?
So I've been crocheting for about 10 years, and mostly just blankets and stuff, but then with reading books, I want to start crocheting book characters. And then once Jake, my husband, started playing the game, I just was like, I really like the art, so I want to try and bring it to life. And started with Merlin's Marketplace, one of their content creator drawing contests.
I remember that. Yeah, that was awesome.
But they opened it up to more than just drawing. So I started with Ari Santa is what we called it, because it was like Arisana, but a Santa version, and then just kind of escalated from there.
Cam is giga cooked. No, these are absolutely amazing. I think
Thank
they're
you.
probably one of the coolest things that we have from like a community artist perspective, right? What you do is so unique. I don't think anyone else has even really come close to trying something like this.
I appreciate
And to hear the
it.
amount of hours you put into it, I think it's really, really cool.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And again, you were Crafted Archive?
Crafted Archive.
People can find you like all over socials and everything?
Yep. Mostly on Twitter and Discord. A little bit Instagram, but that's mostly book stuff.
Got any leaks on the next design?
I have a few commissions coming up. One is a new champion, Xander. So I'm excited to see how that one goes.
That's my boy. Okay, I'll get the Xander one for sure. What's going on, guys? I'm here at Trade Night. So we bumped into a good friend here, Mr. Head Judge Ian. You just told me that you empowered for like 20-something.
Yeah.
They let you play this game?
Occasionally.
I thought you were just locked. I thought you were just a judge.
Occasionally.
You're not judging nationals?
Sorry, what was the question?
You didn't judge nationals? I said judge and his brain exploded.
No.
Are you judging
No.
the Ascent tomorrow?
Yes.
Exciting.
Unfortunately.
What did you play today?
What I played today, I played
What did they let you play today?
I played Scorching Knowledge, Empower, Fire, Aggro, Rye.
Fire Aggro Rye. Dude, this is... You didn't play Fire Aggro Rye. This is an arcane card. You have any arcane cards in your deck?
No.
He's fake.
I took it out. I
He's
took
fake.
it out. I thought about having Shattering going to 3, but no. No, I took it out. It was too gimmicky.
That was pretty fun. So what have you done here at Trade Night? You know, picked up anything cool?
I did, although
you
it's
get?
in my bag.
That's
Am
fine.
I allowed to shout out a content creator
Yeah.
who's an artist? Oh, amazing. May I?
All right, what'd you
That's
get?
true. All right. So what I
Oh,
got
those are
is
cool.
There's an artist here in the Trade Night, Rosie, part of the Washington region. Shout out Keenan and the Washington Grand Archive community. But she made some lovely, I think it's Copic marker.
Yeah, Copic markers.
Sheesh.
I think my favorite thing is the sleeve, actually. You flip it over. That's how I feel every morning when Shinji goes, hey, it's call time.
Yep. That's how I feel whenever I get the email saying that it's time to judge again.
All right, as much as I love hanging out with you, I need to go pick up foils from people.
Oh, please
Thanks
do.
for joining
please
us, man. If you could pick one specific Terrafoil, if this airs on stream, maybe someone will be like, oh my god, I have that card. What is it?
That'd be probably Full Bloom CPR, CSR.
Full Bloom CSR. You guys hear it now. If you guys have a Full Bloom CSR, Yoetsu's looking for it. Oh, well, trade night's still going on, and I want more things, but I do have a job to do. Otherwise, I'm going to be eating instant noodles for the rest of my life. So let's get back to the venue.
Alrighty, that was great to see. Tyler taking us around trade night. There was a lot of people in that room.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Trade night is one of those incredible community activities that these events have, right? So many people in this community are here specifically for that. I can't speak highly enough, right, about this community and how accepting, how great it is, just the amount of camaraderie, the friendships. I've made some of the best friends I have through Grand Archive.
Yes, I'm with you there. And I also like the fact that we all saw it with Crafted Archive. We have non-Grand Archive players at the trade night supporting Grand Archive through their own means, through their own ways. And I think it's so cool to see how this game has evolved just outside of playing the cards itself. It is a community. Everyone is here for a purpose, and that is to enjoy the art, the lovely atmosphere, and having a good time.
Yeah, man, the artists are so skilled. I cannot hype them up enough. There's so many talented fan artists here in the Grand Archive sphere.
I really want to get one of those chibi spirits. Those were so cute. I love that artwork. Definitely going for that. But Terry, as much fun as trade night is, we do have to remember we are at day 2 of our Ascent. That means these players are going to be competing for the coveted top 8 spirit. There is a lot riding on the line for these players, and I feel like as much fun as it is playing GA, these players are locking in, and it is serious.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? It's been serious all weekend. Although we are here having fun, we're here in Las Vegas, it does come down to this. These players duking it out for the next 4 rounds, trying to make it to that coveted top 8. And at Nationals, we were trying to make it in the top 16.
Yes.
That was our goal, right? We wanted to get a gauntlet spot. And 7th through 16th place got a gauntlet. 1st through 6th got an invite to Worlds. But there wasn't a prize spirit involved.
Correct.
Right? Prize spirits are the pinnacle of collector items in this game. That is what everybody wants. Your dream, if you play this game competitively, is to go to one of these major events, have your day, make it all the way to top 8. I mean, obviously you want to bring home the trophy, right? You want to win first place, but it feels pretty good even if you don't when you get to walk home with one of these beautiful prize spirits.
Yeah, and to some people, the prize spirit is the trophy. That's all these players dream about. And it's one of those moments where, like, you know you've made it as a competitive player when you have that spirit in your collection. And it's amazing. And it rotates, too. You have Fire, Wind, and Water. I know we go from Gwendolyn, Sabrina, Athene, going around there. So really, really cool to see. But there's also some things about, the tournament itself. You have to win a certain amount.
Yeah.
In this day 2, a lot of these players are looking to secure 3-ish wins, 2 for some, depending on how well they did on day 1, but about 3 wins to try and have a chance at that top 8.
Yeah, it really does come down to those points, right? You had to have, it was 9 rounds, so we needed what? That's 18 points?
18 points.
So you needed to get 18 points, which is 6 wins. That would get you into day 2.
Yeah.
But today, that's not going to be quite enough. We still need, like you said, probably 3 wins from there, maybe 4 wins depending on your breakers and where you're at, right? Maybe it's 3 wins and a tie. But you have to get those points up because you want to finish. And tiebreakers do come in when it comes down to top 8. A lot of times you will have 3 different people with the same score that are fighting for that one slot. And based off the people that you have played through the day, that would decide if you get to sneak in 8th place.
It all matters. Every game counts here on day 2 of Grand Archive for our Las Vegas Ascent. And we're going to be getting ready for a match coming up here shortly. And we actually have one of these decks that we talked about, like a lot of the meta decks people saw at Nationals. I also feel like at Ascent, this is the place where players say, I'm going to bring a deck that I just really enjoy or I think is neat and go ahead and see how well I do. And this deck is doing quite well. We have Alice, level 1 Alice.
Alice?
Into Merlin.
Oh my goodness! So it's a Merlin deck.
No, it's Alice. It's
an Alice deck. Yeah.
It's Merlin, but unfortunately, and the reason this deck is doing well, I believe, and I think we're going to talk about it a little bit here, is the new Proxy's Vault card that has been. It was already out, but I would say revamped, errata.
Yeah.
Right.
So, for people that may be new to Grand Archive, or maybe they're tuning in for the first time, they're getting to competitive. Can you explain to them what Proxy's Vault is? Because I think it's one of the real reasons to play Grand Archive. One of the coolest things that Weebs of the Shore does.
Yeah, Proxy's Vault is an amazing concept. It was introduced to us where the developers will say, hey, we see an issue with a struggling deck, or maybe this deck needs a little bit of power, or this element, and we'll print a card, create a card specifically that you're able to print out of your printer and play. and they're usually things that support thematics, support a strategy, and it is amazing. We've seen some of the best Proxy Vault cards be consistently played. If you guys have ever heard of that Arizona card, the one specific one, the Cauldron.
Oh, yeah, turns out Polaris is pretty good.
Yeah, Polaris is a Proxy's Vault card.
Yeah.
That was given to us to help Arizona, and it was a little too powerful, so it got errata to cost more, and it's still good.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few. Do you remember the original Scepter of Lumina?
Oh, do I remember the original Scepter of Lumina? That was so good, so nice. But I want you to tell me about Mantle of the Abyss real quick.
So Mantle of the Abyss is a great card. You might know of a little Advantage engine that came out a little while ago that was built around Specters and a card called Rile the Abyss. Rile the Abyss was an incredible card, kind of like our Creative Shock, if you're familiar, that allows you to draw and discard cards to add floating memory or other resources into your graveyard while also returning your hand size, right?
Yeah.
Well, that card got banned. That's continued to be banned. And Mantle of the Abyss was created because that card was a key piece that let a Spectre-heavy deck, Alice, that utilizes Specters, have a chance to really exist in this game. And unfortunately, once it got banned, that archetype kind of just completely went to the side.
Yeah.
Well, we got a new card. And Mantle of the Abyss came out a little while back in Proxias, and it didn't make that big of a splash. It wasn't utilized. It was a little too slow, but what it did is it generated one of these Rile of the Abysses so that Alice could have access to at least one, but because it is out of your material deck, it kind of guaranteed that you'd be able to find at least one, right? Because a lot of times we were playing decks that were trying to make our percentages of finding cards like Rile as high as we could. So guaranteeing that we would draw one is huge.
Yeah.
And this card originally a little too slow, but they did just recently update it. And it got much, much stronger. And so I know for a fact, I haven't seen the deck list, but I can almost guarantee you that this Merlin deck is playing Alice 1 almost entirely to get a Rile the Abyss and guarantee that they can start that Advantage engine with liminal guides and other Spectre floating.
The hoops you have to jump through to play your banned cards. So that is awesome to see. Proxy's Vault, check it out on the main website for GATCG. You can actually print and play the exact size of the Proxy Vault cards. It's amazing what they do in all the introductions, and they keep us updated with every ban list because the cards can change and rotate. They could take them in, take them out as they please, because they're not real cards per se.
Yeah. And that's one of the coolest things. Like we joked about the early Scepter of Lumina. It's changed since its initial, and because it's a Proxy Vault card and it wasn't something that was printed and put into a set and then they had to do an errata. People hate those.
Yeah.
People hate erratas because then you have all these cards that have the wrong text. You're trying to teach new players. And it just makes it really hard and really messy, right? So that's one of the coolest things about Proxy's Vault is, hey, we made this card a little too powerful. Maybe we need to dial it down a little bit, bring it back, and Proxy's Vault lets you do that, like changing this Alice card, right, and being able to make it stronger because it wasn't strong enough and that's just such a cool mechanic to help fix metagames and make different archetypes stronger.
Indeed. I love to see it here, and it has made this archetype stronger. It's made day 2 at Ascent. But Terry, we're having a lot of fun talking about Proxy's Vault. It is such an enjoyable mechanic, but we actually have another video queued up for everyone at home watching to check out more of what's been happening over this weekend.
What's going on, guys? I just got these 6 Sylvie Bucks or Ascent Store tickets, so we're going to go see what we can get with them. What's up, dude?
Hey, how can I help you?
Got these sick bucks. What can I get with these?
Do you have your purchase card?
What do you have? What's a purchase card?
You should have got it when you checked in for the main event.
Dude, Shinny doesn't give me anything.
All right, then get out.
Yeah. All right, dude. I went to the help desk. I got a purchase card. Now what can I get?
Okay, so with the purchase card, there's the event limits and the daily limits of items. You have 600 Sylvie Bucks, correct?
I have 800.
Oh, 800. So 800, you can actually get some sleeps for 150 tickets. That is once a day. And then there are the champion-specific playmats for 400 tickets each. And then if you wanted to, you can get 3 RDO booster packs for the limit. 3 of those.
I like RDO.
All right, let's do 3 RDO. And then with the remaining number, we do have other booster packs that are 50 tickets each.
No worries.
And you could just gamble that way.
Superior's my go. Maybe I do ALC so I can get Nico, because
ALC?
he thinks she's hot.
That's fair. All right, so you're just going to spend the remainder? All right, so we'll do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 ALC packs.
It happens.
Never ends.
All right, guys, we've gained loot. All right, guys. Well, I bought all these packs. Maybe a little bit of regret on that. You know, we are in Vegas, so I do want to gamble a little bit. But I saw these beautiful jumbo cards. Merlin Amethyst Glow, you know, it's a ponytail thing, man. Ponytail Merlin is the one. She's definitely the one. And then also we have these awesome, super cool uncut sheets. They do have the 3x3 ones, but I'm a really big fan of these full sheets. I think there's just something special about that full sheet. It just looks so good in a frame. So if you guys are coming to Ascent, you got a lot of tickets, you win a bunch, or you just pick them up from others, you can always come get these. These are like the really cool big ticket pieces to take home. Man, I really like these designs on the Grand Archive shirts. They're really nice. Sylvie's so cute with all the slimes. But more than that, I mean, we have lots. Yeah, Merlin, if you're a big Merlin fan. This is probably my favorite one. I really like the whole like fractured looking concept. I think it fits the fact that Merlin's like kind of the main thing in Fractured Crown. Also the CL one. CL's really cool. But, you know, we have our producer San's favorite one. Diana. Well, maybe not favorite. He's more of a Gun Diana kind of person, but I'm a big fan of this one. I think this is one of the coolest ones. I think I have 3 of the shirt because I like it so much. It's a good one. And then we have, of course, Cam's favorite, because I don't think we have an Arsana shirt in these designs, but Alice is really cool. I like this one a lot because it's got, like, it really leans into the whole chessman, like, command attack theme. Also, these are super comfortable shirts. So if you guys are looking for any Grand Archive merch, this is probably one of the best things you can get. Well, I got my packs, guys. I'm done here at the Ascent store, so I'm going to make like Vegas, do a little gambling. See you later.
You know, Valkyrie, Ascent store merch is kind of unmatched. I'm going to be honest with you. The Ascent store, I'm always so impressed with all this incredible merchandise based around this game that we love. And we're here in Las Vegas. You guys are here watching us at home here in Las Vegas. And we love cards here in Game. And one of my favorite archetypes is Suited. And I wanted to talk about Suited a little bit because we did get a chance to see it one time.
Yes.
On stream. And get to see a Fire aggro deck really, really just push some damage and show cardistry. So when Lady Luck's on your side, you're playing all these cards. I want to know. I know this is a fan favorite. Do you have a favorite Suited card?
Oh, that is a good question. So many choices, too.
Oh, they're so good.
We have our diamonds now. We have our hearts. We have our spades. Oh, man, this is a tough choice. I don't know, because you have to choose, right? There's unique allies for Suited, and then there's just your generic allies that look really, really cool. And it's just one of those, I know it's like, do you want CSR? Like, do you choose them because they're fancy CSRs, or you choose them for that? I think my most favorite one that has come out has been the 8 of Hearts.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I really like the witch hat aesthetic of it. The ability is really cool, too. The one where you just sacrifice 2 of your Suited to get her out, just to reduce her cost, and then that helps feed your queen, which is amazing. How about you, Terry? What are you feeling on?
So, a lot of people know this, maybe some don't, but there was once a point in time I fell in love with the Suited archetype right out the gates. And I was one of the few people that went all in and fully max rarity Suited. So I had every CSR. I had an entire foiled out max rarity Suited deck. And my favorite, because I got to see all of them in their, rarest form, in their shiniest form, I have to say it hasn't changed. It's always been, I love Rouge. Ace of Hearts. That is my favorite Suited card. I just love the aesthetic. I think she looks awesome. And honestly, she's one of my favorites to play. It feels really, really good when you hit those on-enter effects with the Rouge.
Yeah, it is very thematic for being here in Las Vegas right now. And playing the deck, it does sort of feel like a gamble. You're constantly trying to hit that 6, 10, 21 slot there. And it is a great way, or actually a great deck to be playing at this event here. And I think, okay, I'm going to be real with you. I saw 2 Tenorises in day 2 of this Ascent. Typically, Suited is paired with Tenoris.
It is a lot of the time. It gives you some really powerful stuff, right? We get to play reduced cost cards. We get like trump card, and we get heavy swing. We get some more aggression, right? Ways to push even more damage if they do deal with our cardistry board. I really hope that we do get to see. I hope that one of those Tenorises is one I'd love to see. I mean, it's thematic, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully, the deck that was built about Las Vegas, it feels like. It felt like it was built for this city that we are in. Hopefully we get to see one of those.
We do. And we've been talking about it a lot too with Dan, but Genbu is also the casino deck. Staying on theme for where we are here. Because a lot of the times when Genbu, the the Fate Stone, the Sapphire Fate Stone, mills the top card of both opponents' deck. It's sort of like, what is it? Are you going to get something good? Are you going to get something bad? And I think we've seen a little bit of luck on both sides there. We've seen a lot of Fractal Polar Depths being milled for the Genbu player and then hitting like a floating for the opponent. But then on the other side, we've seen a float hit for the opponent or for the Genbu player and then just some key card being milled for the opponent.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness. I love, as a Genbu player, seeing that Seaside Ringleader hit the yard on that random mill and getting to +1 from the Genbu mill. Man, there's nothing like that. That's quite a high. It feels very, very good. But we don't want to gamble always, right? We want to play as consistently as we can to do well at these events. And I want to go back to this Alice Merlin list, right?
Yes.
So, Alice, maybe not the strongest champion on a competitive standpoint, but Merlin, that's what this deck is building into, right? And Merlin has been around since FTC. FTC has been so powerful, right? Throughout the entire game, she has been a pinnacle of the competitive metagame. And this variant is very different because we do have access to a new level 1. We're not just playing Lorraine, which was incredibly thematic since Merlin Memory Thief did take over Lorraine in the lore, right?
Yeah, honestly,
Which is so cool. So going level 1 Lorraine and then it turning into Merlin is such a cool thematic deck, right? Maybe it's not suited cardistry gambling, but it is a very cool lore thematic. And this deck is built around consistency. It's built in Fire to draw the most amount of cards and to get into our game plan, which is moving up into Crux and that inevitable late game where you're getting a level every single turn with Merlin and you get to turn these fireballs into one-shot kills.
Yeah, I'm choking down the feelings, making sure I don't say anything. Merlin, that is it's been around for quite a while. It came out in FTC, the original Merlin FTC. That's the second set of Grand Archive, and it's just consistently good. As you said, the generic, just getting levels, drawing cards, big fireballs, everything coming in. I'm really excited to see how this deck performs, and I just want to, is Merlin dead? Is she gone? Or is she always just going to be there?
I think, honestly, she's just going to be there because she's such a powerful champion. I think pound for pound she might be. I know we talked about CL being potentially ban-worthy, but Merlin is right there with power level. And I am just getting over my headpiece here that we are having a little bit of a delay. And so we are going to take a short 10-minute break as we get everything fixed up here. And when we get back, we are going to jump right into round 1 of day 2 Ascent Las Vegas. So don't go anywhere. Get comfortable. We'll see you soon.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome back, guys. We are here at Nationals. I am joined by, I guess, Ascent Auckland winner, Emp. Pretty good, the Rager Gale King. So we're going to be playing a little game. It's called 15 Words or Less. So on this card, I have 7 cards or 7 words, Grand Archive related, that you need to guess.
Okay.
I have 15 words or less to make you guess what the words on this card are. You ready?
All right, sounds good. Sounds
All right.
good.
This is the first time I'm seeing this list, so
All right.
let's go.
This is hard.
Mint.
Water spirit.
Spirit of Water, correct. Penguin.
Fractal of. Oh my god, what is that fractal called? Is it fractal? Fractal. Oh wait. What is the name of that? Not fractal waves. Fractal polar depth. Fractal polar depths.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Next. Band.
Band. Baby green.
Water.
What else is banned in water? Song of not Song of Frost. Paladin should be banned. Song of Frost should be banned also. What is banned in water?
Nico.
Oh, Icebound Slam. Yeah,
Correct. Next.
IVS.
Unbanned.
Unbanned. Oh, Baby Gray.
Correct.
Yep.
Ace.
Ace. Suited. Can it be a number? 1, 6, 11, 21? Or 3, 3, 6.
Unique.
Nior. Rouge.
No, Noir. Sorry. Yeah, Noir. Correct.
Okay.
To be.
Or not to be.
They are
Merlin?
Grand Archive related.
Merlin? Diana? Tristan? No, not Tristan. Tony?
Tenoris.
Alright.
Capstone.
Caps, RDO, Radiant Origins.
Correct.
Okay.
You got all of them.
Yeah.
That was.
Oh, yay.
I think that one was less. It was 11. It's
Ooh,
pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
As a congratulations, I'd like to award you a Pantheon pack. It's over there.
Ooh,
I
cool.
think.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh.
All
What do you
right.
think you're gonna get?
Some sort of barrier. What? Lesser Boon of Nua.
Oh, that's the refurbished one. Generator refurbish.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
Who's the refurbished collector? They're probably on it.
Is there a refurbished collector? I don't know. Maybe Silidar. That was great.
All right,
Thank you
perfect.
so much,
All right,
man.
Thank
Appreciate
you very
it.
much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We did it.
Bye.
Pretty easy. All right, we'll see you guys in the next one. Hey guys, I'm here at NA Nationals with one of our wonderful casters, Terry from the Trading Post. How you doing today?
Yes, I'm happy to be here, having a great time. How about you? Are you enjoying yourself?
This game's hard for me. I'm struggling.
Yes, is what I'm excited to play. I haven't got a chance to yet, so hopefully I can do well for you.
Yep, so today we're going to be playing 15 words or less. So on this card I have here, I don't want to flip it too far, there are 7 words. Now I need you to guess these 7 words. And what I'm going to do is I have 15 words maximum that I can tell you as hints so that you can guess the words on here.
Got it. Okay, so you have 15 hints to guess 7 words.
Exactly.
Okay.
Ready to do this?
I'm going to try my best.
All right, here we go. This time I'm going to look at the whole list before I just start
Yeah.
saying things.
I'll make sure I step back. I don't want to cheat at all.
Crucible.
Okay.
Dude, there's no way.
Crucible. Arsana? Wait. Cleric? Razorgale?
Razorgale.
Got it.
Correct.
Got
Next. Omen attack.
Omen attack. 2 words. CL attack. Oh my gosh. What is that? Omen attack. So not like devastating blow, because that's not an omen attack. It's beguiling Q.
Beguiling Coup is correct. Next. Jan.
Temporal spectrometer.
No.
Main deck.
Correct.
Yeah, okay,
Correct.
cool.
Main deck. Main
Sorry,
deck.
I had to throw that in there.
Previous team.
True Champion Gaming.
Correct.
Oh, easy one.
Creator.
Content. Let me keep going. I can guess more off that one. Creator. Can I ask a question that doesn't involve your hint? Because I'm not 100% how
I
that...
may or may not be able to answer.
Okay,
your
just give me a
question.
thumbs up if you can. Okay, can this be individual people in the community?
It's Grand Archive
So
related.
anything Grand Archive
Anything
related.
Grand Archive related.
Okay, so it could be. So it could just be a creator, like a content creator. Okay. How about Sparkle Sisters? How about Once in Love? How about creator?
How about leaks?
Leaks. Leaks. Okay, so who gives leaks?
The 2 words related are creator and leaks.
Creator and Leaks, and it's not
I had a way better
Creative
word for this,
Shock.
and I'm so
It's not
sad I didn't
Limelight.
say it.
Sorry, that was a little stab at my buddy Jason. So, is it Poro? Is it? Come on, how many times can I? Are you gonna make me just keep hitting people in the gut?
Yeah.
Creator and Leaks. Spoiler season. Creator Leaks. Creator Summit.
We're at 8 words. I'm going to use one more word.
Okay.
Tidbit.
Wait. Tidbit.
Surely this is the
Silidar.
hint. Yeah, exactly. It
Oh
is
my
Silidar.
gosh.
Correct.
Okay. That
Okay,
made more
next.
sense. I feel bad for throwing so many people under the bus in that last one.
Attack efficiency.
Attack efficiency sudden steal.
Correct. Okay, we are on the last one. I believe we have 4 words left.
Okay, we can do this.
I could do it in less, but I think it's kind of funny because of previous content that we've done. Guess the card.
Guess the card. Guess the card. With the content that you and I have done. So not a spoiler. Guess the card.
Guess
win
the card
a card.
is the only hint, the perfect hint.
Guess the card. Win the card. Guess the card. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to remember the game. Oh, we played this in Los Angeles. Guess the card. Content. Guys.
It could be anything Grand Archive related, which makes it way harder, but I think it's funnier this way.
Once in Love? Serene Balance Productions. Grand Archive TCG. Weebs of the Shore. Guess the card. Guess the card. You're not making fun of me for not remembering about Regalia the first time I played Guess the Card. So
I give him one more guess.
I get
before
one
give
more
him the
word.
last- the
Oh,
last-
okay.
I have 1 word left.
Okay. Oh gosh, what are those? What are they called? The kind of foils that I pulled from you when I played Guess the Card last time with you. Armament.
Last word is wind.
Guess the card.
Guess the
Wind.
card.
Oh,
Wind.
Calming Breeze.
Exactly. It is Calming Breeze.
It took 15.
The
But we
funny
got
note
there.
of that was at LA, we did play Guess the Card,
Yeah.
Win the Card. I had a Calming Breeze, and I'm pretty sure you told me every detail of the card except for the name.
Yep.
You told me the art, the cost.
I couldn't remember what
it
the name
did,
was.
the exact text on the card. You're like, it's so good in this deck and this
Yeah.
deck. I don't remember what it means.
Yeah, can't remember its name.
Anyways, we did it. That was a
my
good
gosh.
one.
I'm
Congratulations.
sweating.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a participation pocket Pantheon pack. I'm just adding so many P's to this. So crack it open, see what we get.
Okay, yeah, let's
Grab the
do
mic
it.
from you. Look, man, what do you want to hit?
So, in LA, I played Pantheon for almost 16 hours. And I opened a lot of Pantheon packs trying to pull a Pantheon barrier.
You were actually statistically the highest hour played Pantheon player at the event by a huge margin.
So,
I'm pretty sure you beat the next person by like 5 hours.
honestly, I might have. Hopefully that record sticks for a little while. But if I
Nah,
can
dude,
pull, if
he's
I
too
can
busy
pull-
casting
If
this
I
event.
can pull that, man. that would be-
Alrighty, welcome back from that short break, everyone. I'm Valkyrie. Just as a reminder, we have Terry and actually a new guest on our desk here. We have the inevitable Storm Slime joining us here for our Day 2 Ascent.
Yeah, how you doing up there, Stormy? Is your mic on? I don't think their mic's on. Hey. Oh, they're just a little shy.
Yeah,
That's all it is. They're just a little shy.
camera shy. But that is okay indeed. We are getting ready for our round 1 of our Day 2 Swiss. We have, as a reminder, 4 rounds of this going on. And then we're going to cut out of, I believe we have 60-some players. 4 rounds, cut, down to 8. That's
Down
it.
to 8. And then the top 8 will battle it out to see who is going to take home, who was the best player here this weekend at Ascent Las Vegas. And we finally get to know what decks we're going to see as well. And I'm excited. And you know what's great? Alice Merlin is one of those decks.
Alice Merlin, indeed. We were talking about it, and I feel like the pairings have spoken to us. We have one side, Alice Merlin. On the other side, Water Aetherwing Diana.
There it is, the Apex Player Guild special here. This deck absolutely dominated Nationals here in Las Vegas, and we're going to see if it continues that rampage in Ascent.
Yes, indeed. Here, can't talk too much about the lists here now. Actually, we can.
It's open deck list.
You're correct. Oh my gosh, I'm thrown off thinking so much. We have Gina actually on this Water Aetherwing, who I don't know if anyone remembers, yesterday was on Water Jin. So a pilot of multiple decks going on.
Yeah, Noelle loves to play water decks. She really has done well with a lot of different level 3 water piles, like good stuff piles, and that's why she played Jin yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't end up to a Worlds invite, but instead, we are here with a great record moving into day 2 at Ascent, playing Water Aetherwing Diana, a more aggressive water deck, might I add, than a Water Jin.
Yes, yeah, way more aggressive. We only have to do one level there. And sitting across from the table from them is going to be Paul Nofilian on this Alice Merlin list. And I'm taking a quick gander here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Spectre cards.
Yeah, there really is. We are really trying to get all of the value that we can out of that Rile the Abyss from the Mantle of the Abyss, right, out of our material deck. I'm looking at a lot of really cool cards here. I mean, this is Merlin. That's what this looks like to me, right? It's still going to our late game. We are trying to get those Incarnate Majesty to bring out our big boss monster, the Majestic Spirit, which not only defends us and gives us Spell Shroud and halves our damage, but also helps us end the game in a hurry.
Yeah, and I think in this particular matchup, Boss Monster is the best word for it because Water Aetherwing will struggle against an Incarnate Majesty. It is a 4/10 ally with Intercept.
Yes. Yeah, so typically, Merlin can have a little bit of trouble with aggressive decks. So Diana is going to want to start this game off and pressure them as much as they can and get ahead, gain tempo, and force that Merlin into really unfortunate situations like leveling up without floating memory, right? Like forcing up to 3 and having very low influence. That is going to be the goal, and putting as much pressure on so that you don't have to deal with 28 damage if possible. If you can kill Merlin before it becomes Merlin Kingslayer, that's great. And obviously, Majestic Spirit poses a huge problem for Diana, so we really want to try and dodge that.
It's a tale as old as time, Terry. Can the aggro deck take you out before you hit level 3, or will the level 3 deck stabilize and close out the game at that point? There's only one way to find out, and that is checking this matchup coming up here shortly. I also want to mention, too, typically it is the Lorraine through this Merlin list.
Yeah.
And just the list itself takes out all the Lorraine cards and just puts in the Spectre. So it's
Yes.
almost like a 1-for-1 fit. It's really... I really enjoy how it looks.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that the Spectre package here is, like you said, it's pretty robust. There's quite a bit. 4 Evercurrent Raiders. I don't think I've ever seen 4 Evercurrent Raiders in a in a deck, but I understand. I mean, it's floating, it's Spectre, it's perfect. It's good with Creative Shock, it's good with Rile of the Abyss, but there's one card in this list that I really, really want to bring up because I think it is going to be a key piece in if this deck can take down Diana, and that's going to be from the material deck, that Pulver Sword that we're allowed to utilize because we use the Looking Glass, right? So even if we have to bring this out a little early, because Diana has a really fast start with multiple Weaving Mana Streams or tons of floating memories, something along those lines, we do have a way to bring out a sword from our material deck in our materialization that completely banishes that graveyard.
Yeah, it really does matter a lot here. And I don't think we saw a lot of Palvar Sword yesterday, actually, from the Apex Guild.
No, I can't remember if it was in their list or not. I want to say it was, but we just didn't see them play against decks where it came out.
Yeah. So in this matchup particularly, though, you mentioned it, it is a great way to go ahead and start shutting down what Merlin wants to do. And then, of course, we can't forget Merlin level 2. That's a very important piece because she is the original raccoon.
Yeah,
Eats
you're not
the
wrong.
floating memory from the graveyard.
I mean, I don't want to compare Merlin to a raccoon. I think I know a couple people that would, but you're not wrong. Being able to choose,
yes,
it does not target, which is very important, so you can't protect from that, right? Something I just realized, because I was talking about Pulver Sword on the Merlin side, but on the other side, we also have the Pulver Sword out of Noelle, so we have access to both players being able to say, hey, I want to use my graveyard, but you can't use yours, right? I'm going to deal with that because both players are going to try to stall. Well, Merlin's going to try to stall the game out. We're going to try to keep tempo and stop Merlin from being as efficient as possible from the Diana side, right? So 2 different ways to utilize Palvar Sword, but I think we're going to see this multiple times in this matchup.
Yes, and without further ado, Terry, let's go ahead and toss it over to the game and see what's going to be happening for this first turn. I wonder if we've already rolled dice. Who is going to go first? It is very important. Water Diana wants to go first.
Yes, Water Diana wants to be on the play because, of course, turn 1 for these Diana decks is just pass in almost every situation because we need to pass to our opponent, utilize some kind of card to give ourselves distant, and then bring out an Aether Ring. We just got the 6-7 roll, and it looks like Noelle is going to start us off here. So Diana did, in fact, win the roll. This is a huge start to what we need. We're going to see here, probably, as I said before, it's just going to be a pass on over to Novaphilian, and then Merlin's going to get the floor.
Yeah, it is an open floor for Merlin here. Oh, are we actually...
Okay, I love
Diana
it.
Haunt Reminiscence. This is a card we have not seen, but this is very powerful. I really enjoy it's in the deck.
Yeah, so Diana is not just the champion. We also have this awesome, unique ally, and the reason it's so cool is Diana has range 3 plus X, where X is 3 times the amount of curse cards in your champion's lineage. Now, we're not going to have a lot of curse cards in our lineage, right? So this is always just going to be range 3, but turns out a 5-4, 4-3 is pretty powerful.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
that is a value we want to see. So we're going to see that, we're going to see moving over here, an Inert Sword hit the board. We do have this. I love this guy. The best part is the Ephemerate. When it does hit the graveyard, it gets to come back Ephemerate, and then they have to kill it again. And this is the attempt here with the Inert. Let's see if we have anything else. No shot.
Oh, wow. The Undying Dreams on this. It is a 2-cost fast speed floating memory. Target ally gets +1/+1, but if the ally is ephemeral, you get a buff counter on it.
Yeah, which is really funny because the 0-2 Taunter becomes a 1-3 and can actually retaliate for 1 damage here.
Oh, wow. I've usually only seen Undying Dreams used on Liminal Guides when they come back, but the interaction with this Undying Wraith card means not only does it stop the first taunt, it comes back, and then you keep your taunt in for this next turn.
And here she is. This is Alice, Distorted Queen. Man, I have not seen her on stream many times, but it's cool to see that here. And look how beautiful that CSR is.
Yes, it is beautiful. I believe this is her debut on stream for Ascent. It is so cool to see this CSR Distorted Queen. You get the Phantasmagoria that's only going to matter here at level 1. Once we level up into Merlin, it is disabled since all of it is class bonus. But it is something to keep in mind that the deck can cycle and stay on level 1 if needed to start replacing cards in that graveyard.
Yeah, there's one negative effect there for this deck, which is the fact that it does turn effects in your graveyard off except for from Spectre cards. But that is why we have this crazy Spectre package, right?
Yes.
All of these Spectre floating, so we continue to use them if we need to get ourselves up into Merlin.
I think all of our float is a Spectre card.
Yes.
So it's very clearly well thought out. And did we just mill a Liminal Guide?
We just blind milled that Liminal Guide right into the yard. That is a huge, huge advantage here for Merlin. We're going to see the backstep from Noelle. This is going to do exactly as we said before. We have got Diana distant, and not Diana ally. Diana champion is about to be distant because right now we're in Spirit, but now we're Diana, and this is going to allow us, because on enter, if we are distant, we get to bring a Aether Ring card from our material deck. We are going to see an Aqua Mirage Whisper here real quick.
Yes, I'd be surprised if we saw anything else. Double Diana on the field here for Gina. And I assume here we're going to pre-recollection, get an Aether Charge loaded up. The question is, what flavor of Aether Charge? Is it going to be a Calibration, a Prudent Knock, or maybe a Refreshing Charge?
Yeah, gosh, there's so many good Aether Charge cards, and they all come with another effect when they are utilized. Looks like it is going to be that Prudent Knock, which just draws a card in the memory. Turns out replacing yourself and then also becoming a bullet for your Aether Wing card is pretty good.
Indeed, who wouldn't want to deal damage and draw cards? I feel like that's every Grand Archive player's dream right there.
100%. So we are going to swing in for 3 here. Try to deal with this Taunter. It looks like, yeah, we are going to take 1 on the Retaliate, but we will, in fact, get our Glimpse for 4 here, which is probably the most important glimpse of the game this moment for the Water Diana player.
Oh, Terry, we're taking a quick peek here. I see A Fracturize, a Cerulean Decree, Charge the Soul. Oh, man.
And a Tactical Retreat.
There's a lot of choices to be made here. That floating is very important, but how much do you value this Fracturize to actually hit a sword or something from Merlin?
Yeah, it's tough to say because it's not the greatest. It can hit a couple of things, but I don't think we care too much about it. There's a good chance it's going to either just get yeeted to the bottom here and we're not going to deal with it, or we're just going to mill it and utilize it because this Diana deck loves this exact sequence, right? We're going to swing, Glimpse 4, we get to mill the top card from that Glimpse. We're going to see a Floating Memory hit the yard. I'm sure we'll see a Frostworn Paladin. That is the bread and butter here with Diana. You're either going to see that Crystalline Archer, or there it is, the Frostworn Paladin gets the go-ahead, eat that float, get a buff counter, and draw a card, and continue the onslaught of aggression while we build tempo.
Indeed here, and there's always a chance to make this Diana ally distant as well to slam in for even more damage. Not investing in cards at this current moment, but that's going to be a swing for 3, a swing for 2, and that damage is adding up to Alice, exactly where Gino wants to be here. At the end of turn, no feeling though, going to Creative Shock, the classic fire move, draw 2, discard. Guess what? It's a float.
It turns out there is, and we can use that because it is a Spectre. So you're going to see a level up here. We are going to see if Nophilion has a dungeon guide here to get into that Kingslayer, but out the gates we'll see a Memory Thief. Memory Thief is very, very good in this matchup. So you might see, if we are not feeling the pressure, which unfortunately there's a lot of pressure on the other side of the field, we might just see this Memory Thief eat some of that floating memory that hits the bin for Diana.
Oh, and off the top, Terry, the dungeon guide was drawn for the turn.
Never didn't have it.
Oh my gosh. I feel like that is just one of those moments. As a Merlin player, it happens so much, and you can just only smile knowing that your luck is on your side.
Hey, it is Vegas.
It is indeed. You're right.
It is Vegas. So never didn't have it. That, like I said, there is definitely an argument to stay on Memory Thief here, hold up some interaction, and maybe see if Noelle wants to put some kind of floating into her yard. Obviously, Diana thrives on floating memory, needs that stuff in the yard to really work at full potential. And Memory Thief says, you don't get to have that because I'm just going to eat it every time. And every time I do, I'm going to get a level counter, which pushes my late game. But we are seeing a play here looking like 3 down. It could be the Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide. I really like this play just because there's a Ghost of Pendragon in that hand. And I feel like being able to deploy it early feels so good in this deck. We have the Kingslayer herself, Merlin, with us. And now the question is, 2 down for a Pendragon. This is going to be unprotected, though. Only 1 card in hand. If there's the Frostbind, it can be matched.
Yep, and we've got a Cerulean Decree, which is honestly maybe not better for getting rid of a Ghost of Pendragon, but what it does is it replaces itself because it is, in fact, imbued. Cerulean Decree, one of the best negates in the game.
It is indeed the fact that you get to just draw a card into memory. If you want to negate, you have to imbue it as well. You got a multiple choice questions. You do have to give your opponent some information, but it's just so powerful. It's such a good trade-off here. Now, Terry, this is that scary moment for aggro decks where the opponent has hit level 3, but they're vulnerable. They're open.
Yes, and this is the turn. I know that Noelle is doing the math and saying, okay, can I do 17 damage here? And with Diana, we have seen that time and time again happen. There is a real world where we see it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Ranger Strides hit the board here. Something that can push a lot of damage if we draw the right cards because the shields are down right now. Merlin has 1 card in hand, and we get to basically have free reign here after that incredible negate on that Ghost of Pendragon.
Indeed. We're just going to count a little bit of damage here. We have 3 from the Paladin, 2 from the ally Diana, and then potentially 2 from the champion Diana. So we're at 7. So we have to find 10 more damage somewhere coming through. I'm sorry, 15 more damage coming through somewhere here.
Yeah, so with the 3 from Frostworn, we're to 8. If we have the base 2 from Diana, obviously, then we're to 10. And then swinging, we have 2 guaranteed with the inner if we want it, which would take the 12. And obviously, we need 10 more from there. But Ranger Strides, that adds 4. Giving distant to our ally Diana's +3. So if we Ranger Strides her to use 1 distance on her, we can give her +7 with a Ranger Stride. And then we just need 3 more damage.
And I think it's very possible for this tech to find 3 damage in the form of Crystallian Archers, in the form of multiple Aether Charges, but we're actually not opting into the boots. We're going into the Treads
Yes.
instead.
So we probably have a pretty interactive hand. Maybe not a distance enabler that we need or a way to push that extra damage, so there's no reason to pop everything and go all in trying to kill this Merlin if you can't, right? You want to keep as much influence as we can to fight into the late game, especially when this Merlin player did not get to eat a floating memory on the way up. So we are going to have an odd counter level up from Merlin Kingslayer. That's not going to let us draw another card. If we hard level here, we will only have 2 influence next turn, which almost guarantees a pass with no interaction, no action.
Yeah, it is that low influence, and Gina is holding up, as you said, interaction. That hand looks like it is devastating. And that's one way you can beat Merlin, is if she just is low on influence, unable to actually play cards, activate anything, and you just chip away. Crux, especially, is known to keep damage. They barely recover a lot, so if you get anything to stick, it's going to be there permanently.
Oh my gosh, we did draw the Cheshire Cat off of that. Ranger Strats would have been lethal here, as long as we have a distance enabler. But we're going to clear this board, really cut all resources from Nove, and see if we can end the game here in the next turn if Nove has nothing to answer back.
Alrighty, what is Nove going to materialize here? The question is, it's not typical.
Tariff makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Tariff does make a lot of sense. I was looking, I was like, you don't have your typical swords you usually like cycle through because you're not running an Ascension loop. So it really depends what you don't want to put back Terrafring with a Ghost of Pendragon. So it looks like the target is going to be the Looking Glass if Nove decides to opt into another one. But an Undying Wraithguard wanting this protection, trying to stave off this damage.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't have a ton. This is a great play, right? We've got the backup between Tariff and this. This can stop 2 attacks. There's a good chance we see some form of negate here.
Instead, just gonna become distant here with that Undercurrent Vantage. And this is very important because on Gina's turn, those treads will make any card Nophilion wants to play cost 2 more. And we know that there is Imperial countermeasures for Nophilion to protect this Undying Wraithguard.
Yes. And that is a pretty cool interaction here. We are seeing a setup. This is great, though. This was played so well by Nove because we were able to play this Taunter down that can really stave off some damage, but also you team that up with a Tariff Ring, and you guarantee another turn, which is going to be an even counter, where we'll get to draw an extra card and get the added attack from the Merlin, and really, hopefully, get off to the races.
Yes, indeed here. This Undying Wraithguard is feasibly 4 cards down for Noel because, you know, the Ephemeral. It dies, it comes right back.
Yeah, and this is that Ranger Strides that we talked about, a card that brings terror to the hearts of a lot in this community. This card, very, very powerful. On entry, you draw a card, but the important part is you banish it and target Ranger unit gains ranged 4 until end of turn. And it is a Distortion Regalia, so that Cheshire Cat can use its other ability to sacrifice itself to copy that ability onto a Ranger unit.
Yeah, the good all boots and cats combo here. We're going to put 2 down. Diana Hot Reminiscence coming in. Undying Wraithguard is going to ephemerate back onto that field, still being in the way.
Yes, so the Tariff Ring did get activated in Recollection here, so we have to pay those 2. Pay our taxes. The first attack is going to do ephemerate. The second attack is going to try to deal with this. And I think we're probably going to pass with interaction held up here, but there is a world where we just get a little more poke here if we don't have a ton of interaction.
It is true. 4 cards left in hand, and we're just passing turn, not wanting to invest any more resources here. Nophilion, you have 1 more lease here. Sword of Seeking materialized, and that even turn, as you mentioned. Gonna draw that additional card.
If Noel has no way to stop the Sword of Seeking, this Merlin can take out that Cheshire Cat, which is huge right now for Nove.
That is big indeed. The cat is going to be a problem if it is able to stay alive this additional turn. Attacking in with Merlin, that's 3 into the cat. Do we have a response for this?
This is a big moment. I don't know exactly what you could do here from Diana's, and it looks like we are going to sacrifice this to gain ranged 4 until end of turn, just because, hey, why not?
And the Merlin not being able to get a hit on the cat, but
Yeah, so I will say that Sword of Seeking actually will still have 2 durability counters and not 1 there, because that Cheshire Cat never got hit if it was sacrificed for its ability.
luckily though, I think the Sword of Seeking just going back to material deck.
Yeah, there's a good chance here that it does not matter.
A beautiful CPR Ghost of Pendragon as well. Looking like a hero coming down for no Filion. Going to be able to draw those 2 cards. The Looking Glass opted instead. Drawing 1 and drawing 2 off the top there. We found another Ghost of Pendragons. They are just sticking together like best friends at this current moment. I wonder if the second one's going to come down here or not, or do you just hold this grip of cards to maybe stop?
No. If I know anything about playing Merlin, you just slam those Ghost of Pendragons. We still have 2 in hand. If this resolves, this gets to play through one of those negates that Noel could have because we still have 2. We're going to get rid of the Sword of Seeking. It did not matter how many durability counters were there, and we get to draw 2 more cards. That is huge here. We put 2, 3, 4 bodies on the board and drew 4 cards this turn. We are back in it with Merlin here, and it looks like one of those cards we drew is one of those end game inevitability cards, Fireball.
Fireball is that end game card. And you said draw 4. Technically, this Merlin drew 6 cards in their turn.
Yes.
The 1 off the Raid Collection trigger, 1 for turn, and then 4 off these Pendragons. And the influence of 4 that Nephilion had going into this turn has doubled.
Yes. We only ended up with 2 cards down for that, so we actually did +4 on that turn. Crazy turnaround of events here. Now, the big thing, though, is that Noel is not out of this Diana. We have seen time and time again able to do a ridiculous amount of damage if they need to, and they have the cards to do it. We'll see how we answer back to that crazy turn from Merlin.
Yes, I'm keeping my eyes on this Diana Haunt Reminiscence. I feel like this is going to be a key component to this comeback here. It's going to be attacking in for 5 anytime it becomes distant. Those boots are going to work together. And I have a feeling like one of these Dianas is going to be coming in for a big attack. Who? It's up in the air, but one of them.
Yes. Which Diana is it going to be? I think it's really cool to see not just the champion Diana seeing so much limelight, but also getting to see this ally Diana standing right next to it. It's like I'm seeing double.
Yeah, double. Although one is not really the Diana. It's the evil Diana,
Yeah, right.
That's the reflection from the distorted mirror here. And this is what happens when Diana has the Looking Glass too long.
Yeah.
She becomes the Haunt Reminiscence.
And that's exactly what it is, right? Pretty cool there with the Looking Glass on the field to have both of them.
A flavor win for sure. Really considering what to do at the end of Nephilion's turn on the pass. We're backstepping Diana. That was the choice. It was, who do I backstep?
Yep. So champion Diana is going to get the distant for next, and we're going to see a Charge the Soul here to finish off that ghost that got retaliated by the Frostworn Paladin, and that is going to put a float into the yard.
Very importantly, not loading it into that Aquamarge Whisper. So that reads to me that Noel is looking for a Crystalline Archer or another Frostworn Paladin.
Or just to utilize it potentially here for this Flash Grenade, which is a great defensive action. Draw a card on enter, and then you can banish it to until end of turn. If damage would be dealt to a distant unit you control, prevent 3 of that damage.
Contemplation on this materialization, though. Is that the right choice, or are we going to try and... We're opting to the Pavlar sword instead to make sure those ghosts don't come back.
Yep, get rid of those. We want to banish those face down. You cannot utilize those anymore. Get them out of here. But the other big thing is if we do have a Cheshire Cat, that thing is going to swing for a lot if we have another one.
That's a big Cheshire Cat if found.
I can't tell for sure, but I think I see one.
Oh, Terry, you are correct. There's a kitty coming down here. And it's going to be a 5-3.
Yeah, that is quite an issue here. That can either deal with this Ghost of Pendragon single-handedly or start pressuring Nove incredibly fast.
I'm curious here. Is there a route that if Nove does not have any defensive tools in hand, can Noel just kill?
So the thing that is holding Noel back here is that there are no Aether charges in that Aqua Mirage Whisper. And we're going to go through here and see what kind of damage we are looking at. But with 5 from the Cheshire, 2 from Diana, ally Diana, we could see 7 damage coming through. We already are distant, which is half of the way up, but we can utilize this Cheshire Cat and these Ranger Strides to give ranged 8 plus the ranged 1 that Diana already has to do an additional 9 damage. Oh, wait, we might be seeing something here.
Yeah, cat on Diana. I assume boots are going to follow.
Another cat!
Second cat.
Oh, that's huge.
That is another 5 attacking, which and then is also going to translate into another range 4 here. That's going to be range 9 at this current moment. Range 12 with the boots.
Yeah, plus the 1 she has, that's range 13. This is going to be a swing in for 15. Is there anything that Nove can do?
Imperial countermeasures. Is that enough to save?
And they recover 2 from Alice? Is that enough?
So we recovered 2 from the lineage release. Imperial countermeasures prevents 4, so that was a swing for 15. That's 11, putting Nofillion at 25.
Oh my gosh, did we just live through that?
Oh my, 3 damage short. That lineage release coming in clutch so much right now.
Oh my goodness, what a defensive stand from Nove. Let's see if he can punish Noel for going all in there.
Sort of seeking materialize. This is an odd turn though, Terry. We don't get that bonus attack. Swinging in for 3 with the Ghost of Pendragon. 8, there's a fireball in hand. I just saw.
Yes, here. Oh, it's double fireball. Is there any way to stop this from happening? Gonna do a little bit of math just to make sure, and it looks like that is gonna do it. Nova's gonna take game 1 with Alice Merlin with that double fireball finish on Diana.
That was a gamble, Terry. I felt like Noel had the math, had everything, and said, I'm pretty sure I have you here. Double cat, boots, everything. And Nofillion just barely enough cards to be able to Imperial countermeasures through the quick step treads, and then counteracted with a double fireball. And we all forgot about that lineage release.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was awesome. I mean, it is a strange lineage release, right? We have not seen this happen very often, so pretty cool to see. You love it. That was a huge moment to release that. I mean, how often do you actually play against Alice Distorted Queen?
Yeah, it's true. It's something that's like, I don't know, and I'm really, really curious if she thought about that lineage release. If it was in her mind, or if it was when he reached for that card, she was like, what's going on? What's happening? There's a Lorraine, isn't there?
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what you're used to, right? That's what it always is. So that was a huge defensive stand. I mean, 1 lineage release and 1 card were able to stunt that giant attack there. That was pretty impressive, but Gina's not out.
No.
What can she bring in here that can help fight off and take game 2?
Ooh, I really like this Aetheric Reforging from that sideboard coming in. Gonna eat up some of that float that Nofillion is gonna be putting in. And honestly, Drown in Aether seems very good against this particular deck, especially because we see Nofillion is not shy from retaliating with their taunters.
Yeah, it could definitely come up. You could see it. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than things that are in the deck currently, but there's definitely an argument for Drown in Aether. Aetheric Reforging, obviously, we're going to see that guy, but Nova also has a little bit of help here. I'm looking through. I think those Crystallized Destinies will definitely see hit.
Oh, yes. For that big attack, Crystallized Destiny is a must bring in. Also, Lava Storm has an argument in this matchup.
Yeah,
we
that's
saw
a cool
the
one.
commitment to how many allies are on that board. You know, if Nofillion can pay 2 and just destroy every ally, I think you take that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's really a argument for that. Lava Storm, a Pantheon staple.
Yes.
But in competitive play, we have not seen it too often, at least on stream. So very cool to see this card. I would not be surprised if it does make its way in.
Oh, and I feel like everything else might be a little bit too slow. We don't really need Morgans. Regal Inquisitions feel like not the right thing against Water Diana. And then Lantern is that's more of your anti-Genbu.
Yeah, that's not going to do much against Diana. Diana does not discriminate against the element that is in the yard, just wants that floating memory text.
Yes, indeed here. And we didn't get to see the Mantle of the Abyss that game one.
No, we did not.
I feel like Nophilion has to level up very quickly, not going to be able to really take that turn off. Didn't want to sacrifice their own Taunter to get that Mantle out. But let's see how Nophilion does in this game too. I believe Gina is going first again, and see if we have a little bit more of an aggressive start.
Oh, that is a terrifying hand as far as allies go, but I'm not seeing a lot of enablers. I'm not seeing a lot of distance enablers. I'm not seeing a lot of Aether Charges, but I did see 2 Frostborn Paladins, a Crystalline Archer, and a Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and this, the deck has 2 modes, right? You can go your Aether Charges, or you can just sort of commit to an ally game plan, and I feel like that's exactly what Noel is going to do here. Yes, bringing out that Inert Sword, pumping up that cat.
Yeah, so we've got here a cat that's going to swing for 3. It's a great ally to have. It's hard to deal with. And then on top of that, if we are able to get anything in the yard potentially here, you might see, wow, that's an early Resolute Stand. We need a way to level up. Sometimes you just stop that early onslaught.
Resolutes. And I wonder if Nophilion paid attention a little bit to that Nats and realized, hey, aggro's kind of around, so I need to put some Resolutes in this deck.
Oh, 100%. So here we go. We're going to hit that Evercurrent Raider on the level up, and there she is, Alice Distorted Queen. The Queen is back.
The Queen is back and is here to stay up until level 2.
Yeah, and then maybe when we lineage release.
Yes. Oh, man. Nophilion, I don't think has a ally to play for that cremation ritual. We're just going to Dungeon Guide instead.
Yeah, that is an interesting play. This is a very stacked hand for the late game. I think double Ghost of Pendragon, Fireball. I think there was even more end game cards that had to get put down here because we are stacked with late game. But we need to get to Kingslayer before any of those will come online.
Oh, and this play here is very interesting because now you're sitting on Merlin Memory Thief, meaning if Noelle wants to bring in Floating Memory into that graveyard, she has to do at least 2 cards because Merlin's going to be eating one of them.
Yes, yes. This is very unfortunate. We saw just how powerful the raccoons were, and as you said, Merlin Memory Thief is the OG raccoon.
The OG raccoon. You know, you could actually double up, put raccoons in a Merlin deck and just eat all the graveyards you really want here. But Nophilion sitting with 3 cards in hand, 1 in memory. The low influence does matter. That means you're running out of defensive options.
Yeah, and you still need to be able to play cards in your hand to level up if we don't have another Dungeon Guide. So right here, we are going to see an undercurrent advantage. Glimpse 3, hopefully find a distance enabler. I don't know if Noel has one currently. This was it, obviously,
Yes.
but we're going to need another, right? We need to have one more for our kill turns, right, as we move further. But set this up, get that Akmirage Whisper moving, and then we can glimpse, find more action, find more Aether Charges. We have the allies we need, right? We just want Floating Memory and Distance Enabler / Aether Charges.
It looks like she found a Floating Memory in the reposition, opting to put it on the bottom and keeping the cat on top. She's very much favoring that double cat turn we saw prior, because that is the way you can just kill Merlin.
Yeah, a big swing for a ton. Once you give yourself ranged 1,000,000, definitely gets there. So we are going to have to get rid of this from memory. We do have a floating in the yard now, which is a little unfortunate with that Memory Thief. We'll see if Nove eats that up here in response to something that Noel does. I'm assuming we will, but we are going to see that Akmirage Whisper hit, and here comes Aetheric Calibration.
We get to do some more glimpsing here. Another Cheshire Cat. I don't think we need 3, but it is a possibility. We did found an Aether Charge and Charge the Soul, so we're not going to completely miss out on this. Tactical Retreat opting into the bottom here. I think keeping that Frostbind is also wise as well.
Definitely, especially when your opponent is so low on influence. So we are going to add that Charge the Soul to hand, draw here. Now we have a little bit of negate backup in that Frostbind, and we loaded into our Akmirage Whisper. We do have a swing for 3 here, which could go to face or to deal with the Dungeon Guide, which that is what Gina is thinking about right now.
It's always a tough choice because you have Archer in your hand and you want to make sure the Archer has the best possibility of staying alive, and the Dungeon Guide really hinders that because Archer, unfortunately, has a very poor life stat, only being at 2.
Yeah, well, it looks we are just going to send that into Merlin, and then we are going to glimpse 4 here. Unfortunately, this is a little awkward because we're going to have to get rid of a card that Merlin is just going to eat.
Yeah, no feeling with the patience of Merlin as well. Typically, you see Merlins eat cards immediately, but Nafili knows that Diana puts multiple flurry memories and just waiting for a great target. And speaking of one, Weaving Mana Stream now in the graveyard.
Yeah, so you are going to see here, this makes it a little awkward because here, if you try to eat the Weaving Mana Stream, which that's definitely what we want to eat. I guess, honestly, next turn, we don't care about swinging. We don't have a sword, so we could just eat both of these float if Noel tried to save one of the floating by not actually activating Frostborn. So we have to utilize it, right? It's just going to get eaten. So let's take the draw. Let's get the 3-4 body. What are we going to do here? Do we clear the board, or do we continue to push face? It looks like we are going to add that pressure upstairs.
Yeah, adding that pressure. The damage is going to be sticking. As we mentioned prior, Crux does not get a lot of recovery options. And Noel just saying, you survived by 2 damage last time. I'm going to make sure I get that extra 2 damage in this time.
100%. I think that is exactly what is going through her head here. But it looks like, what are we going to do on the Merlin side? Yeah, like I said, I don't think we have many cards to play. You're not going to see this in Rec because we need it to level up. So we have to take an entire turn off unless we drew another card. But I don't think I see a Dungeon Guide or something we want to get rid of. I think I just see another... we have an Incarnate, Fireball, 2 Ghost of Pendragons. This is not ideal.
That is not indeed completely late game scaling cards. And the doors are wide open for Water. Aetherwing Diana to try and close it out this turn. No Filion, no defenses in hand. And Noel ready to strike with the Ranger Stride.
Yeah, here we go. Do we have a way to make Diana distant? That's going to be huge here. So on the banishment up, we're going to lose that Archer, but we will draw a card on enter. Here we go. Let's see if we have enough to close this out. We need 13 damage.
13 damage seems like a lot, but with Diana, it starts with just 1 card, Charge the Soul, 1 damage to Merlin, loading that up into our Aqua Mirage, recollecting, drawing, and we see a Distant Enabler, not the one you typically want to be playing on your turn, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, and we do see another cat, so between the Ranger Strides and the 2 cats, if we have enough cards to get distant and play another one that is ranged 13 that we can get this turn, which would be enough, but do we have enough cards in hand? I'm not sure. I think we might be 1 card off.
1 card off. No, the math isn't mathing here at this current moment. Cat swinging in for 3, putting Merlin at 13. Frostborn, another 3. That's 16. Diana has the capability of attacking in for only 2 at this current moment.
Yeah, but if we can get distant here, it could be huge, but I know we're scared of that Crystallized Destiny. We don't have enough, I think, to hold up real interaction. Let's see. Are we going to go for it?
Oh, man. It is nerve-wracking. Do you risk it here like you did on that last game trying to close it out, or do we play it safe and give Nephilion a potential to get to level 3?
It is definitely, it looks like we are going to take it slow, which is probably not a bad idea here. We have so much gas in hand. We don't necessarily have to go all in here, but really considering, it looks like it might just be an inert swing for 2. Still deciding.
Oh, if there's a Frostborn Paladin in here for Noel as well, you could swing with the Aquamarine Whisper, get that Charge of Soul in that grave, and develop that Frostborn Paladin to push that damage just slightly further.
Yes, and that would put Merlin at 21 damage. And don't forget, though, something to remember. We still have an Alice in Lineage that we can utilize to heal. And that is one thing that Noel missed in the last game on that lethal turn. So definitely in her mind right now.
1, 2 down. We're thinking about it.
Yeah, it's like, hey, do we just go for this? I think we might. I think at this point, it's very hard there's a chance, because this is make or break, right? If we go all in and the Crystallized Destiny is there's a good chance that we're not able to recover from that. But I think the backup charger, it looks like we are just going to swing with the Aqua Mirage Whisper here. This does put a floating in the yard, which will hit to 19. So if a Frostborn Paladin would be, oh no, it's only, we weren't distant.
No distance.
So it's only for 2. So we aren't here. And this also is going to be a little awkward because that floating is going to go to the yard. If we want, we could play a Frostborn Paladin, but Merlin's just going to eat that float.
Do you want to eat the float, though? Because if we're going to be leveling up, we want that additional card to develop that Ghost of Pendragon. So it's really a decision from Nophilian. How much do you value that additional card compared to Noel being able to use a Frostborn Paladin?
Yeah, but it looks like we are just going to eat that float and keep Noel off of floating memory. End of turn, let's get that backup charger. We want cards down to level up, and you are going to see Kingslayer make its way to the battlefield right here.
There's potential a Dungeon Guide was drawn into memory here. We'll see from this materialization. Shuffling up no Dungeon Guide, then we have to do the old traditional way of 3 cards to go to level 3.
Hey, that's all right. We just want to get to Kingslayer. So what did we banish here? Looks like a Ghost of Pendragon and Incarnate Majesty. Those are the 2 big ones. So those are gone. We're going to get a Merlin Recollection trigger. It is an odd trigger, so we're not going to draw a card and get that bonus damage, but we are already level 6.
And drew the Dungeon Guide off the top there. And unfortunately for Nophilian as well, only 4 cards in total influence, meaning that Ghost of Pendragon is within Frostbind range, and that's exactly what Noel kept. So that 1 additional card from Merlin Trigger would have been able to develop that Frostborn Paladin, but now you cannot put anything safely due to that Frostbind.
Yeah, this is a very, very unfortunate turn of events as far as influence goes. Do you just slam it because, hey, we went to level 3, we want to get our end game on, or do we hold up and wait? We might have to utilize maybe this Fireball defensively or something along those lines because it's starting to get pretty scary here.
His Fireballing the Frostborn Paladin just to try and stave off that damage. The next turn, Noel, I believe, has a Dissonance Enabler, has a Take Aim in hand, so the damage will be big. Here we are, the Dissonant Enabler, Tactical Retreat.
We're going to see Distant, and now that's a float in the yard as well. That'll let us materialize basically anything we want. A little bit of defense here. We've got the treads. This is going to help quite a bit. This makes it a lot harder to interact with. Do we have what it takes to push through this last bit of damage? Noel, recollecting and drawing, you're going to see this Cheshire Cat swing in for 3. That's going to go to 21. Now we've got Frostborn Paladin. Are we going to swing as well? Yes, no defense. I think you might see... No, we're taking it. It's 24. This is the moment. This is what it all comes down to. We're going to sacrifice the Cheshire Cat. That's going to give ranged 4. We're currently at ranged 5.
And we are playing another Cheshire Cat.
Swing for 3.
3. We are going to commit here. Cat becomes Boots. Diana attacking in with the inert sword for a lot of damage. And Noel's going to go ahead and take game 2 of this round matchup against Nophilian.
Yes, wow, that was awesome. Well played. The patience paid off, and we were able to push through all of that damage. And wow, going to game 3, huge comeback for Noel.
Very big comeback indeed. A little dicey there. Very concerned about this couple of turns as we were going through, but ended up clutching it out at the end. And wow, this is going to boil down to the wire again. A game 3 between these 2 players with these amazing decks. It is really cool to see. Both the decks have been able to pop off, and now it's a matter of who is going to get it in this final moment.
Yes, it all comes down to this, and you love to see a game 3. And these are 2 players at the top of the leaderboards right now. 8-1 going into this round for Noel, 7-1 for Nov. It is, this is a huge win to start off your day 2.
Yes, these are 2 players that I believe only need 2, maybe 3 wins. So they're top of the board, as you said. They're securing their way. So win now takes a lot of stress and pressure off of your shoulders.
100%. Unfortunately, that 1-1 record, those ties, although they do give you points, a lot of times they end up acting at the very end of these events like losses because it means that you still have to get an extra win, even though it feels like you wouldn't need to because you don't have as many losses. you still need those 3-point wins versus that 1-point tie.
1 point. You're right. This is a pair down, so this is actually more important for tiebreakers.
Yes.
We mentioned that there is a bubble. You can't fight, be like, oh, I have the same record as 8th place. Does that mean I get in? No, it's all about that math, and this is where the pair ups, pair downs matter.
Yes, so going into game 3, we are going to see the Merlin player go first. So Nove finally gets to see if we can stave off this aggression that Noel has been able to push the last 2 games.
An early gameplay found as well for No Feeling. I see that Creative Shock, the sideboard card of Crystallized Destiny, Imperial Countermeasures, as well as Dungeon Guide. Even it looks like this is a Merlin's dream hand.
Yeah, this is absolutely ideal. We have a float for this creative already as well. Another creative off the top and a fireball. We have everything we need once we get into position, but this is exactly how you want this turn to play out.
Yes, but Noel's job here is to play spoiler for No Fillion, and this is just how you do it. Etheric Reforging coming in here to go ahead and banish that floating memory. You know, at this point, you don't have an Aether Wing to load this in, but you're perfectly fine.
Yeah, honestly, anything you can do to push back is great, and we are just going to see that pass by Diana, like I said, and then a level up over here. We're going to get rid of that Crystallized Destiny. That's 1 gone. We had to put cards down. Our hand was so good that we had to put good cards down, and one of our best defensive cards against these giant attacks is now in banishment.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part of drawing everything you want to see is if you want to level up and play the game, you actually have to lose something. But we're hard activating.
Are we going to see this?
Liminal Guide attacking in.
We're going to see the mantle, I think.
It's happening, Terry.
And there it is, the new Mantle of the Abyss, Alice's Regalia item from Proxy's Vault. Very cool here. We get to activate it because we sacrifice a Spectre ally, and again, we get to banish it to generate a Rile the Abyss in our memory. That influence is huge.
That is indeed a big deal. I love this Liminal Guide play because it's always unfortunate if you draw one and you don't have any way to discard it. But in this deck, you're like, why not? I'll play my Liminal Guide, attack you for 1, and I'll still get it in the graveyard.
It is a delayed +1, or I guess, yeah, that's kind of crazy how that works. It's very, very cool. I like that. But we are going to see the Distant here, and then level up, get that Aqua Mirage Whisper from Diana's on enter effect. How are we going to snap back here on this turn?
That is a good question here. I have a feeling Noel's not going to go down without a fight, and there's going to be some damage coming into No Fillion this turn. Just really have to contemplate what is the best route here. We do need an Aether Charge for this Aqua Mirage Whisper.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had to use one right out the gates. We also would love a way to utilize this floating memory like a Crystalline Archer or Frostworn, because although it is Weaving Mana Stream, which is one that we want to have in our graveyard to materialize, we do know that that Alice most likely is going to be leveling up next turn and will eat it, and you'll never get to use it.
Yes, it is now or never for that float, and you're right, Terry. Crystalline Archer coming in, using that float, becoming ranged, attacking for 4, and drawing a card.
Yes, what a card. This card has really started to shine here over the last couple sets in Water. Diana pushing some more. Here we go. That's going to be a level up. We did not have the Aether Charge to swing with our Aqua Mirage Whisper, but we do have Merlin here. And then we're going to see the activate here of that Mantle, basically getting to generate this Rile of the Abyss. What do we have here?
That's a banned card.
We're going to eat that Liminal Guide, though. We're not going to let that stick. That was a great play there. Let hands go down. Go up to Merlin. No Liminal Guide returning and drawing a card, so we did get to -1 from Nove.
-1 from Nove, but
I see the DG.
I was just about to say, I'm like, I see a DG. There's a possibility you play Rile the Abyss because you just drew a Spectre card as well, but the DG sounds so tempting.
I think we just use that Rile for fodder for this Dungeon Guide, and I think I see a Ghost of Pendragon, so this turn we could Dungeon Guide up while Noel's Guard is down with 1 card in hand. We're able to Dungeon Guide, get the Kingslayer, play that Ghost of Pendragon, return that Looking Glass, and kill the Archer, all in 1 turn.
Oh, that would be a play, but I saw a hand motion. Was that just a pass from No Fillion?
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like we might be taking 1 turn off. We do, like you said, we do have the Spectre card, right? So maybe we want to try to get the most value. We don't feel that pressured yet, and we would like to eat one floating memory with Merlin Memory Thief so that we get that first level counter, which allows us, as soon as we get to level 3, to get that draw off Kingslayer.
I think putting that pressure, the big important part is that Archer wants a floating memory, so I think if you stay at level 2 here, you can just prevent that draw and damage, meaning the Archer feels kind of stuck at this current moment.
Yes, and turns out 1-2s aren't that scary. So 4 is a lot scarier than 1. So here we go. We're going to see a backup charger materialized here for Noel. Recollect and draw. This is a big turn. I mean, trying to decide how to fight back into this Memory Thief is annoying. It's very tough.
It is, and a very rare off turn for an Aetherwing deck as well. A materialization of backup charger, not having enough cards to activate it immediately. So things might be taking a little bit of slow. Having to commit a lot of resources to try and slow down Nophilion. Noel is now feeling the burn of not enough cards.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot. Do we just swing here? I know it's only for 2, but we do need to start glimpsing. It's also tough to want to do that while a Memory Thief is staring you down on the other side of the field.
Yeah, it is. Rile the Abyss, Terry.
There it is.
The card that everyone played is back in action. We get to draw a card, then discard up to 2 Spectre cards. For each Spectre we discarded, we get to just draw a card.
Yeah, that's so good. It doesn't look like we have any Spectres in hand. It looks like we kept double Fireball. Maybe we are thinking of pushing for an early kill turn because we did, in fact, draw those. But let's see what is going to happen next. We've got a Frostbind. Forsey put the 2 down. Here we go. We are just going to draw.
Okay, we'll just draw. Replace itself.
And we are not going to hard level up here because we do have that dungeon guide, I believe. So what do we materialize? Maybe we bring out a sword here. Maybe we... I'm trying to think. I mean, honestly, this is kind of a interesting turn.
I could see a Terrafring as a potential materialization here just to make your DG turn very safe.
Yeah, and it does kind of guarantee that you make it to the next one, right? So we did already see a Frostbind there. What is going to be next? There is a world where we wait. We have not seen a lot of pressure because we have not allowed Noel to utilize this graveyard at all. So there is a world here where we still don't Dungeon Guide because Memory Thief can do a little bit more work. But at the same time, I do see that Ghost of Pendragon, and that's a tasty target. So what is the play?
I think it is just going to be DG. See if Noel has a response. How many cards in hand? Is that 2 or 3?
I can't tell. It's 3.
It's 3. So do we have enough to protect our Ghost of Pendragon from a Frostbind?
Oh, no, I don't think so. And we had to get rid of a Fireball there and a countermeasure. So we're going to see what happens here. We go up to, we're going to swing 1. I think we just have to pass her with 3 in hand. We are just going to slam it, say, hey, do you have it? You already played 1. There's no way you've got another one.
And they do not have it here. We get to draw 2 off of this Ghost. And the Ghost is trying to clear the Archer. Yes, okay.
There it goes. The Archer is gone. The board has completely flipped in Nobes. This is exactly where he wants to be. Noelle is going to need something quick if she is going to get back into this game.
Yeah, the hard part is you got to fight through a Terrafring on this turn. I feel like this Ghost is going to be here to stay for Nophilion's turn.
Yeah, this is a actually terrifying spot to be. This is where Merlin thrives. This is where she turns the corner and starts ending the game.
Oh boy, that pivotal moment, but Noelle is an amazing player, has been in situations before that look so dire and has come out on top. Where there is a will, there is a way. We do have a draw from the backup charger, possibly here, and we're looking for the quick step treads to stop any interaction.
Yeah, that is a huge play, and we are going to lose a tactful retreat here, but draw a card in response. I see a Cheshire Cat. We're going to use this backup charger. We need to build that influence up. We have to find some answers. We have to find a way to pressure. So we activated the backup charger. Did we draw from the backup?
Oh, we did draw.
We draw? Okay. Yeah. I think I missed it. Oh, it's because I didn't see the power cell.
Just getting, it looks like we don't have a power cell token, so just sort of table judge, making sure we keep the board state a little bit labeled here.
Yes.
Backup charger has become a power cell.
That is one way to do it for sure, so at least we do get to see it here. This is, as you said, a pivotal turn. That Terrafring is popped. We're not going to be able to push a lot of damage, so that Ghost of Pendragon's probably going to stay, but if we are going to swing, it is definitely going into that Ghost.
Is
if we can kill it, I guess.
Double Cheshire Distant Enabler, Fracturize, Aether Charge. Looking like not a lot of tools to remove that Pendragon. Those cats don't have any swords to help them out. We are looking, what are we going to do in this situation? Do we just deploy a cat here at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all you can do, right? You have to set yourself up for a huge next couple of turns. Yeah, it's just going to be cat pass, hold up some interaction, and it's going back over to Merlin. Luckily, this is going to be an odd turn for Merlin, so we're not going to get to draw 2.
Yes, the odd turn, but I think Nophilion has a special surprise of another ghost in hand.
Oh, yeah, it does look like we have another ghost.
This is starting to feel like Merlin's taking over the game. Ghost attacking in. Nophilion probably going to be committing another ghost here, and we do have that one remaining fireball.
Yeah, so right here, we could see Ghost of Pendragon come down. This is going to go in ahead and put that Sword of Seeking back, put another 3-4 on the field, draw 2 cards. I'm not sure. I think the life total's, 7-5 here. So that fireball is not quite in lethal range, especially through potential interaction, but we are going to be able to push to 10. Let's see what comes up next. We're putting 2 down. Oh, wow, the Wraith Guard.
That feels so unfortunate. A double taunter, feasibly 2 0-2 taunt units at this point. This is a Tariff Ring on a body, and Diana doesn't have the resources to push through like they want.
Yeah, that is really the only way we could push through is if we could create a lethal turn, maybe with a smoke bombs, but having to invest 2 attacks into this taunter is just so daunting for the Diana player.
Yes, those Ghosts of Pendragons happily sitting behind this Wraith Guard. We are becoming distant, though. It is a possibility. We're looking for it. I feel like a smoke bombs. No, Ranger Stride's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we need that damage. We might have a way to push through. I know we saw a Frostworn Paladin. I'm trying to think if there was another ally, but still, even so, that Cheshire Cat's only swinging for 1 here. We don't have an Innard on the board.
Yeah, there's an Archer in the hand, but as you said, not having a sword is going to be the downfall of this cat. She is only a 1/3 by herself, which typically we don't see that often.
No, that is very true. It's tough. I mean, I think there's a world here where you could swing. No, that still doesn't even do it. I'm trying to find the line to deal with this Wraith Guard and still push through a ton of damage, but it is tough. I think there is a line, but you'd go completely hands down and not kill your opponent and surely just die on the crackback.
It's the one card I think we're missing in this puzzle piece is to Charge the Soul. You Charge the Soul the Wraith Guard, attacking with Cheshire, then use the Archer to eat the float, kill the second Wraith Guard, and then Diana can swing in. But that's a lot of resources, and we're just missing that one card.
Oh, and we are just going to see a swing for 3 into, actually 4 into that Wraith Guard. A little overkill, but we need to dig. We need to find something. I'm not sure just what we can find here that can stave off this onslaught that Nove currently has built.
Oh, man, glimpse in. Let's put that float in that graveyard here. The Archer's going to have to come back out, try and draw into something good here. He has some float to work with.
Yeah, there is some float for that Archer, but it's hard. Such a hard decision here because you know you're staring down so much damage with so little defense. We don't have a flash grenade or anything, but it is that Archer. We are going to, on attack, eat this Fracturize, draw a card. Is there anything? We dealt with our taunter, but now we have to survive one last turn, and I'm going to tell you, we've seen Nove's hand. It's going to be very tough. What is Gina going to do?
She found that second Archer off the glimpse originally with Diana, so now we do have a possibility to remove a Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, and I think we have to, right? I mean, that's your only chance here is to bring this out, deal with one, and hope that your opponent has no fireballs in hand.
There it is coming in, that Weaving Mana Stream being eaten, but this is what we need to do, finding that Charge the Soul as well. That glimpse was so important. Passing turn and saying, I hope you don't have double fireball like you did last game.
Yeah, I mean, that is the classic right now. Nove is going to bring out that Sword of Seeking, methodically making sure walking through this. We're going to draw an extra card off the Merlin. It is an even turn. She's going to get added to attack. It's kind of a Ghost of Pendragon on her own. On board, we have 7 damage. 7 damage that can go upstairs if there is no interaction. Do we have any more game actions before we move to Recollection here?
Contemplating that Fireball pre-recollection here.
No, here we go. We are just going to draw, and this is the moment. Dungeon Guide, 4-1, taking Noah to 11, 3 in with the Ghost of Pendragon. That's the 14, 17 off the Merlin, and do we have what it takes to end this game? Fireball! Is that going to do it?
We're thinking and counting the math here. One more time. Can I hear it, Terry? What is that card ending the game?
It looks like we've got ourselves Fireball, baby. Fireball is going to end this. It looks like they are just discussing this end here. I think that's going to do it. And Nove does take game 3, taking down round 10 and moving on at 8-1-1 into round 11. What a victory for him.
What a victory indeed. Winning that up pair is huge for those tiebreakers. Both these players fought so well, but in the end, only one could win, and we saw the power of Alice Merlin. That lineage release coming in clutch that game.
That was huge. It was so cool to see just how powerful Alice could be in a Merlin shell, and then on top of that, man, fireballs everywhere. It was raining fireballs this game. I love to see it. Congrats to Nove, but Gina played really well. It really came down to those last couple turns. Unfortunately, Wraithguard really pulled so much weight that game.
Yeah. I think I've undervalued Wraithguard. I don't know about you at this point, but watching that in action right now makes you think, wow, that's actually pretty good against any aggressive deck.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think people know me as an aggro player, so myself, I have never undervalued Wraithguard because I want people to undervalue it so that I do not have to play against it. So when I see it in a deck list, I go, oh goodness, I have to get through that. That sounds terrible.
Some Terry propaganda. No, Wraithguard's bad. Don't play that.
Don't play that. I don't want to see it. Put it away.
Yeah, so you've heard it here, folks. If the aggro player is telling you not to play Wraithguard, you know that card is really good right now in that format.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what a cool list. I love to see different Merlin builds. We've seen, Skittles, right, where we play all the different elements and Ascensions. We have seen aggressive Merlins where we're playing Cheshire Cats, Inert Swords, pushing as much damage as we can. It kind of feels almost like an aggressive mid-range deck. And now we have seen this incredible Spectre, Alice, Merlin. I see why Paul has been able to just stomp his opponents all weekend.
Yeah, honestly, it is crazy to see. Hopefully we get to see more of Merlin in action, and possibly there's a chance top 8 in Merlin's future.
Would that be Alice's first top? It's got to be, right?
Alice's first.
We have not seen we have not seen an Alice list be able. So I don't know. I like rooting for underdogs. Let's see if we can get Alice into her first top 8 here at Ascent Las Vegas.
That is something to look forward to as this day progresses. That was not round 1, but our first round of the day, and we have plenty more to come. If all the rounds are going to be as crazy as that one, I'm not sure if we're making it till the end.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to have a voice by the end because this is getting too exciting. Every round has just been ramping up the amount of high-level, intense GA we have seen this weekend. I've never seen it. The skill level of these players that are here this weekend is through the roof.
It is, and it has a different vibe from Nats, I feel like. Like, Nats was really cool with the hype, but I feel like at this Ascent, with the different decks after the changes from Nats, is filling the room with a different kind of air, different kind of energy.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ascent is definitely a different energy. We said, Nationals is a little bit of a different beast, right? It's very intense all the time. Everybody playing for that World's Invite, the best players in the world, all the spice that you have hidden, you bring it out for this, right? All the stops gone. We're ready. We're pushing. We are trying to win. Ascent sometimes it's a little different. You see a little more fun. A lot of, although this community is very friendly, a lot of camaraderie, obviously, it's very intense during Nationals. People want that World's Invite. Ascent, still a major event. Still a lot on the line, but I think you see that camaraderie, that friendship, kind of more fun, right? A little more fun. I'm not saying that it's not competitive, because it is. As you saw, both of those players played incredibly well, and everybody wants to bring home one of those coveted spirits. But like you said, a little different energy.
Yeah, a little different. Not bad, just different. And that's something to keep in mind here. And also, I totally spaced it as well, Terry, but the winner of this Ascent secures the final gauntlet slot at Worlds this year as well.
Oh yeah, that's something that they added this year, where the winner of every Ascent does get a gauntlet spot, which gives them a last chance to make it into the World Championships and try to become our 2026 World Champion.
Yeah, so there's a potential storyline right now for people who made Day 2 Nats who couldn't get into the gauntlet, who then played in Ascent and is on their way to trying to get a gauntlet spot.
Yeah, and then, hey, I tell you, you can make it through the gauntlet, through Swiss, all the way to the finals. I've seen it happen.
Yep. It is. We've seen it right before our eyes. Some people could say.
I feel like I was there.
I
honestly feel like I was right there when that storyline happened.
You were almost like you. One could say, Terry. One could say, but you know that player played 3 different decks each day, a masterclass showcase, and I think that's the brilliance of Worlds and high competitive GA, is it brings out the best in everyone.
Yeah, you have to be able to play multiple decks. You have to understand the meta intricately, and that starts today, right? That starts with this meta. We are seeing the post-NA Nats meta, the first event here at Ascent Las Vegas, and Alice Merlin, I was not expecting to see it, so really got to see the power of different champions in a Merlin shell. Merlin, obviously that core, so powerful, right? We get to push through tons of advantage, move our way into the end game. There's nothing, I mean, double fireball has been a kill since the beginning of this game. That has been around since Rye and DOA, right? We've been playing fireball forever, and we're still seeing just how potent that card is.
It is, oh man, fireball. If I had words for that card, I don't think I'd be able to say them here. But man, oh man, great to see just this deck performing. And it's unique. It's different. And it feels like some players couldn't make Nats because you need invite cards to get into Nats. So, you know, Nophilian could have been a great player brewing this card, just didn't have those invite points for Nats. And this is their way of debuting and showcasing their deck.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if they played in Nats or not, but definitely playing well here in Ascent. Don't have to sell it to me twice. I think that Alice Merlin is real. That was pretty cool to watch.
That was cool to watch indeed. We're just getting ready, setting up for an interview. And just a quick reminder to everyone, this weekend in general, if you want a cool Omnidex profile picture, it is going to be the Arisana Necklace of Foresight, the card that the Nats players got for getting Day 2. You just go to Omnidex, go to your profile, hit redeem, and there is a code that you put in. It is going to be Vegas 26 stream. Put that in, go ahead, get that profile icon. It lasts for this weekend, so make sure you tell your friends, everyone, get that. And speaking of Arisana, that was the Day 2 Nats card. Day 2 Ascent card, another Arisana card.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, our fearless leader Cam right now, he is cooked. We keep seeing more and more cards for Arisana being created, and I know he plays max rarity Arisana everything. So if you want to get rid of yours, I know a guy.
Max rarity no more? Yeah, you can't say he has max rarity.
Yeah, he's got to step it up. So everybody wants those coveted cards, as you said. So how it works, right? These cards are worth points for Nationals. Unfortunately, anything from today will not be able to be utilized this season. This will be for 2027 Worlds. But an Ascent top Day 2 will get you points that can qualify you for Nationals. That's what everybody had here this weekend. But we are going to head on over to the winner of that match. I'd love to hear this interview. I want to hear more about this Alice deck, so stay tuned as we move into round 2 after that.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the round 10 winner of Ascent Las Vegas, Novaphilion. Congratulations. You won a pretty convincing matchup there. It was a little dicey at the beginning, but in Game 3, you really brought it through. Talk to me about the match.
Yeah, as well. So if you look at the list, it's got a lot of blockers naturally. There's not that many good Spectres, so when you run 4 Wraith Guards, you know, you're going to have a lot of blockers. I've played a lot of aggro matchups, you know, this weekend already, so I'm feeling very comfortable into, you know, Water Diana. I beat 2 Wind Wake Ups earlier, so a lot of the Diana stuff I'm feeling pretty good into.
Yeah, it's really hard because those are the decks that, you know, people are like, oh man, I don't know how to get over these super aggressive decks, Wind Wake Up especially. I want to look a little bit into kind of your history with Grand Archive. You have Day 2'd a lot of Ascents, right? You're a very consistent player. You've done really well. I saw you got 18th in Ontario, 19th in Toronto. Looking to maybe make a top 8 here at Las Vegas. That'd be fantastic. Would you consider yourself more of like a Merlin main?
I would definitely consider myself a Merlin main. It's always the deck I go back to. We joke in our friend group a lot. I keep switching back and forth, but when the chips are on the table, I guess I'm like, oh, I go to Merlin.
So you're playing kind of a new breakout deck because it didn't really exist until a couple weeks ago, right? With the buff and change to Mantle of the Abyss, where you're able to activate it directly out of your material deck. Talk to me about why you chose to go with the Alice Distorted Queen build of Merlin.
Well, I got the idea originally from the True Champion video that they put out. At first, I kind of wrote it off as like, oh, it's cute, but a little gimmicky. But then I actually kind of started thinking about it a little bit. The main thing that pushed me over the edge was the lineage release, so I'm glad I got to show that off.
You got it. You got the lineage release in that first game.
But I mean, probably half my games today have been, someone overcommits and they forget about the lineage release. So I'll recover 5, live at 1 or 2, and then they're tapped out, so I can go all in. That was the main thing that pushed me over. And even if it's not like if your opponent's aware of it and it's not a gotcha thing, like Merlin with 33 health is pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's almost like having like a built-in Serene Spirit, but you don't lose access to your fireballs.
Exactly.
So that's a big one. A couple cards in your deck specifically that I'm interested in. Talk to me about the Claimed from Beyond. It's a 1/of in the deck. Why are you playing that? What's it for?
The main reason it's there is to try to hit the Crucible for Razor Gale. But I didn't really want to do like Spurn or Meltdown or some of the other options just because like only for 1 card. So Claim has the advantage of being fast also, and then it can also it hits allies really consistently because of all my stuff's ephemeral, and then sometimes you can hit like a weapon if I fluffy like a sword or something. So it was just a very flexible card. I had like 1 spot left over. I'm like, we'll try it out.
Yeah, so I thought it was really cool that you're playing such a defensive build, right? You have the 4 Unyielding Wraith Guards, you have the 4 Imperial Countermeasures, right? That's definitely a huge card in RDO. But the card that interested me the most is you're playing Fast at the Forgotten in your sideboard. Have you resolved that this tournament? And what matchup is it for mainly?
I have not resolved it this tournament. I sided it in once. I don't remember what it was for. That's Merlin's ultimate spell, so I thought, I don't have a specific use case for it, but if it's like a slow, grindy, like maybe a water level 3 type deck, where I might get value out of it, or if they're too defensive, I can just play it, maybe steal their best card. I haven't resolved it this tournament, but it's cool.
Oh, maybe you will. There's still a couple more rounds here, so again, huge congratulations on winning round 10, the first round of day 2 here at Ascent Las Vegas. Again, guys, this is Novaphilion on the Alice Merlin Kingslayer, and we'll see you guys in the next round.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Ascent Las Vegas, Day 2. This is where dreams are made, right? This is where everybody wants to be. I'm Terry from the Trading Post, and with me here is Main Deck Dan.
How's it going, everyone? It was nice to get a little break at the start, and you guys did an incredible job casting some super cool matches. We got to see, wow, that Fire Alice Merlin deck. That is so cool. And like, as a player who was so excited by the Mantle of the Abyss change, this was huge to see this played at a competitive stage.
Oh, it's so cool to actually see Alice in a Day 2 at an Ascent and see just what she can do, because that is so cool. I mean, we want to see every champion, right? We've gotten an opportunity. I'm going to be honest. This weekend, we've seen tons of champions getting played. So cool to get to see Alice come here and get a victory over one of the Titans in Water Diana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, this is a champion that I think a lot of players, based on the feedback I see from people, is just they're huge fans of Alice. And while it's nice it would be nicer for those fans to see if Alice could go to level 2 and do some of her cool like shenanigans that people like. Still getting that glimpse and especially getting to see that lineage release pop off and save the game. Nothing is cooler than that.
Oh yeah, you love to see these mechanics, right? We got to see Proxy's Vault. We got to see all these things that we talk about all the time. Great to see, but this next match, this is one that's kind of near and dear to you, Dan, but this is going to be such a cool matchup. We are going to see Paul again with that Alice. At least that's what that's what I hear. We're going to see Alice Merlin against the one and only. Wait, am I reading this correctly? Is that the one and only Matt Erupting G?
Yeah, let's talk about this a little bit, because for people who are especially newer to the game, this is actually maybe not a name they're familiar with. But you see by this Omnidex number 162, Matt's been here from the beginning, right?
Yes.
That's a low number, and actually not even as low as it's supposed to be. Yeah. Matt G is a player who, from the game's past, is a 2-time Ascent champion. The victor of Ascent Ontario, the second Ascent ever, as well as Ascent Toronto, the most Razor Gale event ever.
We don't talk about that, dude. Razor Gale Gate. That was a terrible time. Vanitas, just an absolute god tier deck, was able to take that deck, not play Erupting. For those of you who might not know, a banned card is called Erupting Rhapsody, which is the namesake card that Matt G made a name for himself with for years. I mean, for the first year of the game at least, absolutely dominated with that deck. To win with Razor Gale 2, though, shows a little bit of the versatility. And I know that he's done well at obviously he was a Worlds level competitor in 2024, but he took quite some time off. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, he was on a break, right? Because, well, he banned Erupting Rhapsody. And back then, you knew a handful, right at the start of the game, you knew a handful of players who were, with Erupting Rhapsody in their hands, were performers and could make it there. But no one ever debated who the best one was.
No.
The absolute GOAT of playing the Erupting Rhapsody Fire combo deck that back then had a goal of count to 9. Get to 9 cards in hand and then pop off with your combo Ember Song, Erupting Rhapsody, Fireball. Or Erupting Rhapsody, Erupting Rhapsody. Or Erupting Rhapsody, Fireball, Fireball. Whatever. You had a million 9-card combos that actually got lethal damage on your opponent. But it was always tricky to get there because your opponents would try and play around you constantly.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that is exactly right. I know you and myself were two people that have played Erupting on the competitive stage before, so we both understand those lines. And I was looking at this deck list, Dan. Are my eyes deceiving? Because I feel like this is Erupting Rhapsody.
That's exactly what's happening. So Matt G has returned. Matt G actually made a return now on Team Main Deck, so we're really, really excited about that. He's got the jersey on today and everything. And Matt G returned with a new brew and is currently in this event 9-1 on this deck. And he tells me the one loss He made a greedy misplay and feels like he should have won that game if he simply didn't dive when he didn't need to. So, and actually, if I recall him telling me this as well, his round 1 match, unless something changed, was against that today was against that same opponent that he lost to.
I believe you're right. Yeah, it was a Gazer Gale player, if you will, Bandit Razor Gale Raccoon package, which I think he got the win. He got the revenge.
He got the win. I was actually over there watching with 20 seconds left in overtime. Managed to get the win 2-1. So got the vengeance, got the revenge on the opponent, and was able to then secure that 9-1 record currently, and is looking basically to lock, if he can today, his spot as the top seed in top 8.
That would just be everything. Seeing Matt G come back and just dominate. I mean, he's done it before. We'll see if he can do it again. And being part of Team Main Deck now, I hear that we actually were able to sit down and talk with the current world champion, Bobo Taylor, a little bit about Matt G and this erupting list. Let's go over.
What's going on, guys? I'm here with Main Deck Taylor. I want to talk a little bit about you, but I also want to talk a little bit about one of your teammates. So can you go ahead and let us know who you are?
Yeah, so I'm world champion Bobo, and I'm here today to talk about our friend and teammate, Matt Erupting G. He's kind of an old head in the GA community, winner of Ascent Ontario, winner of Ascent Toronto, and also a participant, I think, top 8 in 2024 Worlds. Dude is like super talented. It's awesome. And he's in the Ascent today, and he's playing kind of the new version of one of his mainstays, Erupting Rhapsody combo.
So he's playing Erupting Rhapsody, you say. Erupting Rhapsody is banned, Taylor.
It sure is. For good reason. I think Matt is mostly to blame for that, so thanks, Matt. But we, in Radiant Origins, was printed a new kind of version of Erupting Rhapsody called Volcanic Crescendo, which does a very similar thing, basically just amplifying the damage that your fireballs are putting out on your opponent. And oftentimes, you're playing a melody into a Volcanic Crescendo, banishing somewhere between like 5 and 10 fire cards, dealing 5 to 10 damage to both champions, and then empowering for that much +3, and then you're throwing a fireball for lots of damage to finish it off. And it's a lot of fun to watch.
That's kind of crazy. You know, I didn't really think that Erupting was back. I always get the chance to look through all the new cards when they come out. I saw Volcanic Crescendo, and I didn't think that Matt G would be back. You know, he's been gone. Like you said, he's an old head in GA. He's been gone for so long. He did crazy things with Erupting. Erupting ended up getting banned. And then, we saw the disappearance of Matt G. And now he's here again, back with a vengeance. I checked in with him yesterday. He was 6-0.
Yep.
Kind of owning with the deck. He's currently, I believe, in the top 4.
Going into round 10 this morning, he was 8-1. So finished day 1 very strong.
Yeah, super, super strong. So talk to me about this. There's a couple things. One, Matt was always, he tested a little bit with Chess Club, and then he was kind of a solo player.
Yep.
Now he's a teammate, so he's part of Main Deck?
Yep, we've got him on Main Deck, and his skills have been like super valuable. He's just like, he's just an excellent deck builder, which is something Main Deck has really kind of lacked for a while. Like, obviously we've got some skills, and we can figure some decks out and stuff, but a guy like Matt is able to kind of come up with ideas and really iterate and get these ideas to a spot where you can bring them to an Ascent or a Nationals level event and really do incredibly well. His build of Erupting is obviously insane. In Ascent Toronto, he played Razor Gale when that was kind of going wild. And his build, I think, was also a step above a lot of other Razor Gale builds. Obviously, he won the event with it, so it kind of makes sense. And we're super excited to have him on the team and have his deck building skills contribute to everything going on. And it's paying off very well for him today at Ascent Las Vegas as well. So.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, it sounds like you and Matt are very close in this regard. You guys, most likely the closest testing partners. Is this a deck that you would play? Is this a deck you've thought about playing?
This is a deck I really wanted to play for Nats, and had I had like probably another week of reps on it, I definitely would have brought it because it was super strong. But yeah, Matt and I spent a ton of time. We probably spent like the 3 weeks after the Grim Pastiche, Carpson Coda. I forget the last card that was banned, but after Baby Green Slime, after that massacre, we spent like the next 3 weeks just like iterating and testing Erupting, and we were probably on Sandbox 4 or 5 nights a week getting this thing ready to go. And Matt was always kind of the one on Erupting. I was throwing whatever part of the gauntlet we needed into it. getting it to the spot where we could take it here today. And yeah, it's awesome, like testing with Matt, because he's a really cool guy. He's a great guy, and I consider him a pretty good friend at this point. And it's a lot of fun to just like get to hang out and play GA with him, like just much more often now that we're testing together. And I'm really happy to see that it's paying off well for him today as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we know that the Erupting Rhapsody combo before was a Harmony Melody combo where you get a harmonize effect if you've played, I believe, a melody earlier in the turn. Talk to me about what you're using now. Are you guys still on Ember Song, or is it something different?
Yes. So previously, yeah, it was Ember Song into Erupting Rhapsody into Fireball. Now we are on Dire Requiem into Volcanic Crescendo into Fireball. And Dire Requiem is great. It adds, creates a 2/1 Dire Wolf token that you are going to often send to their champion for 2 damage, but you can also use it to clear like a Blanche that they play, or just clear any sort of taunters or anything like that that's kind of in the way. Taunters usually aren't an issue, but we did have a build where we were playing Fiery Momentum alongside Lorraine to have kind of another pseudo fireball effect, so it was useful there too. But it's just really nice to have your melody deal 2 damage to champion instead of 2 damage to an ally. So that extra bit of versatility is really nice. And then, yeah, obviously you go into Volcanic Crescendo as well. And you are less flexible than an Erupting Rhapsody, and you can't just distribute the damage as you wish. And you also damage your own champion too. But combined with Dire Requiem, usually that's not too much of an issue.
So I have one last question for you about the build. We do know that at Ascent Chicago, which I believe was the last tournament before the ban of Erupting, Matt did play Erupting in the finals against Liftrasil, where he was on, I believe, it was Tristan and Lorraine?
Yes, that's correct.
I think you guys are on Tristan now. Can you give me a little bit of insight on why that's the main? Because you did say that you just removed Lorraine from the deck. So can you talk to me about why Tristan was the mainstay?
Yep. So Tristan's the mainstay because when she enters the field, she gets Agility 3 or a Preparation counter, but you're like always picking Agility 3 in this deck.
No Planet Explosives?
No Planet Explosives, unfortunately. And that's because it lets you combo off with fewer cards in your hand, in your influence. So normally it takes 11 cards, 11 influence to this whole combo because you need 3 to play Dire Requiem, you need 3 to play Volcanic, and you need 5 to play Fireball. Agility 3 lets you extend this turn because Fireball is fast speed. So now all of a sudden you just need 8 cards. You play 3 for Dire, you play 3 for Volcanic, and then you pass to your end phase, pick up your 3 with Agility 3, and now you've got the 5 in hand for Fireball. So just beyond like making the combo cheaper to execute, you also get incapacitates now to help protect the combo too, because those are able to be played for 3 or for 2 instead of 4. So now if you've got an influence of 11 like you would normally need, and you go to Tristan, now not only do you have the 11 you need for Fireball combo, you also have 3 extra to play an incap for backup too, in case your opponent has like a Crystallized Destiny or a Topsy Decree or something like that as well. So Tristan adds a ton of versatility. And Matt did play Tristan and Lorraine at Nats as well this year. And what we found is that the versatility of Lorraine and Fiery Momentum that you get is really helpful when your opponents are very familiar with what you've got going on. But if you've got the element of surprise still, like we currently do, where like the deck is still kind of flying under the radar, it's a lot easier to just like get Tristan out there, get a really efficient combo going, and just like really surprise your opponents before they've had the chance to understand how much damage you're doing, how quickly. Because until you really can do that math and are doing it consistently, it's really hard to predict what Tristan's going to throw at you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Agility 3 is one of the, I guess, more underrated mechanics in the game, I think. So knowing that you have the ability to go into Tristan, get that agility, and then, like you said, play that fast card, because the Empower mechanic lets you hold that bonus until your next spell. So being able to like make other actions that are skills or attacks or even allies and such, but not a spell, you're able to kind of just hold into that, pull up the agility, and then end the game right there on that after the agility trigger is resolved. Yep. So again, thank you so much. Guys, that was Main Deck Taylor, or your current 2025 world champion for Grand Archive, talking about the cool new Volcanic Erupting style deck. So, hopefully Matt goes really far, and thank you very much for all your information.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, we are heading right into the game thanks to that nice introduction from Bobo. Main Deck Taylor here gave you all kind of all the basics you need to know about what we're going to see, because of course this is a deck that players are just simply not aware of right now, and that is part of the reason Matt has been able to go 9-1 so far in this event. Now, getting their opening hands here, of course, Matt is again against, once again, Novaphilion on this Alice Merlin list. It's a Fire v Fire matchup, but Matt has a lot of fast potential kill potential in this match. So we're going to see if Novaphilion can set up enough of a defense to survive what Matt's doing, as he starts off by increasing the danger in the match, getting a +1 on himself by giving a card to the opponent, doing it one more time. Terry, how do you feel about double increasing danger?
Oh, it's my favorite play in
yeah.
the game. Double increasing danger. This game is going to move in a hurry. You love to see it. That's a lot of cards drawn.
And he follows it with a return to the archive as well, getting rid of that looking glass and getting that float set up. Matt has had one of the really turbo fast starts that this deck can do. I will tell you, Terry, in testing, I've seen Matt in some of these sandbox games that we played internally. I've seen him with up to 21 cards in hand at some point.
That is a wild number. And honestly, with starts like this, it's no surprise to me. Usually you don't want to give Merlin a bunch of extra cards, but if we can end the game before Merlin gets to stabilize, that's exactly where we want to be.
Yeah, that is exactly what Matt is going for, as Novaphilion drops a 3 of hearts, swings for 2, and passes. Matt uses one of his baubles here, the Fire Resonance Bauble, to get another card draw. If you take a look at Matt's material deck, by the way, it's like entirely card draw at this point. Matt only wants to draw as many cards as possible to get this combo off. We're taking a look at the hand and trying to see. I think we do see some of the combo pieces available here. Matt just has to figure out whether or not we're ready to go there. We have the Dire Requiem, so we do have the melody available. I'm trying to pick out a crescendo. Yes, he's got those right there in front, but he's not ready to necessarily use these yet to combo off. Wants to get a little more setup because, of course, we need fire cards in the graveyard as well.
Yeah, and Hasty Messenger comes down. This is a classic from DOA. We're going to swing one into this 3 of hearts, get to put another card into the yard, and draw. Are we going to finish this off here?
There's the Fireball. The combo is available. It's just getting the correct number of fire cards in the graveyard. And I want to point out as well, you might have noticed Matt went for a Fire Resonance Bauble this turn while he had that float set up, but in his hand, powerful card from Distorted Reflections, Ignis Deus. Card that lets him fast speed level, especially if this Merlin tries to do any shenanigans to remove the float from Matt's yard. Matt's going to punish in response by just leveling and using the float.
I love that. So smart. Matt having access to that card is going to allow a lot of flexibility, and it also could potentially allow us to not have to materialize a champion at all, right? Just continue to draw cards is what Matt wants to do.
Yep.
So we can do that, and in Recollection, we could still level up if needed.
Looks like Matt's decided to pass the turn holding on. We know we saw Creative Shock in the hand here, Terry, so Matt is going to use that Creative Shock, certainly to get value as well as keeping up that Ignis Deus. The 1 damage was dealt to the 3 of hearts. I think he had considered finding a way to take it off the board, maybe using a Dire Requiem, but decided it wasn't worth it for the influence there, and really not worried about wasting that 1 damage necessarily, because the output of damage in this deck when it goes off is kind of obscene.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Matt is trying to accomplish here. This really does give those old feelings of Erupting Rhapsody where you just churn through your deck so incredibly fast, put so many fire cards in the yard, and that's what Matt's trying to do here, right? You know a lot about this deck, obviously. You guys have seen this played against tons of different decks. Matt, checking out that Alice Distorted Queen, honestly, we all are. If it wasn't for last round, we probably wouldn't even know what it does. It is a very powerful lineage release ability that could come up in a combo deck trying to burst your opponent down.
Exactly. Novaphilion getting that advantage at the end of Matt's turn, activating the 3 of hearts to get the Evercurrent Raider, and then getting to banish it to level to that Alice. Now following up with a swing from the 3 of hearts, and then the Unyielding Wraithguard in here with the Mantle of the Abyss, sacrificing the Unyielding Wraithguard to be able to activate it from the material deck, and it is now an ephemeral Unyielding Wraithguard, so 0-2 taunt in play for Novaphilion, and with the massive amount of cards in hand on Novaphilion's side as well, thanks to his good friend Matt in this matchup with those increasing dangers.
Yeah, that's a friendly competition right here. Just, hey, let's draw as many cards. This feels like a Pantheon game, the amount of cards these guys have in hand. And usually, this Wraithguard, we got to see last game just how powerful this was for Nov in stopping Aetherwing Diana. looking at this deck list right here, I am not seeing a lot of attackers on Matt's side.
There's the Dire Requiem, makes it 2/2 Direwolf, or a 2/1 Direwolf, makes a 2-power Direwolf,
Yeah.
is the important thing. That Direwolf swings in and tries to deal 2 damage to face usually. In this case, it will actually be relevant. Potentially that 2 damage is stopped. But Matt goes to end of turn with a Creative Shock. There's the Liminal Guide, so he's already getting set up, as well as a second float as well. He's just going deep now on this ability to try and gain that advantage from that float. When he goes to that level, he's going to get that Liminal Guide to trigger as well and continue to build that hand size.
Yeah, I think one of the break points for Matt is going to be putting together this combo, being able to pressure Nove with this many cards in hand. Incarnate Majesty is a real threat.
Yeah, the Incarnate Majesty is kind of the clock that Matt has to fight right now. At the point where the Incarnate Majesty comes down, it is going to be... I'm trying to think. Actually, I don't know if it's removable. I'm like actually don't know if Matt can break through an Incarnate Majesty. But we are going to see the materialization here using that floating memory of the Blinding Orb. So that is a key card to kind of negate some of the potential interaction, as well as getting the card back into Matt's hand, because he's going to use that Ignis Deus to go to Tristan level 1, getting that Agility 3 trigger, the Liminal Guide trigger, and now turning on that class bonus of Blinding Orb as well.
What a sequence there, utilizing that floating memory incredibly well. Matt able to bring out that incredible assassin class bonus piece in Blinding Orb, and then instantly go to Tristan for that agility. I mean, I know that agility 3 is huge to combos. We just listened to Taylor talk about it. Is there a chance we see a big damage turn right here?
Matt actually might combo off this turn. That Blinding Orb will stealth the Unyielding Wraithguard. Or sorry, we'll put 2 cards down. This isn't Smoke Bombs. But we'll put 2 cards down from Novaphilian's hand to negate some damage. The Direwolf can take care of the Wraithguard, letting the Liminal deal 1, which gives Matt an 18 damage breakpoint to try and hit with a combo. And with the number of cards in hand, and we've seen all 3 combo pieces, he might be ready to go, plus having the Agility 3 at a turn to get the Fireball too. I think he's even got protection with potential Incapacitate this turn.
Here we go. We're going to see Touching Reach hit here.
Oh, yeah. Did he did not backstep. So yeah, we do run. There's a cool thing in this deck that the main deck team ended up putting in. This is entirely Matt's idea, I will say. Backstep and Torching Reach. When you get the distant on backstep, this Torching Reach becomes a 2-cost Creative Shock, and even when you don't, it's just simply going to draw a card, discard a card, which is setting Matt up. We actually see the Dire Requiem being played, so we're going to get a Direwolf in play. He's ready to try and see, what do you have? Novaphilian going for the kill before Alice even can Lineage release.
Yes, here it is. This Direwolf is going to try to take this out, and Nove's going to let it go down. That's going to get 1 extra damage from this Liminal Guide. That's the first blood on Matt's side. Does Matt have what it takes to close this out? 19 health total for Nove. That doesn't seem like too much when you've got, I think Matt has like 12 to 14 cards in hand. Let's see.
There it is, the Volcanic Crescendo. It is harmonized. Matt will now banish any amount of Fire Element cards from Graveyard and empower 3 plus the number banished. It looks like 8 being banished, so that is going to also, with the Harmonize ability, deal 8 damage to both champions and empower Matt 11.
Wow, that is going to make for 1 heck of a Fireball. We'll move to end here. That Agility 3 will let us hold up the Incapacitate. Do we see the Fireball? What does Nove have? Is this enough to end the game?
That Fireball coming down, the Blinding Orb was popped. Nove does not have many cards in hand. It takes a Crystallized Destiny, but even more, we do have an Annul spell being played. Matt can simply pay the 2, and that deals the lethal damage already. Matt absolutely crushes this game in record time with the Crescendo combo.
If you blinked, you might have missed it. That was a masterclass of I thought Erupting Rhapsody was banned. We just saw it again back from the dead. Matt G taking game 1 with this new Fire Tristan. I want to call it Erupting because honestly, it feels like it's Erupting.
We're calling it Erupting, Terry. That's what everyone in main deck has called it this whole time. Because it erupts with damage. We don't care if that's not the exact card name anymore. This is going to erupt and destroy you if you do not have all of the defense in the world to stop it.
Oh my gosh, that was something else. I feel like I'm sweating right now. That was so exciting. Moving here into sideboards though, Nova is going to have to answer back. We just saw how fast that Erupting deck can end the game. And looking at the sideboard, is there anything that we can use here?
We have lots of actually useful cards here for Novaphilian to try and shore this matchup. The Nullifying Lantern, I have to point out how important that card is. The issue, of course, is that stops you from leveling and gaining life if you need to materialize this card, but it is the key because we banish fire element cards in this deck. Matt's going to be banishing as many fire element cards as he can, so you want to make them norm. 2 Crystallized Destiny as well. You need to have protection for sure, and I gotta say, maybe you even consider these Regal Inquisitions. If you can get there, it can stop him. Maybe.
Maybe. No, Regal does seem interesting because we probably have some late game cards that just aren't going to matter in this matchup. The way that Matt's deck plays is not like any other deck in the format. You're not playing things to the battlefield. You're not trying to take control and push a bunch of damage through allies or even utilizing your champion to swing with weapons. No, we are utilizing a graveyard combo of fire cards to shoot. I mean, how much damage was that in one turn? That was 20 plus damage?
Yeah, that was over 20 at that point. Yeah, because we had a 11, 12 damage fireball, and 8 damage from the Crescendo, and technically 3 damage from allies as well available. The Unyielding Wraithguard took it, but that didn't even matter at that point.
No, that was huge. That was great. And even through that, we got to see that the Tristan came in clutch as well, giving Matt enough cards to pay for that negate. So
from Matt's side, though, Matt is not out of things to take to board in either. With multiple baubles that don't matter, can easily bring in this Channeling Stone, and I think this is really big. I want to talk about this Discordia Harp of Malice. I'm not sure if it'll come up. It just depends on how this game plays out. But Discordia is a powerful card. It gets counters on it every time a Harmony or Melody is played, and then it can be sacrificed to do 2 things. It plus levels you for the turn based on the number of counters it had, and it minus levels the opponent. The plus level obviously increases the power of those fireballs. The minus level can take the opponent out of the ability to fast activate Blanche.
Wow.
That is a potential key because we do know that Paul has Blanches in the main, and those are not going anywhere, I assure you.
Yes. No, that card seems perfect for this matchup. And Discordia, I mean, this resembles a card that is in the ban list pretty close.
Channeling Stone. Well, if you go back to Nationals 2024, that is when we all started using Discordia in this erupting list as well, because that was right after the ban of the Crystal of Empowerment. What did I say? Channeling Stone? Yeah. Crystal of, sorry.
Yeah,
Crystal, same thing. Crystal of Empowerment was banned, yeah. So those, I mean, I think that has the potential to come up in this matchup depending on how fast Matt's game looks, but also the additional copies of Reduced to Ash, because we know the Nullifying Lantern is coming in. Those are, I think, very, very likely to be seen as well.
Yeah, there is a good amount of tech in both players' sideboards here. I think we are going to see Nove try his best to come back swinging and to push this match to Game 3.
I think there's a really important thing on the line that I want to stress for Matt in this game. If Matt gets this win, Matt may have already locked in the first seed in top 8. It's very, very possible, based on how everything plays out, that he gets there even through IDs in the next 2. And if Matt goes into top 8 on first seed, that means he gets to start every single match in top 8. And this is a fire aggressive deck. Even if it's a combo deck, it's an aggressive fire deck, you know that's an advantage.
Yes, I will tell you firsthand that if you are playing an aggressive fire deck and you get to choose to go first, it makes it a lot easier to do well.
Yeah, Terry knows for sure, so don't take it from me. Take it from Worlds 2025 first loser.
That's right.
First loser, baby, Terry. That's still, I mean, that's a better record than all but one player in the game.
The only player that beat me all at Worlds, Bobo. So here we go. It looks like we are starting the game here. We've got our first hand. Let's see if Nove has a way to kind of just push his game plan a little quicker maybe, right? Get to that Kingslayer. Let's stabilize and make it a lot harder. 28 is a lot of health. This combo doing 28 damage, it is very apparent that it can, but it's a lot harder than 19.
Yeah, it's definitely doable here. Nove, I'm trying to take a look at the hand and see if we have a dungeon guide in Nove's hand. I don't think Nove has a dungeon guide, which is going to be a card that I think they desperately desperately want to be able to find, because leveling to 3 is going to be essential. Going into Matt analyzing the hand and figuring out what is the line. I do see an increasing danger. I see 2 creative shocks. I see Hasty with a liminal to pitch here as well. Actually, I'm looking at this hand, and I think this is all, it's none of the combo, but it's all of the draw. So Matt's going to be able to pop off a little bit here with his draw lines as he starts with the main phase, creative shock, drawing and pitching that liminal, getting rid of that right now. This is where, so the Dungeon Guide, Nove finding the Dungeon Guide in the next turn could allow Nove to Dungeon Guide to Merlin 2, a classic line, and banish that Liminal Guide. Yeah. That is actually very impactful.
Yeah, no, that is a play that is used by a lot of Merlin players to deal with huge tempo decks that really want to keep themselves ahead. Being able to shut that off can be a huge play to help push us into our late game. Nove really wants to see that Kingslayer. I cannot state that enough. As you said, right, we want to get Majestic Spirit online, and we need to do it as efficiently as possible. If we can do that while holding Matt back by eating up his graveyard, that is plan A, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely important now, too, as Matt picks up a cremation ritual as well. That means if that Liminal Guide gets to hit the field, Matt's value is going to skyrocket.
Yes, that's just an incredible way to plus, right? I think that is a raw +2. Very, very good there.
Yeah, that's where you start to get closer to those 21 influence hands. You get multiple guides, you get multiple cremations. We do see Nove going immediately with a banish of a random card, an Imperial countermeasure to that Alice, level 1, and then getting to sacrifice the unyielding Wraith Guard, giving it Ephemeral to activate this Mantle of the Abyss. Man, that's I think my favorite interaction in the game right now. That's so cool. That's why I even started running Nightbarker. Yeah. That little guy, you know what? He does kind of the same thing, and it's pretty fun in those Alice decks.
Yes, this Alice deck really does play the game a little different, and I love the changes to the Proxy of Volt, and being able to make this card a little more powerful makes playing Alice actually a real thing.
Oh, and here we go. Nove with the 3 mil at end of turn from that Phantasmagoria Mastery. Unfortunately, finding nothing of actual value right now. Getting rid of a Ghost of Pendragon. Not a Spectre, a Ghost.
A Ghost, yeah.
They're different.
A Ghost, it is different. It definitely is. And that Fire Bobble is going to come out for Matt. Let him draw another card into a Creative Shock. We just want more fire cards in the yard. We don't really care. Maybe we hit something cool here.
There's a backstep and a Fireball, though. That's actually a little unfortunate for the draw here. Matt's just going to get rid of the Fireball because the fire card is better, and the backstep does enable the Torching Reach that I know he has in hand for him to get even more creative with his Creative Shocks.
Yeah, and I want to point out how heads up of a play that is. I think a lot of less experienced players in this archetype would probably have pitched the backstep there. They would have been like, oh, this Fireball, I need to hold on to this Fireball. But Matt knows, I've talked to him multiple times, that the reason that he has had so much success with Erupting is because when you utilize your draws and draw as deep as you can, you find all of your kill spells. You find everything that you need.
Exactly. It's all about the dig here, and the fact that the backstep enables that Torching Reach to become a +1 as well as replacing itself. It's so much better to hold it and activate it rather than pitching it here. You'll find, look, he already has a Fireball in hand as well. Like he actually, from going from that starting hand of all draw, he's already enabled most of the combo here. I see both the Melody and I see the Fireball in hand, as well as just still infinite card draw, and picked up an Incapacitate that turn as well. Here comes a Hasty Messenger swing as he is still continuing to set things up. Oh, there's Ignis Deus in hand as well. Honestly, Matt has it all right now. Matt is getting ready. It's entirely just about building the cards in graveyard right now and building the cards in hand. And Novaphilion is going to have to come down to a really difficult materialization choice on the next turn to decide what to do. I can't stress how important having that Dungeon Guide in hand would be right now. And I haven't gotten another look at his hand to see if he's held on to it yet, but man, does he want that card.
Yeah, because man, you have to level up here, but you need that Nullifying Lantern, right? Look at how many cards Matt has already put into the yard here.
Just drew a Liminal Guide too. Matt is so set up for a crazy Ignis Deus level up going into the turn, probably with Blinding Orb again, able to just put Novaphilion on the back foot in one turn and immediately close the game if he's not being stymied enough.
Yeah, Man, this is getting a little scary for Nove. I know that he is seeing just how big that influence is getting on Matt's side. And although we had a pretty solid start here, it's looking a little scary. Unfortunately, like you said, that end of turn trigger from the mill that we got off of the mastery from Alice 1.
He goes for the Palvor Sword, and that's the other. I wanted to bring this up at some point. That is a main deck card that Nove runs that is very strong in this matchup. It comes down, and it actually banishes Matt's graveyard upside down.
Yes.
So Matt no longer has all of those fire cards in yard as long as the Palvor Sword remains in play. What this does for Nove is puts the onus on Matt to find a Spurn to Ash to deal with it. Of course, he runs those main because we knew this was an issue going into the weekend. But that is going to give a little bit of breathing room to Nove as he goes to get the Rile the Abyss added to hand and try and execute that card draw combo, that influence gaining combo that we've seen him use before. Is that a promo art dungeon guide in the back or something? That is. Nove found the dungeon guide as well. This might be Nove able to crawl back into this game here as Matt started to put the pressure on. We'll have to see how this turn is executed, though. It definitely comes down to knowing exactly how much to hold up in this matchup. The key to trying to beat this is holding up a lot of interaction, and that can be difficult when you're also pressured to try and draw and get value and pressured to try and level.
Yeah, there is some very strong cards in his hand as well. There's a good chance he doesn't want to utilize that. Right here, we're going to swing for 2 with that Palvor. Probably going to hold up interaction here. It's hard to say. Your Palvor Sword, like you played your Palvor Sword. The whole reason you played it was to deal with that graveyard of Matt's, and that makes you feel a little safer, right? Yep. And here we're going to get another mill. Unfortunately, we're not going to see any of those Spectre floating memories. We're just going to see some creative shocks.
Yeah, sitting at a 19-life champion is the one part that feels a little sketchy, but putting down losing 4 cards from influence just to gain 3 life and a single banish also doesn't feel fantastic for Nove here. So we're going to see the creative shock at end of turn from Matt after that Phantasmagoria goes off, and Matt will start to decide exactly what he's going to do with this, but does find another liminal guide for what it's worth. That extra value potential there, but goes for also a backstep, distancing himself, distancing that Vira Spirit of Fire, and setting up for more torching reach shenanigans. Matt, the problem for Nove is Matt can draw so many cards that unless that Spurn to Ash is really trying to evade him, Matt will be able to find it.
Yeah, and finding that would be huge because that completely negates Nove's entire materialization last turn. He took a turn to bring that out. If we're able to deal with that right away, it's going to be very, very hard to stay in this game.
And there is that's a sign from Matt that he's feeling good when the Enfeebling Orb drops. The Enfeebling Orb, instead of a card draw, means Matt might not actually be digging for anything anymore and is just going to get ready to try and get the combo off here, maybe being able to deal with the Palvor and still go for it. I'm not entirely sure. Unless he's just trying to set up multiple, he might also be trying to set up Enfeebling Blinding going into a really big put your hand down turn. But there is that torching reach, and Matt is distant, so that is draw, discard, and draw again. Matt's going to continue to dig and find. I also see there's a nice card in that hand called Fiery Interference, Terry. You know that one?
Yeah, that is one of my favorite aggressive cards. We love a good anti-recover card.
That might be key if Nove gets another turn here to level to Merlin and turn on that Lineage Release ability to recover.
Yes. I think right here, Matt is just thinking to himself, hey, I need to dig as far as I can. I need to find that answer. Or if I draw enough fire cycle cards, let's just do it again.
Just push through the Palvor. Say, well, that you got that graveyard. Deal with this one.
Man, it is impressive how fast we're able to churn through this deck. We are going to play this Clumsy Apprentice. Of course, that's going to put Vira Spirit of Fire at 8, which is a scary place to be when you're staring down a deck that can Dungeon Guide to 3 and plays Sudden Steals.
Matt did draw a Return to the Archive here, too. That does give Matt a float to use for the Ignis Deus level as well. Matt is going to be able to get that, plus a little, honestly, very important right now, that Recover 2 from the return is going to just give him a little bit more room. One issue with this deck is Volcanic Crescendo deals damage to yourself, and there's some setups to try and manage that in this deck, but it is a route that players can use to put the squeeze on Matt by just putting that pressure on with damage.
Yeah, I think we we are going to see a classic cremation ritual into this 2-drop Clumsy Apprentice. Matt really going through the motions here, seeing, hey, what do I need to hold up? What can I have here? And it looks like we're going to hold on to that Ignis Deus, like you said, just in case we need a little bit of life or we want to have a huge turn next turn during our materialization. And
saw Backstep picked up, and I didn't catch the last card. Another fire card is all I saw. Waiting, passing the turn. How many cards are even in his memory right now, Terry?
There's a lot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in memory, and still a stacked hand, it looks like. We're getting a count of fire cards in Matt's yard right now, which is 4. 4 fire cards, a lot of face-down ones and some norm ones right now here too. But Matt is ready to, at some point as needed, Ignis Deus to level. And again, I think there might be a key moment here where Nove goes to Merlin 2, tries to banish one of those guides, or especially the float now that was placed in the yard. It's a juicy little target for Merlin to hit, and Matt will respond with a very powerful Ignis Deus if that happens.
Yeah, so here comes the Null Lantern. We're going to double up on that Graveyard. Hey, probably a good play here. You're not feeling scared if your opponent cannot utilize their combo, and now we have not just one, but we've created 2 milestones that have to get dealt with, 2 mountains that Matt will have to climb in order to end this game in his favor.
Nova's playing this exactly how you need to, which is just building up as much of a wall as possible to make it as difficult as possible for Matt to actually get there. You need to make Matt have everything. If you try and get away with anything even slightly greedier than that and make him have only a little bit, then Matt will get you in return.
This is an attempted lethal swing here with a sudden steal from Alice 1. But do we have it? We know we have the Ignis Deus, right? This should be enough to get us out of kill range. And unfortunately, though, we do not have access to our Graveyard Fire. So next turn we can't capitalize on this blowout. But this is a huge play here. Going for lethal. It's very aggressive on Nove's side. I love an aggressive Merlin play.
Does Nove have a null spell up right now?
I don't
think so. I think Nove had to put too many cards down to pay for the sudden steal, so Matt's able to resolve this Ignis Deus in response, banishing the float, going to Tristan, gaining that key health buffer, key life buffer of 4 more, so this is no longer lethal, and also activating these 2 liminal guides, drawing 2, getting deeper, trying to find, now I think he has an activatable creative shock now as well at the end of turn, and he used the Palvor Sword to do that.
That was so aggressive. That play, he still has the Nullifying Lantern, but now there is only one thing that Matt has to push through in order. He gets all of that back too. That Graveyard just doubled in size.
That was a line not predicting the power of Ignis Deus, and that is something in a Game 3 Novaphilian would not repeat, I'm sure, because if Matt, sometimes you just make him have it, and that might have been what Nova said. Look, you got 4 cards in hand. If you don't have it, I win. I'm just going to go for it here. Matt drew so much, though. He had it.
Yes, and we're going to have to see here if with all of that drawing, we were able to find either that Reduce to Ash or Spurn to Ash to deal with this Nullifying Lantern, because right now, Nove is basically hands down. There's no interaction that is going to matter from level 1 Alice with only 1 card in hand.
The players looking at, so just trying to figure out what they're dealing with. The Tristan moving back and forth a little bit here. The one thing about having to Ignis Deus on your opponent's turn, of course, is that on enter agility 3 seems like it's not as relevant, but it's actually really cool here. You don't often gain agility on your opponent's turn, but when you do, you get to pick 3 cards up, where you see his hand suddenly grew in size here, and that makes that creative shock even more activatable. And it looks like, I think he's going to backstep maybe into being able to play some of these, so that if he picks up a Torching Reach, there might still be some more play around using that. Matt sequencing.
I think I see one in his hand.
Okay,
Can't tell.
He found the Spurn to Ash. Matt found the Spurn to Ash off of that draw with the hand down from Novaphilian. All Matt has to do is execute a combo after taking off that Nullifying Lantern, but he only has 4 life remaining, so how can he find the damage, Terry?
This is a huge part. We're going to draw a few more cards. Let's make that Graveyard bigger. We need to do 19 damage, and we saw last game we are able to. There's another Spurn. Hey, I'm just going to put this in the Graveyard. Yeah, I've got another one, right? It doesn't even matter here. We're going to move over, force him to put his hand down. Now Nova is completely hands down, coming over to the mat. The writing is on the walls. He's looking to close this one out.
He is absolutely getting ready, but this materialization is the key because he does need to stay alive at that crescendo. There's actually too many fire cards in yard. It doesn't actually matter anymore because if he banishes too many fire cards, he loses the game. So he's actually going for a Discordia Harp of Malice. This is an interesting alternate line because, again, this is a plus level for the turn Terry. This is multiple fireballs. Deal more damage, each one multiplicatively if you have extra fireballs. Matt is able to find a different route to accomplish exactly what he's trying to do here. That's the power of seeing half of your deck.
Yes, yes. And you know what? These two liminal guides, we might finally see that Wraith Guard die.
We might.
So here we go.
Matt doing some calculus right now, seeing how many fire cards are even in here. What number is he working with? There are definitely options Matt has here to go for a lethal line. I'm just excited to see which one he's got in hand and which one he's aiming for. There is a volcanic crescendo being activated, not harmonized. The harmonized, by the way, is only the damage trigger, right? So this is going to be banishing that entire yard to do an absolutely lethal single gigantic fireball, securing the match for Matt. 2-0 on Erupting, the return of the banned card. 10-1 now going into this rest of the Swiss rounds of day 2.
Matt could not be in a better spot with a fire aggressive deck, masterfully playing through all of that hate there. He is really showing why he got that nickname, Matt Erupting G, bringing his new brew, his new creation, bringing back a banned card, a old archetype that people thought was gone. Well, I'm here to tell you, it's back.
It is back, baby. This deck fights through so much hate. It's just, I gotta say, we were talking yesterday about the power of raccoons, and I am not changing my mind about that at all. But drawing cards is pretty good too.
It turns out, and a lot of card players love to draw cards. If you see more cards, this is what I was trying to say in the middle. Matt draws so many cards. He plays to see the most amount of cards that he can. That is his game plan. That is his goal. It's why he has had all that success with these fire combo decks where you need to see a million cards and fill your graveyard, right? That's exactly what he's trying to do.
And if you watch Matt play there, I think it might seem to some players who are not noticing sort of the nuance of this, that it's just a very simple, oh, you play out your hand, you draw your cards, you win the game, right? But if you watch Matt play with a little bit of a tight lens on, you see that he's making really, really small key decisions constantly about how to play that hand out, how to draw those cards most effectively, because you need to get a maximized amount of card draw every single turn, and you need to know when you have the hand to dive and when you don't, and how and when to respond to those plays, especially considering your opponent here in this case, Novaphilion, playing very well, putting out Nullifying Lantern and Palbor Sword, trying to hold things down, just missing the Ignis Deus, the unfortunate miss, but otherwise just putting a lot of walls in the way, and Matt has to play around those every single time, which is why Matt was the only member of the team who took this deck. The team tested this deck, but no one felt comfortable on it to the level Matt did.
Yeah, I mean, Matt showing just masterful sequencing here. And I think I know in hindsight it looked a little questionable, and the Ignis really did blow Nova out there, but I actually really like the heads-up play going, you know what, it's going to be very hard. I think that Matt doesn't expect me to actually go for the kill here. I think he's being greedy. I think he's holding up more draw. I think he wants to just build another graveyard, saying, hey, have it. Even if he forgot about it, maybe he did. I think that could have just been a conscious decision to say, you know what, make him have it. If not, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you do. You just have to make him have it. And that was actually a really expertly crafted lethal line as well, to find that I would never have thought to go that gigantic Sudden Steal at level 1 and just close the game right there. I don't think I would have ever done that math and been like, oh, Sudden Steal, that's basically an Exalted card. You know, yeah. I don't use that until level 3, but Novaphilion finding, you know what, this kills you, man. Like, you're dead unless you have something crazy.
Yeah,
Matt just had something crazy.
Yeah, you don't expect a level 1 Alice to swing 7 at you with a Pulver Sword with a Sudden Steal, right?
Yeah.
So, well played, both players. Matt taking it down 2-0. This moves him, like you said, we're going into what, round 12 now, I believe, after this?
Yep.
So, being 10-1 moving into round 12 in a amazing position as a fire aggro deck to probably finish top seed, moving into top 8. Matt, he is fiending. He's feeling it. This might be his chance to take home another Ascent victory.
Yeah, that's what he's aiming for. He wants to just, anytime Erupting's available, he wants to add another notch to the belt. And when he heads to the Ascent here, he's hoping to end up the winner of Ontario, Toronto, and now Las Vegas. But we have to see, because there will be some incredible players standing in his way. And like I said, I've watched some of those games. I saw that last one go all the way down to 20 seconds left in overtime, right? It is not like this deck is just dominating everyone. There is fight, and there is skill, and there are bricks as well. This deck is a powerful force that I expect people to start to respect. And right now, it's just going to take these top players respecting it enough for Matt to have a struggle to get there.
So I want to talk a little bit before we get over to our interview as we wait and they are setting that up. Volcanic Crescendo, a card that I think slipped past a lot of people as they were opening their packs this last set, but not Matt G.
Yeah. Oh, it hurts both players.
Yeah.
It hurts both players if it's harmonized.
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out if you're just using it because you want to have a huge one-shot kill fireball, we're able to just get there. But I just got word. It looks like we are going to go over and hear what our winner, Matt G, has to say about this incredible deck. Let's go catch up with Tyler and Matt.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the winner of the round 11 feature match here at Ascent Las Vegas. Matt, congratulations. That was a huge and convincing victory. So, Matt, not everyone knows you. Us old heads, we know you. You won Ascent Ontario on Erupting. It's part of why you have the nickname Matt Erupting G.
Yes.
You probably are, as some say, the sole reason this card got banned.
Yeah, probably. It was played back then, but not a lot of people could really convert with it. It's a pretty hard deck.
Yep. So, I mean, there were so many iterations of it, right? There were tons of different champions people played. Lorraine, Merlin,
It's such a flexible
Rye,
deck. Any good fire card, you can make it work.
Yeah, pretty much, because you just got to fill the graveyard and then you just erupt on them. But when it comes to, the decks that you've been playing, you played Erupting and then you got banned, and then you actually played at Ascent Toronto with the Razor Gale Vanitas, and you won that as well.
Yes.
People were like, dude, he only plays one deck, he's only Erupting, but then, you came out and you proved different.
That's true.
So you took a big break from the game.
Yes.
But now you're back. And it seems like you're back with a vengeance now that the new Erupting with Volcanic Crescendo has returned. Matt, talk to me a little bit about kind of the process of deck building this new version of Erupting.
I originally started out on Kong Ming, funny enough, because I liked Solar Pinnacle and Shizun the Ash, and I wanted a clear board with the new Shizun, which deals 4 as a spell. That ended up not working out. I wanted in-caps for people's defense, so I moved to Tristan. And then for Nationals, I ended up going on to Lorraine and Tristan for momentum. I realized throughout Nationals, while I was in the process of scrubbing out, that the momentum package wasn't worth it. It was taking up too many slots. So overnight, I switched back to the Tristan and made a couple changes with that, and it's been working really well.
Yeah, so I did have the chance to speak with you on the Wednesday before the event to talk a little bit about this deck list, right? I saw you in the hotel, and I was like, whoa, Matt's back. So it's a great time to catch up and kind of figure out, what Erupting's been up to, and it looks like you're back on Erupting.
Yes.
So you're on Tristan today as the main focus, no double champion.
No.
You've also brought in a couple other cards that I thought were really interesting. Talk to me about the Candlelight Hourglass.
The Candlelight Hourglass is mostly just another bauble when you have multiple Return to the Archives, because you can send it back, recover 2, and get another float. It also has some niche use cases, like against the Gazer Gale deck. You can basically make them have to pay 2 every time they try to tap the raccoons, which can be kind of annoying for them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I have 2 really quick questions for you. One, Torching Reach, is that Creative Shock 5 through 8?
Yes.
I saw you had the back steps, so that one
it
makes
is
sense.
basically the way the deck works. You get a pass holding up all these proactive plays like Backstep, Torching Reach, Creative Shock, while also holding up defense, in-caps, Crystallized Destinies. And then if they don't go for it, you get to be proactive. You get to spend all your resources filling the grave. And if they do go for it, you have the defense, so it
Makes
works
sense.
out.
All right, my absolute last question for you. You brought back one of the coolest cards I've seen in a long time, Discordia. Is that basically just like a 0-cost deal 4 if you play the combo?
It is only deal 2 because it doesn't. The combo doesn't deal, or the new volcanic does not deal level damage. So you only get it
it's
on the
by
fireball.
banish.
It is mostly for attack against stuff like slimes because you give their champion minus the level as well. So if they lose, if they're level 2, they can't swing with their Pride 3 slimes. It also works against Blanche. If you make them lose 2 levels with 2 counters, they can't fast activate a Blanche.
True. Man, he's really thought of it all, guys. But again, that was your round 11 winner here at Ascent Las Vegas. Matt, you are now 10-1.
Yes.
You are, I believe you are locked for top 8.
Yes.
So big congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the future rounds here in the Untimed Top Cut where you can really shine. So
Yes.
we will see you guys after a short break for round 12.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ascent Las Vegas, Day 2, as we are heading into the third round of Swiss, as these players are trying to secure their top 8 spots to fight for, of course, those prize spirits is what they want to get in top 8, and then to fight for the gauntlet slot, as this is Nationals weekend as well. That's always on the front of everyone's mind. That goes to first place. I am Main Deck Dan, joined at the table again by Valkyrie. What a nice little break there. You feeling okay? Refreshed?
I'm feeling refreshed. I'm ready to go. We got plenty of Grand Archive ahead of us, so even if I was feeling tired, still got to push through it, but I am ready, Dan, for some more action.
I am ready also to see something that, and I'm going to tell everyone in advance, we did this before the day started.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be relevant because we're going to bring up, just like we did the last 2 days for Nationals, our predictions for who is going to win, or which deck is going to win the Ascent today. Who's going to be our champion here? We have the production team. We have Once in Love, of course, your wonderful host, the main character in all of the videos that you guys are seeing. We have Mental Boon Cam here in production, as well as Zero, Shinja, Foam, and Ava, and Snorlax. Just an incredible production team we have here today, all paying attention to this metagame, trying to decide what's going to win. And then your casters here as well. Team Trading Post Terry, Main Deck Dan, and Valkyrie himself. Valk, who's going to be winning this?
Oh, man, don't throw me under the bus. I feel like our predictions, day 1 of Nats, were very knit together. A lot of us agreed. Day 2, some of us diverged. I'm not going to name any names. I feel like this Ascent, we went in with some information. And with that information, I feel like a lot of us chose accordingly. And I personally am very happy with my pick, especially after that last round.
I have to say I also feel pretty solid about my pick today. I'm curious, what do you think the community would be picking here going into this. Now, I don't think the community necessarily had their eyes on the Erupting deck, right? So what if we had to guess right now at the sort of the community sentiment, what would be the prediction for the winner of the Ascent immediately following or even during Nationals?
Yeah, I think the community would be split between Arizona and Water Aetherwing at this moment, especially watching the Nats. I know a lot of people were doom posting about Aetherwing still being powerful, still being the best deck around. So I would assume if there was a community vote at the start of this day, that probably would have taken it.
I think that is also what the community might have selected here. But let's see what the production team guessed at for our winners of the Ascent. And wait a second. Is that a champion in the game? That's Matt G, the Erupting God himself.
Yeah, that is the champion of Erupting happening right here. We have Once in Love, Zero, Terry, Dan, and myself all voting for Erupting to take it down.
Yeah, and we have Cam, Shinja, Foam on the Razorgale Arasana deck, as well as Ava and Snorlax on the Diana deck as well. So basically the 3 decks that we talked about being in the running. But man, once, I think, like you said, Belk, after that last round, seeing Erupting pop off like that, how do you even stop it?
Yeah, honestly, Dan, looking at that, is they have interaction. You think that's enough to stop it, but you're stopped by using your interaction, by more interaction. It feels like Erupting has answers for everything you're trying to do.
Yeah, and certainly the deck built that way to try and accomplish that. Has a weakness, which is that sometimes it breaks. Yeah. Sometimes you lose to yourself, but so many cards draw you out of it. It's really trying to maximize the consistency of that ability to draw. Now, if these 3 decks are the decks in top 8. And I actually think we'll probably see another deck or two slip into top 8, which could throw everything off, to be fair. But if these 3 decks are the ones in top 8, how do we feel about their individual matchups against each other? Like, looking at these predictions, which one now, thinking about this as the top 8, is most realistic?
Gotcha here. Well, I saw Erupting go against Aetherwing Diana 2 games in a row, or 2 rounds in a row, I'm sorry. And it was pretty convincing in Erupting's favor both times. The Diana players constantly tried to get in there for a quick victory, but left themselves so exposed and open to just an Erupting combo they weren't expecting. Now, on the other side of that, Razorgale, I think is going to be slightly more difficult. You're going to have to play very carefully because Razorgale is almost, I wouldn't say the wind Erupting, but it does what Erupting wants to do. Take turns off, build up influence, and then just combo out.
I'm so glad you called Razorgale wind Erupting because, again, Matt's second Ascent win was in Toronto on Razorgale. So Matt also, I think, feels that same way about the deck. Now, that was with the original text of 3 visits.
Yeah.
That definitely felt more like an unfair Erupting combo at the time, but I do think you're right, and I will say, I mentioned this in the last round, but going into this in the first round of Swiss today, I was over there during my break birding the game between Matt and I believe it was Modest Mewtwo as well, another well-known and very, very solid player who was on that Razorgale list with the Raccoons.
Yeah.
And that game went all the way into overtime, and Matt won with 20 seconds left on the clock.
20 seconds left.
And I'll tell you, folks, he played through 3 Veiling Breezes that turn. 3 Breezes still killed on the turn.
I could not imagine the influence both those players had if that was the showdown interaction last clutch moment. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, when you told us about this, it was still just game 2 that was happening, correct?
I actually am not even sure which game it was. But it was in overtime. I thought maybe this is game 3. I don't know. But I think I agree with you. I think Razorgale is the game that can be a lot more decisive for them when they get the high roll. They start off with the Razorgale Callings, then they go to the Essence Crucible, and the interaction that Matt has for that line, pretty much non-existent. Yeah. There isn't a lot that can be done other than getting a turn to be able to spurn the Essence Crucible, because he does play that. So I think that is going to be the bigger threat in the abstract. Yeah. I do think that the Diana players that we have here today are very, very good at the game.
Yes.
And we saw yesterday, as these Diana decks played, them adapting different playstyles sometimes. Not just spiking damage, but going for a longer game, a big setup, getting all of their powerful regalia out to try to set up a kill that simply can't be stopped. So I'm not at all going to put it past the Diana players in this tournament finding a way, adapting how they play to be able to defeat this as well. I think there will be a lot of sparks flying as we're trying to see if we have once again the Erupting God returning and stealing away another Ascent on this completely overlooked deck.
It is indeed. And for those of you just joining us here, we're talking about the Erupting list, but you may look at that deck list on Omni and say, there's not a single card in that deck named Erupting. Why are we calling it like that? And it's a callback to the old original Dawn of Ashes card that is now banned, and for good reasons. Erupting Rhapsody was the namesake of the deck. It was a huge, big metagame in itself, and Matt helped sort of steer, was at the top of the game at that time, has been banned, and the new card has taken its place in RDO, Volcanic Crescendo. And it reads, instead of dealing or banishing cards from your graveyard, fire cards, to deal damage to your opponent, it deals damage to both champions. And you say, okay, that's a little bit more fair. That's a little bit more even. But it also empowers a certain amount, which helps enables, as we saw in that last round, some fireballs.
Yeah, and that last round really showed the flexibility of the card and how it's very different than Erupting Rhapsody in that the Harmonize ability is the one that deals the damage, right? And in that case, because Matt was able to get that Palvor Sword out of the way and get that Nullifying Lantern out of the way, his yard had built up so massively that even though the Alice player made the coolest play in the world using that Sudden Steal at level 1 with the Palvor Sword to deal a potentially lethal line, if Matt did not have Ignis Deus to level in response, that opened up this line where the Palvor left, the graveyard came back, Matt couldn't deal damage to himself because he would die, but just played an unharmonized Volcanic Crescendo to empower a gigantic fireball for the crackback on his turn. The flexibility has been underrated so far by the players, but I think after Ascent Las Vegas, players are going to keep their eye on this deck.
Oh, it's definitely back on the radar, Dan. It is something that we're excited and looking for. And this is the kind of experience I enjoy about Ascent, is there's these decks that randomly show up that then firmly plant themselves into the brain of players. Originally, Horse and Taxes was that first one that sort of came out, and now it's just a mainstay deck you see around.
Yeah, Horse and Taxes is a deck that everyone has someone at their locals who is the Horse and Taxes main now. Always going to give you a hard time if you're going to try and play a greedy level 3 deck, right? And that's one of the fun things about Grand Archive, because we have this interesting card pool and this flexible game system. And speaking of flexibility, this deck has gone through these iterations that make it even more difficult to land on how to make this deck most effective. Where Matt today is playing Tristan as the champion, but has gone back and forth between Tristan and Lorraine at one point, going flexibly to either of those two with Fiery Momentums in the deck as another option for leading up. That's a real callback to the old Rhapsody days. But also has tried things like Kongming variants, Rai variants. There are versions of this deck that you can have access to. They're going to shift how it plays and shift how its matchup spread looks in some ways, and when it pops off and what the tempo of the deck looks like in general. That wide range of ways that you can play and explore the game is what leads Grand Archive to have these moments where even at the highest level of competition, unknown decks come in. And it's not just like, oh, they had a lucky run. It's, wait a second, this deck's crazy. Why is nobody playing this?
Yeah, honestly, oh man, just imagine Erupting taking down Ascent Las Vegas, what that would do to everyone's metagame, what they thought was going to be the strongest deck out of this weekend.
There's an interesting potential here, though, when we go back to the old metagames, when Erupting was legal. Erupting was a known deck, and Erupting was a deck that you did run tech for, but there still were only a handful of players that were performing with it.
Yeah.
It was a difficult deck. Like to meme and say it was just about counting to 9. But finding those lines while not succumbing yourself to what your opponent is doing wasn't always simple. And it was to the point where I don't know how meta it was ever even really considered. I think at certain events, certain points, it was considered more or less meta. But I go back to, I played Erupting back in 2024 Nationals, and it did get me into day 2. But Matt was playing Erupting and did much better than me, of course. And main deck Mitch was also playing Erupting that weekend. And There maybe were one or two other players on it, but I don't think it was even then was a big list, even though Matt kind of handily made it into the finals, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's because Erupting just takes so much thought, so much process that it's a hard to pick up and just do well with kind of deck. You really have to know lines. You really have to master it. And in Grand Archive, I notice a lot of the times players bounce between decks because you want to try different things. You want to do it. And it's really hard to commit to that one deck specifically, but when you do, you see the specialists, Matt on Erupting, Hyoka on Rai. Like those specialists come in and make a splash. And then it influences everyone. Your locals like, hey, this deck did good. Let me build it. Let me try it out and go from there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure we will see some amount of influence coming out of this performance. I mean, regardless if it wins or loses, at this point, with Matt at a 10-1 record, it's not about whether he makes it into top 8 or not. Yeah. It's about what seed he's at in top 8. So we already know that Erupting has secured that top 8 slot at this point. So that is going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye on going forward as players pick this up and try and perform with it as well. How will that shape the metagame? I totally agree. It's going to be tough, and it's be fun to watch players learn that line too, because main deck only had Matt playing it because, I mean, no one else on the team felt comfortable on it.
Yeah, if I'm allowed to leak some information here, I remember there's a conversation happening. The team's like, yeah, Matt's on it, and some member of main said, I tried playing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. I can't get it. How is he doing so well with it? There's just too many things to think about.
Yeah, it is a difficult deck. So we'll certainly have that. And then I think certainly it's very likely at this point Diana and Razor Gale will be part of our top 8 as well. Both decks that also have lots of lines of thought and intricate play. So I'm excited to see how all those perform. Now, let's do another kind of prediction as we're still waiting for players to kind of get situated in for the next round. What else is going to make it into that top 8? If you had to pick one more deck, Valkyrie, based on anything you maybe know from looking at the performing lists or seeing how the last rounds have been playing out, are there any other lists that you're hoping ends up clinching it and making it in?
Oh, I really want to see the comeback of Water Jin in top 8. We saw a glimpse with Steve-O at Nats, but unfortunately that matchup and those draws just didn't get to showcase what the deck actually wants to do. So I'd love to see a Water Jin that is able to pop off and show why this deck and why a lot of teams and players thought this deck was going to be one of the best.
Yeah, and it was a deck that I think was represented more than some other players definitely expected. I know that a number of members of Chess Club did run back the Water Jin list today, during the Ascent Las Vegas as well, after not quite getting there on the Nationals run. So we have some very powerful players on that list still out there grinding it out, as well. I believe some of the other Chess Club members did divert back to the Diana list that they had a lot of reps on as well.
A lot of reps there. And how about you, Dan? What are you thinking about?
I will not at any point in the current metagame count out Genbu. Genbu is a list that I expect to find a way into the top 8 as well. It might just be a single Genbu. That's pretty common. But that Genbu list, as we saw throughout the weekend of Nationals, is so ridiculously flexible. It can have so many of its win cons shut off, and it just keeps dodging and diverting to a different one until it finds its way to win the game.
Yeah, we saw fast turtles, slow turtles, no turtles. It was a crazy experience with all these different Genbus.
1 turtle, 2 turtle, red turtle, blue turtle. There are a lot of ways that Genbu can find the way to win the game. Sometimes you mill all the polar depths and you go, well, I'm attacking. Sometimes you draw all the polar depths and go, well, I probably win eventually.
Indeed, and there's so many routes. You could mill, you could deal attack damage, you could do non-combat damage. It is infinite choices in this possibility. And Dan, I'm really excited to see what this next matchup's going to be for us. Who knows what 2 decks will be fighting for their chance at that top 8.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see another hot matchup here. I think looking for some of these players that are trying to lock that top 8 spot and make it into the point where they can earn that, by the way, the prize card for this event, Sabrina, Spirit of Water, a new art of Sabrina, and it looks somehow even better than the last one.
They keep one-upping themselves with these spirits. Every new spirit that comes out at Ascent makes people want to get it.
Yeah, they want to be, which is why we, at this Ascent, of course, have over 300 players at this one competing to the point where, I mean, these tickets were sold out, right? It couldn't be more of them because the venue space. So we had this Ascent sold out within the day that it launched. And a lot of the players made their way here to Las Vegas in order to compete for this Spirit, as well as all the additional prizes, the cash, and the coveted gauntlet slot. Yeah, I mean, I think that at this point, even though we had a ton of the best players of the game in Nationals that we got to see play out, that that absolutely insane top cut of Nationals yesterday, where we saw some of the craziest stuff. We still have a crazy amount of incredible players here in this Ascent Day 2, which really shows that the pool of great players in this game is so wide.
Yeah, it is insanely wide. And one thing to note as well is Ascent winners in this past couple of seasons got their Gauntlet invite. But that doesn't mean they're not going to stop from playing Ascents. And there's potential we see some Ascent winners in this Ascent trying to vie for another victory, another top 8. There has been plenty of players consistently showing up in these past events, and it is amazing to see just the consistency from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see who we've got at the table as we head in here. Oh, well, you really set that up nicely, Valkyrie, as there is Duck Hats himself, fresh off his win in Ascent Los Angeles, and is ready to take down, if he can, his opponent, Bokal. 1, 2, 3. Now, this is going to be a fun matchup, one that I'm excited to see because we've not had many sightings of CL this weekend, as Nolan is on this Spirit of Fire CL deck. Now, not a Serene Spirit. I think that's interesting to mention because there have been variants of this that players have played against Duck Hats on, of course. Are we going to call it Gazer Gale? Is that the name that people have decided on with the raccoons?
That or Raccoon Razor Gale is what I've heard as well. Whatever your preference is, we just know they have that same spicy tech that our Nationals winner Ollie has in that deck. And excited to see, you're used to seeing Coup CL. You're used to seeing Toolbox CL. This is Oblation CL. So this is going to be an explosive match.
Yeah, so we're jumping in already. Bokal getting that first turn with that Cremation, drawing cards on the ally played, and Duck Hats going for a really strong card to find right now with the Bandit Gaze Leader missing, though, on the 6th. Didn't have the same kind of luck that Owly had yesterday going to the 6th card and finding a second copy of Bandit. But why, Valk, is this Bandit landing so strong right now?
This Bandit is important because he's hungry, has an appetite for floating memory and liminal guides, and especially in this matchup, 15 cost cards.
Yes, this is one of CL's biggest weaknesses. The fact that this deck is able to eat up all of the cards in the graveyard that Bokal wants to either gain advantage from or banish as an omen. Duck Hats is going to do his very best to try and stop that from happening. Now, Bokal goes for the Angelic Channeling right now, getting these 2 oblations set up for later on. That is Bokal saying, I will combo kill you if you let me get one of my 15 cost cards omened.
Indeed, here we're getting the level up into CL. And Dan, I just want to mention as well, Duck Hats was our last Ascent winner who was playing CL at this time.
Yeah, true. Duck Hats knows this list like the back of his hand, I'm sure, as well. But with the release of Radiant Origins, there were changes, right? One of the big things that we're going to see in this Omen list now is that there are now 9 copies of 15 cost cards. We have 4 copies of Advent of the Stormcaller in this in the list that Bokal's running 1 copy of Ionized Asceticism and 4 copies of Golden Checkmate. All 15 cost cards, with the Checkmate having the distinct advantage of also being able to imbue Topsy Decree, making it a more effective 15 cost card than any of those arcane ones that obviously Bokal can't do anything else with.
Yes, double uses here. And this is CL traditional gameplay. Play a Witch, which is just a 0x ally that draws a card on death, and then cremate it. We saw the Attendant Cremation, now we see the actual Witch Cremation, and we find an Advent to go ahead and put underneath the survival possession.
This is where Bokel knows I am not going to try to get extra value with this. CL does have the option to omen a card from hand, not always from graveyard. And I think a lot of players run into the Raccoon, a surprise Raccoon or a surprise Topsy and Banish, and end up losing the card they can omen. But Bokel says, you know what, I've drawn enough. I'm going to go down a card to make sure that this omen is set up. So Bokel is positioning pretty well to put a lot of pressure back in Duck Hats. And I think unlike the games that we saw yesterday, Duck Hats has to make aggressive plays like this Ascent Protector, returning the Bandit to hand in order to try and press the game. But with the materialization of the Orb of Sealing as well, I can't actually believe Orb of Sealing is main here. Duck Hats really respecting Oblation, because that Orb of Sealing will make it so Bokel is going to need multiple omens that are 15 cost to be able to get that Oblation to fire off, or needs to answer the Orb of Sealing.
Indeed, here, really not wanting to play against Oblation. Maybe respect as a fellow pilot of that deck. But I think Bandit is all alone on this adventure right now. This is a second Bandit not finding any other Raccoons.
Very unfortunate for Bandit. He is solo leveling this game right now, going to be trying to handle any of the float that Bokel has in play, as well as potential liminal guides, and try and deny the value, because the one thing that Duck Hats can do is just try and keep the CL deck from feeling comfortable firing those Oblations off without the kind of influence required to play around Duck Hats' potential prevention. And I think early on I did see Veiling Breeze in hand as well, so I feel like Duck Hats is going to be kind of set up when we get there. Of course, a big question is CL isn't just reliant on Oblation anymore, right? It's those Foe Awakenings in hand. Those Foe Awakenings can do so much surprise damage, unpreventable damage, triggering the CL Mirage's Grave effect, that it's going to be an uphill fight if that CL makes it to 3.
It is indeed. It's all about that level 3 for CL. That ability is too good to pass up on. But we see another Witch. And Dan, if it's not broken the first time, not broken the second time, just do it the third time.
Absolutely. The more cremations you can resolve, the better. I mean, this is reminding me a lot of the kind of card draw that Matt had in the last matchup, looking at the amount of cards in hand, but Bokel in a very different strategy, this time trying to get to 3 with those guaranteed Oblations that will enter the top of his deck, that will make it so that he knows the combo kill is available whenever he wants to. Omening a second 15-cost card here with that checkmate. Now Duck Hats has the activation of the Orb of Sealing, flipping those face down. That means when the Oblation checks the omens for what the lowest cost omen is, it sees no costs on any cards currently and would make that Oblation deal 0 damage to everything.
Those are blanked. They do absolutely nothing at this current moment, and Bokel needs to find a way to get rid of them. Taking a quick look, it doesn't look like we have any mainboard way to get rid of Sealing.
Really? This is uncommon to see. No copies of anything like Reduce to Ash, even to deal with things like Censor of Restful Peace. Going into the side is where he'll have to be with Nocturne's Oblivion as the only real answer to the Orb of Sealing. I mean, I get it. You go into this event, who in their right mind is running Orb of Sealing, let alone in the main board? But maybe the winner of Los Angeles on Oblation CL says, well... actually, I think he ran not Oblation CL, but on CL. Still, on CL says, well, I respect Oblation CL.
It's one of those things, too, and I've talked with a lot of Razor Gale players. They say that the Oblation matchup sometimes is difficult.
Yeah.
And if you can just run a material deck card to stop this, why not?
And I think we're seeing Duck Hats making that decision and making it pay off massively here, as Bokel needs to continue to find 15-cost cards in order to actually pull this off. Does actually find a golden checkmate, but puts it in the graveyard now. I kind of wonder if that's bait to try and get the Bandit to activate, to take that instead of something else. That's very, that's a very interesting play. The best thing that Bokel can do is try and get that omened and be able to Oblation in response to the activation of the Orb of Sealing. That is, I think, the way to be able to get the damage in.
Yes, you are correct. There's 2 juicy targets in that graveyard for this Bandit, a Liminal Guide or that 15-cost golden checkmate, but Bandit can only eat 1 at this current moment. And I believe Bokel is going to go ahead and force Duck Hats to choose which one do you want to eat.
That's very smart. Bokel is forcing the issue right now. Duck Hats can have a potential response with a Raccoon from hand. If he's got 3 in hand right now, a Protector Raccoon at fast activation could still eat it using the ability Bandit grants it. But I don't think Duck Hats has found the additional Raccoon yet, has he?
No.
Bandit certainly failed to find any additional ones. And, you know, we could look back on this game and say, yeah, it all came down to the fact that the Bandit wasn't finding those Raccoons, because obviously that could change things massively. Bokel puts 1 top, 1 bottom, though.
Interesting.
Must already have them in hand, maybe?
I'm not sure. There's also something very interesting here. We do see this 15 going here, and Orb of Sealing will probably be activated, but Bokel can, in response, Oblation. And if Duck Hats doesn't have any protection against this Oblation, it would just be lethal.
Wow, you're right. We are still on Spirit here for Duck Hats. Duck Hats on Gwendolyn, Spirit of Wind. Only 12 life remaining. Bokel, if Bokel has an Oblation in hand right now, would need 2. If Bokel has 2 Oblations in hand, because you do need to, the Orb of Sealing gets activated in response to the Oblation and turns it face down. So yeah, so 2 Oblations or forces the issue if Duck Hats goes for an end of turn Orb of Sealing activation. But no, he's not going to do that right now. That would be far too dangerous. Man, Duck Hat's really showing that heads-up knowledge of how to potentially play around this well. I think this would have been an easy activation of the Orb for some players, not for Duck Hats.
Interesting choice of materialization here for Duck Hats, too. We usually see an Arizona prior to the Crucible, but Duck Hat saying, I just want to draw an additional card at this current moment.
That is very interesting, but I mean, that does set up, I think Duck Hats knows there's not a lot of turns left, right? You need to have this Crucible out, but you want to draw a card. So in Duck Hat's position, bringing out that Essence Crucible to get the card draw saves the turn of having to set up the Crucible later on. And yeah, I think that's really smart to do.
Also, this is a great heads-up play, as these are open deck lists. You get to look at the deck list before you play your opponent. Duck Hats can have seen this list and say, you have no way to remove this Crucible. I can bring it out game 1, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think these players are both really expertly weaving around what the opponent is doing and setting us into a very classic moment in Grand Archive where we have standstills around the activation of cards like this Orb of Sealing, right? This is a card that is sort of defining the matchup right now, as it is always in Duck Hat's pocket to activate and flip over this card so that it no longer is going to be active for that Orb, for that Oblation. And here we see Bokel activating the Lost Providence. I didn't check the list and didn't notice that was unfortunately missed on the last turn.
That was indeed. Did not pass that QTE on that DG level up, missing the Lost Providence.
The QTE, man. Oh, I got to press X in time to get that Lost Providence out. That's funny.
Yeah, it is. When you grab your material deck for your level 3 champion, it's like, oh, I missed it. Yeah. And it goes back down.
But I think this is also very big, too, the Manxam Armoire coming down. The Manxam Armoire is a really cool card in this exact situation, because now even if this Golden Checkmate gets flipped over, that can be activated to swap a face-down card with a face-up one to be able to Oblation successfully. So all these buttons, right? We have a button here. We have a button here. We have the Oblation button in hand. We know we've drawn at least one. These players need to figure out what order these buttons get pressed in order for one player to come out successfully, either alive or winning the game.
Yeah, it does feel like your traditional standoff of like, I have something to stop you from winning. And they respond with, well, I have something to stop you from winning. And then it's just this back and forth until the Jenga tower crumbles down in front of us.
Meanwhile, Duck Hat's just continuing to put that pressure on the board, though. This Ascent Protector has been here for many turns now, dealing 3 damage every turn because, of course, CL is not an ally deck. You don't need to worry about intercepting anything. Just punching in as much damage as possible as Duck Hats continues to try and deny cards in Graveyard, setting up maybe key potential omens or value with those bandits. And Duck Hats is going to additionally get now, finally, the Arasana materialization. The champion enters the fray with the Crucible already online. Is this the moment where Duck Hat says, I'm a little afraid of you. I need to try and close this? But 19 life to chew through. Does feel like a lot, Val. Can the deck do that in a single turn?
Oh, can CL do 19 damage in a single turn? Is like asking, do you want to draw 2 cards in Grand Archive? The answer is yes. Of course you can. Both these decks are explosive.
Yeah, both
in a
decks
single
can
turn.
both decks can explode and take the opponent out.
Yeah,
there is a I was just thinking about this too. There was a potential response to materialization that could have been used by Bokel. Could have responded by aiming for an ablation play to try and push the buttons to get the kill on Duck Hats, but Duck Hats still had so many cards left in hand that I don't think it was going to be successful. So now with that Arasana successfully materialized, here comes the damage from the Ascent Protector, followed by the brew of the distilled water, which is going to cause a trigger on the Essence Crucible. And with this Essence Crucible out, the number of counters on it is going to dictate how much extra damage triggers of Razorgale Calling will deal. However, I feel like there's something wrong here.
The deck is called Razorgale, not Essence Crucible.
Right. We are still missing the Razorgale Callings entering play, even though with these brews of the second distilled water, there's 2 counters on this Essence Crucible. It's currently at +2 damage to every activation of a win card with Calling in play, but without, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, Duck Hats is digging for that.
That was a Razorgale, wasn't? No,
cyclical.
It was a cyclical. Oh no, Duck Hats can't find the Razorgale right now. They are evading his grasp, and he's going to dig and dig here with the cyclical, getting back the Fairy Whispers, continuing to try and glimpse to find what he needs.
Yeah, and as you're finding this Razorgale, you're just using more and more resources that you want to be playing with Razorgale.
There are still none, just has to put a win card on top to make sure he doesn't miss out on value, as those raccoons could be a little wily and screw up his plan with the Fairy Whispers. But I see a Scout the Land in hand still, but at some point, Duck Hats has to stop playing cards and hold up interaction because CL continues to be frightening.
Yes, that is the thing. You can't go completely all in to get that Razorgale this turn, even though it would have been so good to see it. You need to be able to stay alive. Oblation is online and scary.
Yeah, this, again, this golden checkmate in the Omens is the key. This makes, with a 15 reserve cost, this means while this card is face up, this is representing a 15 damage, fast speed ablation play that can be pulled off whenever Bokel is ready to try and go for it. I feel like both players are trying to get loaded guns, and they're in a quick draw match to see who hits first, but it looks like Duck Hats is trying to dig in his pockets right now for the bullets to be able to fire it off.
Yeah, it looks like Duck Hats didn't quite get the memo on bringing a fully loaded weapon to this fight, although Bokel 1, 2, 3 is...
Here is an
Umbrasight. We're drawing cards.
Oh, maybe those were Umbrasights from the start. I might have actually misread the card. I thought it was Ablation, though.
Honestly, just like a lot of win cards, the purple Umbra cards look a lot similar.
I appreciate your faith in me, but I think I possibly misread it, but we'll have to see, because I feel like, given what we saw earlier, the game would have changed if the Ablation was in hand earlier. It seemed like there was a line to play it and successfully resolve it, but I also could be wrong. It still could have been the Ablation. Let's try and get a glimpse at Bokel's hand when we can and see what's actually in there, but now with that Umbrasight resolving, I saw another checkmate, but man, every time these players do this, we switch to the hand cam, and then they decide, I need to put this down. It pulls it back up. Bokel, please, let us see your hand. We have the... Come on, buddy. Okay.
Golden Dungeon Guide, channeling.
Let's stick on this while the player thinks and try and see if we can find that hand. Yeah, there are some pieces of interaction, but I'm not immediately seeing... There it is. There's okay.
2.
So we were right.
Okay.
We did channeling the Ablations earlier. Okay. So yeah, 2 Ablations in hand. Man, that is so much potential play available. You have Ablation in response to the Ablation. You have the Manxam Armor. You have... Well, I guess that's it. That's the those are the plays that we have currently access to. But there still is a lot that can be done. And here, Duck Hat's going for his defensive materialization of the Safeguard Amulet, as well as an activation of 3 visits as he's continuing to try and glimpse and find that Razorgale Calling. Now, the Safeguard adds just another button now to our sort of back and forth interaction that these players are going to use to try and outwit each other.
Indeed here. Duckhats has finally found that Razor Gale, calling the namesake of the deck. Bokel, I believe you're going to have to do something here this turn when you see this card.
This is forcing the action right now, as already 21 damage has been marked on CL, and as a reminder, the CL is on regular Spirit of Fire, no Serene. So it is up to Bokel now to figure out how do we respond. I think there is a very good argument to respond to the Razor Gale calling right now. And this is the play. I love this. Topsy Decree giving Bokel Spell Shroud for the turn will make it so that even once this Razor Gale resolves, if Duckhats plays any additional win cards this turn, the only legal target is himself for the 3 damage per win card activated.
That is true. It's not, you may target a champion as you have to target a champion.
And it's a spell source, so you cannot target a champion who has Spell Shroud.
Oh, wow. And since it was imbued too, we also had Duckhats lose a card out of hand, which, in the long run doesn't matter too much, but that may be the key factor to Duckhats staying alive.
Yeah, very possibly. And it looks like Duckhats has to pass the turn here at this point, of course, not wanting to deal damage to themselves. But that Topsy Decree Spell Shroud does only last for the turn. Now, Bokel's going to do a materialization here, choosing to go for the Malice. The Devouring Malice is a very flexible card, and Duckhats has the opportunity to respond to this Devouring Malice right now if he wants to, as his next chance to play the win cards to try and start to deal that last 9 points of damage to Bokel, but looks like is just passing that opportunity, letting Bokel go ahead and draw, recollect and draw, and set up for Bokel to continue to have a potential response to what Duckhats does. These standoffs are so tough, Valk. I don't know how you choose when to fire.
Yeah, and if you make the judgment call of just going in and your opponent has exactly what they need and you don't have any response, it's just the game, so you don't want to be the one to initiate it if you cannot finish it. And Bokel just finding another oblation off the top with that Chalice of Blood.
Yeah, Duckhats did unfortunately put him to the 21 damage mark. You have to if you're going to win the game, of course, but that did turn on that proactively played Chalice of Blood. I think that is so smart from Bokel to put that Chalice of Blood out that early, knowing, hey, you can't do anything about this, and you have to get me. You don't win in one shot as Razor Gale. You have to put me to above 20 and let me be alive, where I'll have an opportunity to activate this Chalice for value.
Oh, man.
The activation of the Devouring Malice, what is he choosing?
Deal 8 unpreventable damage to the champion, draw 2 cards, perhaps?
Probably not that one.
Okay. That was being hopeful. Hopeful.
That seems pretty sketchy.
We are going to
I think it's 3 damage to champion, because the skirting step is being played and imbued in response to that to prevent 1. So I believe the Devouring Malice is doing 3 damage to champion and recovering 3.
Yes, I believe you are correct on this.
And that means Duckhats responds by firing off that skirting step, dealing 3 damage with this Razor Gale calling. This is dealing it is just dealing a simple 3 damage every time a win card is activated. But now with the resolution of the Devouring Malice, removing that counter and dealing 3 damage to Arasana while healing 3 damage to CL, I think. It erases the 3 damage that was dealt. Yes. Yeah, 3 damage dealt, 3 damage healed. Putting CL still at 21.
I love the materialization of Terror's Ring from Duckhats here, saying, maybe this Dungeon Guide won't be able to hit me. An attack in with that Ace Protect, and the second Razor Gale calling.
Wow.
This is the deadly turn. Bokel, I believe your hands are now forced.
Yes, it is a single wind activation that takes Bokel out of the game. Bokel just wants to be the one to win the game in response. But unfortunately, Arasana, with a single ablation resolves, is still left at 1 life. So it's a dicey spot to be in, thanks to some of that recovery from the 3 visits, keeping the damage from CL off. But actually, the Manxam Armor does 2 unpreventable too. So there it is. In response to the wind play comes the oblation. In response to that, the Orb of Sealing. That's going to put face down that golden checkmate, unless Bokel wants to respond to that. Let's see where he's going from here. Is it He's looking at a Foe Awakening in his hand right now, but putting 3 down. I'm so curious to see how he's going to do this. There's the second Ablation coming down a Veiling Breeze from Bokel, and it looks like Bokel says that's good, and you are going to get it as he picks up his memory, and that is going to be game 1 going to Duck Hats on Arasana Crucible.
Wow, what a game. And truly, Bokel missed the window of opportunity. You got to that point with that double Razor Gale, well, any wind activation card was lethal, which put yourself in a checkmate situation that Duck Hats was happy to be in. Bokel had to pull that trigger earlier, force the matter when those Razor Gales weren't already developed to that board.
I think needed to, but needed the opponent to not have response, right? And I think Bokel was playing around the fact that Duck Hats played that entire game so well, keeping up like 7 influence every single turn. I think at any point, if Bokel pulled the trigger on the Ablation, and this might have been a make you have it scenario, but Duck Hats had it and would have prevented that damage. And after that, Bokel ends up with the Omens sealed, no way to get rid of the Orb of Sealing, and I don't think Bokel wins after that.
Dan, refresh my memory. I'm having a brain fog at this tournament. CL is unpreventable damage, correct?
CL's triggers are unpreventable damage,
correct.
yes.
So there is a world that I saw for Bokel. In response to that second Razor Gale, you Oblation, start this chain, right? You have to then fight. You're not going to die from that other Razor Gale triggers. And the same situation happened. Orb of Sealing, in response to Orb of Sealing, I'll Oblation again, and then Duck Hats will Veiling Breeze, and then you had double Foe in your hand. And the double Foe combo deals 16.
You have double Foe in your hand, but you need to... You discard 1, Omen 1, pop the Armoire, take it back.
And you had Lost Providence.
And you have the Providence to draw.
And Duck Hats was specifically sitting at 3 damage counters. So that 16 combo turn that is unpreventable would have been enough to secure the game there. But due to the fact that you took so much damage and let that Razor Gale develop, it left that situation where any win card Duck Hats could activate would close the game.
But as soon as the triggers go on the stack for the foes, then Duck Hats can respond and kill in response.
I don't think you were in lethal range with possibly. I have to go back.
I think
right.
multiple win cards still kill it, and I think Duck Hats could simply play Veiling Breezes from hand to kill in response to damage. So I think, I mean, it was just tough. This was a game where both players just had to play around, assuming the opponent had absolutely everything. Yep. And unfortunately for Bokel, Duck Hats just got absolutely everything a little bit faster. Now, we talked about this at the start, so let's just run through this quickly. But Nocturne's Oblivion is a card that can definitely come in from Bokel to be able to deal with the Orb of Sealing. But it also hits things like Essence Crucible and Razor Gale. It's super good. Expel the Departed for those Razor Gales as well. Definitely something that I expect to see in here. And Blanche. So a lot of cards can come in. Blanche has been a key card for a lot of these decks being able to survive a turn or two against that Razor Gale deck. Whereas for Duck Hats, Valk, what do you think's coming in?
Oh, Duck Hats is probably going to be looking at some cards. Innervate Agility might be nice since you get Spell Shroud and CL's ability is as a spell.
It is.
So go ahead and prevent that there. Also, Stifling Gyre is a great choice against these dungeon guides. Go ahead and make CL have to hard level or have the additional resources and go completely hands down from there.
I like the Obscured Offering as a way to protect that Orb of Sealing as well. That feels like a pretty good card to bring in. And Crystallized Destinies, of course, those come in because CL is trying to deal 15 damage combos. Now, those are breakable, but you got to make your opponent have the Foe, right? They have to have the Foe Awakening or have to have the Armoire out to be able to actually stop your Crystallized Destiny. So, yeah, I see some definite benefit to bringing all those in as our players take the first turn. Bokel just once again, well, actually not once again. Last turn, they drew a lot of cards. This time, just going to start by passing that turn 1 on to Duck Hats, who's going to go into the Fairy Whispers here, trying to set up the appropriate cards for their hand to be able to combo. Hopefully, like I think Duck Hats wants to go faster than they did last time.
Want to find a Razor Gale within the top 20-ish cards of the deck here instead of having to truly dig deep. Looking at the hand, I don't see any Razor Gales for Duck Hats at this current moment. We are going to have to start expanding some resources to try and find them.
And finding raccoons as well there. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bandit, Gaze Leader coming down. 3, 4, 5. 6, no, another complete miss on Bandit. The gaze are not following him. The gaze is not with him as this leader is leading the way for nobody else.
Yes, and more importantly, a Razor Gale was sent to the bottom as well. Oh, wow. Bokel, not even a creative shock at the end of the turn.
Still could do it in wreck. No, nothing. Nothing at all, Valk.
Just a turbo backup charge into recollecting and drawing. I wonder
Is
if
that turbo in hand, though? Do we have a turbo here?
it's possible, or maybe the hand is just not that good. I see we just drew a Angelic Intendant, and the other cards were 15 costs, Dungeon Guides, may have not had anything playable on this turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like the reason that level 3 fire decks can be so fickle. Sometimes with all of your cool cards, you just find the wrong sets of things, and that is an Angel Attendant not imbued, which is fine. The Interceptor is not very relevant against Duck Hats at the present, but that's an Angel Attendant with no Cremation Ritual to follow it up either. Bokel is just finding the wrong halves of a lot of his deck right now as Duck Hats draws for turn with the backup charger, puts the backup charger out, then draws in with the Windmill Engineer and gets ready to be able to activate that backup charger at a better moment, swinging in with that Windmill Engineer for 1. Actually, that's very interesting too. The Angel Attendant, if it were imbued, would have been able to start preventing some damage right now. But it is simply an ally in play that without that intercept, Duck Hats never has to give Bokel the extra card that he desperately wants.
Yeah, and Bokel taking that incremental damage that adds up fairly quickly, and what Razor Gale list especially love to do against their opponents. Now, we did manage to get to CL1 by banishing a devastating blow from memory. I have a feeling that this card is really, really good if Duck Hats is caught off guard with it.
Yeah, Devastating Blow. There's 2 of in Bokel's list here, and yeah, it's a card that in the right moment, just kind of like we saw in that last game against Matt, when you find that big attack and catch your opponent off guard, you might be able to steal wins if they are not ready for it. I think the biggest issue with that is Duck Hats feels born ready, right? He always has a gigantic hand of interaction to be able to play out. There is a Liminal Guide just being played raw, swinging into the Windmill Engineer, which Duck Hats very quickly reclaims to hand.
We have to have a cremation. No, we're just ending turn and omening a golden checkmate.
That is going to make Duck Hats very interested, I think, in putting the Orb of Sealing out as well as soon as he can to start to flip those cards face down, not letting Bokel set anything up here. And if Bokel can't get Omen set up and can't draw cards, then Duck Hats is in the driver's seat. And actually, Duck Hats feels so in the driver's seat. Let's just put out Essence Crucible using that reclaim, get the card draw, and then the activation of the backup charger for Duck Hats, drawing into hand this gigantic influence from the memory. And with that Razor Gale calling you called up, Valk, damage is going to stack.
It is gonna stack indeed. Are we 1, 2, 3 turbocharge as well? The value just keeps coming here for Duck Hats.
Another Bandit picked up on that. We see the Veiling Breeze in hand. We know that Duck Hats has responses to things. Actually, I think imbuing with the Skirting Step and a Dream Fairy, that Windmill Engineer once again drawing another card into memory and continuing to punch in damage unabated by the non-imbued Angel Attendant, just incrementing a little bit here as Duck Hats sets up for the eventual Razor Gale potential victory.
Building that influence, the most important part, and we've sort of seen the difference between these two players. Bokel struggling to find some draw power here. Meanwhile, Duck Hats, everything they've been doing is just more and more value, cards at a time, and Bokel is getting outvalued compared to that game 1.
Yeah, having to set up the Manxum Armoire as early as on level 1. Bokel desperately just wants to get value from leveling up, but here's the issue. Duck Hats continues to build a hand and find raccoons. Duck Hats can keep the value in the graveyard from existing as long as they want to, using Reclaim to once again return the Windmill Engineer, and Bokel just trying to play it slow, but playing it slow where you're already being slowed down by Duck Hats is maybe a little too slow to get there in this game too, but we'll have to see if his luck can turn around.
Oh, wow. This is looking like a masterclass from Duck Hats here. We're going into Arizona, banishing that floating memory, going to roll for some herbs. We do have one Razor Gill, and if we have a speed potion in hand, I feel like Duck Hats can aim for a kill turn or potentially set up for their next turn to just close out this game.
I think there is a speed potion in hand. Yeah, there is. Yep, there is at least one speed potion in hand here too. So there comes the Razor Gale calling. It is entering the fray, and the win condition for Duck Hats is now available. And there's the Brood Speed Potion. Valk, you said it.
It is happening. Bokel has a Blanche in hand, but we are not level 2. It is not fast activated, and this may just be all the damage coming in from Duck Hats. Every win card is going to be 2 damage to CL. That means that it is double the value. This Windmill Engineer dealing to on enter.
CL is only level 1, only 20 life that Duck Hats has to deal to get there. Now, as we watch these TM32 team members play this deck out, they are still always patient. I never see them fully commit and fully dive because they know time is on their side, but we'll see if Duck Hats is going to take that opportunity right here, smelling that his opponent has not a lot in hand. One of the tricks, though, in Grand Archive is when your opponent doesn't have a lot of things in hand to advance their game plan, they often have a lot more interaction and reaction in hand instead. So we'll see how much Duck Hats wants to kind of pull the trigger on pushing the damage here, but with only 11 damage, 11 left to deal to be able to take the game, Duck Hats is actually ending with a stifling gyre. That's going to slow down massively Bokel's ability to win because I am pretty sure that's naming Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, there is no better option here. Dungeon Guide seems like the best possible option for Duck Hats, stopping Bokel from the leveling up with fervor, pretty much. You're going to have to use cards from memory and at max be at level 2, but Bokel going to respond to this Stifling Gyre, not wanting it to... Oh, and Expel the Departed.
Yeah, the Expel the Departed from Bokel, very key here. Able to get, there was an option to hit the Gyre as well, but using that to get the Razor Gale calling off the board makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, Valk, there is a card Duck Hats uses to get that right back, isn't there?
There is the good old Cyclical Breeze. 2 cost, bring back a Wind Element spell, and Bokel does not have any way to shut down the elements in the graveyard.
But Bokel does follow up that end of turn with an Angelic Channeling, getting both a Baleful Ablation and a Golden Checkmate into the banishment, where when Bokel does reach level 3, those will go on top and try and reach at any sort of way to turn the game back into their favor.
Oh no, losing the Blanche.
See, the issue with never getting the float value here is that you have to banish the cards you need to win the game against Razor Gale, like Blanche.
And there was been a Cremation Ritual in Bokel's hand for a long time, it looks like here. And curious why it hasn't been used on this Attendant.
If the Cremation Ritual is used on Attendant, you do go down a few cards here, but you do get to draw to replace it. So I guess you're just going down in hand size by 1. That's not significant. I haven't caught how long that's been in there, but you definitely can't do it on the Liminal Guide while the Bandit's in play either. That is a bit of a struggle. And right now, I don't know if you can go down by 1 and still Dungeon Guide through a Stifling Gyre, so I don't think that's an option necessarily there. But this Liminal Guide does come in and take out the Windmill Engineer. It's gone. It's off the board.
It is cleared, and we are just going to use the Cremation Ritual now to get rid of this Angelic Guide, drawing 3, 2 from the Cremation, 1 from the Guide's of On Death ability itself.
And that does set Bokel up now with a few more cards, but still only level 2, 3 cards in hand, and 14 damage left for Duck Hats to deal. Now, if Duck Hats has another potion, has a distilled water in hand, would bring out likely the ingredient pouch here to be able to actually brew, not imbue. I was gonna say imbue, brew that potion, add another counter to the Essence Crucible, and increase the damage dealt. But it looks like Duck Hat's just opting for the Orb of Sealing here, knowing that the opponent is setting up those omens and wants to deny that value. Still can potentially find lethal with the Scout the Land, triggering, not triggering Razor Gale, needing to find the Razor Gale, but digging deeper. Is that a cyclical?
That is. We find one directly off the top. Now we got to think of what can we do, set up the cyclical, get back this Razor Gale. We know Bokel's going to try and get this Expel the Departed back to their hand to use next turn. So we need to find a way to protect this Razor Gale, maybe keep it in hand for this turn.
For all Duck Hats knows, all 3 Razor Gales could be at the bottom of the deck. And in fact, they know that at least one is from one of the bandits, right?
Yes.
So we know that at least one Razor Gale is in the bottom 12 cards of the deck, and there's 2 more to find in there. So Duck Hat's dying to find cards like that Cyclical Breeze to be able to get the Razor Gales back out, to be able to start to actually push that win once more. So I love the play of the Orb of Sealing here, where Duck Hat says, if my deck is not going to cooperate with me, I'm not going to let yours cooperate with you either until one of us can pull out of this. And hopefully for Duck Hats is the one.
Yeah, it is. You're always rooting for yourself in this favor. Bokel opting into materialize the Chalice of Blood this turn.
Very early once again.
Very early. Possibly having a feeling Duck Hats is going to aim to try and push them over that 20 mark. And it also just forces Duck Hats to now realize, if you are going to try and kill me, you're going to give me 2 draw.
Yeah, exactly. Again, these multiple Razor Gale triggers to deal the damage means that CL will basically always have an opportunity somewhere in the 20 and above damage range to be able to activate that. The Liminal Guide comes in and finally marks the damage here on Arasana. Then it gets promptly cremationed. Now, I don't expect to see it get its ability used here, as Bandit remains in play and awake, able to banish that at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it is lying in wait. That Bandit is never aggressive. He is just wanting free food. And free food it is. The Liminal Guide is getting eaten by Bandit Gaze Leader. Duck Hats is now using everything at the end of this turn. I feel like this is a push.
The Orb of Sealing being activated to turn to, should be turning to, only choosing to turn the 1 15-cost Omen face down, of course, leaving these 2 3-costs here, which are going to stymie the Ablation plays a little bit. But Bokel setting up those 3-cost Omens for a very particular reason. Then you kind of feel that Omen's given up necessarily on the Ablation play, or plans to use a way to get rid of them later and exchange them for 15-cost ones. Duck Hats then follows up the Ingredient Pouch and activation with the Bandit Gaze Leader, which is going to sacrifice the current one in play. Now resolve this on enter. Will he find another raccoon? There,
Yay.
This time it worked. Bandit found another bandit and did not lose another Razor Gale.
The Bandit successfully finding another one. And here we see another Brood, Potion of the Distilled Water, cycling, getting another counter on that Essence Crucible. That means whenever Razor Gale is out and a spell damage, and a win card is activated to deal spell damage, it does that additional +2. And that's exactly what happened that game 1. That Crucible got out of hand.
Exactly, and Duck Hats is hoping to repeat that performance here with that Razor Gale. Once again, look at that hand, 2 Veiling Breezes in there. There's the another Distilled Water. If Duck Hats wants to push it one more turn, can get another activation. But one concern is that once CL gets to 3, we have cards like Nocturne's Oblivion in play that can really damper the damage. So Duck Hats does need to take that into consideration and figure out when he's ready to pull the trigger. Starts by playing the Razor Gale Calling, and now those wind activations start to deal damage again.
Start to deal. When is Bokel going to use this Expel the Departed from the Omens? Oh, actually, the Orb of Sealing is going to be trying to stop that as well. If Bokel tries to use Armoire, that Orb of Sealing is going to...
The Armoire can still return.
Oh, grab the face down.
Yep.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what position, whether it's face up or face down. For the Armoire, it can take the card back. But because Armoire doesn't have a specific target. If Armoire said, like, return target action card or something, then the Omen would not have those values, and so it wouldn't be a legal target.
Good to know here on our end and Bokel's end. Probably something to think about as well. When do you just want to grab this? You really want to save that Armoire for your foe combo at level 3 and not wanting to have to force it out too early.
Yeah, it's very tricky to play around this everything that Duck Hats presents to you here, especially when Bokel's decks is so uncooperative in the early turns of the game. But Bokel finally deciding, okay, I'm going to get to that level 3. I'm going to banish these 3 cards, get the... actually, I'm very curious where he puts the Baleful Oblation here. Mace, I think, still keeps it on top. I think still looking to try and, again, use that Armoire, get the Expel back, swap a 15 cost back in, but then still has another 3 cost in there. And the thing about Oblation is that it needs to it looks at the lowest cost Omen, so it needs to have the 15 be the lowest cost Omen for it to work.
Indeed, right now that's just a sad little Oblation for 3 if it were to be activated. Does remove the Bandit.
Both of those were put on top by the channeling. So, of course, Bokel did draw the golden checkmate, I think, for the turn here. And then does remember, well done, Bokel, to activate that Lost Providence. It is there, and it is ready. And Duck Hats also will give Bokel the draw from this Chalice of Blood over here whenever Duck Hats does start to push that damage in. And now when this Manxum Armoire is activated, that's going to be 2 more damage coming at Duck Hats. So things can really start to heat up here as Bokel is considering some really important plays in the second game of our 3rd round of Swiss today here at day 2 of Ascent Las Vegas.
Something to consider indeed. And CL being your guardian, having that total life pool of 30, going to push the needle ever so further for Duck Hats. Going to be harder and harder to win.
Continuing to banish the cards from the graveyard and then using a skirting step at end of turn, getting the triggers from the Razor Gale to deal the 3 damage and drawing a card. Duck Hats is able to start committing some cards from hand. You might wonder why Duck Hats holds so many cards in hand and doesn't always do anything. Needs to hold enough interaction back to last through anything, especially now that his level 3 CL opponent can do, but is willing to spend some of those cards right now, still keeping other cards in hand available to push that clock a little bit more as Duck Hats goes for another activation of the ingredient pouch and is getting ready to brew another distilled water, bringing the Essence Crucible. There it is to plus 3 damage on every win card activation now, and that 3 damage means 4 damage per win card. That is not going to take very long to take CL out of the game. In fact, that is a simple 4 activations, plus we have the Agility 3 from the Speed Potion as well. There's a lot in Duck Hat's favor in this matchup. Is he ready to pull the trigger before Bokel can go off?
This is going to be a lot of damage here. Look how valuable this Windmill Engineer. It says deal 4, draw into memory even before it hits the field.
That is a powerful card, and if the card just read that, then I think it would be banned.
Indeed, it would. Windmill Engineer gets to even attack in for that additional point of damage. This is where it gets scary, though. You're going to push Bokel into that 20 damage counter, just meaning that Chalice will be online and active.
Exactly. Get Bokel to that stage, and then Bokel draw some cards, and you get Bokel kind of in the corner, right? The caged lion starts to bare his fangs a little bit and might actually try to pull off whatever Bokel's been waiting for at this point here. The right hand, the right moment to try and take Duck Hats out. So Duck Hats is going to continue to play cautiously. We see Duck Hats, a master of patience. No need to pull the trigger and get in the situation where a crackback takes him out of the game. So many cards in hand. So much influence over how this game ends up resolving as Bokel goes to wake up the Lost Providence and gets yet another materialize for their chance to steal the game back.
Oh boy, this could be a different story if Bokel...
His own Orb of Sealing.
Wow.
I did think this was going to happen at some point, and I was waiting for the excitement of dropping his own Orb of Sealing here, where Bokel can now use this card to be able to put face down the non-15 cost omens that have been omened, allowing Bokel an opportunity with that Armoire to put the 15 cost golden checkmate from hand underneath into that omens, making those oblations scary once again. 15 damage oblations. Again, there's just so much play and counterplay that these players can use. Button, button, button. All of the buttons in Duck Hat's hand as well. There are so many things these players have to play, and it's coming down to a key interaction stack in order to determine who wins this game. Is this in response?
This is in response.
Yep, in response to the Orb of Sealing, you have to respond. Duck Hat says, that button is one button too many. I can't let you do that.
Yes. Oh, this was actually past
Oh, we passed turn. Okay. Boko is just staying. So, man, that's crazy. Boko is staying exactly as patient as Duckats. Now, too, where Duckats with that activation of that last card that was a Galestream Insight, I think? Or Reclaim. No, it's Reclaim. Reclaim.
Yes.
With that last activation of that Reclaim, did trigger the 4 damage that put CL into the range to use this Chalice of Blood. Now, you're going to see this happen very soon when Bokal thinks there's an opportunity to successfully draw those cards without being killed in response. There it is right now. Is Duckats going to stop him? No. Draw the 2.
I'm curious. Duckat's not responding, letting Bokal just get some cards, get some value. Bokal activating the first button has been pushed. Orb of Sealing. Are we going to respond?
Bokal has to do this right now because Duckats is about to recollect a bunch of cards back into memory. This is basically the most open Duckats is to taking this damage. So it's time for Bokal to try and pull things off. There is the Manxum Armoire. This is going to take an Omen into hand, then put an Omen from hand into Omen, put a card from hand into Omens. Now that checkmate is there. The 15 damage is potentially online following this resolution, plus 2 damage from CL Mirage's Grave to Arasana. Again, just 1 damage short right now of being able to have a single lethal oblation, and that unfortunate situation means Bokal does have to find one other source of damage, but it could be as easy as a Foe Awakening. It could be a second oblation, but Duckats is still certainly going to have more response. Bokal has already started pressing buttons and needs to continue to press the advantage.
Oh, the Topsy Decree imbued in response. We're going to Orb of Sealing to flip back that golden checkmate.
That Topsy Decree gives the champion Spell Shroud here for the turn, which will mean Duckats can't kill in response, but of course the Orb of Sealing activatable now. In response to that, the Oblation, there's the Veiling Breeze, there's the Veiling Breeze, there's the Veiling Breeze! Duckat says, you are not going to kill me this turn, and takes game 2 of our 3rd round of Swizz here at Ascent Las Vegas.
Wow, that was a lot. Duckats, as you said, was technically left open, and this was an opportunity, but there's still about 9 cards in the hand in that opening, 3 of them being that Veiling Breeze. And as much as Veiling Breeze is great as a protective tool, in this Razorgale list, when you have a bunch of Crucibles, it is a 1-cost deal damage to your opponent.
The Essence Crucible just went too far. Bokal unable to find Baleful Ablation to take it off the board, unable to deal with the combo. The CL deck obviously has performed well this weekend because it can be so explosive. It can be so hard to play around. But these win decks with the gigantic influence, they can play around it.
They can. Honestly, the amount of influence Duckats had, it was insane. I believe it was 20 plus. I really want to go back and check how many cards they had access to and the patience from them that whole time. I feel like a lot of Razorgale players set up a big Crucible and they just I'm going to kill you this turn, play a bunch of win cards, and then they lose because their opponent just had that one piece of interaction.
Duckat's patience is possibly his greatest trait as a player. Duckats knows exactly how long to wait to push for these things. It comes from years of playing at this competitive level, understanding that Grand Archive is really about who's got the influence at the right time, who's able to push their deck's advantage exactly when it needs to be pushed, no sooner and no later. And also, I think a lot of thanks for Duckats to that performance there comes down to their decision to put Orb of Sealing in the main board for this very matchup. There are some other situations where it's useful, slimes, arcane stuff in general, Rye, but certainly Oblation being a rougher matchup for the Essence Crucible Razorgale deck, unless you can put out that Orb of Sealing and just say, look, anytime you go for it, I got you.
Yeah, that Orb of Sealing at main deck, I think, won game 1 and forced the hands in game 2. Without it, I feel like Bokal could have snuck in that game 1 single-handedly.
And maybe then had a game 3 where the draws didn't start out so clunky, where you get to kind of go off, pop off, get your own high roll as your Fire level 3 deck and do some crazy Foe Awakening, like you said, Valk, take you out of the game style play. But it wasn't in the cards for Bokal, but Duck Hats had enough cards in hand where everything was in the
Yes.
cards for them. So Duck Hats does take that, sending them into round 4 with a very, very healthy record and eyeing that top 8 spot right now, where we'll have Duck Hats once again competing. Can TM32 do a back-to-back win this weekend? Nationals followed by Ascent Las Vegas, certainly cementing them as one of the scariest teams in the game.
Yeah, especially on that Raccoon Razor Gill that's been going around that they brought here. It'd be interesting. I'm really curious. It is something to root for and keep your eye out to see if they are able to do it. And I think there's 2 TM32 members with this deck in contention for that top 8.
I think so too. I think they've got some pretty nice odds behind them. Of course, as we talked about going into this round, we'll have a giant from out of nowhere, the surprise foe, the return of Matt G to be able to defeat, as well as some incredible players piloting this return of the Aetherwing Diana deck. Carpson Kodaban, who cares? That doesn't matter. This deck is still potent, and several other decks that have still the potential to make it into that top cut. So there's still a lot to fight for and a lot to fight through. And yeah, I can't wait to see who ends up making it into that top cut.
Yeah, I cannot wait either. There's just one round between us and that top cut later this day. So, it's one of those, stay tuned to next round to figure out exactly who is going to be making it. It is the deciding factor. You can follow along on Omnidex. The Omnidex link is posted in the chat, so you just go ahead and see, follow these players, see their routes, see who's maybe undefeated still.
Yeah, and speaking of Omnidex, as we're prepping that interview with Duck Hats, someone who's no stranger to getting interviewed on stage here, that is a good reminder that there is also, while this weekend is going on, throughout today here, that Omnidex profile picture, that
Oh, that is exciting. I've already claimed mine.
Yep,
Sure
I got it immediately.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm a huge Arasaka fan, so I'm like, yep, I need that right now.
Yeah, it's just something that tickles the brain of just collecting these profile icons, being able to roll for them. I'm super excited. Hopefully we get something nice for our rolls here today. But yeah, that profile icon, and that is the prize card they won for Nats in day 2.
That's the day 2 Nats prize card. Yep, so you might not have the day 2 Nats prize card, but you can have the profile picture if you head over there and grab that. But it sounds like we're ready, so we're going to head over to Once in Love, who has the all-star from TM32, Duck Hats, to interview, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say about that match.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the end of round 12 at Ascent Las Vegas. Duck Hats, congratulations on the win there. You are now 7-1-3. You got one more to go.
Thank you.
To try to lock that top 8 spot. How does it feel to have played 21 rounds in a row between yesterday and today of Razor Gale?
I'm dying inside.
Would you rather be playing CL?
Yeah.
Actually, which
Yeah.
version?
Any.
Any version. I mean, you've done really well in CL multiple times. You are our most recent Ascent winner over at Ascent Los Angeles with the old Toolbox CL, which sadly is no more.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Grim Pastiche.
Sorry.
But yeah, so when you were preparing for this event, and I guess also for Nationals, how did you feel about CL going into it? We know you really love the deck. You've played a lot of it, but you ended up playing the Razor Gale.
I don't know why everyone paints me as the CL guy now. I play like one tournament and I win with it. Now everyone thinks I'm the CL guy. I'm not the CL guy. I love playing the deck. I'm just not the CL guy. I'm sorry.
That's definitely Sebastian.
Yeah,
Sebastian's
that's
definitely the
Sebastian.
CL guy.
I would love for CL to be good. CL's just like not good right now. I think Ablation is too swingy, and Grim Pastiche took away my toolbox. But the toolbox is also pretty relevant for the other versions. Like, not even just like the full toolbox, just being able to pastiche certain cards were really critical in both the attack version and the toolbox version.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. But enough about CL. You know, you're not playing that today. You're on the Razor Gale. I have some questions for you about your changes between yesterday's deck and today's deck. So we know that, you know, on TM32, you guys tend to play the same deck, sometimes very small differences between each of the players. But, you know, yesterday, Jet won on this deck.
Yep.
And today, you've made a couple changes. I saw you took out, I believe, 2 skirting steps, and you're actually playing more Scout the Lands. Can you talk to me why Scout the Land felt like the one?
It sees more cards. So it sees more cards. Skirting step was great, but it was really just kind of like we kind of overthought it too much. Thought we didn't really need Scout the Lands, but we really do. It improves your odds on Bandit, especially. I know I missed like 3 times on stream or something, but it's really important to hit Bandit, especially in faster matchups like Diana.
Yeah, that makes sense. And just a clarification, I misspoke. The changes were between day 1 of Nationals and then your day 1 of Ascent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it came to that, you know, you're also changed things in the sideboard. I believe you took out the Innervate.
I still have the Innervate.
Oh, no, sorry. You added in an Innervate, and you also added in 2 Crystallized Destinies. Can you talk to me what the Crystallized Destinies for?
Ablation. Because sometimes they just high roll you. And I know I saw my Veiling, which is really important in that matchup, but sometimes you don't. And
dude, you saw the offensive Veiling Breeze to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I was just holding it up, and I'm just waiting, because I need him to send it. Like in that matchup, I was holding on to the Cyclical Breeze for the longest time, but I felt like getting a Topsy. And if I get Topsy there, losing my other Razor Gale, I might just lose on the spot. Because then he gets back with Expel, blows up my other Razor Gale. And I think I bottomed one already, so I was not going to find another one.
So I have one last question for you when it comes to this Ablation versus Razor Gale, you know, Raccoons matchup here. Do you feel like you're in the driving seat, or do you feel like you really have to play defensively and wait for them to kind of take a misstep?
I am praying to God they don't see it.
So it's basically all reactive, all defensive.
I have to. Like they will literally one-shot me. So I have to play very careful. Like I know I could have sent a lot more damage, or I could have played it a little faster in my match there, but I had to take it really slow because one misstep and I just die on the spot.
Yeah, for sure. It's really tough, but at the same time, you know, you also have like just as much burst damage. You know, we look at things like having the Chalice of Blood available to him, but realistically, like the Chalice of Blood is only available if you don't have something you can play in response to banishing it, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of misleading for a lot of these players who are playing against you guys that think like, oh, I have something out, I can activate it to like draw a card and have more answers, and then you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
In response.
Yeah, in response, take more damage.
Yeah, I think if you guys were to coin a deck name for this, it might just be In Response. But anyways, thank you so much here for the interview, talking about your adjustments to the Arasana Razor Gale Raccoons deck. So again, congratulations on your win. Good luck on the last round, and we'll see you guys again soon for round 13.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to your Day 2 Ascent here in Las Vegas. We are getting ready to go into our fourth and final round of Day 2 Swiss. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm joined here with Terry. How are you doing?
I am excited to see this last round. This is where dreams are made. This is the winning in moment. Who is going to make it into this top 8? Everything comes down to these last matches.
Last matches, 61 hopefuls entered this day. 8 will be remaining after this round.
They fought hard. They definitely have fought hard. I've been able to walk around and see a little bit. They are playing their best. There's a lot of really cool decks out here. I hope we have some cool match to see here going into our last round.
Yes, I'm excited for that. And I also just want to mention, for those of you wondering, people who maybe did Day 2 Nats and couldn't get into the Ascent, or people who kind of scrubbed out of Day 1 Ascent, what are they doing today? Well, we have tables filled with some Pantheon gamers.
Yes, we do. And, I'm jealous. I really am. I wish I could be out there grinding. A little boasting right here. I was able to set the record for the first event ever with over 15 hours of Pantheon played in 2 days, but that's going to get shattered with how many people are playing Pantheon now.
Oh, yeah. It is insane the amount of people playing Pantheon right now. And it's been happening yesterday as well. So, a lot of Pantheon gamers trying to get those coveted Pantheon packs to open the CSR barriers, and those are beautiful.
Oh, I've seen a couple opened this weekend.
Yeah.
So very, very cool. There's only 100 of each, so super rare. People really want to get their hands on those Pantheon barriers.
Indeed. It comes in Kongming, Rai, Xander, and
Lorraine.
Is that not Rai? Kongming, Arisana, Xander, and Lorraine.
Yes, yeah. The 4 pre-con Pantheon decks. The champs from there are the ones that have those barriers.
Oh, man. Hopefully some people get some more barriers. That'd be cool to hear. And honestly, when people open them, you hear the excitement coming from that. And, it's really cool to see, because we had that with, like, CSRs being opened during the Radiant Origin release. And just there's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of fun happening as well.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves opening packs, right? And we're in Las Vegas. It's like gambling. It all just fits right in. Everybody wants to be involved. So I'm excited. These matches, round 13, as I was saying before, these are usually on stream the winning in matches. So you're going to see these players fighting for their lives, playing their best. It's been a long weekend. A lot of these players also played in Nats. So we're talking 3 days of matches. If you played, 13 in Ascent plus 9 the day before, you could, going into this round, be playing your 22nd round of Grand Archive in 1 weekend. That is quite a feat.
That is quite a feat. That is a lot of Grand Archive being played, and especially depending on the deck you're playing, can lead to some maybe great mental fatigue.
Yes. Oh, yes. I heard. We haven't seen the deck list. We haven't seen the deck lists yet, but I'm thinking, I was told that this is going to be a pretty aggressive game, and we are going to be able to go right on over there and check out. Let's see if we get some aggro decks. I think we do have potentially some fire aggro here. Let's take a look.
Oh, man, fire aggro, that's speaking to you. We see 1 fire spirit. We see 2 spirit fires.
Yes, this is my kind of game. Look at that beautiful Bride Spirit over there. Hanabi, that is, everybody wants that one. So this is going to be great. We're taking a look here. I am seeing a Dungeon Guide and a Liminal Guide in the hand of Wisp over here.
Oh, this is actually Oblation versus Suzaku. So we have sort of a run back of Oblation itself against the, KFC Commander Suzaku.
Yes. I was lucky enough to get to cast our last Suzaku matchup, so I'm looking forward to this one. I'm going to tell you what, this is going to be a pretty fast match between the two of them. Wisp is going to try his best to high roll here into a big Oblation that can one-shot this Guoja player in Mech Sniper, but at the same time, we're going to be trying to push that little bit of damage, not letting CL get to level 3 and get set up for those big Oblations.
Yeah, it honestly feels like the traditional Guojia has to win before CL hits 3, and if CL hits 3, there's nothing Guojia can do.
Yeah, we will definitely see here. It is hard to push 30 damage, and obviously Oblation can kill you in a hurry here. So it looks like we're just going to have a pass over here back to Wisp here was the Library Witch turn 1 so that we could put cards down to level up. We're going to get that Servile Possessions from the on-enter of CL.
Oh, looking here, recollecting and drawing. Do you see a cremation ritual for this? Oh, there is one sitting in the hand. But do you keep the Library Witch as an interceptor, or do you just try and get the value?
I think right now we are just going to get the value. Honestly, at this point, we did get to go first, which is huge against Fire Aggro. And honestly, like I said, this is a race, and drawing 3 cards from that cremation is exactly what we want. We did happen to find a Creative Shock as well, which is going to give us even more dig, helping us find exactly what we need. We need to get one of those high-costing cards into our graveyard so we can turn it into an Omen and let those Oblations hit for a lot.
And just another Library Witch taking its place. Seeing that this is very important. The intercept is key here because you need to be able to attack in with your Pepper Chefs, attack in with your Suzakus. Being able to stop at least one of these attacks would be beneficial.
Yeah, and even so, even if Wyatt wants to throw, Mech Sniper wants to throw in a non-attack damage spell to deal with this Library Witch, you still get to draw a card if you are Wisp, which is really, really cool. So there is definitely a benefit to putting it down here. It's either going to stop an attack or it's going to eat some form of a non-attack spell or action from Mech Sniper.
Indeed, and this is actually a slightly different list of Suzaku than we saw previously in Nationals. This is running that more value-oriented liminal guide sort of list. When you level up, you can get additional card draw, and this is less all in on the Suzaku itself.
Yes, I see that here. We also have Coiled Fate Stone. We have access to Smoke Out, which probably isn't going to come out for really what it's trying to do, but it is a way that could deal with this Library Witch or something else. But yes, here we go. Look at that. It's going to get us some triggers here.
That Vermilion Decree being so good. Modes of deal 2 damage to Library Witch and 3 damage to target champion.
We are moving closer to completing our quest to bringing out that Phoenix. That's what we're hoping to see here. We'd love to see that Fire Chicken come out, maybe get cooked up by a Pepper Chef. Let's see some big damage.
Oh, it is exciting here. Also, this Suzaku list is running 3 of Hearts.
Yeah, that's a great way to get those liminal guides in the yard, as well as I think we probably have some floating. Yep, Ignite Fate. It's just a good way to potentially utilize our Materialize phase a little better.
Oh, the ability. I'm going to be checking in for the Regalias as well to see if there's anything to stop the CL. There is no Orb of Sealing in this main material deck. So CL's Oblations are going to be unhindered. There is just a Safeguard Amulet for protection against this.
Yeah, and that is something, okay, we did see this golden checkmate here just get banished. That is going to be the card that we are trying to make an Omen so that we can hit for a ton with those Oblations. But we play 4 of them, right? There's going to be more in the deck. We do not need more than 1.
Yeah, sometimes you notice CLs draw a lot of their 15 cost cards, and it gets sort of overwhelming. So you'll just put them down to level up, get them banished out. We do see an Advent in the hand for Wisp already.
Yep. So here we go. It looks like we are figuring a little bit out right here. I think the on-enter of CL2, but we do not have any Omens to utilize, right? Because CL Omen Bringer, it does have that for each Omen. You have discard a card from your hand or memory and draw a card into memory. But because we have no Omens currently, you're not really getting anything out of that.
Yeah, you are right on that, Terry. What, a Creative Shock or a Dungeon Guide here? Do you just push to that level 3, go a little bit down on Influence, but secure yourself safe from a potential burst turn from Suzaku?
Yeah, I think honestly right here it's all about getting to level 3, and Wisp agrees. We are going to play this Dungeon Guide. How is Mech Sniper going to crack back? 30 health is so much to push through. It's not impossible with the Suzaku deck. The amount of just sheer force that can be pushed forward on these kill turns is crazy. So we are not out of this yet. Even if Wisp is going to be getting to 30 health here, he is still in range over the next couple turns to take a lot of damage.
Oh, and no response to this Dungeon Guide. It's happening. We're good. Banishing 2. CL3. Let's see if we pass the QTE. We attack with Dungeon Guide. Are we going to get Lost Providence?
Yeah.
Looks like we have the material deck. Okay, we're going in for it. Oh.
We're thinking here. Mech Sniper is deciding, okay, am I going to just take this one? Am I going to play something to potentially deal with this? Really thinking this one out because we need quest counters in a hurry, and we need to take the least amount of damage as we can because we do, in fact, hurt ourselves. If we get to 4 damage, that Oblation will just one-shot us, right? So we have to get to that point. And here we go. Again, you're going to see another Decree. This is going to hit both here for 3 as well as 2 here, getting 2 quest counters going up to 5. This is the path we need to be on if we are going to stay in this game.
And a Fire Interference to finish off this Dungeon Guide and get these 6 quest counter, which means Suzaku is online starting next Recollection for Mech Sniper, and this bird is looking to deal some damage.
Yes, we are. We are at 6, so 24 health left for Wisp. That is probably a little bit of a large ask right away unless our hand is absolutely perfect, but I'm going to say we just utilized 2 cards to do damage. We are down in influence. We probably don't have enough to do a full-on combo that deals with everything, but we are going to see a cremation ritual moved here. I think that Wisp is saying, hey, I am just going to push enough damage because you're hurting yourself as well, and I'm going to end the game that way here.
Yeah, sometimes an Oblation for 15 is not needed when an Oblation for 3 and incremental damage with CL level 3's ability is plenty enough. Mech Sniper, as you said, taking damage from themselves with this Ruby Fate Stone, and if they chose to get an Impact Hammer, that would just add to that total.
Yeah, this is huge. Enfeebling Orb's a scary card from an aggressive deck. We're going to do 1 more damage each, get that last quest counter. This could be a big turn. Looks like we have 7 cards in influence currently. We can bring that Suzaku out. There is quite a bit of damage that we could push. Not quite enough to end the game, I believe. We would need, I think, a card or 2 more, maybe a few more fire cards in the yard. But we are going to start right out the gates. Here comes Suzaku Vermilion Phoenix, turning sideways for the first time in the game, coming in for 4.
That's a good way to start. I think I see a Peppered Chef for Mech Sniper. Yes, we have one in hand, not opting into using it with the Suzaku quite yet. Keep in mind, we need to make sure we have enough fire cards for every time this Suzaku does get removed off the field. Currently sitting with only 5. If Mech Sniper does opt into the Pepper Shot here, Wisp would be able to remove Suzaku, and they wouldn't be able to have enough cards to bring it back.
So here's the big thing, right? I'm going to show you right up here. We've got 4 health. That's that number I told you about, that magic number, right? If we're able to get a 15 cost Omen, that Oblation will be able to one-shot if there's no interaction like Restorative Flame. We are going to bring the Tariff Ring out here. This is a nice defensive card that makes the combo kill turn basically impossible unless they have 15 cards in hand, right? So we are not going to be seeing a lethal attack unless we can deal with this Tariff Ring here during Wisp's turn before we make it to our Recollection.
We also see a foe in hand for Wisp as well. This card is very good at dealing damage just in response, fast speed, forcing your opponent, and it can't be like negated. The interdiction of the card, and it's really strong.
Yeah, you cannot respond to it in any way, so you are going to get those triggers on the stack of creating omens. Obviously, you can respond to those on the stack, but it does make your card unnegatable, which is pretty solid. This is a huge turn. We did get the Tariff Ring out. Obviously, Wisp thinking, hey, I need to play a little more defensive, and we are just going to move to end step and make an Omen from hand. We now have a 15 cost, but Oblation's going to take the lowest cost Omen right now. We also have that Cremation Ritual. So we're going to push that 2 damage to face, pass over, and hold on to some interaction.
We are activating the Enfeebling Orb at the end of turn. Mech Sniper opting into this. Wisp having put 2 cards down. Mech Sniper now shattering the riddle.
That's huge. That's going to deal with the Tariff Ring.
Oh man, what is Mech Sniper planning on this turn? Getting rid of Wisp's options, 2 cards, and the Terrafring. Are they looking for a lethal push here?
So now we have 6 cards here in our graveyard, 6 fire cards. So we are able to, without anything else, just with 2 Peppered Chefs, we can swing for 16. 16's very close, puts them to 3 health left, but we're going to get this Ember Crypt burn out the gates here. We're going to do some more damage. That's exactly what we're looking for. 2 more. We're going to 13 and 8. Moving over to Mech's turn now. What are we materializing? Probably Impact. Yeah, here comes the Impact Hammer. That's that extra damage. Like I said, we have enough for a full combo here. Let's see how we are going to go about this. Probably swinging in the Suzaku. Mech is going to swing for 17.
4 damage successfully dealt. Gojia getting in some attacks herself. Impact Hammer, another 2. Gojia taking 3. Do we have double Pepper Chef? That is the question. We've seen one. We have a Blazing Throw, actually.
Oh, well, that's going to be probably good enough here because this Peppered Chef, we are going to, on enter, sacrifice our Suzaku. And it's because of its on-death trigger, we can banish 3 cards from our graveyard here. It's going to bring it back ready. Get to swing for another 4 here. That's going to go to 13 with the Peppered Chef. Here we go. We've got a foe. This is actually a very heads-up defensive play. We do have to discard everything, which is the scary part here, but we do get to make 2 omens, and these can target any unit. So let's see here. We are going to deal with that Peppered Chef and send 2 upstairs. Now we only have an attack for 4. That's not going to be quite enough, even with the Blazing Throw. That will leave a little left. Now, I do want to say here, CL, in order to play that Foe Awakening, had to discard his entire hand. Wisp is now at 0 influence. We do have a Lost Providence. We do have access to some things here, but pretty terrifying against an aggro deck when you have 0 cards in hand. This is going to be probably the last turn, but we only need a little bit of damage here.
Only a little, and Armoire is a good card to materialize here. That's going to be an additional 2 damage, putting Mech Sniper to 15, then ending the turn, putting Mech Sniper to 17. And then if you grab Foe at the end here, which we're seeing right now, it is going to be omened.
This is that perfect turn. Like you said, Maximum Armoire is going to be able to pull that back to hand, right? So you can switch that out for the card in your hand. That's going to create another Omen. That's going to go to 17, and then we have access to that Foe Awakening. This is looking like a lethal line. Let's see, do we have any response here?
We're swapping it and activating Foe for the game, and that's it. Wisp takes game 1 in this matchup on that Oblation CL with the Foe combo.
Oh my gosh. People don't usually think about using Foe defensively like that. That was very cool, and Wisp showed his just knowledge of understanding Omen damage and utilizing that Foe multiple times to continue to machine gun down with those Omens.
Yeah, and that Foe felt less bad since Wisp only had like 4 total cards in influence. You leveled up, you had very little, and typically you see CLs with a lot of influence, so they really have to consider that Foe. But the fact that you're able to not lose a lot of cards, save yourself from the lethal line, that Peppered Chef, if it connected, that Blazing Throw would have been the end of the game.
Yeah, that is very true here. So, very close game there, down to the wire. Mech Sniper needs to take this game to push a game 3. What do we have in the sideboard we could bring in to help us out here?
Oh, what I see here for Mech Sniper, this Infernal Vessel is calling to me. Whether or not you saw it in game 1, Umbra is known for one of the best healing cards in the game. So you want your damage to stick, you bring in this Infernal Vessel, along with the Crystallized Destiny to stop these Oblation combinations as well. And other than that, possibly a Reduce to Ash or the extra Shatter the Brittle.
Yeah, I think those are probably good choices. Infernal Vessel, pretty solid against Abnegation, obviously. So that card single-handedly, I mean, that might deter Wyatt from bringing them in from the side because Wisp has them in the sideboard here.
Yeah, they do indeed, Terry. Along with these abnegations, are you thinking you have to bring in the likes of Blanches, or would you rather keep those in that sideboard?
It's hard to say. I think that there's definitely 2 schools of thought here. I think Blanche can be backbreaking. The problem is it can't stop just the Fabled Ruby Fatestone trigger. It might make you not take damage, but they still take damage themselves. So they will still, Mech Sniper will still get a quest counter even from that. And I don't think it's deterrent enough. I don't think we push enough non-attack damage. Like I said, there's definitely an argument, because if you stop even one quest counter trigger from Guoja here, right, that's huge. And if you keep those quests off of her, then you're able to get into your late game a little easier and without dying, right? So I definitely see the merit behind it. I think you could get rid of some of your like very late game stuff that you're not utilizing for these, just so that you have another answer when you're at level 2. You might even just play it before if you're in danger. Just hard cast a Blanche, swing for 1, and here it sits, right?
Indeed, here. And of course, we have to bring in the all-important Nullifying Lantern to stop that Suzaku from coming back from the ashes.
Yeah, Nullifying Lantern's huge, and on top, we also have a Resolute Stand, which that is really good on these combo kill turns, because all of those swings come through for 4. So if you are only hitting for 1 with your combo, that is not going to cut it, right? That's the difference between doing 4 damage and 16.
Yes, that is quite a difference there. And these players are getting ready to go into this game 2 here. Wisp is up 1 game, but Mech Sniper as the aggro deck, importantly, on the play.
That's everything, right? This is probably the biggest part. If we can get a quick start here, if Mech Sniper has just the cards we need, we can definitely get a solid, aggressive start. So right out the gates, we're going to see Avatar of Suzaku. This is the ideal play for Mech Sniper. This 4-3 is such a terror.
We love to see the Avatar of Suzaku in play. Such a good card, and helps race to those quest counters for you as well. Of course, taking the classic level up line here for Guojia. You always go level 1 and get that Fate Stone online and activated.
Yeah, gotta start pushing damage, right? Gotta start getting those quest counters. We're gonna show this off. It looks like we did bring in that Infernal Vessel, just like you said. Get this 1 damage in, get our first quest counter. Now, Library Witch may only be a 0-1, but it stands pretty nice across from this Avatar if Mech does not have a way to deal with it here.
Yes, yeah, it's a 0-1 stopping 4 damage feels very good, but Mech Sniper probably is not going to let that slide here, as we see the Searing Truth.
This is the capstone card for this deck. It is such a solid non-attack damage card. It does 2 damage and adds an additional quest counter. So we're able to get 2 quest counters for 1 card. That's everything that Mech Sniper is looking for here.
It is with this Avatar as well that we're already sitting at a theoretical 5 quest counters, which means Suzaku has the potential of flipping next turn.
Oh my goodness, it's so fast. Angelic Channeling. This is one of the hottest cards from RDO. It looks here, we got rid of 2 cards. One is the Golden Checkmate. I can't see what the other one is, but we know those will be coming back to the top of the deck once we get to level 3. Wisp really trying to get there as efficiently as possible. There's a Floating Memory obviously utilized with that Angelic Channeling, and off to the races.
I think that's a double Golden Checkmate in that banishment from that channeling. And speaking of doubles, Wisp has seen double Dungeon Guide in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Wisp is happy to see that. 1 is probably enough, but with this Avatar of Suzaku start, you have to be pretty scared, right? You have to be prepared to stop a lot of damage. You have to be either holding up very defensive cards or forcing your way up to level 3 so that you can have 30 life and utilize your advanced element potential.
Yes, along with those Dungeon Guides, there's those Resolutes. Looks like Wisp is opting into potentially playing one of those Resolutes this turn to allow them to level up into CL2 here. And the question is what can Mech Sniper do to sort of circumvent this past turn from Wisp? We see a contemplation of the materialization. Impact Hammer would definitely allow Suzaku to flip this turn specifically, and that's just what we might be going for.
Yeah, it looks like we do have that Impact Hammer. This Ruby Fatestone trigger going to making us go to 4 quest counters. And as you said, we're going to get another one from Impact, and we can get rid of that Suzaku to get 2. But here we go.
Sparkle Light straight to the champion. 2 unpreventable damage. Getting that quest counter and recollecting.
Yeah, here we go. This could be a huge turn for Mech. Really thinking about this here. On board with just this, we have 6 damage, not including our Suzaku. And we're able to push pretty hard here. I mean, going to 18 with nothing else on board, right? That's pretty terrifying.
That is horrifying. Suzaku attacking in for 4. Wisp, are you going to resolute this, or do you feel comfortable and safe from danger? I think you need to just use it now. You can't afford to be taking this extra damage as you're leveling up.
No, yeah. You resolute this, use that to level up, and then Dungeon Guide up to 3 and start trying to recover this game. At least that's what I would do, right? This damage can add up so quick, and if you are going to use a resolute, let's say because we get Mech Sniper to actually commit to going all in, preventing as much damage as we can is worth it. So waiting, although there is some merit there, right? Getting your opponent to play more cards, put more cards down, set their shields down. The problem is it doesn't work that well when we're not going to capitalize on that, right? We're not going to just end the game here. So Twisp is thinking, hey, I need a couple more turns, probably want to stay as healthy as possible. But it is a big decision because getting Mech to commit more is also a valid play. But I digress. Here we are. Let's see. That is going to be a resolute stand. This is going to make Mech only take 1 damage because we are preventing all instances of attack damage for 3.
Yes, that is correct. And now Mech Sniper not having to attack with that impact hammer quite yet. Just going to go ahead and pass turn. Yes, not going to take that excess damage. And here we go, Terry. You were right. We're going to level up into CL Omen Bringer, losing 2 off of this banishment as we had no float. No omens either, so we're not going to get the on-enter effect here, but we get to recollect and have that DG.
Yeah, this is everything. Having access to Lost Providence when Wisp hits 3 here, we don't only get those golden checkmates, but also he is able to bring out that Lost Providence and continue to grow influence over the next turn.
More importantly as well is Wisp found an abnegation in that hand.
Yeah, abnegation is very strong with no Infernal Vessel on the board, but I do believe Wisp put it down on this Dungeon Guide.
That is surprising. Abnegation feels like such a good card in this matchup. It makes Mech Sniper have to invest so much more to try and close out the game, but they did put it down and it is now banished.
Yes, I think that Wisp is probably a little nervous, saw the Infernal Vessel and thinks, man, this Abnegation's basically a dead card. There's a good chance Mech is going to bring it out now that I am level 3. But we are going to see here, are we going to swing this Dungeon Guide? This is the hard decision, right? Because we don't want to put a low-costing Omen. We do not want to put a counter on one of those. But if we swing one into the Avatar, we can get rid of one of these 2, kill it with that trigger from CL level 3 in the end step.
And I think that's exactly what is. No, the Omen just going straight to Guojia herself. Wisp looking to race again like they did in game 1, saying, in order for you to start dealing damage to me, you have to take damage yourself. So I am going to go ahead and just push damage as much as possible to make it awkward.
Yes, exactly. Wisp really, it is a very cool line to see, and it definitely is confusing Mech Sniper to let that live. So here we go. We are going to bring out the Grand Crusader's Ring, go up to 6 quest counters here. We need to get our influence up. Mech Sniper making the decision here to continue to dig for more endgame firepower. No pun intended.
And I heard you, a Cinder Geyser for 4.
I believe this is still in Recollection.
I believe you're correct. It is in response after you pop that GCR, drawing that card, possibly finding the Cinder Geyser off of that, so you're going to be able to say, all right, let's see if you have a response to 4 damage. No response, putting CL to 4 18, and that's that 7th all-important quest counter.
So I will say the combo, if done perfectly, does 16 damage pretty easily, right? If you have double Peppered Chef. I don't know if we have access to that many fire cards is the issue in our yard. But we do have this avatar, which is going to take one of those hits and make it so that Mech Sniper does not have to have 2 whole procs of Suzaku. So, thinking this one through, Mech could try to go for the game here.
Yes, count of fire cards, only 3, so that means 1 Suzaku sort of revival available here. Avatar attacking in, Wisp having to decide. I believe they kept a Resolute Stand that you could alternate activate here from hand for free, just at the big price of not drawing a card on your next turn.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Wisp might have to use that defensively, but maybe the thought process is, hey, I take this first hit. That's going to make Mech commit to trying to kill me, and then Wisp in that situation could then use the Resolute Stand, but this is not ideal, right? We're down to 3 influence, I believe, on Wisp's side. A scary place to be. And with that in mind, I think I did CFO Awakening. So at least we would have access to creating 1 Omen. We have 1 card in the graveyard right now, right? But Wisp is sitting here really thinking about it. I think there's the thumbs up. Going to take the 4 damage. Will Mech Sniper commit to this line here?
Oh, the possibility makes you nervous as Mech Sniper, wondering why is Wisp just taking this damage. But we're going to go ahead and flip Suzaku, see again if there's a response. Now we are using that Resolute Stand.
Yeah, and that is cool because Dungeon Guide plus an Omen is good enough to make the Suzaku go to the graveyard for a moment, right? That or on banish, I should say. They do not go to the graveyard because we are a Regalia. But
we're thinking about Mech Sniper wanting to know, are they going to push in the damage here? Nope, just passing turn, not wanting to expend any more resources. Okay with Wisp having to use that Resolute Stand. And now that means Wisp is going to have 2 cards total in hand. Possibly 3 if they so choose to use this Lost Providence, but typically CL players save that for their foe combo.
Yeah, this moment is pretty wild. I think Wisp is thinking, hey, if I can deal with the Suzaku, maybe that's enough to live. Unfortunately, Mech has done so much damage already with like this avatar of Suzaku. Now we have this Impact Hammer. Just 1 Peppered Chef plus those guys is 1 damage off, and I mean, that's pretty easy to do in a fire aggro deck, right?
Yeah, with the handful of spells that Mech Sniper is holding on to. There is so much fast speed, non-combat damage that Mech Sniper is able to throw at CL. You have to be careful. And if you see an abnegation, you have to make sure you're not within range of just damage in response to that abnegation.
Yes, exactly. There is a fine line to walk if Wisp decides to take that route. We are going to bring out the Maximum Armoire, probably the most powerful Regalia for CL, really giving you a lot of toolbox interaction with your Omens.
Yes, I think Armor in general is what causes CL's combos to really pop off. It is the fact that you could just get any card back you Omen unlocks unlimited potential. And one of the reasons why Grim Pastiche ended up being banned, just access to your Omens is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, already, obviously, we've already played. We got a Resolute Stand from earlier. We got the second Resolute Stand over here. Maximum Armoire can bring this one back. And that'll be our 3rd Resolute Stand if we so want. Obviously, Wisp really needs to keep that influence growing. Continuously playing Resolute Stands and minusing 1 and then not being able to draw is probably not Wisp's game plan here. But this is a big turn. Deciding how do I stay alive? That's what Wisp is thinking right here. We're up 1 game. Can we close it out? That's what's going through his head. Here comes the foe Awakening.
Oh, interesting. We're going for an aggressive double foe line to try and close out the game here. It's going to go ahead and be 4 damage from these Omens into Guojia, setting them to 11. And then we activate Lost Providence, draw Armor, swap the foe after it becomes there we go, right now an Omen. So this 13, 17. Are we 2 damage short?
I think we're 2 damage short, and honestly, I believe CL level 3, refresh me, it is as a spell, correct?
Yes, it is as a
So
spell.
we are not going to be able to deal with the Suzaku with that. So misspoke there. Can only deal with that through combat damage currently. That's our only way. But right here, Wisp is sitting on that Lost Providence Maximum Armoire combo. Could potentially maybe utilize a Resolute Stand again, but I don't know if that's enough.
It is. We're 1 card short, which is 2 damage for this line here. Wisp really having to think about the options here. It is possible that Mech Sniper has the clap back with the amount of cards in hand and allies on the field. There's only one way to find out. Mech Sniper is looking to try and close out this game 2 in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Mech has got to be licking his lips right now, seeing that Wisp has no cards in influence at all currently, and we are getting to come here on our turn. Here comes the Shatter the Brittle. This is going to force the... Yeah, okay. This is probably targeting Maximum Armoire, forcing Wisp to use it here. We're going to get the Resolute Stand back. Okay. And that is going to proc our level 3 CL by making a Omen.
Making an Omen. We now have a Resolute Stand, as you said, Terry. The 3rd one of the match, even though we've only seen 2 copies. But more importantly, that armor now being gone means that foe is locked away for good. It is not coming back, and you avoid that big burst damage turn.
Yeah, that was pretty scary there. We've got the Enfeebling Orb. We know we have a Resolute Stand, obviously in Wisp's hand here, so Mech has to decide. We have to force Wisp to use that Resolute Stand, get rid of the draw phase, right, completely. We're going to stay at 0 influence, barring a draw from our material deck. But right here, you're probably not going to see much from Mech Sniper's hand come to the field. Yeah, we are just going to turn sideways here. Do 1 to 20, one more to 21. But this does open up the door. Do we play Chalice of Blood? We do not. No, we do. We do. I see it here. So Wisp does have Chalice of Blood. That is going to be huge. Although we do not have access to our draw step, we can still draw 2 from the Chalice.
Yes, this Chalice is our only source of draw at this current moment. Currently sitting with 0 cards in influence. We're looking to go ahead and use that Chalice to our advantage. But then there's an issue. There's an Enfeebling Orb on that field staring down Wisp right here. And if you draw 2, Mech Sniper can ask you to just put those 2 right back down into memory.
Now, this moment's a little scary. You might see something like a Restorative Flame happen here, because we know with Chalice of Blood, Mech knows if Wisp draws another Foe Awakening, could potentially utilize that at the opportune moment to end the game. So, have to play very smart here. Can we stay? We're going to Creative Shock, dig a little deeper. Mech looking for more damage maybe. Like I said, a Restorative Flame would be good here too, just to be extra safe. We're going to discard that. I believe, is that the new 3 of Hearts?
That's the CPR 3 of Hearts
Wow.
Nationals, yes.
That was cool. Here you go. That's going to be the Restorative Flame. We want to get ourselves out. Mech Sniper knowing, hey, I need as much life as I can. Let's use this. Now I'm not afraid of one of these cards being a Foe Awakening and just ending the game. And it looks like of those 2 cards, was one of them actually Foe Awakening? Is that a Foe Awakening?
That is a Foe Awakening.
Oh my goodness. Sequencing amazing there from Mech.
Such a call out from Mech Sniper here, making sure to play every single out route possible.
Yeah, we just could not let something like that happen, right? Mech knew, hey, let's play as safe as we can. We are going to see another foe here. Discard the hand, turn the Resolute. Now, I want to say that was our 6th Omen here. The foe is going to go here. We're going to shoot 2 Omens forward, going to 16 on Mech Sniper's side here, and then end of turn making another one, 1 health left, but the level 2 lineage release of CL allows you to play one of those resolute stands again.
Oh, man, but we lineage released to activate foe, it looks like.
Oh,
to try
going
and
for
get
the kill?
But we were 1 damage shy.
Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, yeah, okay. So we actually just went all in on that, showing, hey, I'm going to hit you there. And with that, Mech Sniper is able to finish Wisp off here and bring it 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Game 3. Wow, what an interesting sequence of events. Mech Sniper calling out Wisp, drawing into a foe, having to restore to flames, and even through that, Wisp looking to try and close out the game, but was 1 damage off.
That was an awesome game. I love that we're going to game 3 here. 2 fire decks. We've seen a lot of wind. We've seen a lot of water. Love seeing 2 fire decks duke it out here on the main stage.
We do indeed. And this is a very interesting matchup for CL because once again, typically they go tons of heavy influence, get that Oblation online and going right here. But the way Wisp is playing is this low to the ground, low influence to the ground sort of faux combo that all relying on. And I feel like Wisp for the last 3 turns never had more than 2 cards.
No, yeah. Such low influence on Wisp's side, but the way that he played the last 2 games, if Mech Sniper isn't thinking about Oblation, you could just see a crazy Dungeon Guide to 3 with a Advent under, hey, one-shot you.
Definitely a possibility now, especially since we haven't seen it the first 2 games. Wisp has the upper hand in the catch you off guard. And speaking of upper hand, Wisp is able to go first now this game.
Yeah, and there we go. We do see the Advent, a Cremation Ritual, Creative Shock. This looks pretty solid, even a Resolute Stand. Everything we need on our way up seems to be in our hand. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff we do not want to get rid of, right? Wisp wants to hold on to all those cards, not really hoping to, level up and have to banish one from memory. So do we have a floating is the big question. Is Wisp with one or going to have to potentially blind draw one off the top of this Creative Shock?
I think it's going to have to be a blind draw, but Mech Sniper dropping down the CPR Nats 3 of Hearts. Isn't that a beautiful card?
Yes.
It looks amazing.
And I don't know if you know this, but if you look real closely, you might notice that Hanabi Spirit resembles that 3 of Hearts a lot.
That is true here. This really, we talked about full rarity suited earlier. It just got a lot more difficult.
Yeah, true that. But Wisp deciding here, the 3 cards we might potentially have to lose one of. We're going to draw 2. Get rid of a Liminal Guide. Okay. Feels a little bit better. Wisp knows, hey, although I have to get rid of a card here, I have the ability to draw 2 when this Liminal Guide from turn and my Liminal Guide. So there goes an Oblation, the namesake card of this deck, but we are going to level up to CL1, going to get that Mastery, and Liminal Guide will return to the battlefield, draws a card.
Yeah, we are, at this point, I think it's okay that we lose the Oblation since we haven't been really be able to play that here. And this Liminal Guide finally starting to get benefit here for Wisps. I believe this is the first time we've seen Liminal Guide here as well. So happy to get that going through breaking even. Are those just 4 Flame Source cells in the hand of Wisp?
It very well could have been, which is pretty unfortunate, honestly. But this is a great play here from Wisp, getting to utilize that Cremation Ritual to get rid of the free Liminal Guide that entered the battlefield. Draw 2 cards. Okay, 2 Advents. We need a little bit more than that. Wisp is looking for cards to utilize. I guess, though, we do see a Dungeon Guide on the back.
Dungeon Guide on the back. It is possible if we survive this next turn, we go ahead to go CL2, then recollect, draw DG, and we should be at a healthy enough influence to be able to hold Abnegation open.
Yeah, but Mech Sniper is going to also go to level 1 here, getting rid of an Ember Crypt burn from memory, I believe. Is that? Oh no, we are activating the 3. That's what happened here, and then we are discarding. Okay, I'm following now. We've got a lot of things happening all at once. This is going to be a nice level up into a liminal guide in response to materialization. That's going to get the liminal in the yard, back to the field, and here we go. The on-enter of Guoja resolves, bringing out that Fabled Ruby Fate Stone. We're going to see a little bit of damage pushed. Get a quest counter for Mech Sniper on his Guoja.
It is a liminal for liminal. Mech Sniper also saying, if you get it, I get it too. Here, the Fate Stone is with us. And now the question is, how fast can Mech Sniper build up these quest counters? We saw in game 2 that it was fairly quick. It was one after another. But this game, we don't have the avatar on the field anymore. And I'm not sure if we have the excess spell damage. I'm seeing a lot of reactive, shatter the brittles, reduce to ash, but not seeing a lot of proactive spells in the hand of Mech Sniper.
That's exactly what Wisp is hoping for, right? We need to keep those quest counters low. Wisp really does not want to see exactly what you're saying, non-attack damage, right? From the fire sources. That's how we get these quest counters. If Mech is not able to speed through those, that's going to give Wisp a ton of time to set up. And if we find an oblation, we can end the game. Like I said, Wisp has advents in hand.
Yes.
So if we're able to dig and Wisp finds exactly what he's looking for, that could just be it. And we could see this game end faster than you'd think for the CL player.
Yes, indeed, you're correct. She's back, though, the avatar of Suzaku. She is out here showing us why Suzaku is one of the better Fate Stones.
Yeah, this is a scary, scary ally, as we saw already. But Wisp will level up here, becoming CL Omen Bringer. We do not have any Omen, so the on-enter isn't going to do anything. But this is how we get to 30 health. You're probably going to see this dungeon guide. And we do have a lot of defensive cards in hand as well. So we don't need to advance, get rid of those. We have 2 Resolute Stands in hand. So we can last for a few turns here, and we don't have to free cast them either. This turn, we can level up. Wisp can hold up the Resolute Stand to actually use its activation cost, if he so chooses to, and just stay alive.
Yes, we finally see Wisp getting to level 3 with enough influence to actually be able to activate cards after this level up here. And as Wisp, you must be feeling good in this position, finally having cards to play without feeling completely lost on influence here. We do have to make sure we omen that Advent and the Stormcaller. That is important. And now Oblation is online, and Guoji is within that 15 range, exactly where she needs to be.
This is scary. Wisp did have the opportunity to just hold up Resolute Stands, but what is that? Is that an Oblation in the back of his hand? I can't tell for sure, but it's definitely an Umbra card. It was purple. And if that is an Oblation, then Wisp is really feeling safe here. Because not only can we utilize that Resolute Stand to free cast, and sure, Wisp doesn't get a draw phase, but we do have Lost Prov already. That can get us up to 4 influence, which is enough to play an Oblation.
That is very true. If it is an Oblation too, it could be pre-rec with that Lost Providence, causing Mech Sniper have to react. Oh, this is such a tough position for Mech Sniper to be in. Taking a look at the hand, I believe that's 2 Vermilion Decrees and an Ember Crypt is what's left.
Yeah, that's a little scary for Mech. Doing a little bit of math, because we, as a fire aggro player, are always seeing, can we kill? Can Mech kill here? That is the question, because the writing is on the wall with that Advent now as an Omen. We have not seen Wisp set up for a big Oblation yet like this. So this is scary, right?
Yeah, it definitely is dictating what they are trying to go for. We haven't seen it prior, but the Impact Hammer materialized here for Mech Sniper. I feel like this is a sign that a Blazing Throw is on the horizon just by chance. Ember Crypt Burn, go ahead, remove a card from that graveyard. Everyone take 2 damage. We're progressing our story into the recollection here. drawing for turn. Am I missing something about damage? We have 4, 5, 6, 7 potential attacking, putting at 20. So that leaves Ciel with about 10 life left, room for 10 more damage counters. And can Mech Sniper provide that from hand?
Mech does have 7 cards in hand on board between the Liminal Guide, 3 of Hearts, the Avatar, and the Impact Hammer. I think we're looking at 9 attack damage here. Obviously, Wisp does have that Resolute, which Mech does not know that, but that could really stunt that damage potential.
That is true, and a Peppered Chef on that Liminal Guide to get that increase of damage here could be exactly what Mech Sniper is going to be looking for. Doing a little fishing for this Resolute stand, attacking in, everything going in. We're now at that 20 mark.
Wisp is trying to get Mech to fully commit here. So we're going to see the 3 damage on Mech self from that swing from Impact Hammer going to 11, which this is the scary part because you would need 2 Restorative Flames to live through an Oblation at this point. And you would need a lot of fire cards in your graveyard.
Yeah, we only have 1 fire card in the graveyard at this current moment. That is that Ember Crypt Burn. So recovering your way from an Oblation is very far away. And we are trying to find Mech Sniper looking for an answer to this Hill life pool. Is that the Blazing Throw?
It is a Blazing Throw, so that is going to get rid of this Impact Hammer here on cost. This is going right at our CL player here. We don't care about anything on the board. What do we got here? Oh, it's an Abnegation that was in the back of the hand.
Abnegation, but I feel like there's going to be a Fire Interference in response.
Oh, we do have the Fiery. That's going to stop the heal. That's going to take us up to 24, and the Blazing Throw would take the 28. Do we have a way to do any more damage?
Is there another way? I'm not sure how many cards are left in hand here for Mech Sniper.
Activate. We go to 7. This is the Avatar of Suzaku bringing out the Phoenix perfectly. Is this enough? Are we going to end here? And it is Mech Sniper winning this match 2-1 and locking that top 8 spot. That was a huge kill turn. Fiery Interference really bringing the heat right there.
Indeed, it did. Those 2 cards remaining weren't enough to play any card, Terry, but they were enough to activate the Avatar of Suzaku for those 2 last quest counters.
That was insane. That was such a heads-up play. Obviously, sorry, I got to take a deep breath. That was a crazy finish there. Wisp really trying to wait it out, right? Did not want to have to use the Resolute stand. Unfortunately, the perfect hand to deal with an Abnegation right there. Pushed through that damage. Mech was able to send so much forward, and then in response to that Blazing Throw, tried the Abnegation. Fiery Interference for the win. I love anti-recover.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, you had a 50-50 choice. You can go Resolute Stand to prevent this turn, or you can try an Abnegation, but Mech Sniper had the answers for it. If we did opt into that Resolute Stand, I think we would have been able to get an extra turn and possibly find a way to dig yourself out of this.
Yeah, because Oblation was guaranteed, right? There was no way to get out of an Oblation unless there was a Crystallized Destiny or something along those lines, but Mech did not have any defense. Mech, that was the whole thing. Wisp was trying to get Mech to go all in.
Yes.
Put his hand down so that if we do find the answer, if we do have the Oblation, we can end the game no matter what. Get through a Crystallized Destiny, right? That was the play. I do not fault. And the coolest thing about what we could have done, as a CL player, Maximum Armoire is really cool at dealing with Crystallized Destiny. So even when you do, it can't. You need 2 Advents because of the way that it works, but you can, I mean, actually, you could just pick it up and put it back, can't you? So you can just do that. You can just pop that Crystallized Destiny, and then Advent's still there, 15 damage coming through. Oh, man, Seal can do so much. These decks, man, there is so much going on in Grand Archive right now.
There is a lot going on, and super happy that a Gojira Suzaku flavor has made it to top 8. So sort of like recapping, I think we have a Suzaku, a Razor Gale, possibly the Alice Merlin. We have Erupting in there as well, and we're maybe possibly finding out the last 4, but that seems like a pretty stacked top 8.
Yeah, a lot of options, right? A lot of different decks, diverse for a top 8. yesterday at Nationals, we had a ton of Water Diana, right? We did have a lot of other Guoja and things like that, but man, you love seeing Suzaku in both top 8 from Nationals as well as a top 8 here.
Yeah, that is wild here. Fire being the most represented element today, and it shows why these decks are electrifying. And honestly, all of them are a different variety. I don't think we've had like a repeat of the same strategy.
No, honestly, it has been such a pleasure and just a breath of fresh air across any card game, just how open the meta has been for viewers, for you guys at home, getting to see so many different decks, right? What deck are you guys going to build and take to your locals next? I mean, there's too many to try, right?
There's too many. Between these two big events, I feel like I want to build 3 to 4 different decks already.
Yeah, easily. I think that Fire Aggro has a lot of different flavors, but Suzaku is definitely the one that is bringing the heat this weekend.
Yes, indeed here. I just feel like all the Gojira decks in general have been performing quite well. And I'm really curious to see how Gembus are doing in the Ascent right now. And Nats, it felt like they were just rolling a bunch of these matchups here. But maybe this is Gojira or Suzaku's time to shine.
Yeah, man. Suzaku has had a time in the sun. I would love to see it back.
See it back indeed. We are getting ready for an interview. Well, we're going to be talking with Mech Sniper. So I think, don't quote me on this, I think this might be their second top 8, because they already had the Spirit there, the Hanabi. But exciting.
Yeah.
It is a big accomplishment for a lot of these players. And it's 1 time is difficult, 2 times it's daunting.
Yes. Top 8ing events alone, obviously a huge, huge, not just honor for them and getting to have this really cool spirit, but it's just an accomplishment, right? You get to show that, hey, I came, I saw, I conquered, I played incredibly well, I beat my opponents down, and I made my way all the way to the top 8 on a weekend. Maybe Suzaku takes the whole thing. I don't know.
Oh, could be a possibility. It is open to anyone, and we cannot wait to talk about the top 8 decks once those get locked in. The round is still having to finish. You know, those tiebreakers, see everything. But yeah, I really want to see those top 8 decks, who made it, and see how close it is to the Nats top 8. Because if you remember, it was 5 Water Aether Wings, 1 Razor Gale, 1 Water Jin, and 1 Genbu.
Yeah, I think was it 3? 1 of each Guoja element, right? It was 3 Water Dianas, Suzaku, Genbu,
right. Yes.
Guoja, or Arasana, and Jin, Water Jin. Yep, that was the 8 that we had. So it was still pretty diverse. I mean, Water Diana dominated, but at the end of the day, Gazer Gale was the one that made it all the way to the top. So good old Bandit Gazer Gale. So
yeah, so maybe if you're the majority element, that doesn't mean you're going to take you down. Fire definitely is the majority right now here. And who knows, maybe this is Diana's time to get a little bit of revenge back and take a tournament.
I would not be surprised. That deck is very powerful. But speaking of powerful decks, let's go over to Tyler and talk with Mech Sniper about his Suzaku build going into top 8.
Everybody here, we are here with the final feature match of Swiss rounds here at Vegas. Congratulations, Mech Sniper.
Thank you.
That was a big one. How you feeling?
Pretty nervous, but going into that, but like right now feeling pretty relieved. So.
And relieved you should be. Yeah. So not everyone knows you. I know you from our other friends, but you know, people hear of you as the beautiful Arasana deck guy. You know, you got a wonderful deck there, but it turns out you're actually a Guoja main, it seems.
I actually started Guoja back in DTR. That was my main competitive deck, and I got Plat. That was the first time I got Plat actually. There's 2 Ascents, Boston and Aki, where I almost A2'd, but I lost winning in. So, but it seemed pretty good in the current meta, so decided to run it back.
Yeah, for sure. So you're saying it seems pretty good in the current meta here with Radiant Origins. I was looking at your deck. I see very few Radiant Origins cards. Talk to me about the material deck there. Was there nothing in Radiant Origins that really stood out to you as something you needed in your deck here for Suzaku?
So at least for the Suzaku deck that I'm running, it's basically I want to go as fast as possible, especially into the level 3 decks. So that's why I'm running Impact Hammer. There is some I guess water decks that do put some pressure. So the idea is I bring out Viridian Protective Trinket, which I'm running main board, and then I can basically they can't hold up enough cards to basically interact with me while also putting pressure, so I can just out pressure them that way.
I see. It makes sense. So you're doing really well in Suzaku. You are, potentially in here for top 8 at Ascent Las Vegas. Yesterday in the Nationals, we saw Taco Boss on the Suzaku as well. His list ran basically no allies, right? Avatar of Suzaku and the Peppered Chefs. Yours has a little bit more than that. I see you have the 3 of Hearts in there, a couple liminal guides. Talk to me about kind of the deck diversity there, because it feels like your build is a little more flexible in the way you want to go with damage.
Yeah, so for I actually was the one who convinced him to run Avatar Suzaku. So and then also Cinder Geysers over Surging Bolts. But the list I'm running is very similar to the one I ran back in DTR. It's mainly the addition of the Avatar Suzakus. The idea is that in certain matchups, you can basically go up in influence early with the 3 of Hearts and then the liminal guides, and off of that you can basically hold up a lot of cards. Your opponent can't really do much to interact with you if they want to advance their own game plan. So mine is more influence focused in that sense, and not just like run you down as fast. But as the last game, I actually sided out like the Ignite Fates because I want to go fast. My game plan isn't entirely just to pitch everything. The game one of the games actually had 2 3 of Hearts in hand, and I never played them because I thought they were too slow.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is a very fast deck, very explosive in a sense. And I also saw you had the Crystallized Destinies in there. Was that specifically for Oblation players?
Not necessarily Oblation. There's a lot of decks that kind of go all in on single big hits. So it's more for those decks. It kind of works with Oblation, but Oblation, if they have foe, they can basically negate the Crystallized Destiny, so there is that risk.
Yeah, and then also the Mansion Marmoire being a good one. Technically don't need a card in hand either, because you can just grab one back and just throw it in. So Crystallized Destiny is a risk, but it seems like everything went pretty well for you overall on the weekend here. I have a couple questions for you about cards in your sideboard. Talk to me about Sword of Seeking. Is it just another Blazing Throw target?
So yeah, basically for the decks that where you want to go fast against, it's another Blazing Throw object. Sometimes also against Aggro Mirror, you don't want to take the 3 off Impact Hammer, so it's a way that you can basically bring it out, Heated Vengeance, with obviously taking the 1 damage off Fate Zone, so you still push 6 damage off Heated Vengeance, and then you have Blazing Throw for another 4, which is 10 damage, but you don't take your 3.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you're playing, the aggro mirrors, like every point of damage matters, and sometimes taking that 1 extra, or in this case, 3 extra, might just be like the whole game for you. So other things in your sideboard that I thought were interesting, the Staggering Strikes. I feel like Tristan's really fallen out of meta. Is that mainly for cats or for pushing through Innervate Agility?
It's actually for all 3. So I know some lists run multiple Smokeouts. I feel Smokeouts is good against cats and Innervate Agility, but I feel like there's some situations where you want the prep counter removal, so that's why I'm running a mix of Smokeouts. I have 1 Smokeout main to Staggering Strike side.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting, because I was like, okay, well, I guess Sword of Seeking doesn't give you the True Sight, but you're still able to find True Sight one way or another with that. I have one last question for you about cards in your sideboard. Is it the Flame Wreath Call for cats, or is there something else that it's mainly for?
So there is actually, it is for cats. It's also good in the mirror, because if they try to Pepper Chef their Suzaku, you can Flame Wreath both the Pepper Chef and the Suzaku that comes back, and they most likely don't have enough fire to bring it back. I actually won an earlier match where I Flame Wreathed my own Suzaku to basically reset it and won off the 4 damage that way. So yeah, it works like that as well.
I guess it's like the old tech where people used was it Broken Promises?
Yeah.
But now you have the flexibility of being offensive or defensive with it.
Yeah.
Well, again, congratulations on winning the very last round of Swiss here at Ascent Las Vegas. Good luck. Hopefully you do make it to top 8.
Thank you.
And it was a great match to watch. So we will see you guys for the top cut soon. Stay tuned.
And welcome back. For your viewing pleasure, we have another game from round 13. I believe this is another win in Belk. I think we're going to see another berth into the top 8.
Yes, you are correct. It is going to be another win and in. And if you thought you liked that first Suzaku game, get ready because we have a second serving of Suzaku ready for you here. And I'm excited to jump in because against Suzaku, we have Fire Aether Wing Diana.
I could not ask for a better match. I am so excited to check this out. I hope you are too. Let's get right over to the table. Let's go check this one out.
Alrighty, the game here, 9-3, 9-3. That means, Terry, it's a win and in.
And Min here, What Do You Min is a Worlds competitor from last year, all the way from Australia against Curl Pixels here, who is 9-3, but from North America.
Indeed here, What Do You Min is on that Suzaku. Curl Pixels bringing in this Fire Diana. And there's one thing to note about this matchup. No defensive options on either of these sides. It's going to be aggression, aggression, aggression.
Yes, it is going to be exactly as you say it. There are some restorative flames on Min's side, but honestly, that's probably just not going to be enough. But Min with the avatar of Suzaku out the gates. This is the ideal turn 1. But it looks like we may have a reaction here from Curl. What are we going to see here?
Ignis Deus leveling up into Diana immediately.
Okay, yeah, you love to see it. Oh, beautiful Diana. CSR here. We are probably in response to the on-enter going to... Yes, I think I see a...
Evasive positioning or maneuvers.
Yes, yeah, so Curl is going to play this. That's going to allow us to bring out this. Oh, and this card is just an absolute heat. Trivariate Dream. This thing hits so hard. If you've never seen Fire Aggro Diana, you are in for a treat to see just how fast they can kill.
Oh, yeah, that is expediently fast here. All you need are 3 Aether charges in that Trivariate Dreams, and it gets that attack bonus. And fun fact, Terry, Fire Diana can get 3 Aether charges in like no tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, not a problem at all. Looks like Ranger Strides is the materialization here. Curl, draw a card from that. Let's see in Rec if we can get one of those Aether charges into our dream.
Oh, these Ranger Strides on materialization is so scary. It is such an all-in play for Curl Pixels here. Keep in mind, this is just turn 2. What are we going to find off the top from this Ignition draw? Oh, we are finding a couple good cards here. I see an Ash Wound Shot is important, along with a Blazing Cinder Charge, I believe, or Burning Aether Charge, my apologies there. And that is it. That is what we're getting, which, if math is mathing, you get to put both of those into the Trivia this turn. Ash Wound costs nothing. Burning is kindled, so you're able to use those 2 fire cards, meaning you just need 1 more Aether.
Yeah, so if we have access to both of those with these Ranger Strides and a Blazing Throw, I believe that is a lethal line. So let's see if we have access to enough cards to put 3 Aether Charges into this Travariate Dream. First, out the gates, you're going to see the Ash One shot. There will be no recovering this turn.
Yes, even if you had Restorative Flames, it is not good here. And here we see that Burning Cinder Charge being kindled, tuned, and loaded up. It does get to deal 2 damage on activation as well. Do we have the 3rd Aether Charge?
We do. That's going to be a prudent knock, but we only have 1. How much are we going to push? We're just going to swing for the 7 plus 4. That's going to be 11 damage, I believe, coming through here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 with the Diana distant as well.
Oh, yeah.
Is 1 short from lethal? Were we just 1 short this whole time?
Oh, my goodness. That was crazy. I'm trying to see the math here. I think everybody's trying to see the math, but so it should be with that swing. Normally, the Diana swing with 3 of these Aether Charges in, they all have 1, right? So you're going to have 1, 2, 3, plus the 1 from the Dream. Then Triviar's Dream allows it to get plus 3 because there's exactly 3 Aether Charge cards in intent. So that's always a swing for 7 plus the 1 from Diana and then the 4 from Ranger. That's 12. Yeah, that goes right to 14. 1 health left for Min.
If that Prudent Knock was a Charge the Soul,
it was over.
That was over.
That was the game.
Holy moly, that was so fast. And now what do you mean? I think you gotta materialize here. Sitting on Spirit is not safe. But even with that, Suzaku is known to deal damage to your own champion.
Yeah, this is a terrifying spot as the Suzaku player. Min has to think here, how do I get online without accidentally killing myself, right? Because doing this 1 damage as we level up here, because we have to go, right, Min is saying, okay, we're going to Guoja. That's happening. I need a little bit of extra health, and I also need to start pushing my game plan so that I can push lethal on this Diana. We are going to level up. Here comes the 1 damage from the Fabled Ruby Fatestone to both champions.
Oh, damage coming in, 15 to
5
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go. But this is the issue with Fire Aggro, is if you don't kill them on your turn, they can kill you on their turn.
Yes. And we do see, so we do have the Avatar, obviously. This is a big body that can do a lot of damage. I think I see a Return to the Archive, which could get rid of this Looking Glass for Min, allowing a Recover 2, which that is at least a little bit, right? We're not just dead to a Blazing Throw. So that is a solid place to be. Restorative Flame isn't doing anything right now because Min has no fire cards in the graveyard. So we need that, but it's looking like he may be yeah, there it is. The Return to the Archive. That is going to let him draw a card and recover 2. There is a world where this is an Ash Wound shot, and it is.
Wow, an Ash Wound shot kept in the hand here, preventing that recovery. Still do get the draw here, but what do you mean still in lethal range on this next turn?
Yeah, this is everything. That was crazy. The 1 card in hand being that extra shot. You love to see it. Had to have it. Of course, Curl had it. So we already have 1 Aether Charge in our Aether Wing. What is Min going to do here? Min has to answer back in some way to stay alive.
You do. Diana at 9, so you have to still 10 this turn, but not being able to, just passing the turn, playing a little reactive here. It's up to Curl Pixels now to sort of convey the pace of this game. Looking at the materialization here, we do have the likes of Flash Grenade, Quick Draw Piercer, Quick Step Treads, Smoke Bombs, a lot of cards that can cycle, but nothing that is just a +1 draw.
No, it looks like we may be bringing out the Flash Grenade here, a incredible defensive piece, but also it is just going to cycle. So we're going to respond to the materialization. We pay the 1. What are we going to see here? Is this going to be a Creative Shock?
Interesting. A creative shock, trying to dig a little bit deeper. We see a intensified pyre.
Yeah, and another avatar of Suzaku. So flash grenade here. If we are able, if Curl can just find 2 more Aether charges, we will have oh, that's 1. That should be right there. We have enough to swing for lethal. This is a lethal swing from Diana, and that's going to do it. Curl takes game 1 in this fire aggro matchup. We are going to take it to game 2.
This is a don't blink you'll miss it kind of matchup here. Curl Pixels only needed 3 turns to close out the game. What an explosive turn 2 from them here. And we're just going to go ahead and take a quick look at their sideboard to see how do I make this even more explosive.
Yeah, Min's got to, let's see, looking here, Terrafring is definitely coming out. That is going to be a card that really slows down Diana, because in order for Diana to do these huge turns, usually it takes your entire hand to put enough Aether charges into that Trivariate Dream to do that big swing.
Yes, although I agree with you, Terry. Terrafring is going to be valuable. I believe Min only had 1 materialization that game.
Yeah, that is true. Well, let me tell you this, though. This game, Min gets to go first.
That is true.
So that's huge. That gives at least 1 more materialization, which might be the difference maker.
Oh, man. Going first matters so much in these aggro matchups.
I love Fire Mirrors. It is crazy how that is such a big deal.
Alrighty, on the other side for Curl Pixels, personally, I'm not seeing anything big to bring up in this matchup here. Possibly the Nimble Longbowman if you want more sources of distance, but it is not needed. This sideboard here, to me, is screaming just counter some other decks, not really afraid of the aggro mirrors.
Yeah, this is definitely... I'm not seeing a lot. As you said, Infernal Vessel not really going to do enough, right? Because those little heals will still happen. So not enough to bring in. I don't think I would want to take out anything else for that. And everything else, as you said, I just don't see it. Immolation Trap, I guess you could make an argument to kill a Suzaku, but if Suzaku's on the board, you're dead.
Yeah.
So it's just not going to be good enough.
It is. We've talked about it our last match where it was like it's a race between can the aggro deck kill before the level 3 deck hits level 3. This is now the matchup of can Curl Pixels kill What Do You Min before the Suzaku flips.
Yeah, it is crazy. You love to see these incredibly fast. We've seen a lot of grindy games with these Razor Gale decks, right? Razor Gale, Water Gin, CL, right? A ton of very grindy late game decks. We threw all of that out the window in this match and said, hey, let's take 2 of the fastest decks and just have them stand there, no defense, throwing punches. Who's going to be left standing?
Yeah, as you know, honestly, if this was my winning in an aggro mirror match, I feel like this is the best possible option, right? You know it's going to be fast, and you know it's just going to be who sees what they need first. No long, grindy games. We will know the answer to this game very shortly.
Yeah, so Min here, I see Creative Shocks, their namesake card, as he does play for Team Creative Shock over in Australia. I also see a Suzaku's Command. I think maybe a Restorative Flame. Can't be 100% there, but that would be a pretty solid one. Ooh, I love this. The Vengeful Paramour into the bin. Right where you want it.
Vengeful Paramour is that last bit of damage that sometimes you need. It does ephemerate 4/4 to be able to deal 2 damage as a spell. And What Do You Min gets the materialization to Rogia, and this time you don't have 14 damage counters on you.
Yes, this feels a little better for Min. Min is definitely feeling a little more alive than last game.
Oh man, it must feel good to recollect and not feel. Ask yourself, how do I stay alive? But instead, how do I deal damage to Curl Pixels this turn? You know something big's going to happen the next turn.
Yeah, I think we might see a Heated Vengeance. I want to say that's what Min has in hand. No, we're just bringing out that Paramour. Love getting the extra value. It's going to do 2 damage on enter, and then we are going to be able to swing for 2 more. That's a 4 damage swing. A great play from Min here.
Yes, and it is, I believe Paramore is as a spell, right? So you do get that quest counter for your Suzaku.
Correct, which is very, very cool. I loved Vengeful Paramore in these early builds of KFC. Min was one of the original architects of the deck over in Australia, and they did play the Spectre package back there because we still had Rile the Abyss. So you had Liminal Guides, Vengeful Paramours, and you played all of those so that you could get all the value out of those Riles, right? And their list still has this Vengeful Paramour because that little bit of added damage being able to come from your graveyard is, I mean, it's just another resource, right?
Yeah, it is a resource. Sometimes you got to use everything here. And we're watching Curl Pixel sort of look at their hand, tap on their fingers, look at their cards. And Terry, you're familiar with this kind of math. This is Fire Aggro math saying, I have 8 cards. How do I kill my opponent?
Yes, and that is the math you are always doing every second. At the end of your opponent's turn, before you go to your turn, before you play any cards, you have to look at everything. I teach this in coaching all the time. Always ask yourself, can I kill my opponent? And this is the start of that. I believe we are just going to have a turn where we chip our opponent down to as much as we can. I think doing 18 damage on this turn would be pretty impressive. It's not impossible. I'm going to tell you right now. It's not impossible. But it would be pretty impressive. I think that here Curl is probably just going to soften Min up as much as possible and hope to kill on the next turn. But we will see that here in a second. It all depends. The Charge the Soul's a good start. It's a little extra damage. We'll load that up here, and we still have 4 in hand.
So much to do. Pre-recollection. An Ignition Draw. This card is so valuable here. Hoping to find some free Aether Charges to be able to sneak in even more value.
A Mana Shot Barrage is pretty good here. Being distant, you love to see it in that. Is that an Ashwin shot as well?
That is.
Okay. This could be a huge damage turn for Curl. Just doing a quick pick. They didn't show that when Guoja entered. It's all good. These two players are friendly, right? I'll just give you a look. Take a look real quick. It's not a big deal. Here we go. We've got those 2 in Banishment. We are just going to move to Wreck here. We did not have enough to play that Barrage.
Yeah, I believe we were 1 card short from that Barrage.
Yeah.
Which, if we had it, whoo-wee.
Yeah, Barrage here would take Min to 5, and we load that, play the Ash Wound shot, swing for 8. From 5, that's 13, plus a Blazing Throw is not quite enough to kill. So we are probably, like I said, Curl is waiting 1 more turn, but probably going to press as much damage as possible on this turn. You do not want to not utilize those 2 Aether Charges that are in Banishment.
Yeah, that is just wasted resources. Ashwin shot is completely free. No resources at all for that. So you might as well activate that now. I do think the only hesitation is that Mana Flare Barrage. If that was a Mana Streak, which I'm double checking if we run it. We actually don't run Mana Streak in this.
Oh, no, we got it. We got it. It's on the bottom.
Yes, there you go.
Infernal Mana Streak.
If it was Infernal Mana Streak, I think it would be slightly better because it leaves you with that 1 additional card that could sneak in that extra point of damage.
Yeah, that would have been huge there. But methodically, really, really checking the math. Curl is deciding, how do we do this? So we are just going to bring out that Ashwin shot. Min will not be healing for the rest of this turn.
I'm not sure if Min planned on it, but now you really can't. Curl Pixels, looks like we are going with the Mana Flare Barrage. 3 down. We're distant. We're going to deal 3 damage to all allies, or all units, or except for the champion here for Curl Pixels.
Yeah, so this would just, Shatter the Brittle's huge. That was the card we needed to deal with the Travar. That is going to make the damage so much lower for Curl. That is your main source of damage. That was backbreaking.
That is backbreaking indeed. And looking at this material deck, we do not have another, or we have 1 more Aether Wing in the Seeker's Aether Wing, and then we just have swords.
Yeah, we do have the quick draw Piercer, right? We do have some cool things that we can do. We're probably playing Ascent access to. Do we have any?
No.
So we're just using that the blazing.
Yeah, just the blazing throw target. It reads materialize me, blazing throw me, draw a card.
Yeah. So it's if you see that blazing throw, we're going to do. But we are just going to pass it over. Both players are going to take a damage, gain a quest counter for Min here, and then we're going to recollect. Now Min is completely in the driver's seat, right? Dealt with the Trevariate stream. That is step one. Dealing with that. It's crazy to say this, but Suzaku is kind of the control deck, if you will, in this matchup.
Control, yes.
The aggressor is definitely Curl over on Diana. So Min here, going to take a second, really think this one out. Being down a game, hoping to make the right decisions to push this to game 3.
Yes, you have to. Even though you got rid of that Triviate Dreams, you still have to make sure you carefully close out this game. But we see a Pavlar sword materialize here for Curl Pixels, removing the very important graveyard for Suzaku.
Yep, so here we go. We've got ourselves a 2-attack sword. 2 damage sword is great, right? It is a very cool. Do we play Cheshires? We do. We do have the chance to potentially have a Cheshire Cat, which that can swing. We also have Inert Sword, so then your Cheshire Cats are swinging for 5. And obviously, you still have Ranger Strides combo. As long as you have a way to become distant and you are a Ranger unit, you can push a ton of damage out of nowhere. So, Min needs to still end this game in a decent manner.
Yes, his Curl Pixel's not completely out of the game, just kind of lost their big burst turn initially here, but can still claw their way through with damage. And keep in mind, the Infernal Mana Shrieks, Mana Flare Barrages, they are still spells that deal non-combat damage. They can add up. Even though you're not loading them, they are still doing damage after damage.
Yeah, you are not wrong there. So everything is about damage here, right? That's what it's all going to come down to. But Min does have a full grip of interaction. So, Curl, here, that is the cat. That is step 1 for our plan B, right? No Trevariate, so now we're on this Cheshire Cat beatdown plan. We are going to get to swing for 5 this turn. And there we are, Guoja going to 11 damage. As I said before, you need to end the game here. Min needs to end the game in a hurry.
You do this control. Suzaku in this particular matchup is taking a lot of damage, and Cat is very difficult for this list to actually deal with.
Yeah, Spell Shroud Stealth on a 1/3 body that gets stronger for all of these distortion weapons on the field. This has been an absolute thorn in so many players' sides for the last few sets. So here we go. Looks like we've got the Potentious Tengu. We're going to get ourselves a quest counter, build up that influence. We might be seeing a Suzaku turn here.
Oh, we would love to see Suzaku flipped. And I do see some commands for Suzaku in the hand for What Do You Min, which means there is a potential. It can just be one shot from the big bird himself.
Demolition. This is going to be the 6th quest counter, and it's going to put Curl to 10 damage. Only need 9 more, which we are getting very close to that moment. So, off the top here, what do we have? It looks like we do have access to a Fiery Interference. That is the 7th quest counter.
Oh boy, here we are, Terry. The chicken is in the oven, and it is angry right now. And we're going to give it one word, and that word is command kill.
Attack! Suzaku, there's the command. It's coming through. Does Curl have any way to stop this swing for 8? No, he does not. And Min ties it up, keeping his top 8 life alive. We are going to game 3.
Game 3 between these fire aggro decks. Curl Pixels being on the play for this one is super important. And I just want to point out, Curl Pixels, a very simple deck builder. We have 4 of every copy of card in that deck.
15 4-ofs is my favorite deck list in Fire Aggro. So literally just a player from my own heart right here. Curl, this list is great. And I'm going to say right now, regardless of everything that has happened in those last 2 games, Curl is way ahead going into game 3 because this is a Fire Diana list that gets to go first in game 3. If you remember, in game 1, Min got 1 materialization. So
barely, too.
Yeah,
It was barely.
It should have just been 1, honestly. The game was so cooked, right? No pun intended. But they are going to shuffle up because we definitely want to make sure we don't draw bricks. That is the one thing that Fire Aggro loves to do is draw hands that do nothing. So got to shuffle up, right? Want to make sure that everything is nice and spaced out here, hopefully drawing the perfect hand or at least a playable hand, right?
For a deck that does a lot of stuff and has consistency, it's weird how often you draw a hand and go, oh, this is unplayable.
Yeah. So the one thing that we need, right, out the gates, the card that Curl is going to be looking for is just any way to get distant. That is the most important thing. Step 1. We need a distance enabler, preferably backstep, something along those lines that's going to replace itself so that we get to keep influence as well. That is that is the first step, right? Because Diana 1 needs that. Then we get to bring out the Travariate Dream. Step 2, don't get your Travariate Dream blown up.
Yes. Yep.
And then step 3, kill. That is the game plan. It's pretty simple. That's Curls.
Yes.
Over on Min's side, knowing that we're going second, right? Knowing that Min is in danger. He is thinking to himself, okay, what can I do here? What are the cards I'm looking for? Because I know I need that Shatter the Brittle, right?
Yeah.
We have to deal with that and make it a little bit harder. A little bit of heal goes a long way in this matchup. So we're looking for any defensive. We do also play a 1 of Crystallized Destiny. And that could be the card that wins the game if it is timed correctly.
That is true. Already for a recap for everyone here, Curl Pixels, 3 easy steps. Step 1, become distant. Step 2, keep your Trivia Dreams. Step 3, profit. Meanwhile, what do you mean? The 3 steps to success. Step 1, don't die. Step 2, have protection. And step 3, profit.
Yeah, there you go. Just got to kill them on the crack back. So we do have a decent start here as far as advantage goes. We have the 3 of Hearts start for Min. Min will be able to utilize in response to materialization, next turn leveling up, activate the 3 of Hearts, ditch that liminal guide, and then when the materialization resolves, get to bring it back. So what have we got here?
Terry, I believe Curl Pixels has the 15 damage line in hand. We're going to Ignis Deus here, level up to Diana. In response to this on-enter, we're going to backstep, and I saw an Infernal Mana Streak in that hand, which means we are going to be able to deal so much damage. All there needs to be is a Charge the Soul in one of these 2 cards, and we will have that perfect 15 damage line.
Are we going to see a turn 2 kill from Curl? Game 3, round 13, trying to make it into top 8. This is everything. Oh, are we seeing this? We're seeing the Seeker's Aether Wing. Okay.
We're on step 2, not getting our Trivia Dreams blown up.
That is step 2. So this does make our kill a little slower, right? Because we don't have access to the giant +3 damage. But we might bring that out too here. Honestly, there's a couple options on this materialization. We could bring in something. We could bring in Rager Strides, which could give us the extra damage that you talked about, right? We could bring in, maybe we have a couple Blazing Throws in hand. If that's the case, you might see a quick draw Piercer here. Another option, bringing in an Inerrant Sword. We could just get a Cheshire online, deal with this 3 of Hearts right now, force Min to put 2 cards down right now instead of in response, and maybe lose something you don't want. Okay, this is telegraphing that, hey, I might be throwing something that's on fire at you soon.
This is going, something is blazing and it's gonna be thrown.
Okay, so we're on step 2 still.
Yeah, step 2. This is, so far, a successful step 2.
Yes. So here we go out the gates. We are going to, on activation of this Blazing Throw, sack our Quick Draw Piercer. That will put the draw on the stack. And it is going to get through here. So we'll draw a card from that. 4 damage to Min from Curl. We've got 5 cards in hand, I believe.
5 in hand, yes.
Yeah, so probably not enough to end the game here. But we did soften Min up a little bit. What are we going to see next? It is a Cheshire Cat, it looks like.
Oh, the cat is scary on the field. That means, okay, no.
Oh, no, this is good too. I like this. I like this a lot. We get to just shoot for 3, load here. We don't necessarily have to attack yet, but we probably will because we are distant right now, just to add a little bit of extra damage. Every damage counts. I
Yes.
cannot stress that enough, Velk. Every damage is so heavy in this matchup.
More damage, more. We need more. And what do you mean is now having to stare down 10 damage on that singular turn, needing to take this level up. You have to do it, but keep in mind, once again, this Fabled Ruby Fatestone deals damage to Min.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part about the Fabled Ruby Fatestone. So you're about to see exactly what I said, right? We would level up the Guoja. In response to the materialization, we activate our 3 of Hearts here to ditch this Liminal Guide. We get to draw and discard. And then the Guoja will resolve on level up. Liminal Guide trigger will go on the stack to come back onto the field, give us an added damage, and draw a card. This is a good spot to be. I know we're at 10 damage, which is very scary, but if we have some form of defensive card here, especially a heal, and if Curl does not have the anti-negate or the anti-recover in hand, right, then that is a great place to be. And we are just staring down a Seeker's Aetherwing,
Yes.
which that damage is much lower than the Travaria Dream.
Yeah, much lower, but it's still additive. I feel like the Infernal Mana Streaks are what push it a little bit further, just because they are technically a 4 damage point swing every time one is activated. And so it feels like you technically have the Triviere without the risk.
Yeah, that is fair. And so as long as you're seeing those, then you're feeling pretty good about it. So here comes Min for 3, going to soften Curl up a little bit more as we get closer to our end game. It looks like we have a couple of Suzaku commands in hand, a Fiery Interference, maybe another 3 of Hearts. Nothing, I'm not seeing anything that's crazy exciting to be able to slow down Curl here.
Planted Explosives as well. I think you're right. Nothing really too exciting. And just another 3 of Hearts committed. Another ally that's 2 damage. But, you know, you're very far away from closing out this game on your end.
Yeah, Min has 4 cards in hand. Only 1 quest counter. We need to find a way to do that. We only need 11 more damage, right? We have 5 on board, so we need 6 extra damage if we are in Min's corner. We also have to survive this turn. So this is a big turn for Curl.
Huge turn. I really love how you said that we're going to the end game, but we're on turn 3 of this matchup. That is just how explosive these fire decks are.
Yeah, you can never count these decks out. It doesn't matter if you're playing against the level 3 with 30 health. You can still push that much. So Ranger Strides, uh-oh.
We know there's a cat in the hand for Curl Pixels. Are we going to see the Boots and Cats combo? Our Flicker losing our Distant Enabler, but do we have another way to become distant for Curl Pixels? Otherwise, these Ranger Strides are going to look kind of left out.
Yeah, the draw, the cycle is solid, but unfortunately we did hit that distance enabler. Do we have anything in hand we can utilize? I know Curl is looking for any Aether Charge he can find here to add a little more damage. What does he have? Really thinking this one through. I mean, we've got 1 or 2 more turns left for both of these guys, right? So we're going to have an Aetheric Calibration. This is a huge glimpse here. We have to hit. And on top of that, we need to find cards that can push that additional damage. We're sending 3 to the bottom. Ashwin Shot to the memory. That's a huge one. We might, and I mean, Min doesn't have any fire in the graveyard right now, so Restorative Flame isn't going to save him.
Oh, and they put the reposition on the top. There's the distance enabler as well.
This could be exactly what we are looking for. We are going to see this reposition. There's the distant, and
here we are looking for the lines here, repositioned, got that going. We are distant. Curl Pixels is distant and looking for a lethal line. There is a cat. Boots are available. Infernal Mana Streak. So many options here for Curl Pixels to go ahead and try and close out the game. What do you mean? Will not go down with the fight. There are cards in hand, so you have to consider what they are able to play and interact with here. But the question is, can Curl Pixels figure out the proactive line? And we are just attacking with the boots plus the Seeker's Aether Wing. This by itself is going to be 7, putting you at 18, saying die to your own Fate Stone.
Is it gonna be enough here? That is the terrifying. We've got 4 cards in hand for Curl. What do we have left? We're gonna play. That's the Infernal Mana Streak. Is that gonna be enough? And that's going to do it. Curl locking up that top 8 spot with that win here, taking down Min 2-1 with Fire Aether Diana against this Guoja. Oh my goodness, that was a nail biter, Valk.
Holy moly, that was indeed, Terry. You can say that again. Curl Pixels coming in clutch with that sequencing of cards, and I really like the fact that you left them at 18 and then activated the Infernal Mana Streak, saying if you stop this, at your recollection, you're going to have no cards in hand, and your Ruby Fatestone's going to deal you 1 point of damage.
Yeah, Suzaku is still killing in that world, just yourself instead. So, what we saw there was picture-perfect Curl, executed plan. Step 1, 2, 3.
Yes, yes.
And it worked. And Curl gets his top 8 berth. I believe Curl's first one. I don't know for sure, but that is incredible. It's so exciting, bringing that Fire Diana into this field filled with Razor Gales and water, everything, right? So you love to see that Fire aggro step.
You really do. And, Water Aetherwing, who? It's Fire Aetherwing now in this time. And I'll actually be very surprised if Water Aetherwing didn't make top 8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many people playing it, and it is just pound for pound one of the scariest decks in the format.
Yeah. So I believe what we've seen so far, we're going to make a note here. We have Fire Aetherwing. We then have Fire Suzaku we've seen.
We know. So there's 2 aggro decks in top 8.
2 aggro decks. We know that the TM32 boys locked in, or I'm sorry, one of them locked in on Raccoon Razor Gale.
Cool, so we have at least 1 Razor Gale. I know that we also have the Erupting Rhapsody from Team Main Deck in Matt G. That's 4, so 3 aggressive fire decks and a Razor Gale. Those are the ones that we know of.
Yes, that we know of, that we've seen, can confirm. So that means there's only 4 spots left for this top 8. And if I was anyone in those trying to get into those last 4 remaining spots, I'll look at that field and go, I hope I have a good matchup against aggro.
Yes, I think one of the things that is a little lucky for people in top 8 right now is that the 2 fire aggro decks that we saw, they were both playing for their win in right on the edge of the bubble. So there's a good chance that these guys are finishing in somewhere between 5th and 8th place, right, going into top cut, which is going to make them not able to go first unless their opponents choose for them to go first, which I don't think that's going to happen.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah. I don't think I sit across from my Fire Diana opponent and go, you know what? Let's see what you got. I think my deck can deal with it. You go first. I'll go second.
Unless you're aura farming.
Yeah.
If you're that confident in the matchup and you go, oh, you're on fire aggro, please go first.
Yeah. That would be next level. If that does happen, hats off to you, sir. So I can't wait to see what is going to fill out the rest of this top 8. A lot of really talented players. I mean, even the ones that didn't make it here, that just missed out. We got to see some incredible gameplay. A lot of fire decks here in round 13.
I'm kind of like jarred, right? We just got off of Nationals Day 2 yesterday, and we did not see a lot of fire.
No.
Barely any. It was all water and wind, Razor Gale, Aether Wings, Razor Gale, Aether Wings. And today has been a different story. We've had Merlins on the stream. We've had Suzaku's. We've had
Erupting.
Fire
Diana.
Fire Diana. I feel like that was all 4 rounds. We had a fire deck every round.
I think so. I mean, it is hot here in Vegas, so it makes sense, honestly.
The 100-degree weather has gotten to our players, and their deck choices have shown.
Yeah, that is exactly what we are looking at. But these matches, aggro decks seem to be a little quicker. Some of the biggest reasons to play decks like this at these 13-round events, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Mental fatigue is a huge thing, right?
Yes.
So these aggro players are even a step ahead of some of these, more grindy, the Razor Guild decks that take a little bit longer. I've seen a lot of those decks going to time, right? We've seen a lot of draws out there with some of these grindier decks. You're not in those situations when you are a fire aggro deck.
Yeah.
You win or you lose pretty quickly. So their mental stamina has taken way less hits than some of these grindier players. We'll see if that matters in top 8. I mean, at this point, everybody's feeling real good.
Oh, yeah.
You get your spirit. You get the bragging rights of saying, hey, we went out to Las Vegas. We finished top 8 here. We are feeling good. We are ready to rock, and we're going to try to take home the win.
Exactly. Here, these players do get a small break, though. We are going to be starting our quarterfinals momentarily. Just let these players rest, get some time, get a break at a roll. But we mentioned it earlier in the day about tables filled with Pantheon players. There is a lot of Pantheon players going around right now. And I actually am curious of what it's like actually on that floor in the Pantheon pods themselves. And I think we may have the privilege of finding out, eye level, boots on the ground, what's going on over there.
Well, I want to see what that's all about. So is Tyler over there with them? Can we go see what's going on?
Let's see if Tyler can bring us some more information.
What's going on, guys? We are here at day 2 of Ascent Las Vegas. We're going to do a little Pantheon check-in. A lot of cool people playing some cool decks. You're going to see what's going on. I can definitely see one of our newest Creator Guild creators. We have Mr. Murgle here. I got to ask him what he's doing. What you playing there, sir?
An atrocious deck with Alan and Lorraine going into a lesser boon to give me Warrior back. So an abysmal deck, but very fun. And it gets the game over with, which I like a lot.
What's your win con in this deck? Spoil it for us.
My opponent's bricking. That is the win con. Otherwise, I'm going out in flames.
Cremate, target myself? Okay, I actually see flames here. This guy's putting you down in flames. Okay, so your deck is probably one of my favorites. What are you playing here?
I'm playing Fire Polcock. This is not my deck. It's Sean Cronin's. He let me borrow it for today. I put Calamity Cannon into play, but then they killed my bullet, so now I'm not going to get to cannon, and I'm really sad.
Wow. Sad. Big sad. Big sad. All right, thanks, guys. Let's gonna take a look at a couple more people here. We just finished up, but I'm still going to ask anyways. Hello, good sir. What were you playing today in Pantheon?
I was playing Wind Crux Lorraine.
What boons are you playing?
Greater Boon of Parvati and what is the other one? Time's Passage? Lesser Boon of Time's Passage.
Dude, this guy's like every other player. All he wants to do is draw cards. Yeah. Man, are you at least playing the ultimate?
Yes, of course.
Did you cleave anybody with the ultimate?
I literally cleaved everyone with the ultimate.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! All right, well, I'm going to have to come back and play some Pantheon with you at some point.
For sure.
All right, well, let's see what else everyone's got. Got a lot of cool, interesting matchups here. Oh. Man, there's so many people here with all the different Pantheon games. Yo, let's go check in with our good friend here. Hello.
How are you doing?
What's going on? Oh, are you playing what I think you're playing?
This has been one of the most ridiculous matches. We were up against 2 Ari players, and this guy, yeah, we had to team up against him.
You brought out the Astrolabe? Yep. Dude, Cam would be so proud, but you're such a menace.
So we teamed up. He was also in there to basically do final damage. We then had to take him out. Came down to us. We're basically looking at each other and just like, how the hell do we do this? And I managed to get a Jub out and do final damage to him. And it was insane. I was going through 12 every single time. I had managed to keep them all in the dark that I had 2 lineage releases still in play. So, yeah,
dude, how much influence do you have right now? This is the ultimate Pantheon moment. This is every card gamer's dreams.
13, 14. So
14 influence.
And yeah, I was almost able to play the ult.
Distorted reality?
Yeah. I almost had that out there. Let's see. We finished it now, but let's see. Yeah, Distort Reality.
It's literally the second last card in the deck.
Yeah, because I just had to cycle it back in like right before, and then Jabberwocky was right next to it. So my goal was to actually get this out. I kind of put that as a personal win con. Is if I can get this out, then that's the game, even if I lose. So.
Oh, sounds good. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Let's go see what everyone else is doing. It's time to check in with some of my favorite people, the world's competitors. All right, man. What are you playing today?
Tenoris, Neos.
Which Tenoris?
Domains, Genesis Ages.
What boons are you playing? Can you leak your boons to me?
Lesser Boon of Territories and Greater Boon of Enki.
Greater Boon of Enki is the copy tokens?
Token of Reserve cost 1.
Are you making 1,000,000 swords?
I'd love to. It's honestly my favorite champion.
All right. Kevin, I was going to say I got to know, but now I know that this might be the most beautiful deck I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to walk around here. This is more than my whole salary. I love that. Wait, now the real question is how many sets of the sites do you bring with you just in case? Okay, this is probably the cool flex. He's got the world's heavenly guide.
You want to show your sites?
No, I don't really, honestly. I'm missing one.
So Kevin, is this your favorite Pantheon deck?
Yeah, I've been having a blast with this. This is the first time that I've got to bring like my own deck to Pantheon. At Los Angeles, I was just borrowing some people's decks, but this is undefeated so far, even though I tried to build a little bit more casually. But yeah, you just get to do so many cool things. You got Solomon, you got Awaken Ombre to put like Bandersnatch and Argus and all that stuff on the board. And I got the CL alt in here, of course. So yeah, and we got all the guides repping that World's Heavenly Guide. So that's a super fun deck.
This is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I think the only thing you're missing is the theme another beginning.
I know, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I've been trying to buy one, but no one's selling it. Yep.
So what's your greater boon? Because I don't see it.
My greater boon is just Luxura, which I hid because I don't have a foil. And I'm waiting on the CL or Jin Pantheon berries to come out one day, hopefully, before I get the nice looking ones.
All right, guys, you heard it here. If you have a greater boon of Luxera foil, hit Caben up because he needs it. The deck is so close, guys. Well, we're going to check out some other stuff. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys enjoy your game. All right, what else do we have? Oh, my God, it's my SoCal friends. Hey, man, what are you playing today?
Pantheon.
Dude.
Water, Fire, Crux, Lorraine.
So you're just playing standard?
It is what it is. Why are you judging me?
Because you said, I'm playing Pantheon.
We love Pantheon.
True, we do. All right. Have you won a game yet?
This is my first game.
So no. We don't need no. I do have a question for you. Of the things you've seen so far, what do you think your favorite boon is?
Honestly, it's probably the Luxera. We love drawing cards.
Dude, everyone's just a card drawing addict. It's actually nuts. Actually nuts. All right, we're going to do one more Pantheon-ish check-in with one of our Nats judges. My favorite Nats judge.
Hello.
Hey, man. What are you playing?
I am playing Arsana, actually. I have one turn left before I try to just nuke him.
Do it now.
Do it live. I'm ready to witness this live.
Live this turn, at least.
I believe. Is this where I cast the game? Cast the Pantheon game? Oh, wait. 13 Shadows, Polaris, and gone is pretty crazy. Oh, you have an Astrolabe out. Dude, Cam would be so proud. Cam would be so proud of all these Arsana players. It's kind of crazy. Dude, Tristan's so cool. He's going for it. The Assassin's Ripper's tapped. It's rested. Oh, coup de grace? Okay. Prepared coup de grace. Swinging in for 7. Critical 4. We're going to see a spell shield Astra in response here. So we're going to see We're gonna see a glimpse 14. Okay. Surely this is victory. He's looking at his whole deck. Oh, well, just one card from the bottom to the top, and yeah, that's. Oh well, and there's the pass turn. Saris is up now. We have the Elysian Astrolabe online. Cosmic Astroscope. He's gonna draw the card. Here it goes. We're gonna see no Starlit Apothecary. Doesn't need it. We're gonna see Supernova Divination. We're going to rest the Elysian Astrolabe, and we're going to see a Scry the Stars. We now, I believe, have the infinite combo for damage. Of infinite Star Calling. This is the ultimate Cam moment. Cam wishes he was standing right here, right now. And that's the concede. Nats Judge Saris manages to take the Pantheon game. Woo!
I was going to do something funny, just take back the crowd's favor if he did decide to try to do something. But yeah.
So I have one question for you, because I think a lot of people at home don't really know how Astrolabe works, because it doesn't get played in Standard. Can you explain the Supernova Divination with Scry the Scars and Astrolabe?
So Supernova Divination gets a counter every time you Star Call a card. Elysian Astrolabe, until end of turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay a card Star Calling cost. And then when you do, you glimpse 5. Scry the Stars allows you to start. Well, any card in your deck now has Star Call. X equals the reserve cost. And then you glimpse 3. So if you tap Elysian Astrolabe, play Scry the Stars, you'll glimpse 3. Every card can be Star Called. You can Star Call, which will trigger another glimpse 5. And then you rinse and repeat because they all cost 0. And then Supernova Divination will blow someone up.
Supernova Divination does 25 unpreventable under what condition?
After you Star Call 10 times, it has 10 counters, it will deal 25 damage to the board after removing all abilities off champions. So, pretty fun.
Dude, nerf Arasana. She's too OP. She's too OP.
While they were playing a hard game. You should have seen this guy's board. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude, the Tenoris board goes crazy. Thank you guys so much for your check-in. It was great to see you. We're going to go do one last check-in with the developer, Christian. He does a lot of the side event stuff here. He's really been manning the Pantheon kind of station, making sure that everyone is able to get a comfortable game, make sure that everyone's got a nice pairing. And I'm going to ask him my favorite question to ask, which is, who has played Pantheon for the longest at this event? You know, last time it was one of our wonderful casters, Team Trading Post Terry. Hello, my good friend. Dude, I would love a Pantheon pack. Thanks, man. My question for you, as the most handsome person in the room, is who has played the most Pantheon this weekend, and how many hours is it, and did they beat Terry's record?
So there are going to be 4 people that will beat Terry's record, guaranteed. They are locked in. They are setting the pace. They are almost at Terry's record, and they still have 4 more hours to play.
So what you're telling me is that Terry's knocked out of quarterfinals now, and he's no longer making it to the end.
Terry's not even on the podium anymore. He is done. He kind of handicapped himself by deciding to cast, so he couldn't defend his title. But people came to play. They were here at 10 a.m. yesterday, here at 10 a.m. today, and have done everything correct to line themselves up to be the most played Pantheon players of all time.
Okay, I have one last question for you before we send it back to the casters and other things. Yeah. What is the coolest thing you've seen today? One quick interaction or deck.
So I can't really give that because I haven't been able to get out and do it. I've been kind of shackled to my desk. But everyone that I've seen has been enjoying Pantheon, having fun, doing big plays. I know I saw Caben yesterday. He got to pull off a CL Ultimate. I just looked over and I go, why is there 12? Why are all these omens here? And he just goes, someone played a Hector and then it got engulfed and I could do whatever I want. I'm just sitting there like, why? Why are you doing this?
Well, as you guys heard here, Christian is the people's champion. He's not running around playing Pantheon, looking around. He's making sure that you guys are able to find games, find queues, and I guess get these wonderful Pantheon packs. But, you know, that was our check-in here for day 2 of Ascent Las Vegas. Guys, we're going to be showing a lot more cool things. I'm really, really excited for you guys to see the rest of the matches today. But for now, see you soon. What's going on, guys? I am here at the North American Nationals. I'm joined with one of our premier casters of all, Main Deck Dad. I mean, Dan.
Wow. Hey, everyone. Super excited to play a little fun game with you. I've seen other people playing it already on stream today. I can't wait to play this.
Yeah, so today we're going to be playing 15 words or less. So I have a card here with 7 words Dan needs to guess. I've never seen these words. I will be using 15 words or less for him to figure out what is on here. So, you ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's do it. Dragon.
Seryu.
Correct. Lineage release.
Serene. Alice. Goja. Can it be more than one word? Like
yes.
It can. Okay. It could be Guoja Blessed Scion.
Correct.
Yes.
Next. Enable water.
Spirit of water. Fortuitous Spirit of water. Serene Spirit of water. Fragmented Spirit of water. Sabrina. Oh, okay. Lesser Boon of Poseidon.
Correct. Next.
Woo! Why was that your clue? What does that mean? Pantheon. Crowd. Cheering. Crowd's favor.
Correct.
Oh, I don't know. I
That's
figured
my
it
guy
out. How
right
did I
there.
figure that
That's
out?
my guy right there. 2 arts.
Angelic Channeling.
Correct. Oh my god, you're so good at this. Pony toss.
Chess Club.
He's so good at this.
You can do it, son.
Astroscope.
What,
Astroscope.
Cosmic?
No.
Astroscope. Glimpse 3.
Technically correct. He
Glimpse.
said it was glimpse. So
Glimpse.
yeah.
Okay.
Dude, we did. Dude, that was great.
That was it? All right.
That was great. That was 7. We did 7.
That
and
was
11.
easy.
That was
I think
actually
next time you should do 15.
all 15 words?
words, 15 guesses. I think we could do it.
Dude, getting booed into was the peak highlight. Dan, I have something special for you. It is a pocket Pantheon pack for you to open up and show us what you get.
A gift from my son.
I'll hold your mic while you see. What do you want from this?
I definitely know I have something I want. What is the thing I want a lot from? Oh, what are you talking about? Arasana Pantheon Barrier.
I almost called him not loyal.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we get. I'm gonna guess crowd's favor.
Ooh, okay. It's a Tenderheart card. It's actually a nice crowd favor generating card.
Yeah.
Like I think these are nice hits because a lot of decks want to run these. They're super good.
Yeah,
Crowd's
for sure.
favor is insane in Pantheon.
Crowd's favor is like having a quick step treads permanently.
Can I give a tip to all the players out there?
Yeah, for sure.
Save your crowd's favor generating cards for later. Stop slamming them like turn 2. You guys are crazy. You drop that late in the game, you win.
No, I'm a group hug player. It's getting played turn 1.
Group hug. Watch our game on Mental Boon. I don't agree.
Dude, I gave this guy like 1 million floating.
And then you crushed everybody.
I lost. You almost killed me.
Yeah, we had to try and kill you.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I thought you won.
No. You guys will have to watch the video.
Did Cam win? I was in such a rage, I don't remember.
Anyways, if you guys want to check out Dan getting Giga Rage baited, make sure to check out the Mental Boon Pantheon game episode 2. But, I'm joined here with Main Deck Dan. This is day 1 of, I almost said Ascent again. It's day 1 of Nationals Vegas. And I'm really excited to see what else we get out of the event here.
Gonna be a lot of Diana. That's what I've learned. We'll see you guys.
See you guys at the next one. Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's a little bit of a different view for me. Haven't been here at the caster desk for a while, but I am joined with my good friend TM32 Liptrasil. How are you doing today?
Hello, guys. Longtime viewer of the stream, occasional presence as a player, but now here I am behind the casting desk. And of course, I brought Tyler along with me.
Thank you, man. I've been saved from the clutches of the production crew. I am here to cast a game of a good friend of ours, someone who has done great things for the community, who we also had the opportunity to cast the finals of his event.
Yep, and that was certainly fun. So I promised that I would try to get you on the desk with me again at a perhaps bigger event this time, and we've made that come true. So I think the matchup that we'll be casting is a top 8 game, right? It is Peter or Emp versus Gem.
Gem, fellow Canadian.
Has played a lot of decks in the past, but let's go over what Emps got first. Before we get into that, though, he has the potential here to go for a second Ascent win.
He does, and his deck list is basically the same concept as his first Ascent win back in Auckland of last year. So Emp is still on a variant of Razor Gale, although he's moved from Kong Ming as his champion to Arasana this time, with the deck concept being around one of the new cards from RDO, which is Essence Crucible.
Yeah, I really like that Essence Crucible setup. So when it comes to this kind of deck, we did see a lot of play from this during the Nationals streams, both day 1 and day 2, with TM32 Jet actually taking the victory. So you also played this deck in Nationals. How do you feel about the deck? Do you actually like the deck, or is this like a not really my kind of thing?
I would say, like, based on personal preference, this deck is not really my cup of tea. I think it's like fairly strong. It's just a personal preference thing where I don't think that I'm like the most comfortable on this style or just Razor Gale in particular. But the deck is certainly strong, as we saw from Nationals, right? Jet did, in fact, end up taking it all the way and winning Nationals with this deck. And now it is Peter's turn to try his best at an Ascent.
But on top of that, we do have another player in the quarterfinals on a similar or the same deck. Duck Hats is also part of TM32, except the stakes are a little higher for him. He has the potential to be the first ever back-to-back Ascent winner.
Yep, that's right. And I think Duck Hats took the last Ascent in LA. He was on CL, right?
Coup Pastor CL.
Yeah, Coup Prestige CL, which, as the name suggests, recently lost one of its critical cards to the ban list. Rest in peace. And he is also on a variant of Razor Gale. On the other side of the matchup, though, we have Gem playing Fire Slime Sylvie.
So Fire Slime Sylvie is interesting, right? So we see a couple of reasons why Sylvie's come back. One, I guess a legendary at this point, unban of a card. You know, Baby Gray has returned to the fray. And with that, we also have a bunch of cards from RDO. Radiant Origins, the most recent set for Grand Archive. I want to talk a little bit about the cards in the deck list and the cards that are specifically from Radiant Origin. Sean, what are your opinions on Angelic Channeling in this kind of Terra Sylvie deck, where you know that they have a lot of these advanced element slimes?
Okay, so, I mean, you mentioned it before, right, where Baby Gray Slime is the first card that ever came off the ban list, and this is, you know, a first for GA, along with a bunch of the Angelic cards in RDO, which lends support to the concept of playing a level 3 deck, right? You've got Angelic Channeling, which banishes advanced element cards from the memory and then replaces them with hopefully more relevant cards, and then you have other stuff like Benediction Angel or what is the other one?
Angel Attendant?
Right.
The Library Witch one?
Yeah, that require advanced imbue, right? So it's similar to Windmill Engineer, where you'd have to reveal your cards as you reserve them, and if they're advanced element, you get additional effects. So all of this kind of advanced support just lends itself to level 3 decks. And I see that he's got 4 Angelic Channeling, and I don't think he's playing any of the other Angel support cards, if I'm not wrong.
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like we're going, you know, pretty classic slime package. We do see the inclusion of Undeniable Truth. That's a Phantom Monarch card from the, I believe it's the Merlin Brilliant Vestige.
Yep.
Recollection. That's a really good one. So Undeniable Truth has, as an additional cost, sacrifice an ally you control. It is a 1-cost fast action that allows you to draw a card and get a prep counter. It's very, very good, I think, into these win decks that have things like Stifling Trap. It allows you to basically sacrifice your dungeon guide before it is able to be stifled.
Yep. Or, you know, in response to Stifling, just so that you can bait out another response from your opponent, right? But I think back to touch on Angelic Channeling, I think in my community, at least, there has been a way of thinking where we think that there's 2 critical mistakes in slimes. One is playing Lost Providence, and the other is playing Angelic Channeling. So we will see whether Gem can, I guess, prove us wrong. He's got 4 Angelic Channeling in his list, so we'll see if that card ends up being critical toward this matchup or toward his general game plan.
Yeah, so speaking of Lost Providence, he's actually on the Quicksilver Grill. What's your opinion about that? Do you prefer the Lost Providence for more of an aggressive play pattern, or do you prefer the Quicksilver Grill, try to like out-tech your opponent and bait them a little bit?
I think in other decks, Quicksilver Grail is typically used as some sort of like out tech, right? Where you fast speed in, or not fast speed, but you can materialize essentially as a response to something. So it's extremely powerful with cards like Nullifying Lantern against strategies that care about elements in the graveyard. But in Slimes, it actually does act as a sort of extender. Obviously, it can still be used in that same method when you hide a Covenant of Thorns underneath it, but typically we see stuff like either Stonescale Band or Verdant Scepter to use it to extend your plays. And in that sense, it acts more of an advantage engine rather than I'll wait for my opponent to do something and then play something in response. So in that way, it actually does sort of function similar to Lost Providence. But yes, I do personally prefer Quicksilver Grail. I've been a long-time fan of Quicksilver Grail, so I'm very happy to see that he's got that in his deck instead of Lost Providence.
Yeah, Quicksilver Grail's a big one. Something interesting with the new kind of era of Sylvie is a lot of people have been starting to play this Ghastly Slime, right? The slime that is able to be ephemerated from the graveyard. It will also gain 2 power when it's ephemerated, so it becomes a 4/3. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel like that kind of fits into the current metagame?
I think that it offers a variety of, I guess, different appeal. For one, it does have an effect when it's in the grave, so you can pitch it to something like Baby Red Slime or, you know, the Creative Shock early on, and it does give you that sort of value back later. So you're not limited to only running cards such as Liminal Guide or your other floating memory cards, where realistically, if you're level 3 and then you draw one of these, it just feels like you drew a blank, right? This is a brick. Whereas Ghastly Slime is like, okay, if I draw it early, I'll pitch it and I can still get value late. And if I draw it late, at least it's not Liminal Guide.
That's true. At least it is not Liminal Guide. Before we move on from Gem's deck, I have one more question for you about some specific cards in here. So there's a Terrasite in the deck. I feel like in the past, a lot of people didn't like Terrasite in Sylvie. They felt like all of the cards in the material deck are very valuable. You don't generally want to preserve, like, you know, materialize the preserved card, because you want to be able to, you know, push and extend your turns with things like Horn of Beast Calling, Verdant Scepter, right? How do you feel about it now? I know a lot of people are really on the fence about it.
It's really hard to say. I think personally, I still don't like the Terrasite very much. I think all of your Regalia are extremely strong. You can basically see by the fact that Sylvie probably has the most advanced element heavy material deck out of, honestly, even most other level 3 decks. Right?
It's usually like 5, not including the champion.
Yeah, 5 different Terra Regalia in here between Covenant of Thorns, Gaia's Blessing, Horn of Beast Calling, Stonescale Band, and Verdant Scepter. So, you know, these cards are all obviously incredibly strong, otherwise we wouldn't be running them.
I also just noticed he's not playing a backup charger. I feel like that was like one of the pivotal. Everyone played it just in case they bricked, but I guess Angelic Channeling makes it a little easier to unbrick in some cases.
I think the trade-off there is that if you don't find yourself needing turbocharge in the main to try to extend your pluses, you run the Tongu because that's just a backup charger with Tamer on it so that you can banish it to Ethereal Slime.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see the Tongu in the deck, so that does make a lot more sense now that you bring it up. So looking at this matchup, how do you feel about game 1? Because when I'm looking at the sideboards here, I feel like post-sideboard, Gem might actually have a pretty strong setup. He's got 4 Twilight Slimes, you know, 3 Expel the Departeds, and the Blanche in there. That's a lot, right? And then the one of Slime King can be used to kind of extend the damage if you manage to use it on like a Storm Slime or something else. So, you know, game 1, how are you feeling about it so far?
I think game 1 is slightly Razorgale favored. Although there are a variety of ways that the Slime player can essentially high roll their opening and get off to a really quick start that Razorgale can't really deal with. The Razorgale player will be wanting to try to build influence and put down essentially preemptive blockers and responses in order to stop the Slime player from doing what they want. So we've got the Bandit Gaze Leader to try to target the floating memory and the liminals in the graveyard. We've got Stifling. I think he's got it in the main, right? Yeah, one Stifling Gyre. Typically used to call, you know, Storm Slime or like Dungeon Guide, depending on whether or not you think you can block them out of leveling, or you just, you know, want their Storm Slimes to cost 6 essentially before they blast you. In the main, Emp also has the Orb of Sealing, which can also be used to target slimes, and if you don't get rid of that, you know, your Storm Slimes, which most people consider to be Slime's most powerful card, just don't do anything. You're playing Fire Slime, so you wouldn't have access to Baby Green anyway, but that is also a recent card on the ban list. So
Gem does have access to Verdant Slime, though. He is playing 2 of a Verdant Slime, so that is an option for the Orb of Sealing. It's slightly less consistent in that regard, but it does exist. So to walk me through like a perfect opener if you are the Razor Gale deck here, right? You know, this is the deck that you guys built together. Do you want you probably want different openers based on the matchup, right?
Yeah, I think against Slimes, we want something like, well, obviously, in almost every matchup, we want to go first. We want to play our Bandit, and we want to hit a Raccoon as quickly as possible, while scavenging as few critical cards to the bottom of the deck as possible. It's not, I think for Bandit, it's not just about whether or not you're getting that extra Raccoon, whether it's another copy of Bandit or a copy of Protector, but also whether your critical cards are being sent to the bottom and your opponent knows that you don't have them anymore.
Yep, that makes sense. But it looks like we're going to head into our first game of the quarterfinals here. Emp versus Gem. I believe Emp was the top seed here, so he's most likely going to go first. We're going to see an imbued Windmill Engineer here, imbuing with a Verdigris Decree and a Zephyr. He's going to draw to memory and just pass it over here to Gem.
Yep, if we look at Emp's hand, I think he's on a potion, and I might have seen a Bandit, but I'm not too sure. I see a 3 visits. If we look at Gem's hand, I can see a Liminal, Cremation, a Baby Red. I think I saw a Slime Eruption as well.
Yeah, definitely saw the Slime Eruption here. So we're going to see the Liminal Guide from Gem. It's going to be 1 into the Windmill Engineer. In response, we're going to get that Escape the Wreckage, the beautiful Lunar New Year promo, and Gem with a pretty ideal opener there. He's going to get the Cremation Ritual on the Liminal Guide to put it into the graveyard. He's going to be able to draw 2 cards. However, this is a little bit dangerous. Emp is going to bring out the Grand Crusader's Ring. He does have the opportunity, if he draws into a Bandit. Does he have one? I don't think he does have one in hand.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not actually spotting one. Oh, no,
he does have one.
Does.
Oh, Bandit's going to come out here. So this is really ideal into that Liminal Guide. We're going to see the Scavenge 6 here on enter. We're going to see, Razor Gale, not ideal. And he hits another Bandit.
I think this opener from Emp here is probably middle of the road. What I was saying was that you want Bandit, you want to hit, and you also want to not send too many of your good cards to the bottom.
Yeah, losing one Razor Gale is like, kind of bad, but the escape's like not the worst. Is it more important to hit and get the neutral play from the Bandit Scavenge, or is it more important to not put too many things to the bottom that are relevant?
I think it depends on the matchup. I think in this one, it is more important to not send too many cards to the bottom, especially because Emp already had an almost ideal opener in Windmill Escape.
Hey, Windmill Escape's big. The 8 Escape the Wreckage and or Reclaims able to continuously play that Windmill Engineer. Some parts of the game, it dealing a ton of damage. So we're going to see the level up to Sylvie. In response, we're going to rest that Bandit to use its effect to banish the Liminal Guide out of Graveyard. There will be no level up effect there for Gem. Sylvie level 1 on enter. The next Animal or Beast ally card you activate this turn is going to come in with 1 additional buff counter. What do we have here? Do we have a Baby Red potentially?
I do believe I saw Baby Red plus Slime Eruption in Gem's hand earlier. I don't know if that's going to come down. In Emp's hand, I believe he's got Verdigris Decree, Zephyr, and the other copy of Bandit.
So it's interesting. Gem here actually was looking to potentially put down the Verdant Slime to pay for that Baby Red Slime. This would be a little bit of a setback if Emp decides to go for that Orb of Sealing. Losing your 1 of 2 ways to deal with Regalia would be kind of rough.
Yeah, he's still got Angelic Channeling in his hand, though. So even if he does put it down, he could decide that I'm going to Angelic Channeling to kind of bail myself out of what I've got in memory. It's reasonably strong because Baby Red also draws into memory. So if the draw into memory happens to be something like a Storm Slime, having Angelic Channeling to kind of save your memory, save my good cards from being banished, is pretty important.
Yep. So Baby Red Slime is going to, being able to draw to memory again off that is a huge thing, right? There's so much synergy with that Angelic Channeling. It is probably one of the more key cards nowadays in the Sylvie deck.
Yeah.
Discarding the ideal setup here. It's the Slime Eruption discard for extra damage. We're going to see Grand Crusader's Ring banished to draw a card. In response to the attack, we're going to Zephyr the Bandit.
Okay, so it looks like the Baby Red Slime was targeting the Bandit, and Emp will use the Zephyr to save it after using the Grand Crusader's Ring to draw a card first.
Yep,
I think from this perspective, it's a huge setback for the Sylvie player, because in the end phase, Bandit is going to come back. Whether or not the Scavenge is successful, it's going to be able to rest itself and then banish the Slime Eruption that was just discarded off the Baby Red out of Gem's graveyard.
Yep, so while Gem will be able to essentially kind almost go neutral, or you cycle the card, but losing the floating memory is pretty rough.
Another hit!
He hits into the Protector Raccoon. I'm feeling some main character energy from Emp here.
Yeah, we kind of saw a similar thing in our national stream with Jet, where it just felt like every bandit could not miss.
Yeah, Bandit is the leader. He is the gaze leader. He's very strong here. I really, really like this scavenge effect. I think it's really neat. So we kind of got our first introduction to it in Pantheon, if you got to look at the Pantheon cards ahead of time, like we did at the Creator Summit. Being able to like scavenge for a slime or scavenge for a domain, and then seeing that it got revealed as a card was really cool, because I never thought we'd have something like that in the game. Peter's going to go into the Tariff Ring, the beautiful Arasana promo there from, I believe, the first Revelfest promo.
Yeah, I think that is the first Revelfest promo. But on the issue of scavenge, I think, technically speaking, even though it doesn't have the scavenge keyword printed on it because it kind of existed before its time, we have another like sort of scavenge card in Gem's decklist, actually, Gaia's Songbird. And you can kind of treat that as like scavenge infinity, right? You either just reveal until you find one. There is no limit. But yeah, I think most people kind of discovered when slimes, first existed in its first iteration, when most people were playing Spirit of Slime, that Gaia's Songbird is extremely strong. And now that scavenge has been introduced into more cards, more decks, it's proving itself to be really valuable.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one there. So we're going to see Emp play the Fluffy Shopkeep. He's banishing the Viridian Protective Trinket and the Nullifying Mirror here. Not relevant against Gem, as he is Fire Slimes. He does not have things he needs to necessarily reveal out of his memory that have an element-specific bonus. I think the only thing we could maybe see is like if he had a Nullifying Lantern, it would affect the Slimer option. Only be able to banish 2 Slimes because there are no additional Fire Slime cards in there. And then they're going to take out the Baby Red Slime. So we still have Bandit. Leaving Bandit up is essentially what the goal is every turn, right? Being able to interact on your opponent's turn to kind of deal with his graveyard.
Yeah, in most situations, you just want your Bandit ready because the 1 damage is so much less valuable than trying to attack your opponent's influence. This deck is kind of played in a way where you want to maximize your own influence, which is why the Windmill Escape was such a critical turn 1 opener, and also kind of attack your opponent's influence. And if it gets to a game state where Emp's got, something like 15 influence in his hand and his opponent is something like 5, the game becomes really easy to defend and then easier to push your win con after that.
Yep, so looking at Gem's hand here, he does have a lot of good things, right? The things we need to level up. We have the Angelic Channeling to cycle. It's going to be a floating memory regardless if it's lost. It is what it is. It does help him cycle. And then also having the Dungeon Guide available, right? Dungeon Guide's going to be able to get him to that level 3 and start off all of the Sylvie things that we want to do here as Slime Sylvie. He did take the off turn, though, materializing the Portentous Tongu. Not the most ideal, but, against what Emp's doing here, he's managed to play an influence-building deck that controls.
Yeah, I think he's thinking on his decision right now, but I think the difficulty he's having here is trying to find a way to maximize his resources, right? He knows that if he goes for the Baby Red and tries to pitch either a floating memory or like a liminal guide, something that would plus him when he levels up, that it's just going to get eaten by the Bandit. And we actually have Dungeon Guide coming down here to try to level from 1 to 2 immediately.
Dungeon Guide to 2 is interesting. It is nice because you might be able to draw a card off that Baby Red Slime, but do you feel like the value of that is worth playing the only Dungeon Guide you have in your hand right now?
I think it's really hard to say. I'm not quite sure how this method of going about things is going to work for him. I see that Peter's thinking on a response. I think he's probably also wondering how he's going to attack Gem's influence next, when it seems clear that Gem is basically saying, okay, forget it. I'm not going to try to resolve my floating memory or stuff anymore. I see you've got 2 raccoons. I'm just going to try to go up, and I'll try to get a draw off my Sylvie too, and hopefully find something that way.
All right, so Emp is going to allow the draw to come through here. We did see the banishment of the Ethereal Slime, and I believe a Gaia's Songbird. Dungeon Guide going to come in here for potentially 1 into the Windmill Engineer. Would make the most sense.
Yeah, I don't know whether he also wants to try to clear the Bandit here, because having the Dungeon Guide does give him that 3rd power required. Okay, so it is the windmill.
So I think the reason he doesn't go for the bandit here is because he knows that Peter has the protector raccoon in hand.
That's
since
right.
it was
He
scavenged
scavenged
off
it
that
last
end
turn.
step.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably the most decision breaking action that's happened in the last 2 turns. Knowing your opponent has the protector raccoon is crazy. We're going to see an imbued skirting step. Okay, so that's going to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to the target unit. It's going to draw a card. Notably, drawing a card to hand. Very relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, that would save his Windmill Engineer. So now I think Jem has a really hard decision ahead of him on what he's going to use the Baby Red for and whether or not he's going to pitch to the Baby Red effect. Because we do see that Liminal in his hand, which I believe was off his Sylvie 2 on enter.
Sean, do you know if Bandit is a 1-3 or a 1-2?
It is a 1-3.
1-3. That's actually quite relevant. So you would have to like pretty heavily commit here. We're going to see Jem commit to the Baby Red Slime attacking champion here. Peter's going to take the 2, and then we're going to see a Baby Silver Slime. So this was the Baby Gray Slime replacement. This one says as long as you control another slime ally, Baby Silver Slime has Taunt, and instead of drawing on Enter, it draws on Death. You reveal a single slime card instead of 2, and then you are able to draw a card.
Yep.
So it looks like end step, we're going to get a Scout the Land. Fairy Whispers. I think that was a Veiling Breeze.
Yeah,
Mustang.
I see Fairy Whispers, Veiling Breeze, another Bandit, and a Mustang.
So Bandit in theory would go, what, to the bottom of this stack? Since you have a Bandit in hand, a Bandit on field, you have a Protector Raccoon. Maybe you're not so afraid.
It was
so you need
a
the
Fairy Whispers, not a Veiling Breeze.
I thought it was
Fairy
both.
and I think it might have been Cyclical.
Oh, Cyclical, I see. So he's going to draw the... Actually, I have no idea what he drew. I thought he drew the Bandit because he's holding it.
I think he drew Fairy because the other cards are kind of dead. I think the play here is probably he's going to either resolve Bandit again to pick up the Bandit on top and scavenge some of the other cards to the bottom, or he's going to try to resolve the Fairy Whispers that he just picked up.
All right, so we're going to see the backup charger here from Emp. He's going to draw a card to memory, get that power cell, and look to recollect and draw. We did see in end step as well, the Bandit did banish the Baby Red Slime. So while you are increasing the banished slime count, you're also denying your opponent the opportunity to activate the Gaia's Blessing by banishing 4 animal or beast from your graveyard. With a full grip of cards there, we have the... is that 4 bandits?
Yeah, we have 3 bandits in hand and 1 on the board and 1 Protector Raccoon. So in M's deck list, he's got 4 bandits and 2 Protector Raccoon, which means every single raccoon in M's deck is currently either in his hand or on his board, with the exception of 1 Protector Raccoon.
So at this point, is it actually kind of bad to play an extra bandit if you need to? Because whatever you're going to put 6 to the bottom, almost guaranteed, right?
Yeah, I think unless you truly believe that you are the main character and the hero of today's story, you will not be attempting to resolve that on an enter effect.
I guess the other way is if you were to, play Scout the Land, you could look at cards, and then if you see the Protector Raccoon, it would be a good opportunity. But, I mean, Emp has a lot of ways to protect the current bandit on the field.
Yeah.
Probably can just keep putting bandits down to level up. Nothing, I believe, costs more than 1.
Yep. I think more importantly, he's kind of got his opponent in a position where he's able to execute his game plan, which is he wants to attack his opponent's influence.
All right, so we've begun the first Razor Gale. Every wind element card that is activated is going to be dealing +1 damage here. So that's going to be slowly chipping away at the Sylvie here. And it's doesn't seem like a lot at first. Even if you got 2 Razor Gale Callings, it doesn't seem like a lot. But the moment that Essence Crucible comes out, things start to get explosive.
Yeah, Essence Crucible basically doubles as another copy of Razor Gale because it just doubles the damage of Razor Gale. But that's only true when you have exactly 1 copy. When you find like multiple Razor Gales, or you're able to brew multiple potions, for example, 2 Razor Gales with 2 brewed potions is 6 damage for every single win card that's activated.
A windmill for 6, and then 7. had to fit that one in there as the SoCal special here with Emp, our SoCal dad, as some say. It's going to go to Jem's turn. Jem's trying to figure out what do we materialize here. Not a lot of things we can do in the off turn, right? Beastpawn Boots does have a potential. Quicksilver Grail, most likely. I think in this game we really want probably the Horn of Beast Calling. We probably need to have a more aggressive push, right?
Yeah, I think Emp got the Terrafring 2 turns ago, and now we kind of see how the investment in the future has paid off for him. Gem is now down to 5 influence and presumably no dungeon guide because he used one. Or perhaps you could assume the other way around, where because he used one, he's holding on to another. But either way, after leveling, he's going to be on very low influence. So a terrafring almost amounts to a turn skip in that regard.
Yeah, it's a very, very efficient way that Emp uses the terrafring here. We do have a lot of cards in hand. The beauty of the Fluffy Shopkeep here is that it is an animal. So if Gem decides he needs to push damage to face, he needs to find a cheeky way to get that fast kill on Emp. The Protector Raccoon can come in as a fast activation and protect 2 damage taken from the Fluffy Shopkeep. On the other side, though, the Windmill Engineer is most likely going to be one of the targets. Emp actually not using the Terrafring. Doesn't feel threatened yet. Has a lot of cards in hand. Going to see 1 damage over here to the Bandit from the Baby Red Slime. We see a Creative Shock discarded. In this case, would you retaliate or would you save it for a banishment from Graveyard?
So this is actually 3 damage, right? Because he discarded a fire card off of the Baby Red Slime. So it does give it +1 for this attack.
Oh, true, true. Discarding a Creative Shock here.
Yeah, so the value proposition here does become, Bandit will, in theory, die if this connects.
All right, so he's taking the trade-off. He does know he has 3 more in hand available to him, so it's not so bad. Potentially looking to take out the Windmill Engineer here with the Dungeon Guide.
I think he's got more windmills in his hand as well, if I'm seeing correctly.
All right, so he retaliated for 1. Not sure how relevant that would be. I don't know of any fast ways for him to kill that.
Oh, is that triple Fairy Whispers?
Triple Fairy Whispers set up for the Protector Raccoon. Scavenge your Bandit into a Protector Raccoon, have 2 of them. So we're going to see a Bandit banished. I'm going to go into level 1 Arsonic here. So this is kind of the first step of the puzzle. We do need to gather some herbs here. So that's a 3 and a 5. I believe that is a... Frazier's a 4, right?
Frazier?
5 is a Razor Vine. 3 is a Mana Root?
Yeah, I think so.
One healer herb. 1 put a card to the bottom, and then draw a card.
Yep. And, okay. This is a 3 visits in Recollection from Emp.
3 visits in Recollection, pretty good. So now that he is Arsana, he has Claire Class bonus. He's able to activate that from the graveyard.
Is that... I don't think he's made his decision yet. I thought that was going to be 2 top.
But he is able to recover 2 from that. So he's going to go back down to 0. Kind of nice.
Yep, 1 Razor Gale ping.
And the activation of Razor Gale. Man, even I forgot about that. Razor Gale.
Yeah.
Probably one of the more technical decks in the game, right? You really need to declare all your triggers.
We saw a lot of, shall we say, strong opinions when...
It's a Silver Shine, sorry. It's a Silver Shine.
Silver Shine, okay. Yeah, we did see a lot of strong opinions when Razor Gale was released about, did you miss your trigger?
Who's responsible for triggers? Yeah. Are we both responsible for the triggers? Is it on you because it's your card? I do remember a lot of game losses being given out at different events for Razor Gale.
Yeah, having a Razor Gale announcement at the first event where it was legal after it was released was hopefully a wake-up call for everyone.
No, it's a big one here. So we're going to recollect and draw. I believe we're playing another Bandit here. Oh, 4? 4. Interesting. So we're going to see the Mustang.
The Mustang.
Oh, this is unbelievably punishing because that is indeed a Terra card underneath. So Gem is not able to banish the Quicksilver Gale in response because it would be an illegal activation of the card.
Yeah, I think in some senses this also gives Emp extra information because realistically there are 2 targets after the Tongu has been used, right? There's Beastpawn Boots and there's something that's Terra. And if it were the Beastpawn Boots, you would have just played it in response. There's not really a reason not to.
Yep. So now we basically know it's Covenant of Thorns, but there's a chance that it couldn't be, right? There's a chance it could be something to extend turns, find more aggression. We're going to see the Angelic Channeling here from Gem.
Yeah, I would say there's more than a little chance that it's not Covenant of Thorns. But, any of Sylvie's strong Terra Regalia being gone for the rest of the game is a good thing if you are their opponent.
Oh, absolutely. So we're going to see the banishment of Verdant Slime, Ethereal Slime, and a Ghastly Slime. Gem's going to draw 3 cards to memory. And it's going to go over to his turn, I believe. I'm a little surprised. We had 2 extra Bandits. Did you think it was relevant to play a Bandit that turn or kind of just hold on to it? The Mustang is enough to kind of change up with the Quicksilver Grail on board?
I'm not sure. I think if you are going, for the aggressive taxation route and trying to control your opponent's influence, it might have been worth to play that. At the same time, establishing a Mustang on the Quicksilver Grill for presumably what is a Terra Regalia is also pretty valuable. I think with Emp's current influence, there's a chance that he made the decision that playing both would not be possible this turn while still holding up responses, and therefore he opted for just one and chose Mustang as his choice.
Yep, so it's going to be a pretty big turn here. The Terrafring was used. Jem is going to play that Ethereal Slime that he put back on the top of the deck here. It's going to banish 2 cards from the material deck. More information for Emp. This could really change everything, right? Oh, so it was not the Covenant of Thorns that was underneath the Quicksilver Grail. Covenant of Thorns is banished. I did not quite see what the other card underneath there was, but we'll have to just find out soon. So Terrafring is active. We have, I believe, 4 cards in hand.
Yep.
So two attacks can be declared, mainly going to be that Ethereal Slime. That's probably the more important one. This is now a 5/5. It's pretty relevant.
5/5 with True Sight and Stealth. I think more importantly, Jem's hand, I don't think has any other advanced element slime. So he doesn't have the Lustrous. He does not have any Storm Slime. He does have, I think, a Verdant Slime. But in terms of actually pushing your win condition through, that slime doesn't actually do very much for you. Is that a Verdant?
So if it is a Verdant, it's because he put the Verdant back on top. He had the Verdant, a Ghastly Slime, and an Ethereal Slime. I think the Ghastly Slime went to the bottom, and the other 2 went to the top. I'm not 100% sure. I did miss the Angelic Channeling when he put them back, but we're going to see the Ethereal Slime declaring an attack here.
Yep. What's going on with the banishment?
Looks like we're just reorganizing the banishment, because there is one
yeah.
face-down card, and Emp is not allowed to look at the face-down card. Jem obviously can, because it is his ownership of that card. We're going to see what does Emp want to do in response to the attack. Oh, actually, I think the attack just went to the Fluffy, and he just let it die.
Yep. I think now the game plan for Emp becomes, it's either do I have the Dream Fairy to try to deal with this Ethereal Slime and then stall the game out, or do I just go Essence Crucible and I'm just going for it, right?
All right, here it is. It's time to do a little math, guys. So Essence Crucible says whenever you brew a card, put a refinement counter on Essence Crucible. If a spell source you control would deal damage to 1 or more units, it deals that much damage plus X, where X is the amount of refinement counters. So we're going to see that beautiful Curio foil distilled water. We're going to get +1 here. So every Razor Gale is coming in for 1 additional damage now. So currently, Razor Gale ping activations from the trigger will be for 2. I believe Jem does not have any answer in hand. He has 2 cards, and we know we're in this position. So that's going to be 2 damage here on the Fairy Whisper's activation towards Jem. I wonder if Emp is looking for another potion here, and he sees the Speed Potion and the Distilled Water. So he can put the Speed Potion on top, reveal it, and then draw into the Distilled Water by sacrificing his other Distilled Water. We're going to see the Essence Crucible go up to 3 refinement counters. This means every Razor Gale trigger is coming in for 4. Currently at 4, we are looking to kill Jem in 1 quick turn. We do know the Speed Potion has Agility 3, and that's one of the big things that pushes this deck to be very, very aggressive. It's that strong extension of a turn that you get out of it.
Yeah, I think Emp's got a 3 visits in hand and a 3 visits to grave. I don't know if he's got... Oh, that's double Windmill, I think? Yeah, that's double Windmill. So he doesn't actually have that many wind action cards that you would typically want to use, where you're, chaining your Fairy Whispers into Scout the Lands, into find more Fairy Whispers and find more Scout the Lands. But every Razor Gale ping is for 3, which is a ton of damage. Jem is at 18 health left, 7 damage on the Sylvie 3, which means Emp will need 6 cards in order to end the game right now.
Yep, so he's going to sacrifice this Distilled Water, draw the card off of that.
That is a Cyclical Breeze.
Oh, yeah, from 3 visits. That's what it was. 3 visits from the banishment?
I think he drew a Cyclical Breeze off Distilled Water just now.
He did. So he glimpsed it, left it on top, drew it with the Distilled Water. He's most likely going to use it to play another Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, this is huge because that card essentially says 2 more wind activations.
Oh, so we're going to see a Scout the Land. Scout the Land's going to come in for another 3 damage here. Scout the Land will let him look at the top 4 and then rearrange them in any order, draw a card. He's looking for 1-cost fast actions, and I think he drew into another Fairy Whispers.
There is another Razor Gale in that top 4 right now.
So this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Razor Gale is super impactful in this matchup. It does extra damage, but the Essence Crucible, the moment you get the refinement counters, starts amplifying damage in a way that is multiplicative. It is no longer additive damage. It's not one extra for each one. So here it is, the Razor Gale coming out. Razor Gale is going to ping on the first one for 3. And now every single wind activation card here is going to come in for 6.
And Gem on the other side is staring down double Razor Gale with 12 health. If M can play 2 cards, this might just end the game right now.
It looks like he's holding up 3. I think that's a Veiling Breeze in the far left here. So if he's able to make 1 action and then the Veiling Breeze, I believe we have... Does Speed Potion cost 2?
It costs 3, but it also gives you agility 3. So if you have something to activate at fast speed, you can essentially play the Speed Potion
Cyclical
and then pick up what
Breeze.
you use to pay for it.
Okay, so we're going to have 2 costs less due to it being a Cleric class bonus. Cyclical Breeze will come in for 6 here, putting Gem 1 card away. The Cyclical Breeze will target the Fairy Whispers. He's going to play the Fairy Whispers. This is going to come in for lethal damage if Gem has no responses.
Yep, Gem's got 2 cards in hand, no Regalia, just Sylvie.
6 damage on the stack, 3 and 3 from the Razor Gales. And he's scooping it up. Emp is going to take game 1 away from Gem here. Holy, Razor Gale becoming, what a crazy deck it's become here with Radiant Origins.
Yeah, I think that was probably a very solid and very standard example of how this Razor Gale deck functions when you're not able to deal with either of its 2 parts in Razor Gale and Essence Crucible, right? We started the turn with Gem essentially at 0 damage, right? Extremely healthy, 25 health. And, 5 cards later, every card is coming in for 6, and Gem is just lost.
Yeah, and it was the Terrafring timing, right? That's something that a lot of players don't necessarily know when the right time to pop or banish your Terrafring is, right? Terrafring forces your opponent to pay 2 for every attack declaration. Saving it for the Sylvie level 3 turn was so much more impactful than anything else that came out, right? We saw the Dungeon Guide to 2. There were 3 allies on board. Peter was okay with the trades. He was happy to lose some of the things on board because he knew that the baby Silver Slime was there. He wasn't going to kill that. He didn't want to give Gem a card. He was influence controlling him as hard as he could. And that's why the Terrafring turn was so impactful, right? When you play that Ethereal Slime on your level 3 Sylvie trigger, you want to attack with it. You want to get the 5 damage through. And because he was forced to put 2 cards down, there was no option for Gem to be able to play anything in response to Peter's essentially explosive turn.
Yeah, I think a lot of that Terrafring usage, people might watch it and see that this reminds them a lot of how Water likes to play, right? For example, it's not just about, oh, I'm going to Frostbind you when you have less than 2 influence, or, I'm going to Glimmering Refusal you and make you pay 5 or something like that. Or it can be times where, they just play a card, they're holding up 4 cards, and you just Cerulean Decree it and force them to put extra cards down. And we now have Enfeebling Orb in the game, which kind of does the same thing. And Emp is using his Terrafring in much the same way, where as a Slimes player, if you're holding up 4, there are cards that you might theoretically have in your deck that allow you to make plays. But if I force you to pay half your hand in order to declare an attack with your 5/5, right? Most players are going to declare an attack with that 5/5 and leave themselves completely open for any response that he might have on his own turn.
So, Sean, I want to go back while they're sideboarding. Since we've already talked a lot about the sideboards, before we talk about a couple more things in Peter's sideboard, I want to talk about the theory of the deck that you mentioned. You said this is a deck that tries to control your influence, right? That's what the raccoons are for. I think that was an absolute masterclass in it, right? We opened with the Bandit. We did hit another Bandit. And then with the Zephyr, hit into the Protector Raccoon. A lot of people would think, oh, we need to play another Bandit. We need to keep controlling that graveyard. But Emp really showed, you need to maintain a certain level of influence while keeping your opponent down. Essentially, you're just choking them out, right?
Right. I think part of the key there was that he had the vast majority of his Raccoon package in his hand. To be able to recognize that and basically say that, okay, I'm trying to control my opponent's influence, and I also need to maintain a certain level of influence. If I play a Bandit here, I do not have an escape. I do not have a reclaim. There is no way for me to get this Bandit back to my hand. There is no way I will hit my last Raccoon with this Bandit glimpse and not play that Bandit, knowing that it might leave him open to his opponent finding value off of Floating Memory or Liminal Guides, but still making that judgment call of saying, I can't afford to go down in influence here. I'm just going to do it like this, and it's enough.
Yep, for sure, for sure. It is enough. So I do want to look at Peter's sideboard. We talked a lot about what Gem's going to be bringing in. Obviously, the 2 Blanche. There's also going to be 4 Twilight Slimes. I think the obvious ones, it's going to be the Blanche, the Expel the Departed, Twilight Slimes. I don't know how relevant it is to bring in Resolute Stand or Lustrous Slime. Slime King, maybe if you feel like you need a little more damage with the extra Storm Slime, or if you need another taunt with a second Lustrous Slime. I guess technically Slime King itself also has taunt.
I think with Slime King, there is like a bit of an ambitious combo you can set up where, if Slime King banishes the Twilight Slime, especially if we've got the Covenant on the Slime King, it offers you like multi-layered protection against the Razor Gale win condition. But yeah, I don't know if the Resolute Stands are going to come in. But other than that,
does that work the way we think it does? Because I know a lot of the time things trigger, right?
Yeah.
And then they go on the stack. So Slime King on leave triggers the other slimes to enter the field, but you could technically respond in between those 2 things, right? Before they enter the field?
Correct, you could. So there is a very small window where you would be able to respond there. But if we look at the difference between the Essence Crucible Arasana build of Razor Gale versus another build of Razor Gale that Emp has played in the past, which is Kong Ming, this deck typically has less fast speed actions. So we're missing essentially 4 Bagwas and 4 Tempest Downfalls from the equivalent Kong Ming version of the deck. And we've replaced them with, extremely strong cards like Potions, which you need to make your Essence Crucible work. But these cards are slow. So in order to actually respond to the Slime King on leave, we're missing a great deal of potential power that we would have had in another variant.
True. I do forget that because you have so many allies in the list as well, there are different kind of forms of how to get there. But the potion inclusion was a big one, right? Potions are slow, and it's just a tough position to be in. So we're going to start off game 2 here. Gem going first, as he does have the choice since he lost the first game. We're going to see the baby Silver Slime, and it looks like a pass. And Emp with the Dream Fairy opener. Yeah, we're going to send the baby Silver Slime back. Gem's going to have to banish it for a level up. Basically can't do anything in this deck unless you're level 1. You do need Tamer class bonus for most things, so we're going to see the Ghastly Slime gone here. A little unfortunate. That is a pretty cool slime. I really do like the ephemerate opportunity for it.
Yeah, I think more importantly for Gem, that means that he did not open Creative Shock and he did not open Cremation Ritual, which are, 2 very big reasons to be playing Spirit of Fire as your base for this deck. And now he's locked out of his baby Silver Slime as well. And this deck essentially doesn't have a way to clear Dream Fairy unless you can get 2 slimes for Slime Eruption before you hit level 3, where you unlock access to Ethereal Slime and Storm Slime as well.
No, it's unfortunate. He does have the Dungeon Guide and a Storm Slime opener. It's not so bad. Liminal Guide as well. I believe he drew that for the turn. So we're going to see the baby red slime discard the Liminal Guide. Almost. Almost went a little too fast there. You do need to declare your on-attack trigger. Your opponent does have the opportunity to respond before the on-attack trigger resolves. But we're going to still discard that Liminal Guide. He did draw a Creative Shock into memory. Kind of nice. Most likely going to be lost here. We're going to see the Purifying Thurible come out.
The immediate Thurible, the immediate activation, the immediate vanish.
Yep, we did draw a Razor Gale, I think, off of the Thurible, and then a Zephyr for turn.
Is this Ascent coming down to clear the baby red?
I think it might. Ascent is pretty good here. I do like it. So he's going to get the chip damage. Right, chip damage in this deck may not seem super relevant, but putting someone on like the odd or even number that you need based on your Essence Crucible plus your Razor Gale combo, I mean, could be huge, right? We always say, swing the Dungeon Guide. Do not forget to swing the Dungeon Guide. And some people do, and they lose by 1 damage. But, Peter is not one of those players. You're going to see the banishment here. Going into Sylvie level 2, we lose the Gaia's Songbird alongside that Creative Shock that was drawn to memory. Recollect and draw. Sadly, nothing to draw on the Sylvie level 2 trigger. Emp was very proactive taking that Ascent Protector to take out the baby red slime with the buff counter.
Yeah, we now see Gem on level 2 with 5 cards in hand left on turn 3. This is a little bit of a departure from game 1, where he did bring out the Tengu and tried to rebuild his influence. I wonder if this is, an adaptation choice where he realized, okay, last time I brought out the Tengu, I tried to build influence, but, in a turn or two, it was just lost anyway. So I'm just going to go up this time and attempt to race my opponent.
So it looks like he's actually, yeah, like you said, he's going to race his opponent, right? Dungeon Guide comes out. We're going to see the banishment of a Terrasite and a second Dungeon Guide. We do know that the last card Gem has in hand is a Storm Slime. Storm Slime would come in for 3 here, I believe, with the on-enter.
Yeah, I remember a Ghastly Slime being banished.
There should be a Ghastly Slime. Actually, I think it might just be 1. It might actually be 1. Because the level 2 was a Creative Shock and maybe a Baby Silver, so it might be 2.
Maybe 2.
The Dungeon Guide turn was a Terrasite and a Dungeon Guide. So we are, okay, we are at 1. That's rough. So 1 damage to face here, most likely going to see the Storm Slime attack for 3, or for 5, sorry, because it does have the buff counters from the Sylvia level 3 on enter into this Ascent Protector, and we are going to see a reclaim from Emp.
I think so. He's holding up cards for a response.
So if you're in Emp's position here, and you know your opponent doesn't have answers to... Oh, interesting.
Storm Slime. Yeah, I mean, I guess when your Storm Slime only comes in for 1 on the on-enter, Zephyr the Storm Slime does become an acceptable play.
Okay, talk to me about the difference here between reclaiming your Ascent and Zephyring the Storm Slime. So we do know that Ascent has the on-enter, you have to return an ally. So talk to me about the implications there with cost payments and such.
So I think what's going on here is that Emp is again employing his tax my opponent's influence kind of strategy. There's 2 main benefits here. 1, Gem has 1 influence, which means if his Storm Slime dies right now, he will not, in fact, get the cycle. And the 1 card he's got left...
Oh, you have to have 2!
That's right. So the 1 card he's got left in his memory is a card where, when he played his Dungeon Guide, he considered it acceptable to banish that card, which means it is not a card that he probably wants.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a very heads-up play here from Emps. He's going to respond with a retaliation for 3. Ascent Protector will clear that off. We do have the Turbocharge in hand.
Yep,
the SoCal favorite card.
He's got another Bandit. He's got a Dream Fairy, a Reclaim.
Imbuing a Windmill here?
Yep, this is an Imbue coming out.
Yep, Imbued Windmill, one of the classics, one of the better cards out there currently in the game. We do still have the Reclaim in hand, most likely for the Windmill Engineer, unless the Ascent is risking death.
Yeah, but now if you're Gem, like, what is the play here where you've got 1 influence?
You probably...
Do you try to rebuild?
It's hard to say, right? Because you can go Horn of Beast Calling, but you give up your entire influence for it. You could also most likely go into a Tongu and just leave it up. I don't think Emp is willing to commit to an Unbroken Mustang to deal with the Tongu. He might, though. It might be worth it. On the other side, do you risk the Quicksilver Grail again?
I think at this point, you might have to risk the Quicksilver Grail. Tongu is just a little bit too slow where you're drawing to 2 this turn, and you have, honestly, in your deck, no way that I can really see that you can get to 3 cards in your hand before your next Recollection. So there's really no difference in bringing it out now and bringing it out next turn.
So we are going to go the Horn of Beast Calling. He's going to banish the Baby Silver Slime. Reclaim on the Windmill Engineer. Like we said before, Gem is struggling here. He did turbo to 3, but he has no influence and no availability to play the game and nothing on board. We do have a Horn of Beast Calling. He will be able to play something if he's able to draw into it, right? And that's the big struggle here. If he's able to draw into it. And if he's not, if he banishes to draw a card and be able to use, you know, a Tongu and have the influence, he's not going to be able to get the Horn of Beast Calling effect that turn, so it's going to be really rough. We're going to see a banishment of a Skirting Step here. Oh, no, sorry. He's going to use the Skirting Step to cycle a card in Recollection, I believe. We use the Reclaim to level up to Arasan at level 1. We have 2 Cycle Herbs, the 5 and the 6 there. We're going to imbue another Windmill with Dream Fairy Windmill.
Yep, I think this is probably just the Essence Crucible waiting room now, where we did see the second Reclaim in his hand earlier from Emp. And, you know, the Windmill just came down for the 2nd time. So we can presumably assume that the Reclaim is going to happen on the Windmill, either on this turn or on Gem's next turn. And then Essence Crucible will come out. Emp's already found 1 Razor Gale. He's got something like 12 influence, I think. Another Ascent.
He's establishing a very strong board here. So he's using the Ascent to clear the Dungeon Guide because a lot of the allies are going to come in with 3, right? If he plays an Ethereal Slime, it's a 2/2. He'll banish 2 cards from his material deck, get a buff counter. It goes to 3, becomes a 3/3. With the Dungeon Guide, he'd be able to clear one of these Ascents. But in this case, that's not going to happen, right? Gem's struggling. He's in a position where he has no, like, low to no influence, right? He's going to pass the turn over, 2 cards in hand. This might be the turn. Emp might not even need an Essence Crucible. He's got the Asen beatdown on the field here. 6 damage per turn. He's putting Gem on essentially a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, I think Gem has at least 1 Angelic Channeling in hand, which is not the card that you want to see. I think it might be 2.
Yeah, we're looking at a bad place, so we're going to see the power cell there with the... Is that a BGS slab? Oh, that's from the Grand Crusaders ring. Yeah. He cracked the slab for the Grand Crusaders ring and put it in his power cell, and then it's going to get turbocharged away. He's going to draw 2. Peter is influence maxing, and on the other side, we do not have much influence or much availability for Gem.
Yeah, this is 2 Asens turning sideways. Honestly, this is as good as 2 Razor Gales right here.
I mean, we're on a 2-turn clock, right? If Peter plays no other cards, these Asens win the game in 2 turns. Yeah, that is a terrifying position to be in. All right, got a 10 bajillion cards in hand here for Emp. He's gonna play the beautiful fluffy CPR. Do really like that that meow as the spirit here, kind of cosplaying into the world of other places.
Yep, it's just a fluffy for the intercept and then a pass. And Gem has theoretically 2 turns to find something. Realistically, I think he might be on his last turn. Because even though the Asens won't be enough on their own, Emp's got, over 10 cards in his influence right now. There is a really high chance that and one of them is Razor Gale. So there is a really high chance that that Razor Gale damage is enough to get there.
I think Emp has 14 cards in hand. Gem was able to get the Tongu here. He banished the Horn of Beast Calling in Recollection, paid 3 for Tongu, so he's actually rebuilt his influence from 2 up to 5 here. Quicksilver Grill was played.
That is double channeling in his hand.
This is a crazy play. Okay, so we're going to see the Creative Shock here. Creative Shock will draw 2, discard 1. I think he's digging for a second Storm Slime here. I think the play is he's going to play the Storm Slime, try to attack with it, and then maybe Verdant Scepter it with the Quicksilver Gale to be able to cycle cards, draw into another one, and play it over?
Perhaps. What was this discard from the Creative?
He's still choosing to discard.
Choosing, okay.
Discarding? The Twilight Slime is a desperation play if I've ever seen one. He's in a very rough position. He's got to get through this fluffy shopkeep. We do know that it has the availability to be protected by the Protector Raccoon, that fast activation ally. We're going to see a Storm Slime to the champion here. Not 100% sure on the slime count, but I think it is 4.
I think it's 2.
Oof.
Yeah,
it is a big old 2. It's twice as much as last game. But that's not looking very hot here for Gem. We're going to see the 2 damage to face here, and then the attack declaration into the fluffy shopkeep. It looks like Emp is going to skirting step that. So it will protect the 1. She will live on 1.
Yeah.
No retaliation, so he can't cycle, obviously.
Yeah, this is a huge part of the reason why skirting step is in the deck. When you're trying to protect yourself with interceptors and your opponent is actively attacking into them, being able to have your stuff live with 1 health left.
Did you see that? 3 visits, distilled water on top. He now has 2 distilled waters available to him. He had a speed potion and a distilled water, but obviously with the Essence Crucible here that he's bringing out right now, you want to get the 2 refinement counters so that each of your Razor Gale triggers will deal 3 damage. It's a really rough position for Gem to be in. It's definitely going to be a Covenant of Thorns underneath there, right? Do we have a Zephyr in hand for Emp?
It's either Covenant or it's Beastbone Boots.
Or it's Beastbone Boots. Beastbone Boots also would make sense. It's also a good one here. So Fluffy Shopkeep going to come in for 1 after the activation of Razor Gale Calling. He's testing the waters. Gem is thinking about it, whether or not it's time for him to make the banishment. Does he banish the Quicksilver Grail now, revealing whether or not he has Beastbone Boots, or if he has the Covenant of Thorns? I believe he does have the Covenant of Thorns. I think Emp is actually potentially responding to the banishment of the Quicksilver Grail here.
It is the Covenant of Thorns. You were right.
Covenant of Thorns going to come in here onto the Ascent Protector. So this is a bit of a strange situation. So the Covenant of Thorns attaches to the Ascent Protector. Fluffy Shopkeep attacks for 1, and then the Ascent Protector can actually kill itself with the damage here. So we're going to see, well, it's a Cyclical Breeze, target the Zephyr. Oh, no. So now he has access to actually remove the Covenant of Thorns. Gem might be getting choked out here. We're going to see the Zephyr. targeting the Covenant of Thorns here.
Yep, so that's Ascent taking 3 damage off of the Fluffy and then 2 additional Razor Gill pings, right? 1 from the Cyclical and 1 from the...
Here it is. The Speed Potion's coming in. He's going to get the Refinement counter. Knows he doesn't need to make the double potion, so he's going to get the 1 Refinement counter. He's going to draw a card because that Speed Potion was brewed. So here we have the card drawn. Razor Gill triggers are going to come in for 2 damage now each. We're going to see a Fairy Whispers. It's going to trigger for 2, going to 17. Then we have up to 17 or 23. Yeah, it's over. He's showing the Razor Gill. This is basically game, so we're going to see the attack from the Ascent come into 20. Second Ascent up to 23. We're going to see the Razor Gill come down for 25.
And
that's it. That's the concession. There is the fist bump. Emp is moving on from the quarterfinals, one step closer to being a second-time Ascent winner.
Yeah, I think both these games were kind of exactly what you want from the Razor Gale player, you know, where he was able to attack the influence early on. In game 1, it was kind of, you know, involuntary on Gem's part to be losing so many cards. In game 2, Gem made kind of like an active choice to pivot the game strategy where, you know, in game 1, I didn't want to lose my cards. I lost my cards anyway. In game 2, let me just try to race you, right? Let me try to activate my, you know, powerful advanced element slimes first, and maybe you can't build influence fast enough to deal with them. But Emp was able to take it down, partly in help with two Ascents. But, you know, in the end, he did find a Razor Gale, and that Razor Gale put in a lot of damage.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one here. But, you know, like you said, masterclass of the deck. We saw both sides of it. We got to see the ally beatdown, and then obviously we saw the Essence Crucible Razor Gale in both games. But I think the other side of the deck that's really interesting is that whole Raccoon package and how it operates and how it really makes your opponent struggle, right? Especially when you're one of these discard outlet focused decks. It is unbelievably punishing, and it really shows that, you know, when you build these decks, you really, really have a good read on the meta.
Yeah. I mean, Wind already had access to things like Sensor and Purifying Thurible, right? But now we've got Bandit Gaze Leader just staring at you as a 1/3 saying, I eat your floating memory.
Yep, and your floating memory will be eaten. But, you know, we can hear a little bit more from the winner of that match, Emp. But we're going to take a short break before we get to that winner's interview. So we will see you guys soon. Don't leave, because we definitely want to hear what Emp is going to be doing for the next match. Welcome back, everybody. I am here with the winner of the quarterfinals feature match, Emp. Congratulations. That was
Thank you.
a master class in the deck.
Thank you very much.
So, I got to know, whose idea was the raccoon package?
One of our locals, Ryan May, he's the one who's like playing Arsana, like the Razor Gale a lot, and he ran the raccoon package for my charity event, shameless plug, that I ran in SoCal, and it was like an archetype that we considered playing because we saw it did pretty well there. So we played this a little bit. We did like it. We thought it was a little inconsistent, but overall the strength of it felt very good into the current metagame where everyone is trying to use floating memory, trying to use cards in their graveyard. And we said, hey, you know what? Even if it misses, it's good enough against Diana, so we'll run it. And the way we saw it is SoCal loves turbocharges, and we cut turbocharges for unmake duality. And Bandit is an even better turbocharge because if you play Bandit, Ether Floating, you're up a card. If it hits a Raccoon, you're up another card. And if you reclaim it, you're up a third card. So it's a draw.
Yeah, like when you Zephyred it.
Oh yeah,
and then
that
you hit
was
another
great.
one. That
Yeah,
was crazy.
Yeah, yep.
So I had the chance to cast that match with one of your teammates, Lichter Sill. He was talking about how the raccoon package, like you said, is not actually intended to hit another raccoon, right? It's a bonus, but it's really meant to be an onboard presence there. We saw in the first game you had, 4 bandits in hand?
Yeah, I had all 4 bandits in hand, yeah.
So walk me through why you didn't play the last one. We do know that you only had 1 raccoon left in the deck, but why wasn't it worth playing it anyways, just to have more control?
So since at that point in the game, I didn't really care about his graveyard anymore. He wasn't anywhere close to 4 to activate a Gaia's Blessing, I believe. And I didn't want his slime count too high in banishment so I don't get blown up by Storm Slime. And I knew that it wasn't going to hit me a card. And the raccoons are kind of like the most dead card in the deck. So if all the raccoons are in my hand, that means everything in my deck is gas, so I don't want to move anything around. And I didn't need it anymore. And if I played it out, if it doesn't replenish itself, then I'm just down a card, so I'm losing card advantage. I know that Slime Sec doesn't have that much use for floating, and he didn't have floating at the time either. So there was just no purpose to play the raccoon.
Yeah, that's definitely a big one. So that was game 1. Game 2, you made an action that most people would consider a little crazy. I guess when you look at it in the long term, re-entering a Storm Slime is a little scary in a lot of cases.
Oh, yeah?
It's only for 1. It's not so bad, right? So the reason you would go for the Storm Slime and not your Ace is because you don't want to commit too many cards down, right?
No, because since my opponent only had 1 influence, I knew I was very safe in clearing the Storm Slime, so he cannot banish too. That's a part of the requirement. And I just wanted to minimize the amount of damage I'm taking. And like if I don't clear out the Storm Slime this turn, then I would take like too much damage potentially. I don't know what's going on, but at the very least, I know that if I Zephyr it, I control the damage I take, which is just 1 more. I have the Ace in play still. I can clear the board and not overly commit. But then I hit the second Ace and I was like, oh, okay, I can clear both of them. And then I drew a Veiling and I was like, all right, so I'm like perfectly safe. But at the time, with the information I had and the cards I had, it felt like the safest play because I knew that since my opponent was so far down in influence, all I had to do was keep my life total long enough for me to find my defensive cards, and at which point I could just like push out allies and just bully him, which is exactly what I did. I had 2 aces on the board, hitting for 6. I think you saw at one point that I considered leaving it up, but I'm like, yeah, he has 1 card, I'm at 6. What's the worst that could happen, right? I have someone turn sideways.
Yeah, and it makes sense too, right? Because there were at that point, I think there were only 2, maybe 3 slime cards in banishment. So it's like even if you were to like repeat it and find other ways to push damage, like he can't really push you to the point where you can't stop it because you did have the Veiling Breeze, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to this kind of matchup, it's really cool because we get to see all 3 sides of the deck, right? There's the Raccoon package.
Oh, yes,
There's
yes.
we do the Essence Crucible thing with the Razor Gale, which is obviously the mainstay of the deck, right? But we also got to see how you have that like ally package.
Yep.
And dude, the Ace and Beatdown is scary.
Dude, Ace and Beatdown since 2023.
It's true.
Yeah,
I feel like Ace is like one of the most like well-redeemed allies in the game.
Oh,
it will always be a good ally.
Oh, yes.
I hope one day he gets a cool promo like Kaze or something. That'd be iconic.
It would
That'd
be
super
cool.
iconic.
Well, he was an SP2, I believe, so it would be cool to see him like as like a day 2 promo or like a Nats promo. But then as an uncommon, like it's not gonna get anything cool. It's gonna get like a small frame and a weird stamp.
we can always hope for it one day. So I have a question for you, Peter. Currently, you have won an Ascent on Razor Gale.
Yes, yes.
How does it feel knowing you are now one step closer to being a 2-time Ascent winner on Razor Gale?
I think that the two decks, even though they are Razor Gale, I think are very different. They're played completely differently. Like one is more like a combo-oriented, play your Razor Gales out, end of turn, cycle like 20 cards, ping them a bunch of times, move to your Rico, do it again, move to your end step, do it again. Well, this deck is more like it's a control-y Razor Gale deck. You have to be very methodical about the decisions you make. The format has gotten a little bit faster. There's a lot more damage in the format, so you have to play defensive. You have to know how to manage your opponent's graveyard. You have to manage the total influence, and you have to manage your own influence. Because as it is, I find this deck still difficult. Some people might think it's easy, but I think once you go to the straight nuances to get the small incremental advantages they need to win with this kind of deck, it does get more difficult. And especially in the later ends of the Ascent, I felt it. When I made a misplay, I felt like I was getting super punished. And I could make a misplay and I wouldn't notice the repercussions until 2 or 3 turns later. Whereas Kong Ming, I have 20 cards in hand and I have 8 different kinds of Fairy Whispers, so I feel super safe. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I have one last question for you. Looking at the brackets over here, haven't had a chance to see how the other side of the bracket is doing. We do know that on your side, the game is still being played.
Yep.
If you were to make it to the finals, how would you feel about playing against Matt G on Erupting?
All of my friends, all the top performers like TM32 have played against Matt G. I have not. I was a lowly newbie when Matt G was still, winning Ascent and topping Ascent. He was the little glimmer up there, and everyone talked about him. So
yeah, because you missed the Ascent Toronto.
Yes.
But you were supposed to be there.
I was supposed to be at Toronto, but fortunately I couldn't make it. So I didn't have a chance to play against Matt G. I'm very excited, hopefully for a chance to play him here. Ultimately because that means that I'm in the finals, so I can't complain. But I think it'll be fun. I think the deck that he wrote is very interesting. I know he loves Erupting, and this is just the new version of it. And I would just be excited to play. It's cool to see what people brew. It's not the same deck. I think there's almost pairs of every single archetype in top 16 except for Erupting. Erupting is the one of in the tournament, right? So.
Yeah, it's definitely a really cool one there. But again, congratulations, Peter. You have made it through the quarterfinals. You're moving on to semis. You're one step closer to becoming a 2-time Ascent winner. And you're keeping it alive. You're keeping the deck that won Nationals alive here at Ascent Las Vegas.
Yes.
So thank you guys so much. We're going to send it to a short break here, and then we're going to bring you another bonus feature match from the quarterfinals. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys soon.
I don't know if you know yet. No, I
Welcome back, guys. We are here with the bonus feature match of the quarterfinals. I'm back here again with TM32 Liftersill, and we're going to be casting another TM32 member. We have Christian or Duck Hats versus Franklin or Frankie Doodle.
Yep, and just like all the rest of TM32 this weekend, Duck Hats is on Razorgale Arasana. His opponent is Frankie Doodle, and Frankie Doodle is on Water Fractal Diao-Chan, a deck that terrorized the meta back in the prior World season, actually, and now making a return.
I really, really like the stark difference when I look at these deck lists. So first of all, Frankie Doodle's whole deck list fits on one page, whereas Duck Hats fits on like 18 pages because of how many 1 and 2 ofs. Frankie Doodle is playing 14 4-ofs, and then 3 Burst Asunder with 1 Fluffy Shopkeep. This is it's feeling very Caban-esque. He wants the, you know what this reminds me of? This deck list reminds me of you, actually, at Ascent Ontario with your FISA list. It's just all consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I was once of the opinion that every good deck list starts out as 15 4-ofs. I am still kind of that opinion, but it looks like Frankie Doodle is an ally in that regard.
Holy. The imbued Fractal of Rain coming out, imbuing with a double Fractal of Intrusion, just so Duck Hats knows that he has that available and ready. Going to be seeing that beautiful Gwendolyn Spirit of Wind, the first place from the last Ascent Los Angeles. Duck Hats attempting to go for the back-to-back wins to be the very first back-to-back Ascent winner.
Yep, both players on their imbue. Duck Hats with the Windmill and Frankie Doodle with his Fractal of Rain. It does look like his deck list opts to play the 4 Intrusion and no copies of Refreshment. That is, I guess, a typical choice to make between the two because that's the only Fractal that actually costs 3.
So when it comes to the Fractal of Rain imbued, do you like to imbue it in a Fractals list, or do you prefer it not to be imbued?
I think that in certain matchups, you should always imbue. I think in certain matchups, you should never imbue. And I think sometimes it's in the middle. I think against Wind, especially against Razorgale, when you have no main-boarded answers to the Razorgale damage, like theoretically if Duck Hats had just played a Razorgale off the rip on turn 1, you would have nothing to answer that. All the answers are in the side. You should strongly consider imbuing your Fractal of Rain because you kind of need that high roll to try to compete in speed before you just get pinged down by the ones.
Interesting, interesting. So there's a lot of deck theory that comes with whether or not you want that imbue, especially when you don't have an easy way to make it a good, consistent mill, right? You know, with decks like Genbu, where you have a lot more floating memory, it's a little bit more consistent. It feels better, but, that Return to the Archive coming out to sacrifice the Looking Glass. He's going to recover down that 1 damage he took, draw a card, and then we're going to see the Fractal of Intrusion come out here. He's going to banish the floating memory, which comes from the Return to the Archive. Probably one of the more efficient cards that have come out of recent sets here.
Yeah, I think, yep, he's on 4 return and the Looking Glass in his deck just to make that happen. Intrusion going to reveal Duck Hat's memory and then rip a Dream Fairy. I will admit that the choices down there were not really super appealing choices. Another Windmill and a Cyclical. But I think ripping the Dream Fairy could indicate that, Frankie Doodle has potentially a Frostborn Paladin in hand, some ally that he just does not want to get Dream Fairied. The only other ally in his entire deck is Zhang Jiao, and I think you're totally okay getting that Dream Fairied.
It's tough here for Frankie. So his first mill was the Glimmering Refusal. Probably maybe the worst or second worst card you could mill out of yourself. Although, with a deck like Duck Hats, he does have 10 million cards, so maybe it's not actually that relevant.
Yep.
A turbocharge here for Duck Hats, so both players going to go into the backup charger, get that power cell, but only one has the turbocharge. There's no turbocharge on Frankie Doodle's side. I do see that he's actually playing 4 Topsy Decrees, though.
Yeah, I think this might be an attempt to answer either Fire level 3 decks or perhaps Razorgale. Spell Shroud, being one of the ways to stop yourself from taking damage, and also make it so that if they want to activate more win cards that turn, since your champion is not actually a legal target, they do have to actually target themselves.
Yeah, it's a big one here. So we're going to see the Razorgale from Duck Hats. Prism Spire Scepter materialized for Frankie Doodle.
Yep, I think this is the kind of start that as a Fractals player, you might be a little bit concerned about in this matchup. Most players try to avoid leveling as long as possible unless you happen to open, perhaps multiple Shimmering Refractions and Fractals to back that up. But the Razor Gale is here, and it will start pinging immediately, and it's quite possible to just completely lose track of the game in a couple turns if that's allowed to go uncontested.
It looks like we're attempting to influence choke Duck Hats here. Frankie does play the second Fractal of Intrusion. He did manage to mill the Refracting Missile. We're going to see the Stifling Gyre removed from Duck Hats. It's very, very important as he only plays one in the main board. So there will be no Stifling Gyre to stop the Frostborn Paladins early on here.
I think in this matchup, it's actually more typical to call Zhang.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I always forget Zhang Jiao is basically just turbocharge.
Yeah, so
that deals 1.
Yeah, and like the crazy part there is, even if you've got the influence to pay the additional 4, right, unless it comes in fractal form, Zhang Jiao will not be getting that critical 0 cards in memory effect, which is draw 2. And, the other options are good and they have their uses, but they're not as strong as the draw 2 in most cases.
So Duck Hats went to materialize a safeguard here on this turn. Talk to me about why you think he feels the need for a defensive Regalia right now.
I do see that he's got the second Razor Gale in hand. I think against Fractals, one of the
hits on the Bandit.
Hits on the Bandit. 1 ace into the bottom, but hits on the Bandit. It's main character energy right there. But
sorry, you were saying about the Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, one of the ways that is kind of always available to the Fractals player is to just randomly OTK you out of nowhere with Burst Asunder. And Safeguard Amulet, when you feel like you've got good control of the game, is just one of the ways to avoid that happening to you and converting, what felt like a strong possibility of a win into a loss almost instantly.
That's interesting. So Frankie Doodle has... I realize a lot of the reason why he's playing many of the Return to the Archives is because he has so many different cards, right? He's got Fire Resonance Bauble, Water Resonance Bauble, Wind Resonance Bauble. So he just has lots of things he can return.
Yep.
Oh, but it looks like we're actually going to cut the game a little bit early here. Duck Hats did just finish the game as a 2-0, so we are going to have the unfortunate team kill. It's going to be the 2 Ascent winners on TM32 there. It's going to be the most recent one, Duck Hats, versus Emp. Kind of the Razor Gale King. He's pretty good at the deck. He's pretty good at Razor Gale himself. But yeah, so we're going to send it to a pretty quick break here. And then we're going to see you guys for the semifinals. But, I really appreciate you sticking your neck out for me and having me cast with you. It's been a great time. I really enjoy casting with you, especially on decks that you are so unbelievably knowledgeable about.
Thanks, man. We'll do this again sometime.
Thanks. All right. We'll see you guys soon for the semifinals match.
Welcome back, one and all, to Grand Archive TCG Ascent Las Vegas, and we are heading into the semi-final rounds. If you're just joining us, these are going to be some of the most intense and skill-based matchups of the day. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined once again at the table by Valkyrie. We had a nice little break there, thanks to our fun casters, fellow casters, guest casting for the event. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That extra break really rejuvenated me, and it was fun watching, some two new casters haven't been on all day and sort of hear their insights and what they had to say. And it was really, really enjoyable that Sean Liftersill got to commentate about one of their teammates and sort of go through the lines of the deck, the thought process, and sort of how they interacted with it.
Yeah, that's one of the best things, I think, to really to really get that deep insight into the deck itself. Of course, since Sean has been playing that deck to great success already for several events now, and then we also have the just the team angle where he's able to kind of bring out how this team has thought about things going into things. So that was it's always fun, and that was really great to hear from both of them. Plus, we get the return of Once in Love on the caster desk, which is always nice.
Out of retirement, out of the host slot, back in to commentate for you once more. But me and Dan have kicked him back to hosting, so he is out there on the floor taking care of some stuff, and you're stuck with us here for these semifinals.
Yeah, but these semifinals are going to be a spicy little game, a little bit of a two fairly aggressive, want to kill you fairly quickly decks. As we go into the semifinal round, we are going to be watching, once again, that Erupting deck from Matt G against an Aetherwing Diana from another super well-known player, Aqua.
Aqua, yes, a big name as well, and Aqua is no slouch when it comes to playing this deck. A really strong pilot for it, and actually in the quarterfinals beat Noelle Gina in a mirror match. So clearly knows how to pilot this deck to a very strong degree.
And especially against other decks that are equally as sort of decisive in their aggressive lines, right? So this will be quite a kind of sparks flying showdown. Now I do know that in these rounds, though, we do have untimed rounds, right? As we saw, players are free to take as much time as they need to calculate, and I think there are a lot of competitive games out there where when you have two aggressive decks piloting against each other, the games are fairly fast because they put down the damage, they swing, and then they win. In Grand Archive, I think, in particular in this game, the math that you need to do, the calculus that you need to do to get perfect lines and sometimes get that extra, sometimes just that 1 point of damage over your opponent to win the game is fairly complicated. So I do actually expect, despite the fact that these two decks are pretty aggressive, to see quite a bit of calculus taking place.
Oh, 100%. There's a lot to think through, especially with Erupting on that end. It's all about how to dig for what, how many cards do you need to be, cards in graveyard, the damage threshold, and then over on the Diana side, it is the same story. You got to make sure your mills are going to be accurate. Got to make sure you have the distance enablers, your Aether charges, and we've seen it many of times with this Aetherwing deck. You have many ways to kill. Do you go wide with allies, Castilian Archers, Frostwind Paladins? Or do you go very tall with multiple Cheshires and Boots?
Yeah, there are going to definitely be options, especially for that Diana deck as far as how fast they want to take the game. They have more protective options, more ways to play around things, and the Erupting deck is a little more, I need to be the problem in this match, but the problem certainly presents itself in a powerful way when it's found. So as we are preparing to go into that exciting match, you're obviously not going to want to go anywhere. You're going to want to catch those sparks flying soon, but let's talk for a moment, Valkyrie, about the top four that we already have locked in, right? So this is part of it, the Aetherwing Diana versus Erupting. What's on the other side of the bracket?
On the other side of the bracket, we have Razorgill, or as we call the Raccoon Razorgill, against the Raccoon Razorgill. Actually, both of the TM32 representatives, EMP and who we just saw, Duckats as well on stream, facing each other. This is a team kill in the semifinals.
Yeah, but just like the broader strokes here in our top four, going back to our predictions for the day. Actually, I don't know if we can bring up the predictions here, production, but we have we had predictions of the 3 decks Erupting, Razorgale, and Diana. And I guess shout out to all of the production team because we have nailed this top 4 as we head in to try and decisively find out the winner. Someone on this screen is going to be winning our prediction game, or at least 2 people will, I should say. We've got 5 on Matt G on Erupting. We have 3 on the Razorgale deck, which is now represented entirely by TM32, and then 2 on Aqua's Water Diana as well.
Yeah, this is very interesting as well. As you said, shout out to the production crew. Give a little pat on our backs because we were pretty on point yesterday for Nats as well. And then following up with this, we have a good read on this metagame, but only one of us will be able to come out on top, or I should one deck come out on top. We have Razorgale, we have Aethering, or we have Erupting. So that is something for everyone at home to also be rooting for. You know one of the 3 decks that has the potential of winning. What side will you be on?
There's an interesting thing that I think we're seeing with the release of Radiant Origins going into the metagame that we're seeing in this event too, is that every deck in the top 4 now is simply a level 1 deck, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people were very excited about Radiant Origins when we had cards like Angelic Channeling coming out that were really garnering a pretty high price tag as a card that seemed like a premier card to enable level 3 decks to really play the game. But this top 4 are all decks that stop at level 1.
All stop at level 1, and it mostly comes in part with what we talked about with the Nationals event, is a lot of these level 3 decks not expecting aggressive level 1 decks. So the aggro, and not disrespecting them, but not planning accordingly for these kind of strategies. We saw a lot of cuts of the defensive options in lieu for more of the greedier draw power, more of advanced element cards, because you have Angelic Channeling. You can run more and not feel as bad.
Yeah, in this event, we've seen fewer copies of things like Resolute Stand, things like Crystallized Destiny even, than we've seen in previous metagames, I think. So players definitely trying to sort of just enact their own game plan, become the problem. And of course, that's what 2 of these decks really like to do. And then we have the very flexible Razorgale deck that holds this high influence. We see the Wii Team 32 keeps playing it, just always hold up 7, pass the turn, hold up 7, pass the turn. But as they're doing that, just slightly advancing the game plan here, materialize, Razorgale, dig a little bit, Raccoon Time, right? Just doing these little bit of motion and then passing there and keeping up so many cards. So I think players going into the future Nationals in the season, because up until Worlds, we have just 3 more Nationals to attend, right? These are their major events. We have European Nationals later on this month, and then following that, we have both the OCE, Oceanic Nationals, as well as Southeast Asia, right? So there's going to be, I think, some interesting meta development as people start to plan to attend these events and look at the results of both Ascent Las Vegas and Nationals and see, wow, these level 1 decks, I got to figure out how to crack the code here. And Val, you mentioned these interaction pieces. Do you think that's the direction people need to start taking?
Oh, it is tough to say. I think that is a good step in the future, but it's also the first big event after the release of a set, and we see aggro and aggressive decks typically be the first forethought coming in through them.
Here we're sitting down at the table here with Matt G and Aqua as the players are looking at each other's deck lists. In good spirits, of course, both of these players have already hit top 4, and they are just joking around with each other a little bit and trying to figure out what they need to necessarily play around from each other. And now Valkyrie, talking about these interaction pieces, right? There are a lot of options that people can start to bring if people deem this Erupting deck something that they need to be worried about. But obviously, this was a good event for this because there just weren't people, like you said, weren't people packing them. And without significant interaction, it is a pretty tough deck to overcome.
It really is. This, like, Erupting, Razorgale, those kind of decks are, if you're not prepared for them, they can roll you over without any hesitation just because they are prepared for their matchup. I mean, you have nothing against them. And Erupting, once again, not a lot of nullifying lanterns in the game right now. People are not bringing it. That's why Gembu was running so rampant recently as well.
Yeah, those interaction pieces both have the material and the main deck, right? There are options that can be brought out, but even then, we did see earlier in the event, we saw Matt G pushing through, getting through both a Palvor Sword and a Nullifying Lantern. And in that match, the Alice did crack their own Palvor Sword, but he drew 2 Spurns on the next turn anyway and had plenty of influence. So it was something that he was still prepared to be able to push through. And the fact is, when you're looking at players playing against this deck, they need to respect the amount of interaction Matt's going to have for their interaction and hold up, I think, generally a lot more than they expect.
Yeah, indeed. It is the fact that Tristan just gains access to a 2-cost in-cap really catches a lot of players off guard, especially with the spicy tech of that Ignis Deus as well. So you get a fast speed Tristan, resulting in an in-cap at any moment, even if your opponent thinks it's safe when you're sitting at Spirit.
Yeah, it can be just it's a deck that is sometimes you try to figure out what the line is, and there actually isn't one. you can come as close as you want, but when your opponent has 14, 15, 16 cards in hand, they kind of have all of the options there. But they do have to get to that point. And we see time and time again these decks, these Diana decks, pushing so much damage on a single turn that they can still effectively shut off a lot of those win cons.
They can indeed, and Diana just is fast as well. And we've talked about slightly off camera and mentioned on camera, Erupting has the potential to draw a bricked hand, something that is quite unplayable or very difficult to get out of, which will result in slower turns. And Diana can take advantage of those draws if Matt does see them. And Aqua is a player to know when this deck is probably slowing down. They can go ahead and capitalize on that. And we just got word, everyone. Put your hands together. Get ready as we're about to jump into game 1 of our semifinals with Matt G on this Erupting list against Aqua on water, Aethering Diana.
Yeah, this is main deck versus Apex, a showdown of some titans of the game. Matt having just recently joined the team and really bringing this deck out and really powering it up through the sort of a shared month and a half of sort of research, planning, preparation, and training. And here we have Matt looking at this opening, we're seeing Liminal, we're seeing Return, we're seeing a lot of ways to gain that value, and I do see a Creative Shock as well. So as far as looking for bricked hands right now, it's not looking particularly so.
Yeah, this hand has a lot of gas, and we're just going to go ahead and let that Creative Shock ride. Draw 2, discard. Is it the Liminal or is it the Float?
I also don't want to forget to mention that, of course, Matt being number 1 in the event has the first seed and thus gets the choice to go first. And that is potentially a massive gain going into this matchup, especially in particular. Now, off of that Creative Shock, pitching the Liminal does draw into a backstep, which accompanies the Torching Reach in Matt's hand to create a potential really strong future value turn as well. Matt's going to maybe be aiming for something like a turn 3 kill here in this game if all of the combo pieces start to show themselves as he gets rid of this Looking Glass to be able to draw and get another float.
Indeed on that. And Aqua, though, is going to have to look at if they could play Spoiler for this very fast kill turn if Matt is setting up for it. They do run 2 main deck Aetheric Reforging, which can snipe both that Liminal Guide and the Return to the Archive of that Float just in case. But it looks like Aqua not having that in hand and the classic Ranger strategy of just passing here.
I think this is a trick a little bit. And I'm not sure what the right play is to do here. I mean, an aggressive removal of those could definitely be good, but it puts Aqua down a card as well, not getting to load that into anything. And Matt is just going to wait now to hopefully have cards in hand to be able to Ignis Deus in response whenever the Reforging does drop. This is very traditional, though, for Diana to pass this first turn of the game over to Matt, and Matt does use the Water Resonance Bauble to draw and recollects, and is now sitting on a super healthy hand, going into even more hand size with that increasing danger, draw into hand and draw into memory for both players, giving Diana more cards to play with. It does feel dangerous to do.
It is aptly named. It is increasing the danger. And man, what a blast from the past that card is. Glad to see it back in this list. And here we have Aqua taking the first game action on their for their game turn. Backstep, becoming distant. This is clearly a classic Diana line. We're going to be distant, get ready to level up into Diana Aether Dialente, get our Aquamar's Whisper, and with the 5 cards in hand, Aether Charge is soon to follow.
Yeah, Aqua's certainly going to, if this Diana resolves correctly and everything, going to get that Aqua Mirage out and in Recollection loaded up. It'll be interesting to see which Aether Charge is being used when we do get to that stage as well. But Aqua is, I was wondering necessarily if Aqua might take a different route this game, because I'm sure that Apex has seen players if on Diana play against Matt already, and it has hopefully gotten to bird that a little bit. I mean, I've seen them talking about this deck, saying that they can tell it's really good, so hopefully they've thought about some ways that they're going to fight this, but it looks like so far the plan that they have is that traditional line into Aether Dilettante, into the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and then getting set up to start to load these in. Now, what Aether Charge will it be? Is it going to be the Reforging? No. Calibration to start, glimpsing the top 4, going to try to see if we don't whiff. Yeah, definitely not whiffing there. We got a Prudent Knock, weaving, and 2 weaving mana streams on top. That's actually a really spicy hit from Apex here, where they can get that. They actually do put the other weaving mana stream at the bottom. They could have put it at the top to mill it as well.
Yeah, he could have been running around with double mana streams. As we mentioned before, the deck only goes to level 1. Some do go to 2, so can't really take advantage of double as efficiently. But 1 is plenty enough here for Aqua. Super happy. We also see double Crystallian Archers in that hand as well. It is such a powerful card for this deck.
This is a really aggressive start. Now, unfortunately, of these Aether Charges, none of these are float, right? So we are going to see probably Aqua fire this in and get 1 float placed to yard from the glimpse from the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and that will enable 1 Crystalline Archer, but Aqua would still need to do some sort of other play to get a second float to get the other Aqua Mirage, but a kind of super aggressive line like that might be the line that actually puts Matt off kilter here and gives him not enough time to actually pull together a win. But there's that 4 damage into a Glimpse 5. Aqua just needs to find a single float, and it's not hard to not whiff in this game. Let's look at this top 5, and yeah, we do at least see the tactical retreat. So there's going to be plenty of options. There's actually a 3rd Crystalline Archer and a 2nd Cat, so some of the most powerful, efficient, aggressive options already showing up at the top of the deck here for Aqua to be able to select what do they want to keep as they're kind of sculpting the rest of their game.
Yeah, such a powerful, another weaving mana stream as well. Archer, Cat, Cerulean Decree may come in handy for this matchup as well. Looks like we're putting the mana stream on top to get that milled as a float, and the Archer will be able to take advantage of that here. Let's see, there it is.
Yep, there's the mill, keeping the Crystalline and the Decree. So that is that's Aqua's plan for this game, to try and draw into those with this first Archer, very likely to be able to start to interact with Matt on their turn. I think they set up to draw the Cerulean Decree first. And I think just paying attention to what they're putting into memory right now to make sure they keep 3 water cards in hand to be able to imbue that Cerulean Decree as well for the value. Yeah, there we see 6 in hand as that Archer swings in and is going to, when this resolves, become distant. There it is. And this is going to come in for a nice hefty, another chunk of 4 damage into Matt. That's already over half of Vira Spirit of Fire's life total.
Oh, adding up fast. That Diana and Archer combo turn. Matt not being able to survive another one here, so you're going to have to look into some options. But, of course, Matt has plenty of cards in hand for him to use at this current moment. You see Creator Shock, Torching Reeds, Backstep, a lot of ways to filter through this deck and see more cards. And, Dan, we're about to see why Torching Reach is ran in this deck.
Yeah, here's the thing. Matt kept half that hand up, right? And that means Matt only played half of his turn so far, because this deck basically plays down its entire hand every single turn. It almost always has a way to draw additional cards. That Backstep comes into play. Matt says that Rangers aren't the only champions that can distant themselves in this game, and that Torching Reach then gets played for a draw, a discard, and then another draw, as Vira is currently distant. Finds a Cremation Ritual, maybe a little bit too slow right now, but I believe still holding on to a Creative Shock in hand to be able to continue to dig a little bit deeper. Matt, I think, really wants to find an Ignis Deus right now to not have to use a materialization phase to go to Tristan, but he's going to have to make a decision about whether or not that life is going to be what he needs to survive right now.
Yeah, it is very, very tough choice, these small decisions to make for Matt. Do I level up? Do I risk it a little bit more by getting another draw Regalia? But if you do risk it and don't see that Ignis Deus, Aqua can close out the game on the next turn just with an Archer and Diana once again swinging in.
Looks like we see 3 cards in Matt's hand right here, so it does mean if he brings out any of his draw Regalia, that is going to set him up to 4 to be able to play a 3-cost card like Creative Shock in Recollection, and this is how he tries to get all the value. Actually, he doesn't have to do that because he can spend a float and get a Liminal Guide out of this yard here. That still gets him to 4, so he gets the Tristan level. Going to get the agility here, draw the card off the Liminal Guide, and still play in Rec. This is how all of this starts to scale up the value in this deck kind of out of nowhere and taking advantage of every single possible action you can take in this game.
Drawing here, we are against water though, so do we slam this Creative Shock?
Oh, we do. It's bait. If the Cerulean decree this, then you are open to being able to do whatever you want in the turn. This would be a bit scary, I think, for Aqua to decree here because it might mean that Matt just has the combo in hand and takes him out of the game.
Very interesting. Drawing another Creative Shock and a Cremation Ritual. It is assumed that Cremation Ritual is going to be discarded. As you mentioned, just a little bit too slow here. But look at that Recollection and draw. Matt with so much influence to work with.
Trying to take a look and see. He's got a couple of Fireballs. Looking for a Volcanic Crescendo right now to be able to find some actual damage here. Dire Requiem potentially as well if that's part of the line. But we do get the Liminal Guide swinging at the Crystalline. I think he might go for the Hasty now, swinging at the Crystalline and continuing to pitch. I see him holding, I think I saw a Crescendo in there as well. Well, we're going to see the Hasty happen right now either way, which is going to take that Archer off board. And I know Matt's holding on to Crystallized Destiny as well. This discard of the Return to the Archive sets him up to be able to do something like Blinding Orb on the next turn as well to really disable some of Aqua's potential interaction with him. So Matt, I think, might just be holding hand now at this point with Incapacitate, Crystallized Destiny, so interaction pieces to survive the turn left, and if he doesn't need to use those, can still play cards like Creative Shock to continue to try and dig and find value to set up for that kill, as well as getting ready to blind Aqua on the next turn.
Yes, and we do see that Incap as well, Dan. That is such a powerful opponent card against Diana. We've seen it many times, what happens when her distant enabling card gets negated, and you start to really lack that damage. That push helps you push through, prevents you from being able to use boots, and all the sorts of Regalia that require that distant to be enabled.
Yeah, definitely, and we see we do see the Cremation Ritual from Matt here. So he went and did the math and decided, okay, committing a couple more cards here. If we get the dig even deeper, of course, setting up another fire card in the yard as well. It looked like we picked up a 3rd Fireball, which is probably too many at this point. However, sometimes there are lines that Matt will use that involve playing a low damage Fireball, using up all those cards, then recollecting, and then going for a big kill as well. Every single piece, every single card that Matt can find can be a piece of the puzzle to add that damage together to find the kill.
Yes, I really like this calculation from Matt just because every game action he takes when he thinks about it leaves him with the perfect amount here. The number of cards in hand is equivalent to being able to play a Crystallized Destiny and an Incap in the same turn.
And let's not forget there should be an Agility 3 trigger here. There it is, Matt resolving the Agility 3 at end of turn, so we're actually going up even higher into Matt's hand here, just trying to find what makes the most sense to keep. Again, has already reached level 1 in this game, so we have seen in the past him doing those tricky Ignis Deus lines, which are really fun, but now he doesn't need to hold up for that anymore, can simply use all of these cards for the creative value, followed by the interaction pieces, so still set up to basically play that entire hand down going into his next turn.
And just look at the difference of influence between Aqua and Matt right now. Aqua, if wanting to be the aggressor, this turn needs to commit a couple more cards down on the field truly to put pressure on Matt. Well, Matt has all the cards in hand to be able to just defensively answer this turn and still progress his own game plan. Because keep in mind, every fire card that Matt activates that goes to the grave is just going to be more damage later on.
Exactly. It all just kind of stacks up later on. We think about this Aetherwing deck a lot like having, okay, all of your cards also have deal 1 damage to your opponent on. They all have that like Juggle Knives effect, right, where they do this and then they deal 1 because they load in and then fire off, right? Matt's deck has that same thing. All of the fire cards end up dealing damage later on. The issue is sometimes your opponent interacts with you. For example, Aqua went for the Palvor Sword here. This is the play that Matt doesn't want you to do. right?
Yeah.
This is Aqua showing their skill and respecting what Matt can do, bringing out the Palvor sword and then banishing face down Matt's graveyard. Now we do know that Matt plays that Spurn to Ash.
Yes.
Matt has seen that Spurn to Ash. So Matt will be able to work through that, but that is telling Matt you need to commit even more cards on the next turn to stop this.
It is, and that potential kill line Matt maybe was setting up for has been thwarted just from this sword as well. You're going to have to figure out how to get rid of the sword and keep enough stuff to stay alive while filtering through that deck itself. Aqua is such a great heads-up play, as you mentioned, Pavlar sword. And it's one of the issues is materializing the Pavlar sword doesn't really advance Diana's gameplay as fast as they want to, but it's a needed materialization if you want to stay in this game going 1-for-1 with Matt on Erupting at this current moment.
Exactly, because Matt's hand has that interaction like Crystallized Destiny right now, but also I don't want people to forget about this line where it is expensive, but Fireball can deal 2 damage.
Yes.
And Fireball can deal 2 damage. Fireball dealing 2 damage means that Crystalline Archers are not necessarily going to deal their damage to Matt, right? If he wants to, if it's the lethal line, he can pop that Fireball down and take out one of those archers, and we know Aqua was setting those archers up to be able to play into that line. So as long as Matt can still respond with the kill, what he's really banking on is that these players are going to be committing their resources down to try and kill him. He can lose a Fireball to stay alive, add that fire to the grave, like you said, Valk, and then next turn there's less he has to hold up because there's less that they're holding up, and then he can just go ahead and pop off and take them out.
Yes, it is a very classic Grand Archive moment is as soon as your opponent has less cards to use, you're perfectly fine using more cards of your own as they don't really have many options to stop you. But Aqua, being such a great player, part of the Apex field, we saw how they played yesterday during Nads. They just sort of attack, mill afloat with that Aquamar's Whisper, and pass turn, keeping everything up in hand.
Yeah, this is actually, in testing, this is how you play around Erupting Rhapsody. You need to hold everything up. This is how I mentioned we've had games in testing that went up to 21 cards because the team was playing around the deck, and so the Erupting player would just draw and draw and continue to draw and get to that stage where it just becomes a showdown of making each other have the problem cards. So passing the turn now to Matt, looks like he's going into his Recollection phase. Has he seen any other fast speed action after that Creative Shock? He's got his Materialize Hero too, and that might actually change things as well, depending. Given that he's maybe, is he maybe going for it actually? Seeing Blinding Orb makes me think he might be feeling ready to go for it because otherwise he might have gone for the Candlelight Hourglass right now just to use the float to draw a card that way instead. So I'm very interested to see if he's thinking about setting that up right now. The reason for that is, of course, Blinding Orb doesn't draw until it's used.
Yes. It is a... it's your button. We've talked about buttons a lot. This is Matt's button. If this is banished, not only do you get the card drop, but it makes your opponent put 2 cards down from hand into memory, and this signifies like, okay, I need to get lower on cards so you have less options to interact with me. But, of course, we're going to filter. Hasty Messenger is still here, and we're discarding a Fireball to draw. Dan, you said it, but 3 Fireballs is way too much. We're happy to go ahead and discard that.
We don't need. He actually drew the 4th Fireball off of that as well. So Matt's sitting on plenty of Fireballs to play with right now, but here we see him just doing math about how many cards that he has and how close he is really to being able to really pop off on this turn and force the action from Aqua to try and stop him.
Yeah, when you look at the life totals, I don't think it tells the full story of how this game's actually going. No. You look at it, you say 11 damage counters on Tristan and 1 damage counter on Diana. Oh, Diana's clearly in the lead, putting the pressure, but that's just the thing about Erupting. You're always within kill range.
And here comes that Spurn to Ash, Matt's first action starting in his main phase. And that means if Aqua wants to Cerulean Decree this, of course, Matt's still holding up a gigantic grip of cards, and Matt will be happy to pay the 2 here. And I don't believe that Aqua has any way to really stop this from happening. However, there is a play that I think is pretty strong that maybe will show up because I believe if the Palvor Sword is fracturized, I don't think then it won't have the on-leave trigger anymore.
Because the sword technically doesn't leave the field. Yeah, it keeps its properties. But that is a knowledge check, right? That is something as a player you need to know. That's not something you can just say, hey, judge, can I do this? it is an interaction specifically that doesn't come up very often.
I'm taking a look at his hand here. We do see the Etheric Reforging that you mentioned earlier, Valkyrie, a card that can hit a key card in Matt's graveyard right now. And I think that might be a Fracturized second from the left there, or at the end. I think maybe
at the end and second from the right.
And second from the right. Yeah, there were 2 Fracturizes in hand here, and yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a check here because Matt is holding up Incapacitate, and I believe Matt will incapacitate a Fracturize being played on this Palvor sword if he goes for it. We're gonna start with the Cerulean Decree though, so I like this play from Aqua trying to stop Matt right now, at least tax out his hand, because by doing this, Matt might, if Matt has to pay 2 and then commit to the Incapacitate here, Aqua might have a free shot on the next turn to take him out.
Yeah, I agree with you here, but Matt also has that Blinding Orb as well. I think being able to banish that in response to this Cerulean Decree to maybe get some more cards down from Aqua, because it feels like if there's a fight over this Spurn, both players really want to keep and or get that sword off the board, so it's worth fighting for if we're already investing so many cards.
Worth fighting for, but we really don't want to just lose the game here either. He has to fight. I mean, the Palvor needs to go, and the Palvor does go. Palvor sword leaves play, and that means Matt's graveyard comes back. Matt's still sitting on that Blinding Orb, did end up only having to commit the 2 cards, so might be able to hold Aqua off for one more turn with some of that interaction and try and build. Aqua doesn't have Nullifying Lantern until game 2, until the sideboard, so that was Aqua's final real effective material deck piece to stop Matt. So Aqua might have to go on the offensive right now and try and cinch it.
Yeah, this might be a moment where we're going to see some boots be materialized. We have 2 Cheshire Cats as well to take advantage of this Weaving Mana Stream. It is the Ranger Strides coming in.
Yeah, there's the Strides. Matt doesn't want to see that because that's a lot of potential damage coming in at him. But Matt has, I think, the perfect amount of cards in hand. I believe 6, then has that Blinding Orb as well, which means 7. That's enough to both Crystallize Destiny and Incapacitate. So there is, it's going to be a little tricky to find the line to actually crack in that damage with the Ranger Strides, especially because when the cat drops, it's entirely possible to Blinding Orb in response to that to really just get a lot of Aqua's hand down right away and limit the amount of potential damage or the ability to interact with the Crystallized Destiny.
Exactly, and we know Aqua does have a Frostbind in hand as well, so if that Blinding Orb is used, it would really hinder Aqua's ability to stop the Crystallized Destiny or even fight for or over that Incap Matt will be using.
I think we're debating on a distant enabler on Diana because, of course, the safest thing to pop these Strides on is going to be the champion, as it can't be removed. You know, the Archer can distance itself. Okay, we are going to Archer. The Archer can distance itself, but it is vulnerable to Fireball.
It is vulnerable to Fireball. The question is, did Matt keep a Fireball in hand? But we see the Blinding Orb used, forcing cards down. Matt does get to draw.
Yes, he gets to draw, and he does have a Fireball in hand as well. He's kept all of the potential action that he needs to get through this turn. The Crystalline Archer is coming in, and Matt is going to allow that trigger to resolve, making it distant, and I think just going to take that 4 damage there. Yep, 4 more damage marked. Matt's going to 15. 4 damage away from actually losing this game here.
It is close, but keep in mind, you're not out of the game until you've taken fully lethal damage. 4 away from death is still 4 good living life counters left, and Diana attacking in, forcing an interaction here from Matt. We see that Crystallized Destiny going to stop this attack for, I believe, which is 7 at this current moment.
Yeah, Destiny will prevent the damage. However, I think Aqua has a Charge the Soul in hand to be able to eat through that shield. He says, Crystallized Destiny resolves. Here comes the Charge the Soul to attempt to pop it. Now, Matt has to incapacitate this, but Aqua, like you said, is still holding up the Frostbind, and I think Matt's hand is too low to be able to stop this effectively. I think Charge the Soul Frostbind does make this a lethal attack.
Yeah,
he goes for the incap. There's the Frostbind. Aqua has it, and that's game 1 going to Apex Players Guild. Aqua on Water Diana.
Whew, what a game, and it all came down to that particular moment, what we discussed about Aqua playing around Erupting so well, making sure they kept the influence they needed, held it tight until that final moment when both the players had to use everything in their influence to try and get around this. And Aqua just coming out on top. Matt, 1 card shy from being able to survive that turn.
We got a little shot at the teammates from Apex cheering on Aqua as he's trying to fight to become the Ascent Las Vegas champion against Matt. Now, Matt hitting that sideboard here, trying to figure out what needs to come in to shore this up and make this actually happen. There are a number of cards that are a little bit useful here and some that aren't actually like super crazy, but we do know that Matt has these extra wind and fire in this case. Resonance Baubles can bring in the Channeling Stone and the Discordia just to open up some more potential kill lines, but the extra Incapacitate very well might come in here, as well as the Spurn to Ash and the Reduces. These are all cards we might see because we know on Aqua's side, Nullifying Lantern, definitely something that's going to come in.
Yeah, you have to bring in that Nullifying Lantern if you're Aqua, get that second layer of protection with that Pavlor sword. And then additionally, I think a well-timed Snow White can be really powerful against Matt. It keeps him down on Spirit with 15 total life, and if Aqua attempts to go in for a lethal line, Matt can't Ignis Deus in response because Snow White will stop that.
That's very interesting. I'm torn because I agree with you that like the perfect timing, it could shut that off, but if Matt has Ignis in hand at that time, he'll just level in response to the Snow White's ability, and it will put 3 cards down, and that's a pretty significant amount for the Aether Ring Diana deck to be able to put down when they're trying to fire off and get lethal. So for me, I guess if I'm in this position, it's that I'm just going to bring in maybe this take aim. Just have another way to shoot even higher.
Increase that damage. And honestly, you can take out those frozen dismissals for the take aim. That's not really going to be doing too much here in this particular matchup.
And then maybe just bring in the Snow White anyway, since you're bringing out a couple of cards already. So you can definitely bring it in because Unbroken Mustang is not doing anything, and Drowned in Aether is also not doing anything in this match. So so it looks like those are probably the most potentially useful cards to bring in over Dismissal, which, I mean, the Dismissal could negate a Clumsy Apprentice or something, but you know, you're not really doing that.
Yeah, that kind of seems like an okay trade if I was sitting in Matt's spot. I get a Frozen Dismissal, they put 3 cards down, and they make me put 2 cards down, and I still get a fire card in my graveyard. That sounds like a good old time.
Yeah, in that last game here, Matt just needed Aqua not to have all 3 of those interaction pieces. You know, Aqua was very, very perfectly set up with that Charge the Soul into that Frostbind. Having found both of those, that was a really effective, really effective kind of first line to be able to steal this game away from Matt, because again, this was Matt getting to start on the first turn, getting to take the first turn of the game with that big tempo advantage, right? And yeah, this is exactly the position Aqua wanted to be in, because now Aqua is the player who is going to be able to get to go first for the game 3 in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, and I just want to point back to that turn, Aqua's turn prior, where it was, I believe, get a Regalia or get the Pavlar Sword, draw a card, and then pass. And that was the most important aspect of it, because if Aqua committed any additional cards, they would have actually been 1 card short of stopping Matt in that instant as well. So very smart play from Aqua, knowing what they need to do, not getting too eager, because we could have deployed a cat in preparation for a Boots turn. We could have played another Archer to try and sneak in some more damage, but all of that would lead to the ability of Matt coming out on top on the interaction war. But Aqua kept up a Charge the Soul, kept up a Frostbind, kept up a Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, that Cerulean Decree, right? That game turned on that Cerulean Decree, because if we go back and think about this, holding up everything, Cerulean Decree, the Spurn to Ash, forces Matt to put those 2 more cards down. At the end of the game, that Frostbind hit the Incapacitate, and Matt was lacking 2 cards to be able to stop it, right? And that is where cards like that, I know these are like soft negation effects, right? We know we have cards like Engulf now and Incapacitate that just say, nope, that won't happen. But these soft negation effects that give the opponent the ability to choose to pay 2 feels like, okay, well, you know, they can just choose for it not to happen. But when you have to pay 2, pass turn, and then are down those cards on your opponent's turn, that can be a massive difference. This taxation, taxing them out of the ability to play the game, is exactly what Aqua relied on to prey on Matt in that game.
It is indeed. It's also why Terrafring is so strong as well against allies. It's that soft taxation. Like, nothing happens to the ally. It's still on the field. But in order to attack with it, you have to pay 2, and that 2 can matter a lot if you want to do something else on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that I think when players are newer to Grand Archive, they don't immediately notice. You know, it's not obvious. In fact, it's taken me a really long time to really grasp my head around this. I feel like the first time I really started to feel like I understood the concept of using these taxation cards that effectively, you know, to think about their turn, my turn, and when to go ahead and say, you know what, if I tax this, I know you're going to pay it, and if you're down 2 cards on my turn, I'm going to be super advantaged. Was like last year, the start of last year, it was around the Watermill metagame. Of course, we were playing a lot of Watermill Arsana, Sylvie, Nico. Those were very popular going to events like Ascent Utrecht, following Ascent Santa Clara. And that was where I was really grinding those decks, and I was going, wow, okay, if I Cerulean Decree right now, I was playing Vanitas as well. I'm going to go to my turn, level, go to Vanitas, swing. Like, you can't stop me now.
Yes, it is so strong, and it's a win-win a lot of the times. You know, honestly, we could call it the aqueous rejection situation. It is, nothing bad happens. I'm going to either negate your card or you let me draw 2 cards. In the end, both are fine, reasonable answers, but they will lead into a big discussion. The drawing 2 cards is reverse taxation, right? And that extra 2 cards can cause your opponent to just win the game off of that, just like how you putting 2 cards down for a negate causes you to lose the game from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does come down to if you're ready to take advantage of that taxation. When it comes to acquiescing, the draw 2 is going to be good for you, pretty much no matter what, right, if they let you have it. But when it comes to using something like a Frostbind or Cerulean Decree, especially because it replaces itself, it's not putting you down a card. It's just about whether or not on that next turn you can capitalize on it. And if there is any deck in the current metagame that can capitalize on your opponent getting taxed out going into their turn, it's this crazy pop-off Water Aetherwing Diana deck. So we are about to head back into the game now. We're going to get ready to get game 2. Of course, as a reminder, these players have unlimited time in this game, so they're free to take these nice little breaks that are necessary to be able to prep themselves to play a good game. And here we have Matt going into game 2, down a game despite getting to take the first turn of that one, where Aqua has to feel in a pretty good position right now going into this game where they're going to go second again, but if it goes to game 3, they get to start.
They get to start here indeed. Oh man, Dan, it's possible if Aqua does clinch this game 2 away from Matt, we will have a repeat of Nat's finals.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. A repeat of finals with Aetherwing Diana versus Razorgale. If that happens, it's going to be one of these 2 matchups that we're going to see. It'll either be a repeat of that, or it'll be Matt pulling it out in the last 2 games here and being able to go up against TM32. It's going to be a good match no matter what, as these players draw their opening hand. Matt with an increasing danger and several creative shocks. That is a solid start. And Matt did bring in the Expel the Departeds as well. So there is, I should have mentioned that. That's on me. That's on me. You might think, why are we bringing those in? Where are the Fractal of Rains? What are we actually trying to hit here? Fracturized Nullifying Lantern is what Matt needs an answer to in this game. So it's good to see that he's already drawn one of those in case Aqua takes an aggressive route there, as Matt increases the danger once again, giving Aqua extra cards. But in this deck, this is different than Fire Aggro decks where you don't always do it. In this deck, you always increasing danger.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. It's a +3, I guess, for increasing danger, right? Because you draw into memory, draw into hand, and get a fire in the graveyard.
I wouldn't call that a full 1, but it is a drawn to hand, drawn to memory that is worth a damage later on.
You know, damage is worth a lot.
It is. It is. Potentially 2 damage, actually, if you harmonize the crescendo. Those are worth 2 then, too.
That's true.
This is where it really scales up, right?
That is where it really scales. And keep in mind, everyone, as well, due to the rules of increasing danger and how turns work, Aqua is not going to be able to recollect that card in memory on their turn as you skip your recollection phase. So that's going to sit there for a whole turn cycle.
Exactly. Matt going for the classic play in this deck, draw a card on turn 2 with the Bobble, which gives him a huge hand to be able to play with here, so he's able to play as many of these cards as he possibly can. Draws 2 and does find a Liminal Guide, a nice pickup here. He's going to get that pitched, and still, I think he could Torching Reach not distant right now if he wanted to, but he might be trying to consider if he's going to see a backstep here. And he had a backstep. All right. So he's going to backstep himself, become distant, and now he is set up to be able to Torching Reach in his main phase as well.
If I didn't know any better, it looks like Matt was playing a Fire Diana deck, backstepping that Spirit. But we know that is not true. We're going to recollect, and that Torching Reach, as you mentioned, is now online for the full effect of draw, discard, draw.
Matt just going to do that calculus again. How do we spend these cards most efficiently? Your hand gets so big like this, you have a lot of potential options, but we have those creative shocks. We have definitely that, plus the Torching Reach currently being distant. We have a few ways to potentially play this hand out as Matt's just trying to pick up more of his win condition cards. I think I actually see several of them in hand right now as Matt is starting to get into a decent position where as long as we can get some extra fire cards here in the graveyard, Matt might have an opportunity to try and pull off that early kill.
A big early kill here. And I'm very curious about game one, if Matt even saw the melody for the harmony. I feel like that might have been a missing key piece we didn't have in that first game one, but that is in the past now. Torching Reach, drawing, discarding that Fireball, and drawing again. Matt probably not looking for that Fireball at this current moment, knows there is more opportunity to draw another. I'm not seeing additional one in hand.
Yeah, I think we have 2 Fireballs sitting right now in Matt's memory, actually. So I think Matt is definitely a little more set up than he might appear to be able to go for that. And remember, the Harmonize is the damage from Crescendo, but the Gigantic Empower, that can be done no matter what. So if Matt can get enough fire cards, there's a simple line to just empower a Fireball that does enough damage to take Diana out of the game.
A huge Fireball. Now, since Diana is here, it's going to have to be for at minimum 17 when you are Tristan, as Fireball does get that +1 damage on its own. And 17 cards, it seems like a lot, but very easy for Matt on this erupting list to put it in the graveyard.
Going to actually go. Wow, Aqua's going to start with that Etheric Reforging right now. Matt, I don't think has Ignis Deus in hand, so Matt is likely going to lose that Liminal Guide. If anything, again, from this weekend, Valkyrie from Nationals to here, we have seen the power of banishing from graveyard.
We have these Etheric Reforgings, especially in this Water Diana list, have been so potent along with the Raccoons. It's just something about putting your opponent down a card that really changes their plan of what they wanted to do.
I am interested to see where things go from here, though. Aqua often tries to play cards, as every Aether Wing Diana does, the Prudent Knock and Etheric Calibration to keep their influence equal while they're continuing to push damage and get cards loaded into this Aqua Mirage Whisper. But in this case, the Etheric Reforging did deny Matt a card, but it also dropped Aqua a card. And one thing that I know about this game is discarding cards from your opponent's hand is a lot better when they have low influence than when they have high influence.
Yes.
And that's essentially kind of what Aqua did here, is denied Matt a card, but Matt's the guy already at 12 influence or something. I don't know what the exact number is, but he's already got a very, very large influence, especially compared to Aqua. So it is a bit of a tricky situation where it's not going to be that crazy just to see Matt potentially go through a couple more creative shocks, ditch 2 more liminals, and just pop off anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And sort of Aqua asking, what do you have in that graveyard? How many fire cards? Because that is now an important statistic that you always have to ask.
Aqua debating a lot on this Glimpse 5. Of course, one of these cards does get discarded into the graveyard unless Aqua did something unheard of, which is put all 5 on the bottom and mill. I mean, I have done that when you don't find any float and you're desperate to find float, but often when you don't find float, you're finding good cards. When you find good cards, you kind of want to draw them.
Yeah, back before the Carp Sun Coda ban, I feel like a lot of players tried to do that, to hit that lucky toad off the top.
Oh, a lucky toad, a lucky hare, and a lucky rabbit. This weekend we've seen a lot of farm animals. I guess no rabbits, but we've seen
raccoons.
We've seen lucky raccoons, and we've seen unlucky raccoons with Bandit.
Oh yeah, Bandit sometimes isn't your best friend, and we've seen it happen multiple times. But the Frozen is, I think he did all 5 on the bottom.
That was exactly right. He was unfortunately whiffing on finding the float and does mill a Frozen Dismissal, which is going to mean that there is no additional float to be able to play something like a Crystalline Archer here.
No.
Oh, 2 top, actually not all bottom. It sounds like 2 top, 2 bottom. Put the Frozen Dismissal there. Interesting, didn't side out the Frozen Dismissal
Yeah,
either.
that is true.
Maybe unsure of exactly. No, I mean, knows Matt's list, so yeah, interesting that the dismissal didn't come out. Then I really don't think they believed in your Snow White plan, Valk.
They did not believe in my Snow White plan, and those clumsy apprentices are under fire if those Frozen Dismissals are around.
Matt, looking at this hand, thinking Creative Shock definitely sounds good right now. Not yet seeing Aqua put out the defense, although that's certain to come next turn out of the material deck. That Expel the Departed might matter, but Matt kind of is going to have to force Aqua to fracturize the Nullifying Lantern, I think, to need to be able to expel it as well. But without any defense from Matt yet, although Aqua's holding this whole, or from Aqua yet, although Matt's holding a pretty big hand here too. Aqua, I think, with the gigantic hand in his grip here, is still going to hold Matt off quite a bit.
Yeah, that is correct. And we're just seeing what happened in game 1. Aqua attacking with Diana, glimpsing and passing turn, keeping every card, not wanting to commit a cat or any other resources because you never know when you're going to have to fight over an action that is being played. And Matt just going to continue the digging here. More and more cards, discarding them. That graveyard is adding up with those fires. And then, as you said, we don't even need to harmonize. We can just banish fire cards for an empowered fireball for the kill.
Yeah, every Creative Shock that gets played is potentially 2 fire cards in yard, right? And it really adds up quickly. As Matt is also looking at, there's a Hasty Messenger at hand. There's so many fireballs. Matt is just happy to continue discarding these. Just doesn't need all of those fireballs, but hasn't found a float. I think Matt really wanted to find Return to the Archive here to be able to go to a Tristan level. A Tristan level with that Agility 3 would enable a ton of influence on the turn. And if Matt were to have found that and Incapacitate, for example, Matt might actually feel safe enough to dive in for damage. But Matt is such a cautious player. He's not going to dive in unless he feels like he absolutely needs to, or he feels completely safe in doing so.
And that is what we call cool, calm, and calculated. There's a reason these two players are sitting in the semifinals match. They have earned their spot. They are the top 4 best players at this event currently, and they are demonstrating it. Matt really considering what to materialize here for the turn. Do we go down in an influence for that Tristan, or do we try and risk it for perhaps we could get another draw regalia, or maybe even just a safeguard amulet to try and protect a crystallized play?
He actually goes to risk it for Tristan here. Says, you know what, there's a lot of stuff in here. I'm okay with you hitting. That, unfortunately, might not have been one of them, though. That's a Volcanic Crescendo that did get hit on the level to Tristan, and that is going to give maybe a reprieve to Aqua, depending on how many of those are sitting in the hand there. But even without, that Volcanic Crescendo can be extremely powerful, as multiple Volcanic Crescendos can stack their empower. I believe it's a skill, so it does not empower itself. You can play multiple in a row just to get that empowerment if that's your lethal line.
And that is very powerful when it comes to just a fireball here. I'm trying to take a peek at Matt's hand to
okay, hang on. We're seeing the Dire Requiem be played right now. Matt is going to put a Direwolf token into play, which is going to be this 2/1 ally that is going to be able to swing in for 2 this turn. And now a Melody has hit the board, which means that Matt could harmonize with this with the, I believe I saw a second Volcanic Crescendo in hand, kind of telling Aqua, you're going to need to interact right now. Swings for 2, and there's the Volcanic Crescendo. Does Matt have an Incapacitate in hand? I don't know that he does. I don't know that he has a way to stop potential interaction here, but he's just going to banish everything right now before Aqua has any chance to Palvor or Nullifying Lantern.
Oh, that is true. Aqua asking how many cards in hand, and 4 is the correct number for Matt. What you need, even if you get Frostbound or Sterling Decreed, you can pay 2, and then the agility will trigger, and you get to Fireball as well.
That Harmonized Crescendo does deal 9 damage to each player. We see this damage mounting up here, and Matt is going to go to that Recollection phase and play the Fireball to attempt to lethal. It is empowered for a massive amount right now. This is an 11 damage Fireball to try and close it. What can Aqua do to survive the Cerulean Decree? Matt is going to pay the 2.
Are we thinking about it? We're paying the 2. We're not paying the 2. We're just drawing to memory. Aqua gets to keep that Frostbind they were using as well.
Matt let that go. Let the Fireball go and is just getting ready here. I think that Agility 3 has already resolved. Yeah, we're just going to clean up the board here, and Matt is in a situation where it does not look very good. It looks like he really went for it and just wanted to see if Aqua had drawn that interaction on that turn of the game. But Aqua had everything that was needed. There's the Palvor Sword. It's not super effective at this point. There's only 2 fire cards in the yard. But can Aqua crack back for 7 damage this turn?
I don't think so. We're only going for 3. Going 15. Oh, we do have a Archer off the top there, and I think there's also 1 in the hand for Aqua, so this is going to be a double Archer turn with that double float we have in the graveyard.
That was a swing for 2. We need this Frosthorn Paladin swinging in for 3. That's putting Matt to 17, and there's the Archer, and that is lethal. Aqua takes it against Matt G. He brought a deck nobody saw coming, but it still fell to the power of Apex on this incredible Aetherwing Diana deck. These players are so experienced. They figured out how to play against this, and they were able to fend him off, and now they contend for the title of the champion of Ascent Las Vegas.
Yes, what a good showing from Matt on this Volcanic Crescendo list, showing everyone that innovative tech that no one else thought of or really has brought out to an event, getting a 3rd, 4th place finish here. But now this builds us up then to the big final moment. We're getting the salty run back from our national finals. We have in one corner Water Aetherwing Diana piloted by an Apex member versus Wind Arizona Razorgale Raccoons piloted by a TM32 member.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what happened here, we had a nice team showdown at the end of this event, which is always super exciting, really showing the power, the potency of players getting into teams together, testing together, because we saw Apex and we saw TM32 really bringing these team decks, working hard on making them as good as possible. And in this case, Matt G from main deck at this point was the only player left to play this deck, but with this team-tested deck, still 11 wins for both players in the semifinals round throughout the day, throughout the weekend with these decks. Incredible performance, and I think just, I gotta say, if you're a competitive player in this game, you gotta form a team.
Yes.
It's so helpful to have these players to test with, and I think nothing shows that more than getting to the end of Las Vegas and showing how every player here in these semifinals are members of teams, testing, working, training, getting better together.
Yeah, and maybe a team's not your thing. Just grab a couple of friends. Just play tons of Grand Archive as much as possible. And even we have so many resources. We have webcam. We have the new official sandbox, which is so much fun to play. It really allows you to test decks. You can, here's what you can do. Go to online, the Omnidex, get the list from Matt G, put it in Sandbox, test it out, see how you like this erupting list.
Yeah, start playing any of these lists. Sandbox has been a huge boon to the game. I have played a lot more Standard than I have been able to in the past thanks to Sandbox now. I've been playing a ton of it, and that's really helping me with my game sense, making sure I keep it a little bit sharper. So I really do think that's a fantastic resource and a great shout out, Valk. And I do have to say, even if you grab 1 or 2 or 3 other friends and play together, that's a team too. It doesn't. You don't have to have a fancy logo or anything. You can form a team on your own and work together. But the key is that working together, testing together, learning together, and playing together, right? And that's what all of these players are doing and what's propelling them to these levels of success.
Yes, the power of friendship is very strong when it comes to Grand Archive. We've seen it here with TM32, with Apex, with main deck. A lot of these top players that have been showing up in these top 8s are because they have that support from the people around them just being able to play Grand Archive.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm really excited to get to this final round and see, of course, TM32 and Apex are undoubtedly some of the best teams in the game at this point, with tons and tons of tops under their belts here. And we're going to see this incredible showdown. Aqua trying to take down TM32's Razorgale list. I think the audience reaction is going to be really interesting to this as well, because obviously the Diana deck has had a storied history. It once was the little deck that could, right? And back going all the way back, I think London or slightly before, when players started to think, man, I really wish this deck could pop off. Going back to Akihabara, we were so excited actually in the casting booth when we saw the Water Diana decks popping. I was like, wow, Water Diana's really making it. Then we get to London, and then everyone's saying, wow, I think this Water Diana deck's really good. Water came back, and now it's sort of a juggernaut and something players want to see die. So we have a lot of Water Diana fans and haters, Razorgale fans and haters. But let's go to our interview with Once in Love and hear from the winner, Aqua, what they have to say about the Water Diana deck as we head towards their grand final game.
Welcome back. I'm here with the winner of the semi-finals match, Aqua. Huge congratulations. You are now going to the grand finals here at Ascent Las Vegas. How does it feel?
Definitely happy because I scrubbed out at Nats, so having like the last chance to get the gauntlet slot is something, so yeah.
Oh, true. I always forget that Ascent winners get a gauntlet spot.
Yeah.
So before that, I want to get into, you are like one of the Astra Arasana mains.
Yep.
But today, you put her to the side and you picked up the Water Aetherwing. Tell me why that was your choice here.
So I think 1 week before, literally last week, there was Apex Regionals. So I was on Win Astra Ari. The deck felt so good. I think the deck has a really good place in the meta. But the problem with the deck that I face lately is if my opponent high rolls, I just can't stop it. Like whatever my opponent rolls, I will just say resolve, resolve, and resolve. And it feels really bad. So yeah, and also for the Nats, I was supposed to play Diana in the first place, but Proan, he cycled me to play like Arisana because he said you win with Arisana, so the Arisana must be good, right? So yeah, I played Arisana in Nats and I scrubbed out.
Well, it happens, but like you said, you're back at it again. You have another chance to qualify to the gauntlet from Ascent Las Vegas. I want to talk a little bit about your changes in your deck. So your team did really, really well at Nationals Day 2 with the Water Aetherwing. You are here now at Ascent Las Vegas, a separate event with a similar deck, but not quite the same, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they figured out what was weak in the deck on the day 1 of Nationals. So you guys took out, I believe, the Nimble Longbowman.
Yeah, we took out 2 cards, Nimble Longbowman and Shade Mist Priestess.
Oh, Shade Mist. Holy.
Yeah, no Shade Mist for this one. Yeah, so for the Nimble Longbowman, it was originally added in by Proan, but he said that he saw a Japanese list with it. He was convinced that it might be good. We tried it, and everyone, Korax, Zedis, and Proan all said it's a bad card. So yeah, we just took out the Nimble Longbowman. And as for the Shade Mist Priestess, I mean, after they all fight Jet, the winner of the Nats, they all feel that the matchup is almost impossible anyway to win. The best way to win is just to go faster. So there's no point going in the slow game. That's why we took out the Shade Mist Priestess.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They have the ability to, in response to the trigger from the Shade Mist, deal more damage. So they can really take you from 0 to 100, literally, in one attempt there. So, you know, you're going to the grand finals. You are playing against EMP, Ascent winner of Auckland on Razorgale. But now it's a little bit of a different deck. It's this Raccoon Razorgale Arsana with the Essence Crucible here. How do you feel going into the match? Nervous? Feeling confident? You just beat Matt Erupting G. You just beat one of the legends of Grand Archive.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm nervous because, I mean, if you guys know the stream from yesterday, everyone from my team lost to TM32. Every single one. Zedis lost in semifinals, and Korax lost in finals. And all the matchups were just Diana into Razorgale. So I guess we'll see another matchup today. But yeah, I'm really nervous because, as you know, EMP is a really, really, really good player. So have to respect that.
Yeah, and respect that you should, but don't knock yourself. You are an Ascent top 8 person as well. You got, I believe, 6 at Ascent Melbourne with your coin deck, Astra Arsana. But now you're here playing the team deck, and you're making it all the way to finals. You know, a lot of people look at it and they're like, I have to stay super dedicated. I have to win with this deck. How does it feel to know that you might get your first Ascent win on a different deck?
It feels weird. Obviously, I want to win with my favorite deck, but last Worlds, shortly after Worlds, Bailey told me that he wants to prove to everyone that he's not a one trick. So yeah, now I'm trying to prove to myself as well, because after that Worlds, my RE run hasn't been that great. Only Akiba is placed in top 16, and other than that, all pretty terrible. So yeah, I'm trying to concentrate to win more, because the feeling of winning, pure win is just better compared to just winning with Arasana.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I have one last question for you, and it's about the match you just played here against Matt Erupting Volcanic G, the new coin name. How does it feel playing against that matchup? Did you ever expect to play something like that in an event like this?
No, obviously not. It's a breakout deck, I think, especially in this Ascent. Because, I mean, as we all know, the menace of DOA until MRC was Erupting Rhapsody, right? So yeah, Matt G was the best player at it, and now with the new card, Volcanic Crescendo, it's still good, but deal damage to your stuff is quite painful. So yeah, I know the deck you can get blown up like pretty much anytime. So I'll try to respect it. That's why in the last turn I hold all 7 hand cards I hold, because I was scared of the lethal turn. Because I know he has enough fire cards to kill me. So yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of really cool ones there. But again, congratulations. You are the one going to the finals here, Aqua. So your redemption arc, your redemption story may have just begun. You may be able to take away this victory at Ascent Los Angeles. Or Las Vegas,
yeah.
where we had the Nationals as well, and make your gauntlet spot to go to the Worlds, and also in your home country, of course.
Sure,
That's the biggest one for sure.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Stay tuned, guys, because we will be bringing you the grand finals very shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is going to be the last time I'm introducing us here, as we have made it to the grand finals of 2026 Las Vegas Ascent. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm joined, bringing you all the action for the finals here with Terry.
Oh my goodness, it all comes down to this. All weekend long, we've been playing game after game after game, and these two players and their teams have showed this weekend that they had their finger on the pulse of the meta. We are coming for another grudge match of Water Aetherwing Diana coming from the corner of Apex Player Guild against our Gazer Gale TM32 deck. This is everything. We already saw this match happen once, and it was insane, and now we're going to get the chance to see it again, Valkyrie.
Indeed, here. And as a reminder, for those of you who may have not watched the Nationals finals that happened yesterday here, in this matchup, it ended up going to, I believe it was a 2-1 in the favor of the Razor Gale list. It was close, but they snuck it in with the Raccoons and everything here. But that was piloted by two different players.
They
have now learned the matchup, learned information, and these are teams. They're talking to each other. They're preparing each other for this. So let's see if Apex Guild is able to flip the script and get a win on this Water Aetherwing Diana, or is Team 32 going to show that they are the dominant team with this deck and push Diana back down again?
Gosh, man, I'm telling you what, the excitement's crazy. We can feel it in the room. Everybody is excited to see where this is going to end up. And hey, I'm no different. I'm excited to see it too. Water Diana, kind of the talk of the weekend. We touched on this a little bit, but everyone thought this deck was gone. Yeah. Everybody thought that when Carp Song Coda was banned, Water Diana was just a dead deck. It was a thing of the past. Well, Apex, they all brought it here, and they have absolutely dominated with this deck. And then, of course, TM32 bringing their variant of Razor Gale. We've had a few different Crucible Razor Gales out there, but Gazer Gale with Bandit, it turns out is the strongest. And, you know, at the national finals, probably the MVP of that entire match was Bandit.
Oh, 100%. Those Raccoons were pesky, and they were hungry, eating as much floating memory as possible. But you can't forget about Protect Raccoon, because that Raccoon has protected not only itself, protected Bandit, protected Fluffy Shopkeeps. It was everywhere, and it was so difficult for Diana to get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, you said it perfectly, they're pesky, right? These vermin, these Raccoons, right? They just stick. They get picked up again because this is a wind deck, right? So we just reclaim it. We suppress it. We pick it up with an Ace and Protector and use it again. I'm excited to see if over the last day, Apex has a new plan on how to beat this Razor Gale deck.
Yes, I am curious too. We saw Aqua just beat Matt G on Erupting, and Aqua knew that matchup. A matchup that you shouldn't know unless you're back from the days of the original Erupting Rhapsody. It is very difficult to play against, and Aqua managed that perfectly here. So if there was any player to beat this Raccoon list, it is going to be Aqua here today.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua has fought through everything. Aqua is playing incredibly well. You can tell has a game plan going in, right? Playing very efficiently, understanding the lines. Usually we see Aqua on Arsana, right?
Yeah.
A famous Astra Arisana player. Not today.
Not today. Tossed it to the side after, I believe they were on it for Nationals.
Yes.
Tossed it to the side saying, you know what, team, you were right. Diana is the route to go. And look at what happened. Aqua in the finals. Potentially 2 games away, maybe 3, from becoming an Ascent winner here in North America.
Yeah, so who is going to bring it home? Is Apex Player Guild going to take one of these wins this weekend in Las Vegas, or is Team 32 just going to sweep the competition? I can't wait. I'm so excited to see what this is going to be.
Yeah, I am curious as well. So make sure you go ahead and send your support for who you want to take it down, whether it be the players, the teams, or the deck. Make sure you share that love with them right now and send that support because they need all the energy they possibly can get.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at these deck lists here. I know you got to cast the Aqua game that just happened, right, against Matt G. So you got to see firsthand Aqua play, know the lines, play through all the adversity, and take that W. And the game before that was Peter on this list. I know we have seen these lists.
Yes.
But I want to take a look at them, and I want to see some of the key cards that are going to make huge stands during this matchup. And the first thing, obviously, we already talked about Raccoons. I'm going to take a look at Emp's list first. So, wind versus water. It's a classic, right?
It is.
So, Arasana. Unfortunately, that Essence Crucible that has been so strong all weekend, it's not as reliable against Diana.
Yes.
Because of Fracture Eyes, right? Fracture Eyes deals with this incredibly well, and if it gets taken off the table, then we have to win the good old-fashioned way, right? We have to beat down with allies and then finish off with little pesky single pings from those Razor Gales. We're not going to be getting those triggers that hit for 4 damage or any more than that. They are going to probably end up only hitting for 1. So, we watched Jet play masterfully and win with this deck, played very patiently, right? Didn't go too far, used the Bandit, used the Protector Raccoon to play slow, keep Diana off of their game plan. So right out the gates, I'm going to say that is the best way to attack this aggressive Diana deck for Peter.
Yes, I agree with you there. And we, of course, know some ways to stop the Fracture Eyes to protect that Crucible is in the sideboard. No access to it in the main board during that game 1, but post that we get obscured offering into that main board, which protects our Crucible and very valuable because it causes the Diana to have multiple Fracture Eyes, and it's tough to keep those up along with everything else you want to do, like your Cerulean Decrees, your Frostbinds. Those are going to be very important post that game as well. And if you paid attention to that last finals in Nationals, we just saw a Bandit on turn 1 is game-breaking a lot of the times.
Yeah, Bandit is probably, I think it's crazy to say, because as somebody who has played a lot of Razor Gale and against a lot of Razor Gale, usually a turn 1 Razor Gale is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But in this variant, it's a lot different. First off, we're Cleric. So with that in mind, those Razor Gales cost less once we are Arasana.
Yeah.
Instead of having to pay 4, we only have to pay 2. We get that half cost, which is great, right? And then that lets us get off to the races, especially if we're able to set up that Crucible. But I think you hit it nail on the head. Bandit is the turn 1 play that you want to see if you are playing against this Diana deck. Yeah. So, enough about Razor Gale, or Gazer Gale, as it's been called all weekend, right? Let's take a look at this Diana list. So, when we go over here at Diana, how are we going to be able to take down these Raccoons and the Razor Gale? It's all about tempo. It's all about aggression, right? We need to be able to utilize our floating. Basically, it's hard to rely on things like Weaving Mana Stream.
Yeah.
We want to, if we put floating in the yard, use it right away. So Frostworn Paladin, Crystalline Archer, those are 2 of our best cards in this matchup because they are going to pressure extremely well while also being able to utilize that floating before our opponent may be able to eat it, right?
Yep.
So, tempo, aggression, right? That's what we are going to be looking at. You're going to see Diana trying their best to keep Emp off of that late game engine.
Yep, you are correct. It is all about who gets the engine going. Can Aqua get those floating memories cycled through the allies with the glimpsing, or can Emp stop that with the Raccoons and just set up the impenetrable wall that is Wind Razor Gale? Now we're going to take a look, one last reminder, at the staff predictions, because that's still not done yet. We are in it, or I should say some of us are still in it. Unfortunately, when we take a look at them here, what we all voted for, our lovely production staff, the 3 casters and our host are out of this running.
Oh, man.
We did not make it. Matt, unfortunately, fell to Aqua, but we do have believers here. We have some Arizona, 3 of them by Cam, Shinja, and Foam, and then Eva and Snorlax on that belief train from Water, Aether, Wing. So no matter what, at the end of the day, someone's going to be right.
Yeah, somebody, I mean, honestly, we weren't too far off. This was so close. We made these obviously way before the top 8.
Yeah.
So for us to all pick a deck that was going to be in top 8, and here they come. If you can see this on the screen, our 2 grand finalists. We have Peter and Marco, Emp and Aqua, 2 titans of the weekend, getting comfortable here. Pretty soon we will be going over there to check out the action, but we still have a few minutes before that.
We do, and what aura just coming from behind the curtain with your judge, that table judge there, to making sure the finals are going to be played out. Man, what an amazing time to be here. Here we see Peter, Emp on the screen preparing. This is going to be the final match of the day, the final match of the weekend. These 2 players, the last 2 standing, and I believe it was a 300-plus person Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, this was a grind, right? 9 rounds day 1, 4 rounds of Swiss day 2 into a top cut. These guys have won 2 rounds in top cut, so right now we're already 15 games. This is their 16th game, right?
16th?
Yeah.
And both of them played in Nationals.
Yes, and both of them played in Nationals on top of that in day 1. So these guys are starting to feel it.
Oh, yeah.
But they're locked. If there's anything I learned from watching the last couple of matches on stream is that these guys are not missing a beat. They are still playing at a very high level, and I am super excited to see which one of them is going to be our champion. Both of them, no stranger to doing very well on the big stage and at these major events. Peter, I know for a fact, won an Ascent earlier this year over in Auckland.
Yep.
And I know that Aqua has some tops as well, if I am not mistaken.
I think you're correct. Aqua has tops. I don't think there's been an Ascent win with Aqua yet.
So this would be Aqua's first win if he's able to take down Peter here. Peter looking for the 2-time champ. We only have a few people with 2 wins. Off the top of my head, I think Matt G. Cabin. Has Sean won 2 or has Sean only won 1?
Forgive me, Sean. I think he's only won 1, but
yeah.
he'll correct me when I see him around
I'm sure
there.
he will.
Yeah.
But I know there are only a few players in our very, I mean, we're starting to grow. Yeah. There are a lot of players playing this game now across the world, and you can count the number of players with multiple Ascent wins on one hand.
Yeah, exactly here. It is an accomplishment, and that just also shows how stacked the competition is. People are no longer just rolling over and allowing, like, it is rough. We see these Ascent winners. We've seen our world champion fall in earlier rounds because it is such a competitive game right now.
It is. I mean, you don't know your first round when you randomly get paired. You could be playing against an Ascent multiple top winner, finalist, a world champion. And on top of that, the more and more we grow, the more events we have, we just get more players wanting to play this game. And of course, Weebs of the Shore really does go all out when it comes to organized play. There's a reason all of these players are coming and playing Grand Archive. It's because it's worth it to play Grand Archive. You can play this game professionally. We have seen it where there are a lot of players that travel all around the world and continue to do well and make money from playing this game. It's honestly crazy for a game that's only been around for 3 years.
It is indeed, and we just got word we're about to drop into the finals here between Aqua, member of Team Apex, piloting Water, Aetherwing Diana, against Peter, member of TM32 on the Razor Gale Arizona. Without further ado, fist bumps, and only one will leave victorious.
Yes, here. So we are about to begin. The anticipation is huge. Here we go. We got the fist bumps. They are ready to rock. Let's see what kind of opening hands these guys have. So, Valkyrie, who is the higher seed going into this match? Do you know who is going to get to choose to go first?
That's a very good question. I believe Aqua is coming in at the higher seed at, I think this is 4th, 5th seed, but also it may be 3rd, 5th.
I think that Peter has the go-ahead here. Peter is going to get to choose to go first, and here is that Bandit on turn 1. That is going to be crazy. Can we hit on the scavenge?
Oh, Aqua looking nervous, and we miss it. This bandit, once again, has betrayed Amp, not finding another raccoon, and Aqua, sigh of relief not having to deal with the second.
And there's the classic Diana, I'm going to draw and pass. Backup charger, going to keep it growing that influence. These players know their lines. You are going to see them moving decently quick until you have to decide on those razor thin margins. No pun intended there.
Razor Gale, razor thin. It is the same thing when it comes to calculating lethal here. Aqua, show us that distant card. Ah, look, there it is. Undercurrent advantage. Let's go ahead, glimpse 3 here. Now the question is, Bandit, do you want to eat this floating memory, or do you want to wait for another floating memory that might be even tastier?
Yeah, it is hard to say. Like I said, Aqua knows that these are probably not going to stick around, and there is a Crystalline Archer on top there, and then 2 Cheshire Cats. This is exactly what I was talking about, though, right? You want to get these archers online so that if this floating gets eaten by Bandit, we can then use this Crystalline Archer if we do play another floating on our turn and still get some value instead of it just continuously getting eaten up by those raccoons.
Yes, very curious to see what happens here. Look at that hand for Aqua. That Frozen Dismissal straight pull to the front. That is going to be your anti-Ascent card, Terry. That is very important that Aqua is seeing that at its current moment. And is Amp prepared to deal with that kind of interaction?
Yeah, this is, it's a good question there, Valk. Right here we are going to see the distant Diana enter and grab that Aqua Mirage Whisper. We have seen a lot of Aqua Mirage Whispers this weekend. Charge the Soul. Here it comes, utilizing this bad boy to do 1 damage and load that charge into this Aqua Mirage Whisper, trying to set up a swing here, 4-3, to get the glimpse started.
It is starting. We're just going to eat that float now right away. And I think Amp is going to go ahead and show us and escape the wreckage to bring back the Bandit, save it from this Diana attack. Aqua, do you have a response to this? No, Bandit is good to come back safe and home in that memory.
So here we go. Unfortunately, we are not going to get a glimpse from that attack, but that Charge the Soul is now in the yard. You are probably going to see that Crystalline Archer, just like I said, here comes utilizing that float whenever you get the chance.
Oh, you love to see this damage stick to Razor Gale on that first turn. It is very difficult to start pushing damage later on in the game, so as much early damage as possible is really going to matter here for Aqua. We've seen it before, we see it again. It is possible. Razor Gale can fall. It just takes a lot of strategy. And Terry, a Fairy Whisper's finding a Razor Gale. Is it coming up all EMP though?
Yeah, I mean, Amp is getting everything that he needs to pull ahead here, but you cannot count Aqua out. We see that Cheshire. We have an Archer online here, and I did see a Frozen Dismissal in hand. This could be a huge play. At least I thought it was in hand. It might have gotten put down in memory, but no, it's there. So Bandit is going to be a very expensive raccoon if Amp wants it to hit here.
That is true. Is a 7-cost Bandit worth it here for Amp? We're going to find out here shortly. 3 down. Bandit, show us why you're a
Oh, we're going for... It's a Razor Gale. Oh, it's an Unbroken Mustang to deal with that. That's crazy. Do we have a play? We do have the negate, but are we going to use it or save it here? This is actually huge.
This is big. The one of Unbroken Mustang coming into this situation. This is not something we saw in our national finals, but here in our Ascent finals, the horse is a problem. Please pay for, Aqua says. Amp thinking about it. It's worth it, right? It stops Diana.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely worth it, but it's still a play that you got to think about because now you are basically hands down, right? We only have 2, but we do have this Unbroken Mustang online, dealt with the Aqua Mirage Whisper. That is going to be a huge hit for Aqua and his whole game plan.
Oh, is there a possibility, Terry? This is getting scary. There is an option. We can materialize Ranger Strides, and if we keep that reposition in memory, we can reposition our Diana, attack with the Crystallian Archer, use those Ranger Strides. That's going to be 8 damage, and then we would just have to find a little teeny bit more to push for that lethal on this turn.
There is a chance. I do think I saw a 3 visits in Peter's hand. I don't know if I saw a Veiling Breeze, but I think that Aqua is looking. He knows he's behind, and the door could be open here, so we have to see, do we have a chance, right?
That is option. Here we go. Reposition, targeting that Crystallian Archer.
We're going to go for it. There is that Cheshire Cat. We're going to swing for 1. Get ranged 8 here. This is coming in for 10, 11, 12. This will be lethal through a 3 visits. We need to see a Veiling Breeze. Does Peter have it? Oh, and Aqua's going to take game 1 with a huge swing with that Crystalline Archer, taking down Emp, an attack, a huge attack. Diana takes game 1.
Aqua stilling victory, grasping it from the clutches of defeat. Lost the Aqua Mirage Whisper, but that Frozen Dismissal coming in, forcing Emp to put all the cards down to just keep that horse. Aqua sees the line, sees the possibility. Cat and Boots, Boots and Cats coming in. The Archer is wearing a great pair going in, dealing, it was a total of 12. Yeah. Above the 3 visits, it had to be a Veiling Breeze, the only option, and it wasn't there. Aqua taking that first game, and they were going second, which is very important. That means game 2, even if they lose, they get the coveted going first in that game 3.
Yeah, this is exactly where Aqua wants to be, trying to get revenge for the Apex Player Guild and take home a win here in Las Vegas. Let's take a look at these sideboards here. Peter is going to need, I mean, honestly, he played everything so well. There wasn't anything that, you know, really rolled him out of the way. He was kind of in control of that whole situation, right? Yeah. 1 Frozen Dismissal was all it took to make him basically have to go hands down, and Aqua had the Cats and Boots. Like you said, able to push through. But do we have any more cards in here that we could bring in to help us out?
Oh, man, this is such a tough choice. We can bring in Blessed Clergy. It is a decision, once again, because that would have stopped Diana. Actually, we weren't even Arisana. We were still Spirit. That's the reason. It's possible. It just depends how fast Aqua goes. Obscure Offering, once again, we can bring this in, protect our Crucible, but Diana was just way too fast in this instant. So it's really hard to tell what to bring in compared to those. You can bring in Innervate Agilities, but once again, we weren't level 1. We were still Spirit. There's so many choices. Terry, over on Aqua's side, what can you bring in to advance the game?
Oh my gosh. So, I mean, right here we have some decent defensive cards, right? Nullifying Lantern and Nullifying Mirror both have arguments. But those 3 Expel the Departed, you know you're going to see those. Those deal with Razor Gale on their own. And if you use them in tandem with that Nullifying Lantern, they can't get them back with Cyclical Breezes, right? So there is a little bit of potency there, but that Null Mirror can stop Veiling Breezes. If you would have had that it wouldn't have mattered if you had a Veiling Breeze, right? So very good card there. I think the way we just played this and how aggressively we played this, take aim makes sense to me. Yeah. It's another Boots, right? Just more damage that we can push through. On Broken Mustang, you could make an argument because you know that on the other side, you're most likely going to see things like, oh, I'm taking a look at this right now and I'm not seeing, I thought I might see a Censor, but they are not playing Censor of Restful Peace, so you're not going to have to worry about that.
Not going to have to worry at all. The players, we were taking quite a time talking about sideboards. The players are already done, and we're shuffling up and getting into game 2 here. Aqua on Water Aether Wing Diana against Emp on that Wind Razor Gale. 1-0 in Apex's favor. Aqua looking at the teammates telling you, let me show you how you beat this deck.
Yeah, he is making a master class here, an argument for himself, and the Bandit on turn 1. Here we go. Spin, off the top, we're going to get a hit there, and Bandit shows again why it is the best turn 1 play in this matchup, replacing itself and holding down the fort. We're going to get that pass from Diana back to Emp, backup charger Here we go. These, like I said before, these players know their lines. They know what they are looking for, and they know how they need to play to win this. Last game, both players didn't do anything wrong. They played incredibly well. It just didn't happen to fall for Peter. But we are going to see this Razor Gale this game early to bring out that Windmill Engineer, showing, hey, I've got this. It's probably going to come hit you a little later.
Yeah, just a little teaser for a couple turns down the line here. Aqua finally being able to do what they want to do, becoming distant here. This is important. Diana needs this on the first materialization so you get that Aqua Mirage Whisper.
So there we go. We have the distant. We are going to level up here. That is going to turn that floating memory on, but unfortunately, you're probably going to see Bandit eat that if Aqua tries to play anything that will utilize that floating.
Sort of a little cheeky repeat from our game one where there was that Bandit and the float instantly. Prudent knock this time around is the Aether Charge of choice instead of Charge the Soul. Recollect and draw. Diana coming into Bandit. Peter gonna eat that floating memory, and then we're gonna reclaim this Bandit. He is getting away with it.
Yep, there it is. You love to see the reclaim. That's going to put a floating in the yard and Bandit back in hand. And most importantly, that Diana is not going to get a chance to glimpse off of that hit.
That is correct. It is an on-hit effect, and when your target is gone, you no longer get it here. I don't see any Frostworms or Crystallians in the hand for Aqua. A little awkward, a lot of Aether Charges and a lot of reactions, but nothing to really capitalize on attacking in.
Yeah, we would really like an aggressive option here so that we can keep the onslaught on. We are trying to take Peter down, Emp down, before he can take control with that Razor Gale we saw. Let's see here. We are using that floating. Are we leveling up to Arasana? You are going to see that there. We're going to gather twice. And once Arasana is online, it's scary because you know that they are just a turn away from the potential Crucible getting online here and that Razor Gale being a problem for Aqua.
Yes, it is going to be here. Already just costing 2 thanks to the class bonus here. We're going to Fairy Whispers, pre-recollection, see what's on the top, escape the wreckage, Ascent Protector, Windmill Engineer. All those seem really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent really lets you fight for board as well as being a incredible defensive option. And then Windmill Engineer can just help you continue that value. We are going to see the Ascent. I know one got moved to the bottom at least. I'm not 100% sure. We will see here what is next. We might see another Windmill. We might see a Bandit. You might just see an Ascent come down and pick that Windmill up. That's the old 1-2 punch for Windex.
Oh, yeah. That is a classic here. I don't think we're going to bend it just because we did set some cards on tap we want to keep. But I could always be wrong if you really want another Raccoon. Amp gonna go ahead and see here. 3 down. This is Bandit Town. This is the number you need for him.
And there he is. And it was a glimpse. 1 to the top, 2 to the bottom. So here we're going to see unfortunate.
Oh, no.
You hate to see that.
Oh, no. All 3 Razor Gales to the bottom. That means the one that Emp has in hand is the only one for this entire game.
That was a very unfortunate scavenge from that Bandit. I guess he giveth, he taketh away. But you know, in this matchup, we have seen one Razor Gale be plenty to end the game.
That is true, but if it's met with an untimely Expel the Departed, that can just close it out. I feel like that Bandit entered the field and said, switching sides.
Yes, here we are. We did eat the float. We're moving over here, deciding what materialization we want. I don't think we're looking for an incredible aggressive play, and that is correct. We're going to do a little bit of setup here with these Quick Step Treads, a new card from RDO that has done so much work this weekend.
Yes, Quick Step Treads is so good as it prevents your opponent from playing cards unless they play an additional 2 on your turn when your champion is distant. And let me tell you, Razor Gale really doesn't like having to pay additional for the cards.
No, they do not, and they can play a lot of cards on your turn. So Aqua, smart to get this out here. That can really slow down Emp if he does get set up with the one Razor Gale in his hand. But I'm telling you, Aqua has got to be feeling very confident after that Bandit scavenge.
Oh, yeah. Of course, we have the knowledge. There's a Razor Gale in hand for Emp, but Aqua just saw 3 go to the bottom, feeling comfortable, feeling in a great position here. We see Emp going to respond to these Quick Step Treads. Verdigris Decree, the form of suppress my Bandit to protect it for this turn.
Bandit is going to be suppressed. And we are moving forward here. You're going to see that Aetheric Calibration, another glimpse for. It does look like we are going to hit here. And I see an Archer.
Archer reforging Tactical Retreat and another Calibration here. Oh, this Aetheric Reforging can mean so much if Aqua is able to keep this hidden.
Yeah, that card could be very good. All 4 of those cards have some merit when you're thinking about it here, but I think, yeah, this makes sense. We're going to get another Calibration. Or is that a...
we swapped that, the Reforging.
Okay.
Looking at it, that is going on top. Everything else shipped to the bottom here, revealing that it is now known information that is into memory here. And Diana is going to be able to recollect and draw. And we do see double Dispel Departed in hand.
Man, Aqua, after that scavenge, has everything he needs to end this game over the next few turns while not allowing Emp to get back into it. This is going to be a tough one, but you can't count Emp out. This deck is incredibly powerful, and we did see that Ascent Protector. And we have seen these Razor Gale decks win off the back of just an Ascent Protector and some Raccoons. We have seen that time and time again. So if we can continue to control the board state, the graveyards, this game is not over. You cannot count Razor Gale out.
You cannot indeed, and it does take a while for Diana to remove Ascents. You need Archers, but if there's Raccoons backing it up, but a Frostborn Paladin is a great way to combat this as well. First one we've seen in a long time for these Diana players, and that's going to be 3 damage to Arisana, taking him to 6. And importantly, you're now within Innervate range.
Yeah, so here we go. We are going to try to get as far into our deck as we can. That Bandit is going to find another Bandit. There is a world with enough Bandit triggers with this scavenge to dig all the way through the deck and get those Razor Gales back if we can stay alive long enough.
That is true. Importantly, if you haven't caught it as well, that has been 2 Veiling Breezes that have been scavenged from Bandit and put on the bottom. So this is probably key information Aqua's looking at every time these scavenges happen of what cards Emp is no longer able to work with in this current situation, and you could sort of deduce the amount of interactions they have.
Yes, 100%. We are going to see this beatdown try to take out this Frostsworn Paladin, probably with that Ascent Protector. As we said before, board state is huge in this matchup, and that is Emp's line to victory, is controlling everything that Aqua is trying to do here, and that will take out the Frostborn Paladin. That's a huge first step.
That is, we did see the materialization for the Terraforming as well. Aqua going to be slowed down here a lot by losing the Frostborn Paladin, has to fight through a Terraforming, and Emp just saying, pass turn, this is going to be enough. We are satisfied. Bandit, of course, ready and waiting for some floating memory to hit that graveyard.
Yes, ready is right. We are going to be seeing him upright for most of this game unless he is eating trash. I do not think you'll see many attacks from Bandit Gaze leader.
Yeah. Usually if Bandit is coming in for an attack, that means lethal is about to occur.
Yes, you have got that right. As you can tell, we are getting a lot closer to the decisive moments in this game. The players are starting to take a little more time here because the lines are a little more complicated this game than last. Last game, everything kind of just laid out there. Peter, a very, very analytical player.
Yes.
He is thinking, okay, I know that those Razor Gales are on the bottom. How am I going to find that out? A lot of players, when they saw that, would probably basically give up.
Yeah.
Understanding how far behind they may be. But continuing to fight back, playing a defensive Terror Ring, that turn was basically another chance to get back in the game. Aqua did nothing. So here we go. We got the GCR. We're going to scout the lands here to continue to dig as deep as we can.
The Dream Fairies are a big deal as well. Help stop the few allies that Aqua runs. Cats, Paladins, Archers, and Emp also seeing the Cyclical Breeze. Because we know there's only one Razor Gale to work with, and we're going to have to make sure we can keep it. Or if it does get destroyed, we can get it back because the others are very, very far gone.
Exactly right here. We are going to finish our scout. We have a GCR. Not sure if we want to draw anything. You might see a Fairy Whispers. Yep, this is a 1-2 punch in these decks that allow you to scout, find the one card you want, and if there's cards you don't want, you can just get rid of them, right? And that way, there's the Cyclical. We know we wanted that card. GCR now, that entire scout, those 4 cards are now dealt with. And so, we are on a fresh, brand new card off the top for this draw for turn here.
We did, and the 3 visits added to hand. And starting to really get all the pieces they need. The activation of our Razor Gale calling, our one and only, our number one for this game here. I was going to say the one and only one, but yeah, that is right. It is the only one available here to us. Ascent getting in some damage. This is going to add up fast. Diana does struggle against an Ascent Protector.
So, I want to point out, Aqua using this in response to Peter's materialization, that nullifying mirror, makes it so that those windmill engineers cannot be imbued because cards in memory are norm, which is huge. So he recognized Peter is trying to dig as fast as he can, trying to utilize every advantage engine possible to dig and get back to those Razor Gales. Bringing this out slows that down.
It does. We do see the Expel the Departed at the end of turn, getting rid of that Razor Gale. It is now locked out. And did Aqua see an Aetheric Reforging? I believe they did this game, which means this Razor Gale may be eaten very shortly.
Oh, well, here comes the Pulver Sword, and this is another way that we can deal with a graveyard. That's going to get banished face down, and that Razor Gale is gone. We are out of Razor Gales for the time being.
Yeah, it's just our damage option is Ascent Protector, so you have to actually be his protector at this current moment.
Yeah, we are going to swing in here for 2 at Arasana with that Pulver Sword. And in the end here, you will get a 3 visits. We get the glimpse a little further. We really are showing a masterclass of digging through your deck when you see something that you have to get to, right?
You indeed here. I actually think Emp is going to start trying to bounce this Bandit or just play that additional Bandit to get through more and more cards.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive. So here we go, the namesake card, Essence Crucible. No Razor Gale to team up with it right now, but if we are able to get that going, the damage can be huge.
Alrighty, I'm double checking the list here to make sure there's no other spell damage. And there is not. It is just the Razor Gale, which is the way to get that taken care of. So we could take our time brewing these potions. We don't need to do them immediately now. Here we see an imbued Windmill Engineer.
Yeah. Like I said, he did not activate it in response to the materialization. So in main, Peter was able to use that Windmill Engineer here and continue to dig into his deck.
further and further. The small steps. Is that fatigue from playing too much Grand Archive today, or is that just a calculated choice? It is hard to say, but a lot of people may vote that you need to do that at the start of EMP's Recollection every turn just to keep them off of these Windmill Engineers.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't think with what we are looking at in this hand, we are too worried about it. We do have the Fracturized deal with this Crucible. We have Frostbind in case Peter tries to go really in and play a lot of cards. We've got this Cheshire Cat. We already saw how powerful the Boots and Cats combo is, but we have a Pulver Sword, which will make that cat a 3/3, which is a formidable ally on this board, pressuring. But currently, the board belongs to EMP.
Oh, I like this play here. This Inert Sword means your cat's going to be a 5/3, and that is big enough to remove this Ascent Protector off the field. The Thorn and Aqua side at this current moment. Does EMP have a way to protect this Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, it is hard, right? This Ascent is so important to EMP's game plan right now. Aqua thinking here. Are we playing the Cheshire Cat? I would assume so with that play with the Inert. This is a big cat, and she can really show her fangs here if she wants. This looks like we are going to be, this is a big decision, because do you want to pressure? Do you want to push Arsana and try to go for a game? Or are we trying to kill this Ascent Protector here?
Oh, that is a good question here. 5 damage is a lot. Taking 5 as Arizona going to 11 damage counters. Diana swinging in for 2 herself.
Using that Inert, we get the swing. Diana, not just an Aether Wing girl. She also swings with swords here.
Oh no, putting EMP at 13. If Kodo was around, it'd be scary, but it's not anymore, thankfully. 3 visits going to be activated from that graveyard. Recover 2, glimpse 2. I didn't even think EMP looked at those cards. Those went straight to the bottom.
He looked really fast, saw that that was not what he was looking for, and said, see you later. These are gone.
Ship it, and that's exactly what we did here. And probably going to be digging some more Escape the Wreckage on this Windmill Engineer. Getting a little bit deeper, 1 card at a time.
And we are about to move back over to EMPs. This is getting pretty intense. I am on the edge of my seat, Valkyrie. This is the moment. Peter really needs something to happen here. Viridian Protective Trinket is a huge piece of protection. Right now, Aqua has to think if there's anything that he wants to do before this materialization resolves, or else he won't get a chance to.
Yes, this is your last opportunity to activate any water cards with this low influence, with a small out in hand. And what is EMP's answer to this Cheshire? It is just going to be a Dream Fairy.
Yeah, I mean, you do like to see it. So here we go. That's a Scout the Land. We are digging through. It looks like we have a Protector Raccoon and a couple other cards, still not quite to those Razor Gales just yet.
Not quite. There is a Veiling Breeze in that top 4, though, which is going to be very important. That's the 4th Veiling Breeze. We do know 2 are at the bottom of the deck. 1 is in EMP's hand, so that second Veiling to the hand is going to be massive to stay alive against this cat.
Yeah, and here we go. 3 visits. We are going to take those 2 other cards. We already know what they are. Say, see you later. We have to keep digging. So, EMP moving to his Recollection here. That Scout the Lands is now completely picked up. We can try to dig a little further if we get the chance. So here comes the Distilled Water. That's going to put a counter on that Crucible.
We are brewing, drawing card. That's just another card deeper. Something that is important here as we dig deeper and deeper into the deck. And once we see 1 Razor Gale, we know there's going to be 2 more within 5 cards of each other. So it's going to be an explosive turn once that is found.
And here comes that fluffy Shopkeep, just another way we can dig. It doesn't matter that that Nullifying Mirror is active when we play Fluffy because we just get rid of 2 cards from our material deck. Now we do have a 1/3 Interceptor, which is very important. We have 2 Interceptors. You can't just deal with 1. You have to deal with both to get a big attack through.
Makes you wonder if you should have removed this Ascent Protector off the field on that last turn as it's getting in another 3 damage onto Diana. looking scary. 7 damage counters away from making this go to game 3.
The Ascent turning sideways. That was a huge aggressive play here by Emp. I'm really interested to see here what the next play is as we continue to move towards it. A second Fluffy.
The double Fluffy shopkeep, making sure we have interceptors to stay alive.
And now we know we have that, right? And double veiling is huge because the cool thing about double veiling, obviously we have this nullifying mirror here. So in response to the first, we will see that be activated if we have to use it defensively. And then with this activation on the stack, we can use the second one and actually get a Veiling Breeze online. So in a pinch, we might see a double Veiling Breeze.
That is true, and just enough cards, maybe a little bit more, 5 to 6 cards in hand for Amp as the turn is passed. So we can Veiling Breeze, and I believe have enough to pay for a Frostbind.
Yes. Yes, it is getting to that point, though. Peter has been able to take control of this board state. That Bandit here has made this graveyard absolutely unusable and continuing to pressure on with that one Ascent. Just like you said, Valkyrie, that one Ascent is able to keep that pressure on and make Aqua actually on the back foot after Bandit put 3 Razor Gales to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that's Bandit giveth and Bandit taketh away. And at first, Bandit put all those Razor Gales at the bottom. Now Bandit is making sure Aqua has no floating memory to do anything on their turn. This is a big decision for Aqua. This turn matters so much. This is the turning point for this game. You have to answer the Ascent and at least a Fluffy Shopkeep to stay in this game. Otherwise, Emp is running away on their next turn. Razor Gales be darned. We don't need it when we have allies.
Yeah, so we are going to move back here over to... I bet you there's a real world where we see Ranger Strides, and there it is. We do have another cat in hand, so we can swing with the first, then sacrifice it to give something ranged 4, play the other one for another 5 damage swing. There is so much damage available to Aqua here.
Oh, are we looking at a lethal line? Is this their turn to pull the trigger? We have swords to attack with. We have a potential cat as well to clear these interceptors. And I also see a way to become distant, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Get the distant marker. That means that take aim that was drawn just now is fully active for an additional 4. If Amp does not have enough defenses here, it is going to be, we're going to go ahead and Zephyr the boots in response.
This is huge. This makes Aqua have to fully commit with just a single cat and these boots if he wants to use them to boost and give ranged 4 to Diana here.
We're not distant, so no ranged at all at this current moment here. It is such a good play, Terry. Do you force them to use everything now and try and kill them on this turn? Or do you say, okay, this is okay, I will take a free draw and live through your next turn?
Yeah, this was actually a huge Zephyr. Incredibly well timed, very thought out by Emp. Aqua is put in a very tough position. This could very well decide who takes game 2.
Oh man, this cat is so important. You can't use it as boots right now just because...
We are going to get the activation here. Is that, or is it suppressed? It's suppressed. I believe it's suppressed here. No.
That was banished, I believe.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because suppression is banishment. So I'm not sure if he put it here because you see it's facing a different way than its other. Yes. So I think it might be suppressed. So this is basically saying, okay, well, I'm not doing my giant Ranger Strides turn now. Peter with a single Zephyr may have been able... Oh, it was used here.
We are getting confirmation that the Ranger Strides were used. We're going to play Cheshire, swing with Cheshire Cat, play Cheshire Cat, removing our double interceptors here. And then the take aim on the Diana, that's going to be +8 currently right now. +1 from the Dissonant on Diana, which is 9, and then 2 from a sword, which is going to be 11, which is more than enough to take the game.
And that's going to be it. Aqua is your 2026 Ascent Las Vegas Grand Finals champion.
Stolen from the clutches of defeat once more. Aqua showing us how to take down Razorgale on this wind or water aethering. Congratulations to Apex winning Las Vegas Ascent.
What a well-played game, Aqua, even though he started to get caught back up to by Emp. Emp played masterfully there, played completely to his outs. We thought he might have been able to come back and get game 2, but no. Aqua closes that door and goes all in there on that last turn, and he is now a champion, a first-time Ascent champion.
Well-deserved, well played. GG to everyone at that table, but at the end of the day, those small decisions that Aqua made ended up taking that victory. That Zephyr for Emp was clutch. It knew exactly what it needed to do, but you couldn't keep up double Veiling Breeze because of that play.
Yes, and even so, a Frostbind, I think he only had 5 cards in hand. I thought he had 6 originally, but when he played the Zephyr, he only had 2 left.
Only 2 left.
So a Frostbind would have been able to get through it anyway, but still, there is your champion, everyone, Aqua.
Go ahead and make some noise for Aqua, the first Ascent win. Team Apex, we saw on camera earlier, sitting there celebrating. So happy they were on the floor for Aqua.
Yes, man. A champion. Grinded all weekend long. Played Friday in Nationals. Played yesterday all day. Made it to day 2. Played all day. Made it to the top cut, 1 quarterfinals, 1 semifinals. Made it here to 1v1 against Emp and TM32, the rematch we talked about, and came up victorious.
They did indeed. The salty run back, the grudge match. It has happened. Team Apex taking that victory back from TM32 after the Nationals loss. And I hope Aqua goes over to Korax, goes over to Zetovix and said, that is how you beat Razorgale.
What a weekend of Grand Archive. I cannot say that enough, guys. Such masterful gameplay. If you get a chance, if you have not been able to see all the gameplay this weekend, you have got to check it out. And there is your champion cheering on. You can see the crowd excited for him, his teammates. And there is our right-hand man, once in love, Tyler, ready to have this talk with our new champion.
You've earned it. You deserved it. Let's go ahead and hear from you here now.
I'm not sure if we're ready just yet, so we are going to just talk a little bit more about this weekend. Man, I cannot say enough.
Yeah.
So many great decks have come out from RDO. So many new cards showing their teeth and just how powerful they are. Water Diana, that's a lot of stuff that we've already seen, right? People thought it was gone. They thought it was dead, but it's not. Aqua showing that now, and I believe our champion and Tyler are ready for this interview, so let's hear what they have to say.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. We are here now with your Ascent Las Vegas champion, Aqua. How does it feel, man?
I'm thrilled. I'm happy. Of course. Yeah, I mean, this is my second time topping Ascent, and managing to win this is everything to me, so yeah.
You know, you managed to get the redemption for your team. Team Apex Players Guild. You made it back. You beat TM32 after they took you guys down in the Nationals. Come on, that's got to be one of the greatest feelings.
I guess just now, Proen mentioned, even though I lost today to EMP in Swiss, but winning it here feels, I don't know how to describe it.
It feels like you proved yourself.
Yeah,
right?
I just try to. I mean, both of my wins feels like very gambly. So I figured that if in the long game I'm just going to lose, might as well just stand it, and I did it. So yeah.
Yeah, man, you did. I mean, you're here in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is the place to send it. It's one of the icons of the world for that reason. But again, huge congratulations to you. I'm actually getting a word in here from production. Cam's wondering if you're going to be playing Arasana in the Gauntlet.
I can't promise that, Cam. Sorry.
Oh, dude, you just broke this man's heart. He's over here producing the stream for you, and you just murdered him like that. No, for sure, for sure. That was a crazy match. We saw, what was it, a Bandit triple Razor Gale to the bottom?
Yeah.
I got to say, I wasn't expecting the first one for you to just absolutely one-shot, out of nowhere. Right?
Yeah.
You did tell me earlier on in our last interview, you just got to race. You just got to send it.
Yeah.
How nervous were you feeling when you just went for it?
The first game, I feel more nervous because he had 2 cards in hand. So if he had failing, I'll just could be there and just go to game 2. And then for game 2, I was just having too many Cheshire Cats in my hand. So I figured I'll try to ally aggro them. So yeah, I was just trying to beat down before anything else can intercept or something. Maybe that's why he played out the 2 fluffies. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you need something, whether it's a taunt or an interceptor, to kind of get through because you're very much an aggressive, attack-focused deck. I have one last question for you there with the game before we send it to break and then set up for the award ceremony. In the second game, when he played the second fluffy, did you feel like I can still get over it, or did you start feeling like you might be losing hope in the matchup?
With 1 fluffy, I can clear with Cheshire Cat, right? But with 2 fluffy, I have to clear with 2 Cheshire Cat, and one of them is one of the Cheshire Cat was in my memory, so there was a 1 in 3 chance I lost it, and I'll just lose on the spot. I won't pull the trigger if I accidentally banish the Cheshire Cat. So yeah, luckily it stayed there. So yeah.
I mean, a calculated gamble is what you have to take sometimes, and again, that won you Ascent Las Vegas. So huge congratulations again. You have now qualified for the Gauntlet. You made it, man. Man, it's just so amazing to see you guys push through. Your 4 of your team now qualified for Gauntlet or the Worlds or more. Home country, it's gotta feel really, really good, right?
Yep. Obviously, last year I was so happy to play in was it California? Yeah. Now playing in my hometown, I have to be ready for it. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be ready for it. And guys, that, again, was your Ascent Las Vegas winner. We're going to be back with the awards ceremony and the closing presentation very shortly. Thank you guys so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, guys, to the Ascent Las Vegas Awards ceremony. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Did you guys have a good time this weekend? How many of you guys played in the Nationals this weekend? That's a pretty good amount. How many of you guys played in the Ascent this weekend? How many people played some Pantheon this weekend? So you guys do like Pantheon. It's pretty good, right? Booning with friends is pretty good. All right, guys, without further ado, we will be moving to the awards ceremony of Ascent Las Vegas. But first, we are going to go over the Nationals qualified players. So through the Gauntlet qualified players, we have Taco Boss from the United States, Steve-O 7653 from the US, Hesu from the US, Lifdrasil from the US, T-Lux, also from the US, Like Bailey, also from the US, Yadon from Taiwan, Jace Patrick from the US, my personal goat, Kyoka from the US, Bradis from the US, and your final Gauntlet qualified player from Ascent Las Vegas, Aqua from Singapore. Moving on, guys, we have our Worlds qualified players, those who made top 6 in Nationals this weekend. In 6th place, we have Chem Collapse. In 5th place, Superior. In 4th place, Pro-An. 3rd place, Z-Dive. 2nd place, Quarax. And guys, without further ado, your North America 2026 Nationals champion, Ollie! All right, guys, we can't forget about our top 8 Ascent Las Vegas Path of Steel players. In 8th place, we have Curl Pixels. In 7th place, Gem. In 6th place, Noel. In 5th place, Frankie Doodle. In 4th place, Duck Hats. In 3rd place, Matt G, the erupting guy. In 2nd place, we have Amp. And finally, guys, your Ascent Las Vegas champion, Aqua! Guys, a huge round of applause for your top 8 Path of Steel Las Vegas! All right, guys, I have the honor. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. Guys, I now have the honor of passing this microphone off to Mr. Silidar himself, the lead developer.
Thank you, Tyler. And congrats to all the players today that have qualified to Worlds and top Ascent. As developers, we're really pleased to see how far you guys have developed the meta across just 1 month since Artio released. And we're excited to see which other players qualified to Worlds over the national season. All right, so as usual, we're going to go over event reminders first. Then we're going to go over product announcements, and then the BNR update, which is tomorrow. On May 23rd, there's going to be the EU Nationals. Pre-registration for all of the updates have ended. But you can still attend if you have the national qualifier points for it. Next, we have the Oceania Nationals on June 6th and the SCA Nationals on June 27th. After that, all the nationals qualified players or people that qualify from nationals will play at Worlds, which will also have Ascent Worlds going concurrently on August 15th. For this one, we only have about 70 tickets left, so if you are interested, please buy a ticket. We are expecting about 1,000 attendees on that one. It's going to be great. Next, we announced Ascent Melbourne before. Tickets are going on sale May 15th, 16th, depending on your time zone. So that's very soon. Ascent Osaka on October 30th. Tickets will go on sale June 5th or 6th, depending on your time zone. And also Ascent Dallas on December 4th through 6th. This is a 3-day event. This is going to go on sale on June 19th. Now, for the end of the season, we're going to have a RevelFest promo like usual. This one's going to be Tabula of Salvage. So to qualify for this one, you just need to play in at least one Omnidex event during the RevelFest period, and you will be entered to win a foil version shipped to your Omnidex address. And then also, certain stores will receive non-foil versions to give to players playing at the event as well. Another big event for us coming soon is Anime Expo. That's going to be July 2nd and through July 5th at the Los Angeles Convention Center. We're going to be releasing a bunch of new merch here. One is the Archangel compact deck boxes. And then we're also doing the Alice Trifles Royalty double deck box. In addition, we're also going to be debuting Supporter Pack 4 at Anime Expo 2026. And here's some new art, just a couple. Oh, it's one at a time. Okay, so first we have Cosmic Bolt. We have Lily Marine Castellan. And then we also have Dream Fairy. Now, with the nature of logistics recently, we have had to do some product changes with SP4. So the price per box is increasing from $30 to $50, but we're increasing the rate of foils, CSR rate from 1 in 25 boxes to 1 in 15, foil rate from 1 per box to 2 per box, and we're adding Curio foils to all non-CSR cards, which includes rares and SRs. And obviously, Curio foils are all population 100. The set size of SP4 is about 25% larger than other SP sets, and there's about 3 more CSRs than before. Okay, at Ascent World Singapore, we're also going to be doing a bunch of new merch. People that bought a ticket at Platinum tier and higher will be getting a deck box. That one's going to be an Arasana Herbalist Prodigy deck box. And this one's kind of themed around the ingredient pouch. That's why we tried to inspire it with. Next, At we're going to be trying something new. We've wanted to escalate the event quality of Ascents for a while, and one of the ideas we had with that is to do branded Ascents. So Ascent Worlds is going to be one of the first times we're trying this. Picked for Ascent World Singapore is Horizons Reprise. So in this theme, you're going to see the venue decorated as if all your favorite champions are attending a music festival. And there's going to be a lot of new merch based around this theme as well. So please look forward to that. All right, next. Announcing our next set, Asphodel Paradise, releasing August 21st, 2026. This world, Asphodel, is a dystopian, futuristic, or divine comedy-based setting. So here's some art you can find to get a gist of what the setting looks like. And as you have seen in the teaser we released earlier this week, we have an Exia mage named Dante. And also the return of Lorraine in Arcane. In addition, PRD is also going to be supporting Draft as a first edition product. And the product sheet of PRD is going to be available tonight. And also, the world premiere of PRD is going to be at Singapore as well. So a lot of stuff going on there. And obviously, we'll be running drafts as well. We also have a lore article covering Dante available tonight, possibly now. And lastly, we have the BNR update tomorrow, and it's going to be no changes to all three categories. All right, hope you guys have a great time at this event. That's all from me, and hope you guys have a safe travel home. Thank you.